What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I'm Jesse Cofield. 50-ish minutes of DFS and betting advice is coming your way on the Sweat, which kicks off our Madden Sims today. 4 games today. We get started at 2 p.m. Then we have a 4 p.m., 8 p.m., and 10 p.m. Sim. All right, let's bring in DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan, Garion Thorne, and Nick Fryer. Let's talk about your favorite picks on today's slates for MLB. 6-game slate locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. Give us your favorite DFS play from the early slate, Steve.
Yeah, it's going to be Kyle Seager for me. He's helping make the Mariners AL West champions a reality with how well he's been hitting so far. Because, I mean, that team is just lovely. We love that team. Absolutely love them. But so far this season against righties, 362 WOBA, 267 isolated power, and a 136 WRC plus. I mean, he's always been a good hitter against right-handed pitching. And now he's facing Matt Harvey, who's been okay so far, but I think it's safe to say that, this is not the Dark Knight that we're all used to. Lefties have always been an issue for him all throughout his career. So I'm thinking the Cinderella story that has been Matt Harvey so far comes to a crashing halt against that beautiful Mariners team, who, did I mention, are going to win the AL West? That's right. Yep. So Kyle Seager, he's my guy today.
5K for Kyle Seager. Garion, where are you going for your favorite DFS play from the early slate?
Well, he's my favorite DFS play, so I have to mention him, but I do have to mention as well, because it's April, and April baseball is the worst, that there's a chance this game gets rained out. But let's talk Mets-Phillies for a second. It's crazy to me that Brandon Nimmo's price point has not moved the past week. It should have been higher than what it started the season at anyway. We knew he was going to bat leadoff against right-handed pitching for the Mets, but he's still just been locked into this like 3,400, 3,500, 3,600 kind of tier. Today, he's 3,500 against Zach Eflin, who has always struggled to get out left-handed bats. He's hitting leadoff, and oh yeah, Brandon Nimmo has 12 hits in his last 6 games. He cannot be stopped right now. Rain might be the only thing to do it. So obviously you have to keep an eye on this. This is a key game on the slate anyway, with Jacob deGrom pitching, who's definitely going to be popular. But if this game gets going, I definitely would have Brandon Nimmo in a lineup.
All right, Nick, where are you going for your favorite DFS play from that early slate?
Well, I certainly have a better way to spend 5K than Steve does. I know he's been watching Kenny a lot lately, who keeps going with Seager. So good to know that you have the same mind of Kenny right now, Steve. But I'm going to go with...
Who is this guy?
My name's Nick Fryer. I'm on the show every 3 days or whatever. Anyways, Xander Bogaerts, 5K against Pineda tonight. He hits well against him throughout his career. And as long as Pineda's not using pine tar, I feel comfortable about it. Bogaerts hasn't homered yet this season either, so I like that. And he's still hitting well, but he's hitting like 372 right now, so he's doing great. The thing is that with him struggling from the power department right now, that's not who Bogaerts is. He's developed so much recently over the past few years in that regard. So it's got to come at some point tonight.
Okay, well, now that you two have been formally introduced to each other, Steve and Nick, let's move on to favorite early bet. Garion, what is your favorite early bet on the DK Sportsbook?
Steve already mentioned this game. He likes the Seattle side. I like both sides, honestly. And instead of picking a side in what could just be a weird 7-inning doubleheader game, the over-under is only set at 7 because we only have 7 guaranteed innings. That seems really low for a game between Matt Harvey, who, coming into this season had given up over 2.2 home runs per 9 across his last 2 seasons. And Marco Gonzalez, I don't think Marco Gonzalez is this bad. He's been terrible for his first 2 starts of the season. He's a better pitcher than that. But at the same time, you can't look at someone who's given up 18% barrel rate on his batted ball events and say, oh yeah, he'll be fine today against the Baltimore team that can get pretty right-handed. So, and they have power too. I just think both teams will be able to score in this game. I don't trust either bullpen. Not that we might see a lot of those bullpens. So I think 7's a pretty low number, even given the augmented circumstances of the doubleheader.
Wow. Would you know Kenny liked that in his best bets article
on
DK Nation? He did. I'm sorry. I have to tell you that. All right, Nick, where are you going for your favorite early bet?
I know Cleveland seems like an easy team to pick on after what happened last night, but I'm going to go with Lance Lynn and his over 6.5 Ks. He's gotten 6 Ks against the Angels. 6 Ks on opening day, and then he got 10 against the Royals. Those are not teams that strike out. They're in the bottom half right now. I feel like right now I lost my train of thought there. I apologize, Jesse.
It's
Right
okay.
now-
Sometimes it happens. You can just take a breath and be like, let me just, okay, now we're back.
Yes. Now we're back. 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we're good. Coming into Wednesday night, I don't expect him to necessarily lock down Cleveland, but when he's getting a K per night and or over a K per inning, I feel confident about him right now to at least hit his over.
Okay, Steve, where are you going? And be nice.
I mean, I'm glad everybody's back on track. I mean, with what Nick's saying, he might need to, melt down that gears for some scrap metal money after that. I don't even know what he was talking about. I'll give you something that you can talk about. How about the Pirates over 3.5 runs today at plus 120? Nobody wants to take that bet. They look at that bet and go, oh, why would I want to take the Pirates? That's atrocious. But here's why you want to take the Pirates. Chris Paddock, I don't know what's going on with this guy. And until they can figure out what's going on with him, I'm going to continue to bet against him. His struggles already this season have come over from what he was struggling with last year and 2020. And then you look at the Padres bullpen. They've been great. Don't get me wrong. But they have logged the most inning pitched already so far this season. We've been seeing their starters go out of their games early already, and we've been seeing the Padres relievers start racking up some innings. And like I said, while they pitch so well, that's going to start creeping up on them sooner or later. So 3.5 runs is not a lot for, by the way, a Pirates team that is averaging over 5 runs over the past 3 games. So they are getting some offense there too as well. So I think this is a great spot at plus money to get over 3.5 runs from the stupid Pirates.
From the stupid Pirates.
We'll
see if they can, make that happen for you, Steve. All right, our main slate tonight, 5 games, locking at 7:05 p.m. Eastern. What is your favorite DFS play from this slate, Nick?
Well, I'm looking at a value bet right now in Josh Bell. And before I say anything further, make sure you guys check the lineup because I know Ryan Zimmerman filled in the other night. Bell's supposed to be the starter, but just make sure, that day off, he should still be out there. But I want a piece of the Merrill Kelly action. He's going with 10 innings, giving up a couple bombs over 2 starts. He's not generating swing and misses either. So I feel very comfortable that I'm going to get value out of Josh Bell in this one. There are other guys to be had. There are other good options, but I feel like if you're trying to save a little bit of money, Josh Bell is the way to go.
Yeah, 3,600 for Josh Bell. All right, who is your favorite DFS play from this late slate, Steve?
I like Justin Turner going tonight, facing Austin Gomber over with the Rockies, who, by the way, has walked more batters than innings pitched so far this season. He's locked 11 guys and 9 in the 3rd inning. If there's anything you don't want to do when facing the Dodgers, is put men on base. Because Justin Turner is going to come walking up to the plate, who's smoking the ball right now, because all he does is hit left-handed pitching well. Since the beginning of last season, 364 WOBA, a 203 isolated power, and a 131 WRC plus. So put that situation where there's men on base. Turner comes up. He's got his big red flowing beard. He hits one out to center field. All these guys score. And now there's all the fantasy points you would want and need on this small slate. So Justin Turner, big fan of him tonight. Put him in your lineup.
Yeah, for 5,500, put him in your lineup. Gary, where are you going for this?
I should preface this by saying I don't think there's a bad matchup on tonight's slate. Like, there's no good pitchers pitching. So you can pretty much put anyone in your lineup and it's perfectly fine. But at the same time, when you're staring at shortstop and Bo Bichette is only the 4th most expensive shortstop going up against Jake Junis, who, if you go from 2018 to 2020, among pitchers who threw at least 300 innings, there was 50 of them. Junis, 1.67 home runs per 9. That's the 3rd highest mark within that span. And Bo Bichette's on fire right now. His last 36 plate appearances, he has a 838 slugging percentage and a 237 WRC plus. He tied a Joe DiMaggio record yesterday, because that's a thing that happens, I guess. He's hot, and he's only, again, the 4th most expensive shortstop in this slate. I don't really get it. I think stacking both sides of that game, Royals and Blue Jays, is probably going to be a pretty good tactic tonight, especially if Tanner Roark ends up pitching in this one. So 4,900 seems pretty good for Bichette.
Seems pretty good. How about your favorite bet from the 7 p.m. slate? Where are you going to go for this one, Steve?
Yeah, so you know what? This is a slate that is really odd and everything. So why don't we just back really bad teams? How about the Tigers over 3.5 runs at minus 108? I mean, to be fair, this Tigers team averaging 6.6 runs per game over their last 3 games. Their offense has been doing pretty well. And this was a very, very good club against lefties last year. Like, we want to talk, we keep bringing up that Dope Kenny, who was saying today, they're not that good against lefties so far. They have the lowest plate appearances against lefties so far this season at 58. For reference, Houston leads the league at 223. So let's give them a little chance to actually get some reps in against lefties. But if you go back to the numbers last year, they were one of the best offenses in the league against lefties. So again, a low total. You're getting close to plus money on this one. It's only at minus 108. This could move a little bit as the day goes on, but over 3.5 runs is not asking for a lot against an offense that, quite frankly, is hitting the ball already. So over 3.5 runs, that's what I'm looking at for tonight.
All right, Gary, where are you going?
I'm going to stick in that same game, and it's because I fear the Tigers offense that I'm not looking to like back Oakland on the money line or like invest all that heavily in Sean Manaea. But I will say his strikeout prop is pretty low on this slate. It's just 4.5. And yes, Manaea is not a guy who, dating back to his sophomore season has been a strikeout pitcher, even though we thought he had the potential to be that when he was a prospect. However, you look at his first 2 starts, there's a couple things you have to know. One, both were against Houston, who right now has the lowest strikeout rate in the American League. So the fact that he didn't rack up a bunch of strikeouts makes a lot of sense. They're at 18.6%. The Tigers are one of 7 teams in baseball with a strikeout rate above 27%. So they're going to help him out in that regard. Also, his average fastball velocity is back up to 91.5 miles per hour. That doesn't seem like a lot, but for him, that's the highest it's been since 2017. So he might be, I don't want to say like a renaissance because he was never that good to begin with, but I think he's a solid pitcher. He had a really good 6-inning start against the Astros last time. If he can survive 6 innings against the Tigers, he's going to strike out at least 5 guys.
Nick, these guys are focused on this Tigers game. What about you?
I'm not going to be. I feel a little, I don't know if I say dirty for taking this one, but we got Rockies Dodgers under 7.5 runs. I had it at plus money before, but that's changed a little bit. I'm seeing it at minus 110. Look, it's not in Coors Field. So if it was at Coors Field, I wouldn't even remotely entertain this. But the Dodgers have gone under Thursday's total 6 out of 8 times so far this season, outside of their opening series at Coors. The Rockies haven't gone over this total at all yet on the road. So I'm going to ride that right now, see if I can get a little bit lucky. And then Urias is pitching tonight too. And Urias has been, he did great against the Rockies last time at Coors. So I feel like we're going to get that there too, again tonight.
All right, Steve begrudgingly nodding his head. All right, Slate approved pick. Lock of the night. This could be Sportsbook. This could be DFS. Where are you going, Garion?
I'm going to go back and just say stack the Royals, stack the Jays. There's going to be a lot of runs scored in that game. And it's a weird slate. I don't know what else I super trust. That I trust.
All right, Nick, what do you trust?
Rich Hill over 5.5 Ks against the Rangers. He's been getting another guy who's getting a strikeout per inning. And I'm not saying he's going to go out and shove against the Rangers necessarily, but he did well against the Marlins in the strikeout department and the Yankees. Those are 2 teams that are not among the 15 worst in strikeouts so far this season. And the Rangers lead the league in strikeouts so far. So Rich Hill over 5.5 Ks tonight. Lock it.
Steve, Slate approved pick, please.
I mean, look, lock of the day, lock of the night, and the April 15th slate do not go hand in hand. There's not many great things on this slate, so it's going to be a boring answer, but just continue to stack the Dodgers while they face this putrid Rockies team, one of the worst bullpens in the league, one of the worst pitching staffs in the league. It's a boring answer. No, everybody knows that already because you're all smart, beautiful people, but just stick with what you know.
All right, appreciate it. You're being honest, Steve. We love that. You're always honest. All right. Good stuff, guys. I'm going to be right back with our NBA panel to talk about how to attack tonight's very small 4-game slate. Welcome back to the Sweat. I've got DraftKings contributors Matt LaMarca and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen here with me. Guys, before we get into it, some shocking news today. On Instagram this morning, LaMarcus Aldridge announced his retirement after 15 seasons in the NBA. The longtime San Antonio Spur and recent Brooklyn Net referencing dealing with an irregular heartbeat in his final game. He said in his post, "Though I'm feeling better now, what I felt with my heart that night was still one of the scariest things I've experienced." He was a 7-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA selection. I mean, how will you guys remember LaMarcus Aldridge's career, Matt? I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, very shocking news. First off, best of luck to him and whatever comes next. Wish nothing but the best for him. I will remember him as being a great player. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. I think Basketball Reference gives him roughly a 50% chance of making the Hall of Fame. That seems about right to me. His best years came in Portland, sort of before they took that next step. He really evolved into a good team player with the Spurs, kind of whatever role they asked him to fill, he was willing to fill it. And his absence is going to be a blow for Brooklyn. I mean, we saw last night, they are going to struggle if they have to face Joel Embiid in the playoffs. Aldridge is a guy they could have used. So, yeah, sad day all around for basketball. But, again, nothing but the best for Aldridge moving forward.
Yeah, Kenny, what's your take?
Yeah, look, I'm the biggest Nick Claxton fan. Well, maybe not the biggest Nick Claxton fan, but I think he's great. But Matt said it. I mean, this is going to definitely lay an impact on Brooklyn. It looked like LaMarcus Aldridge was going to have this late career swan song here with the Nets. He looked really great. So it is sad, and obviously you hope that everything is okay with him with his health, and that, health is obviously the most important thing here. But looking at his career, I mean, 7 All-Star games, one of the best post scorers that I can remember watching growing up. I certainly am going to miss him, but if there's any consolation, I feel like we've kind of been, it's been a few years since we've seen him dominate like we know he can down low. So it's not like it's going to come to a sudden end, but nonetheless, I mean, I was excited to see LaMarcus Aldridge in the postseason, maybe put up 15 points for the Nets, have one of those Jeff Green type games that comes out of nowhere, wins them a game. So we are deprived of that. I think that he could have had one last great moment. But yeah, I mean, great career. And Matt said it. He's right on the border there of being a Hall of Fame. Definitely one of the best power forwards of this decade and the last couple decades.
Nick, what do you think? Is he a Hall of Famer? He's right on the borderline, according to these guys.
He is, yeah. I check that Basketball Reference Hall of Fame monitor all the time. It's really fascinating to see, what's factored in there. And I mean, honestly, the way that he was playing for Brooklyn, we only saw him in 5 or 6 games, but it was a completely different LaMarcus Aldridge than the player that we saw in San Antonio. He was rejuvenated. He was giving them real valuable minutes at the center spot. And with the way that Brooklyn's playing, with the way that some of the teams in the West are kind of falling by the wayside with injuries, you have to wonder, I mean, if he ended up being like a pretty valuable contributor to a Nets team that wins a title, maybe that's what ends up kind of pushing the balance in his favor when it comes to the Hall of Fame, because he is going to be right on the border. I think the biggest argument against him is, he has 6-7 All-Star appearances, but never really a guy who you're like, this is a winning player. This is somebody who just wins basketball games. He's going to drag you to the conference finals. That's not really, what you think about with LaMarcus Aldridge. So, to me, I think the LaMarcus Aldridge equivalent in like baseball or football, whoever that is, definitely doesn't get in the Hall of Fame, but the Basketball Hall of Fame is a whole lot more lenient. So we'll see. I mean, in some ways, a career coming to kind of a halt like this maybe can kind of help in some ways, where, you don't have those years at the end where it kind of fizzles out and maybe you remember the player a little bit differently. He's not going out on top. He was probably at his best 2-3 years ago, but at the same time, he's avoiding those last 3 or 4 years of your career that for a lot of guys can end up kind of tanking your career numbers.
All right, well, let's get back to today's slate. Very sad LaMarcus Aldridge news. We wish him the best. All right, we have a small 4-game slate tonight in the NBA. Tell me how you're structuring your lineup at each price point, you guys. Let's start with who you're paying up for at $9K. 2 top price guys in this range are questionable. Trae Young, bruised calf, and the top price guy on the slate, Giannis, his knee. He's 10,800, missed last night. Matt, are you waiting to see if either of these guys go, or are you looking somewhere else in that $9K plus range?
Yeah, I do think that if Giannis is in the lineup, he's always going to be somebody that you want to at least consider, especially, decent matchup against the Hawks. But it's hard to look past Steph Curry right now. He's just on fire. 8 straight games with at least 30 points, 8 straight games where he's returned fantasy value. No Kelly Oubre for the Warriors, and Curry has seen the largest usage bump on the team with Oubre off the court. He's averaging nearly 60 DraftKings points per 36 minutes without Oubre this season. So it's hard to fight too hard against him. 10-6 is expensive for Curry, at least the 2021 version of Curry. But given how he's played recently, I see no reason why he can't pay it off versus the Cavs.
10-6, second highest priced guy on the slate. Kenny, where are you going?
I'm going with Stephen Curry. Give me the 22 field goal attempts per game over the last 5. On such a short slate, I mean, we know that Stephen Curry is going to be the whole offense for the Golden State Warriors, just as he has been all season long. 61.1 DKFP in those last 5 games. Cleveland's actually allowed that you might see that over the course of the season they haven't been great, or they have been great against point guards, but they have allowed 22 points per game over the last 2 weeks to opposing point guards, which isn't the worst spot in the world, and Sexton's questionable to boot. So I like Stephen Curry. I know he's going to put up shots here. I think he's going to have success against a team that's middling at this point. And I love the volume. I can't get away from it when you consider there really aren't that many options here. Jason Tatum probably going against a defense that's a little rejuvenated in LA, which we'll get to later. I like Stephen Curry here. I like the value.
All right, liking the value. How about you, Nick? Where are you going?
The argument against Steph, I think, is he is playing against the Cavaliers, an overmatched opponent. And obviously this is not a great Warriors team, but I guess the counter argument to that is, they won by 36 last night in OKC, and Steph only needed 29 minutes to get to 42 points and hit 11 3-pointers. So I'm certainly not going to fault anyone for going with Stephen Curry tonight. I'll make a case for De'Aaron Fox. I know it's a tough matchup against Phoenix, but he's been virtually matchup proof for going on about 2 months now at this point. Since the All-Star break, he's at 29 points, 6.5 assists, 4 rebounds, almost 2 steals a game, 50% from the field. I mean, the big thing in season long with Fox is he's like a 75% free throw shooter, which for a high volume shooting point guard is really bad. But, in DraftKings, you're really not too worried about that. He's coming off of a 33, 5, 6, and 6 steals, against Washington last night. Finally kind of becoming, I think, the upside that a lot of people saw coming out of the draft, where he's using that speed, he's using that athleticism. He's been a complete monster on the defensive end. I think Sacramento, there's a pretty good chance they probably get blown out tonight, but as he's proven over the last few weeks, even as the Kings lose game after game, he's still been good for 35, 6, and 5 on a lot of nights.
All right, guys, let's move down to that 8K range. Kenny, you got guys like Capella, Booker, Holiday, Jaylen Brown. You've also got Chris Middleton. Now, if Giannis doesn't go, the Bucks could turn to Middleton like they did last night, right?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly is in play here. I did take a long look at him, but ultimately on such a short slate, when there's literally, I think, 5 guys in this range, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to take the highest implied team total. I'm going to take the guy who I know is going to put up a lot of shots once again, and that's Devin Booker at $8,700. The Kings, surprisingly, actually have defended a little bit better than normal. I think it's half a point per 100 possessions, something like that. They don't rank last in the NBA over their 8-game losing streak, but I still think that they're in the Suns are obviously in a very good spot here. The only concern is blowouts. I think that you're concerned about blowouts pretty much all over this slate. Nick mentioned it a little bit with Stephen Curry, but I can't get over the fact that this is such a terrible defense, such a great shooter, and they really have struggled to defend the 3 all season long. And I don't care if it's chalky. I have to take Devin Booker if I'm paying this price.
Yeah, Nick, Kenny's right. 5 guys in that 8K range. Where are you going?
I'm going to make a case for Clint Capella at 8,900. If Giannis ends up playing for Milwaukee, I think I like Clint Capella a little bit less. I think he's easily their best rebounder. Milwaukee's been a fine rebounding team, but Brook Lopez, not a great rebounding center, one of the worst rebounding centers in the league. In fact, Bobby Portis, a guy who certainly works hard on the boards, but doesn't have the same size as Clint Capella. He's given up 3-4 inches there At this point, Capella's been virtually a guaranteed double-double every single night. His last 8 games, he's averaging 19.5 points, 15 rebounds, 2.5 blocks. Obviously, he's not a guy who can get his own offense. He is very much reliant on being fed, easy shots around the rim. So that's maybe a little bit of a concern, but he's a guy that you're rostering to rack up DraftKings points via rebounds and via blocks. So again, if Giannis doesn't play, I like the Capella play quite a bit more.
Matt, you got 5 guys to choose from in that 8K range. Who are you going with?
I will say that this is probably my least favorite price range on the slate, but I do think Devin Booker would be my choice. The fantasy numbers haven't really been there for him, but 35.7% usage rate over his last 10 games, which is pretty crazy high. Now going up against a Kings team that is just a disaster defensively, and they're even worse without Rashawn Holmes. The blowout is definitely a concern, but if Booker starts making some shots, he's got the upside for the monster game here. So I'll side with Devin Booker.
All right, guys, let's move on down to the 7K range. Nick, you've got slightly more people to choose from in this range. 6 instead of 5. Chris Paul, Jared Allen, Bogdanovich. Where are you going?
This is the toughest tier, I think, for me. I'm probably going to stay away from Jared Allen. He missed, I think it was 8 games with a concussion. The Cavs suddenly have a ton of bodies in that front court, so I wouldn't be shocked if his minutes are a little bit limited in his return tonight. So he's probably a stay away for me. If Trae Young sits, I like Bogdanovich. He's playing some of the best basketball that we've seen from him in a long time. Certainly his best basketball since joining the Atlanta Hawks. And obviously, he had his best game of the year with Trae Young out. That's no coincidence. So if Trae Young sits, Bogdanovich is my pick. If not, if you're looking for just a high floor, Chris Paul is about as solid as it gets. Going up against that bad Kings defense, like these guys mentioned, maybe not the highest upside in a game that has a double-digit point spread that could be over midway through the third quarter. The Suns are in no position to be giving Chris Paul 38 minutes if they don't have to. But no matter what, if you're looking for a floor in that 35 to 40 DraftKings point range, I think Chris Paul is the guy.
All right, Matt, where are you going to go here?
I agree that if Trae Young is out, Bogdanovich is the pick here. Otherwise, I'll take Draymond. Coming off a triple-double last night, these are the kinds of games that he can put up. There are times where he will absolutely kill you as well. Very high risk, high reward type play at 7,100. But like Nick said, this isn't the greatest price range either. I kind of feel like this is a night where you want to get up to the top and then maybe sprinkle in some players at the bottom, at least as of, 11:28 a.m. East Coast time. You never know what's going to happen in the NBA.
Kenny, what do you think? You don't like this price range either?
I don't really love it, but I actually disagree with Nick. I think Jared Allen is a really good play tonight at 7,700. He did play 30 minutes last night against the Hornets. And look, or last game against the Hornets. But look, it's not like the guy's coming back from a knee injury. They're not going to slowly get him back into the rotation. He played 30 minutes in his first game back, and I don't think there's many concerns that he'll play again here at a pretty decent clip here, maybe 30, 35 minutes again. That's what he was seeing before he went out with the concussion anyway. And the thing for me is I really want to attack this Golden State front court. It's been so bad all season long. Draymond Green, he's a fine play tonight, but one thing that he has not done well, and one thing that the Warriors in general haven't done well, is rebound the basketball. Now, it's not totally their fault. They've dealt with so many injuries, but they're still dealing with injuries in the front court. This is a team that not only has the second worst rebounding rate this year, it's actually gone down a little bit over the last 10 games. Anyway, the minutes should be there for Jared Allen, and I think if he's on the floor, he'll get double-digit rebounds. He had a point per minute, or a DK fantasy point per minute, I should say, last time out. So I think that as long as he plays, I think that he'll suit up and play about 35 minutes, and I think he'll have a good game against a really, really weak front court.
All right, guys, we're short on time, so we're going to combine these next 2 questions, and I just want to know who you're taking below 7K. So click, make a decision. Matt, who's it going to be?
DeAndre Ayton, all in against the Kings. He's going to smash them.
All right, Kenny, where are you going below 7K?
Other side of that, Hassan Whiteside at 3,400, 36.25 DK fantasy points, just 23 minutes against Washington. The Suns are 14th in rebounding. Big advantage on the glass for Hassan Whiteside. He goes for double-digit rebounds and double-digit fantasy points. Provides 6x here at least.
Kenny, you got to learn the meaning of rapid fire.
Okay.
You're delaying time by saying that.
You two.
Those are the two guys I had in each of my tiers. So you took them
wow.
both. I'll throw Robert Williams, 5,800. I mean, the blocks and the steals numbers haven't been as crazy as they were a couple weeks ago, but he gets a nice matchup against Andre Drummond, who looked horrific last time out for the Lakers. Their front court's kind of a mess. So give me Robert Williams, 5,800.
All right, don't worry. Our producer says we always plan for Kenny's answer. All right, good stuff, guys. Hockey is next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. To the Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich for NHL opening faceoff. So which of these DFS plays or bets do you like for tonight's 9-game NHL slate? Now, in the break, really quick, we just had Matt LaMarca commenting on how another hockey segment starting with kissing Jeff Ulrich's butt. So let's start at center. You rightfully faded Austin Matthews. We bow down to you. On Tuesday against the Flames, only 1.5 DK fantasy points for the Leafs start. Tonight, he gets the Jets at home. He's expensive again at 9,200. Would you rather pay down to a guy like Florida's Alexander Barkov, who has 5 goals in his last 5 games and will just cost you 7,800?
Look, I can't help it that I'm right all the time, LaMarca. I mean, it just comes with the territory here. You make good picks, you'll get credit where credit's due, but in all seriousness, I kind of like fading Austin Matthews again tonight. I mean, it's a better matchup against Winnipeg. They allow us a ton of scoring chances. They're not that great on the penalty kill, but it really comes down to the slate. We have a 9-game slate here. You got Sidney Crosby. I mean, you mentioned Barkov. He's playing well. I don't really like the matchup against Tampa. I like going deeper than that. Sidney Crosby at 7,700 against Philly. Philly, they're just terrible. They're second in goals allowed per game now in the league. And then you've got a guy underneath them too, Mika Zibanejad, going up against the New Jersey Devils. Devils are a terrific matchup for your forwards. I mean, we had Zibanejad in matchups like this a week ago. We were talking about him at over 8K. Now he's available against the worst penalty kill in the league at 7,200. I like starting with these two players. I think the upside is it's maybe not as high as Matthews. I mean, Matthews obviously the most prolific goal scorer in the league right now, but I think when you factor in the matchups and the massive price differences you're getting, the offenses for both these teams are clicking right now. I like Crosby and Zibanejad. I would rather pay down for those two than pay up for Matthews tonight.
Okay, so are you maybe paying up on the wing? You got some big-time names over 8K tonight. Ovechkin, Pasternak, Kane, Marchand. I mean, which high-priced winger going to stand out to you tonight?
Yeah, and again, I mean, you pay down a little bit on center. You can afford a little bit more on wing, and there's some big names. You could go with Alex Ovechkin. It's a great matchup against Buffalo as well. But again, you look at this as a whole. I mean, Pasternak, Marchand, the Boston offense it's just not good right now. I don't know if Taylor Hall is going to be like a quick fix solution for them. I like going to Patrick Kane here. I think this is a spot for Patrick Kane. He's playing over 23 minutes a night. Just that kind of opportunity for a skilled player like Patrick Kane. It's going to lead to some massive nights. Detroit's a great matchup. I mean, 7th most shots on goal allowed. They're bottom 10 in terms of penalty kill as well. It's Detroit. They're just not a very good team. Patrick Kane has 16 shots on goal in his last 2 games. He's only got 2 goals in his last 10. But again, you can see the aggressiveness. This is going to pay off, in my opinion, with a big night soon. And it wouldn't shock me if it comes here against Detroit. Chicago's still scoring goals, getting in a few more shootouts of late as well because their goaltending hasn't been as solid. So I kind of like the over in this game, and I kind of like the Blackhawks to potentially score a bunch of goals, leading with Kane. He's my favorite pay-up target on the wing tonight for sure.
Okay, so Jeff, breaking news coming in 3 minutes ago at 11:33 a.m. We tweeted out, Austin Matthews has been ruled out tonight versus the Jets. So you faded him. So right again.
Perfect. Wow, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, Austin Matthews, 0 points tonight.
0 points tonight. We are
in all
not.
Seriousness,
yeah, we are not worthy, Jeff. We are
in
not.
all seriousness, it does make John Tavares a lot more interesting target. He's at 6,300. I assume he'll be popular, but that's a really good value play to go down to now at center as well.
Wow, Jeff just can see the future. All right, well, the Sabres have kind of started to find their offense a little recently. Could be because their 21-year-old former number 1 overall pick on the blue line has started to find his game. Rasmus Dahlin has 6 points in his last 6 games. He's only going to cost you 3,600. Is he someone that you'd consider rostering on defense tonight?
Yeah, I definitely consider him. Dahlin is a skilled player. Obviously, we know that he's getting power play 1 exposure, and he's starting to come through with some points. The problem with him is he's not like the greatest fantasy producer. Even with a few points in his last 5 games, he's still only cracked double digits twice there. So he doesn't get you a ton of block shots, doesn't shoot the puck a lot either. I would rather pay up tonight for Filip Hronek of Detroit at 4K. He doesn't cost too much more, but Hronek is just a better fantasy producer. He's averaging 2.5 shots on goal. And you look at the matchups here, and it's not even close. Dahlin's going up against Washington. They're a solid team. I mean, this is a tough matchup. They have a good penalty kill, good special teams. Hronek's going up against the Chicago Blackhawks, who allow the most shots on goal per game. They don't have a good penalty kill. I think they're actually 3rd or maybe even 2nd worst in terms of penalty kills. So, Hronek is getting that power play 1 exposure for the Red Wings. I know they're a terrible offense, but you've got 2 really bad defenses here in this game. I would rather pay up 4K for the Detroit power play quarterback.
All right, Jeff, where are you looking to find some value on this slate?
Yeah. Well, look, these trades have really mixed things up, and I think you got to keep, looking towards it. We saw Anthony Mantha go off in his first game for the Caps, and I don't mind Mantha tonight. His price is up though, and I think we can do a little bit better. Jeff Carter at 4,800, first game for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Penguins have been averaging like around 5 goals per game over the last 6 starts. This offense is clicking. Carter's only going to add to it. I think he's a good, skilled veteran, knows how to get it done on the power play. I don't hate him for like a goal prop tonight going up against Philly, who again, the second worst team in terms of just pure goals allowed per game. So I like Carter at under 5K. I also really like Jacob Vrana. Again, he's on Detroit. Detroit's bad, but Vrana is a guy who we've seen. He's a 20-plus goal scorer twice in his career. He likes to shoot the puck. He's going to get plenty of opportunities. So 3,400 for Jacob Vrana. We got to make sure he's in the lineup tonight. It hasn't been confirmed, but I really do expect he'll make his debut. Probably going to get some good power play exposure. And it's a great matchup with Chicago. He's only 3,400. So Jacob Vrana, to me, again, you got to confirm that he's in the lineup before lock. But if he does play, he's going to be a great value at 3,400.
All right, Jeff. Well, the Flyers and Penguins have the highest total on the slate tonight at 6.5. You were just saying the Penguins offense has been clicking. Is that one you'd want to bet? Is there another game total you have your eye on, or do you like that?
Yeah, I mean, I know I've kind of been, leaning towards the unders here when we're talking about the totals a little bit more, and it has been leaning that way. But, this is not a game where I really am interested in going on the under. I know it's a 6.5 goal total, but again, you look at the Penguins, each of their last 5 games, totals 7 or more goals. And then you've got the Flyers, they've hit the over in 50% of their last 6 games, but this is a team where, they're fully capable of giving up 7 any night right now. Second in goals allowed, like I said, bad goaltending, bad special teams. And now you've got Pittsburgh, adding a guy like Jeff Carter. I think it just speaks to the fact that especially with these teams that have added, some of their players. We've seen it, like with Washington. It kind of just leads to like a short-term burst in terms of offense, and I think you're going to see something similar here. So give me the over here. I do like the over in Philly and Pittsburgh. I actually think I like the over here in Chicago and Detroit almost a little bit better. You're getting a 5.5 goal total, but again, Detroit's been scoring a little bit more lately. Chicago hasn't been as good on defense. I kind of like taking the over in this game, again, playing the trade kind of narrative with Jacob Vrana there. So 2 overs I like on the slate tonight.
All right, Jeff, finally, slate approved pick. What's your favorite bet tonight?
All right, so I had to give the unicorn thing a night off. It didn't come through for us last night. The shots on goal fell 1 short to Tyler Toffoli. Really, broke our streak. But let's go a little bit more conservative here, because even with Austin Matthews out, I feel like you're getting a really good price on the Toronto Maple Leafs for the money line. The Maple Leafs always, coming off a couple losses, they always seem to get discounted here, but they're in a weak division in the North. They're minus 150 on the money line. These two teams really aren't that close. Toronto's second in expected goal rate in the league. Winnipeg is 25th in expected goal rate. Toronto's getting some pretty good goaltending right now. I think that at minus 150 on the money line, Toronto as the home team, they're actually getting discounted here a little bit. So it's not fancy. It's not like a big line or anything, but I do like the Maple Leafs on the money line tonight. That's kind of my favorite bet right now.
All right, love it, Jeff. Amazing work as always. We got one more go around with our NBA panel next. We'll be right back. DraftKings contributors Matt LaMarca and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Guys, do you agree or disagree with the following sportsbook bets on tonight's NBA slate? So largest spread tonight is the Kings and the Suns. Phoenix favored by 13. The Kings have dropped 8 straight games. Sacramento has failed to cover in 5 straight while going 1-7 against the spread during their 8-game skid. So like chase or fade here that Phoenix covers the spread, Matt.
I'm going to chase it. And I almost never take a double-digit favorite. It's hard to win by that much in the NBA. But this Sacramento team without Rashawn Holmes is bad. Like really bad. Their net rating has decreased by 9.4 points per 100 possessions without Rashawn Holmes on the floor this season. And it's not that good to begin with, their net rating. So they've been outscored by nearly 10 points per 100 possessions without Holmes this season. They lost by 12 points at home last night to a Washington Wizards team that also isn't very good. And now they have to go on the road on a back-to-back against the Phoenix Suns, who are one of the best teams in the league. I think Phoenix wins by more than 13 points.
All right. Where are we going to go here? Are you going to chase or fade this, Kenny?
Oh, I'm chasing. Yeah, I look, I don't think I'm not a big fan of like, well, it's double digits, so I'm not going to take it. Like, that's not a rule that makes any sense. I think I'm chasing this here. Look, the Matt hit the nail on the head here about the Kings. They're very bad. But the thing that's particularly concerning to me about the Sacramento Kings right now is at least when they were playing bad defense all season long, at least they were scoring. At least Buddy Hield was hitting threes, and Fox was making things happen inside. They are terrible on offense right now. They're second to last in offensive efficiency over their 8-game losing streak. So the things that have plagued them all season long are not the same things plaguing them right now. They've not only played bad defense, now they're playing bad offense. They just can't do anything. And this team is 9-13 against the spread after a loss this year, 12-32 against the spread in general. Never a good idea to take them after a loss. They have compounded these mistakes really badly. And again, just the Phoenix Suns, I don't think they don't care right now. They don't need to care, but I just think that like a 65% effort from the Suns still results in a 16-point win. So I think that this should be like a 17-point spread to me.
All right, Nick, the Kings have lost 4 of the past 5 by at least 10 points. So the double digits, they don't scare you?
Not at all. I mean, with all due respect to Count Blocula, Hassan Whiteside, the Kings are not afraid to lose to anyone, anywhere, anytime. They've proven that over and over. I just feel bad for De'Aaron Fox, who's really been their only consistent piece this season. I guess Tyrese Halliburton, to some degree, although he's slowed down a little bit over these last few weeks. I mean, Phoenix has the best against the spread record in the league. They cover at about a 65% rate. Sacramento, bottom 5, they cover at about 42%. I mean, unless we get a situation where Phoenix is just really not interested in playing this game, or somehow just takes Sacramento way too lightly and has to turn it on late, and maybe they pull it out in the 4th, I think this is a game that's probably over midway through the 3rd.
All right, lowest spread on the slate is the Celtics favored by 6 over the Lakers. Kenny, chase your fade that the Lakers keep it close.
I'm chasing, man. Look, everyone's back. The whole squad's back, except for, like the biggest members of the squad. Morris is back in the lineup now, or he should be anyway. He's probable for this game. And look, against the Hornets, I know that this team, doesn't score as well without LaMelo Ball, but they still allowed 93 points to the Hornets. Their defense looked pretty good. Kyle Kuzma had 24 points in that game. Kyle Kuzma does not have a top shot moment right now, folks. Kyle Kuzma's out there every night giving it 120%. Just striving for a top shot moment. One day he will get it if maybe he continues to score 24 points a game. You're getting a super motivated Kyle Kuzma right now. All jokes aside, you're getting a great Lakers effort. They're trying to keep pace here in this playoff hunt. They do not want to fall into this play-in tournament. I think the defense has looked really good, and Gasol being back is huge. So I think that they can cover this spread.
All right, what do you think, Nick? Can the Lakers keep this one close? They're 6-4 against the spread in their last 10 games.
I think they could keep it close for most of the game. I mean, 6 is just such a difficult number. I do think Boston probably covers it. The Lakers have been a lot more competitive than I thought they would. Like those first few games without LeBron were appalling. They're struggling just to get to like 95 points against mediocre teams. But like Kenny said, I mean, the defense hasn't only been very good without LeBron and Davis. It has been tied for the best defensive rating in the league since LeBron went down. Over the last 10 games, they're number 1 in sole possession. So even though the offense is kind of a mess still without those top 2 guys, we see this year after year with LeBron teams. Whenever LeBron sits out, nobody knows what to do because you're so reliant on LeBron to create great shots for everyone that when you take that away suddenly, everyone just kind of panics. And the Lakers have been able to figure it out. They've been able to beat the teams that they should beat, which is essentially all you can ask during a stretch when you're playing without LeBron and without Anthony Davis. The problem is I don't know that the Celtics fall into that category. I think Boston is probably just a little too talented that at the end of the day, even if Kuzma and Morris and Schroeder are all playing through these injuries, I think Boston just has a little too much and probably covers this number.
Matt, you riding with the Celtics? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna back Kenny here. Me and Kenny, we're riding the top shot narrative. I like the Lakers here. You look at Boston; they are on a little streak here. They've won 6 of their last 7 games, but you dive into it, none of those wins are particularly impressive. They beat the Rockets, who are dreadful. They've lost 20 in a row at one stretch this year. They beat a really shorthanded Hornets team. They beat the Knicks by 2. They beat the Timberwolves. They beat the Blazers by 1. And then their only impressive win was against the Nuggets, and that game was without Jamal Murray. So I don't think the Celtics team is good. I really don't. It's disappointing. I want them to be good. You look at the players and you think they should be good, but they're not good. How's that for some analysis? I think this Lakers team, as these guys have alluded to, they've been playing okay without their two stars. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Andre Drummond has been like a nice addition for them. I kind of thought Andre Drummond was done at this point, but he's been a decent little find for them at center. I think that the Lakers can actually win this game.
All right, guys, Bucks and Hawks, they got a game total set at 230.5. Chase or fade that this one goes over, Nick?
I think it goes over, but just barely. Obviously, we have some pretty big variance here with Giannis and Trae Young being in the balance. But yeah, even without Giannis, Milwaukee has scored really well over these last few games. They put up 130 just the other day against Minnesota. Obviously, a lot of those games have come against very poor opponents where you're able to get away with playing Thanasis Antetokounmpo like 25 minutes and being just fine. But if Giannis comes back, that obviously adds a ton of punch for Milwaukee offensively. Like I said, the scoring numbers have been good, but without Giannis, the efficiency has not been great. I mean, Milwaukee with Giannis in the lineup the last few years has basically just been like guaranteed to be a top 5, if not top 2 offense. And they've kind of regressed more toward the middle of the pack in terms of efficiency. So if he comes back, I really like the over here. The Hawks have scored 108 and 105 in the last 2 games without Trae Young. Those came against Toronto and Charlotte. Not great teams that are dealing with a ton of injuries. So that's not super encouraging. To me, this is a stay away. If Giannis and or Trae Young play, then I like the over.
All right, Matt, 7 of the Hawks' last 11 games have gone over. What do you think? 230.5.
Yeah, to me, the Trae Young injury is the most important one here,
right? Because
Trae Young is an over-better's dream. The Hawks averaged 10.5 additional points per 100 possessions with Young on the floor, and they also allow more points on the defensive end. So he is a great combination for people who want to see high-scoring games. If he's in, then I have no problem taking the over. If he's out, I think that the Hawks are going to struggle once again, so I would lean towards the under in that regard. I will say for Giannis, his impact, while it's elite all over the court, it's probably at its best on the defensive end. Giannis is one of the most impactful defenders in the league, so even if you think maybe the Bucks score a few additional points with Giannis back in the lineup if he returns, I think that they would also allow a few additional, or a few fewer, allow fewer points on defense in that situation. So to me, that's kind of a wash. It's all about what's up with Trae Young.
Well, Kenny, Milwaukee has the second highest over percentage in the league. What do you think? Does this one go over 230.5?
Yeah, it's because they're third in pace, and they're third in pace over the last 10 games. This team, top 5 in transition possessions. They love to get out in transition. A lot of that is because you have a guy that can take 3 steps from half court in Giannis Antetokounmpo. So there is a lot of injury concern here. I will echo what the guys are saying. If Trae Young plays in this game, though, I have no problem here taking the over. I don't know. It's actually Matt understated Trae Young's impact. 12.1 points per 100 possession is what he adds on offense. It's just insane how much different they are when he's on the floor scoring the basketball. So the other thing here is that Danilo Gallinari is also questionable. That cannot go not said or unsaid, whatever the word is here, because he adds something on offense as well. Both those guys, I think their inclusion here pushes me to take the over. But if they don't play, I'm honestly not too keen on taking it just because Milwaukee can score. But what can the Hawks do on offense against this good defense without those two? I'm just not sure. So I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach. But if Trae Young's in, I think I'm firing it up.
All right, real quick, Slate approved pick. What is your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's 4-game NBA slate? Matt, where are you going?
Phoenix Suns.
Okay. Kenny.
Yeah, I'm taking the Suns. Not too many points for me. Again, the fact that the Kings cannot score is just terrifying. So, yeah, they're going to win by a lot.
Nick.
Give me the under in that Warriors-Cavs game. I think it's at 224 right now. These teams are combined 17-7 in favor of the under on the second half of back-to-backs. Literally the two worst teams in that category on the second half of those back-to-backs.
All right, good stuff, guys. Good stuff as always. Appreciate it. All right, today's Madden schedule. That's going to do it for the sweat. But the first Madden sim is at 2 p.m. No noon sim. First Madden sim at 2 p.m. Then we got 4 p.m. Got a break. No Madden sim at 6 p.m. Then we got sims at 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Make sure you go tune in for those. The sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. every weekday from now on at 11 a.m. Eastern. We will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Great. See you then. everybody? Welcome to the show. I'm Jesse Cofield. 50-ish minutes of DFS and betting advice is coming your way on the Sweat, which kicks off our Madden Sims today. 4 games today. We get started at 2 p.m. Then we have a 4 p.m., 8 p.m., and 10 p.m. sim. All right, let's bring in DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan, Gary Thorne, and Nick Fryer. Let's talk about your favorite picks on today's slates for MLB. 6-game slate, locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. Give us your favorite DFS play from the early slate, Steve.
Yeah, it's going to be Kyle Seager for me. He's helping make the Mariners AL West champions a reality with how well he's been hitting so far. Because, I mean, that team is just lovely. Love that team. Absolutely love them. But so far this season against righties, 362 WOBA, 267 isolated power, and a 136 WRC plus. I mean, he's always been a good hitter against right-handed pitching. And now he's facing Matt Harvey, who's been okay so far, but I think it's safe to say that, this is not the Dark Knight that we're all used to. Lefties have always been an issue for him all throughout his career. So I'm thinking the Cinderella story that has been Matt Harvey so far comes to a crashing halt against that beautiful Mariners team, who, did I mention, are going to win the AL West? That's right. Yep. So Kyle Seager, he's my guy today.
5K for Kyle Seager. Gary, where are you going for your favorite DFS play from the early slate?
Well, he's my favorite DFS play, so I have to mention him, but I do have to mention as well, because it's April, and April baseball is the worst, that there's a chance this game gets rained out. But let's talk Mets-Phillies for a second. It's crazy to me that Brandon Nimmo's price point has not moved the past week. It should have been higher than what it started the season at anyway. We knew he was going to bat leadoff against right-handed pitching for the Mets, but he's still just been locked into this like 3,400, 3,500, 3,600 kind of tier. Today, he's 3,500 against Zach Eflin, who has always struggled to get out left-handed bats. He's hitting leadoff, and oh yeah, Brandon Nimmo has 12 hits in his last 6 games. He cannot be stopped right now. Rain might be the only thing to do it. So obviously you have to keep an eye on this. This is a key game on the slate anyway, with Jacob deGrom pitching, who's definitely going to be popular. But if this game gets going, I definitely would have Brandon Nimmo in a lineup.
All right, Nick, where are you going for your favorite DFS play from that early slate?
Well, I certainly have a better way to spend 5K than Steve does. I know he's been watching Kenny a lot lately, who keeps going with Seager. So good to know that you have the same mind of Kenny right now, Steve. But I'm going to go with...
Who is this guy?
My name is Nick Fryer. I'm on the show every 3 days or whatever. Anyways, Xander Bogaerts, 5K against Pineda tonight. He hits well against him throughout his career. And as long as Pineda's not using pine tar, I feel comfortable about it. Bogaerts hasn't homered yet this season either, so I like that. And he's still hitting well, but he's hitting like 372 right now, so he's doing great. The thing is that with him struggling from the power department right now, that's not who Bogaerts is. He's developed so much recently over the past few years in that regard. So it's got to come at some point. Tonight's the night.
Okay, well, now that you two have been formally introduced to each other, Steve and Nick, let's move on to favorite early bet. Gary, what is your favorite early bet on the DK Sportsbook?
Steve already mentioned this game. He likes the Seattle side. I like both sides, honestly. And instead of picking a side in what could just be a weird 7-inning doubleheader game, the over-under is only set at 7 because we only have 7 guaranteed innings. That seems really low for a game between Matt Harvey, who, coming into this season had given up over 2.2 home runs per 9 across his last 2 seasons. And Marco Gonzalez, I don't think Marco Gonzalez is this bad. He's been terrible for his first 2 starts of the season. He's a better pitcher than that. But at the same time, you can't look at someone who's given up 18% barrel rate on his batted ball events and say, oh yeah, he'll be fine today against the Baltimore team that can get pretty right-handed. So, and they have power too. I just think both teams will be able to score in this game. I don't trust either bullpen, not that we might see a lot of those bullpens. So I think 7's a pretty low number, even given the augmented circumstances of the doubleheader.
Wow. Would you know Kenny liked that in his best bets article on DK Nation? He did. I'm sorry. I have to tell you that. All right, Nick, where are you going for your favorite early bet?
I know Cleveland seems like an easy team to pick on after what happened last night, but I'm going to go with Lance Lynn and his over 6.5 Ks. He's gotten 6 Ks against the Angels. 6 Ks on opening day, and then he got 10 against the Royals. Those are not teams that strike out. They're in the bottom half right now. I feel like right now I lost my train of thought there. I apologize, Jesse.
It's
Right
okay.
now-
Sometimes it happens. You can just take a breath and be like, let me just, okay, now we're back.
Yes. Now we're back. 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we're good. Coming into Wednesday night, I don't expect him to necessarily lock down Cleveland, but when he's getting a K per night or over a K per inning, I feel confident about him right now to at least hit his over.
Okay, Steve, where are you going? And be nice.
I mean, I'm glad everybody's back on track. I mean, with what Nick's saying, he might need to, melt down that gears for some scrap metal money after that. I don't even know what he was talking about. I'll give you something that you can talk about. How about the Pirates over 3.5 runs today at plus 120? Nobody wants to take that bet. They look at that bet and go, oh, why would I want to take the Pirates? That's atrocious. But here's why you want to take the Pirates. Chris Paddock, I don't know what's going on with this guy. And until they can figure out what's going on with him, I'm going to continue to bet against him. His struggles already this season have come over from what he was struggling with last year and 2020. And then you look at the Padres bullpen. They've been great. Don't get me wrong. But they have logged the most inning pitched already so far this season. We've been seeing their starters go out of their games early already, and we've been seeing the Padres relievers start racking up some innings. And like I said, while they pitch so well, that's going to start creeping up on them sooner or later. So 3.5 runs is not a lot for, by the way, a Pirates team that is averaging over 5 runs over the past 3 games. So they are getting some offense there too as well. So I think this is a great spot at plus money to get over 3.5 runs from the stupid Pirates.
From the stupid Pirates.
We'll
see if they can, make that happen for you, Steve. All right, our main slate tonight, 5 games, locking at 7:05 p.m. Eastern. What is your favorite DFS play from this slate, Nick?
Well, I'm looking at a value bet right now in Josh Bell. And before I say anything further, make sure you guys check the lineup because I know Ryan Zimmerman filled in the other night. Bell's supposed to be the starter, but just make sure, that day off, he should still be out there. But I want a piece of the Merrill Kelly action. He's going with 10 innings, giving up a couple bombs over 2 starts. He's not generating swing and misses either. So I feel very comfortable that I'm going to get value out of Josh Bell in this one. There are other guys to be had. There are other good options, but I feel like if you're trying to save a little bit of money, Josh Bell is the way to go.
Yeah, 3,600 for Josh Bell. All right, who is your favorite DFS play from this late slate, Steve?
I like Justin Turner going tonight, facing Austin Gomber over with the Rockies, who, by the way, has walked more batters than innings pitched so far this season. He's locked 11 guys and 9 in the 3rd inning. If there's anything you don't want to do when facing the Dodgers, is put men on base. Because Justin Turner is going to come walking up to the plate, who's smoking the ball right now, because all he does is hit left-handed pitching well. Since the beginning of last season, 364 WOBA, a 203 isolated power, and a 131 WRC plus. So put that situation where there's men on base. Turner comes up. He's got his big red flowing beard. He hits one out to center field. All these guys score. And now there's all the fantasy points you would want and need on this small slate. So Justin Turner, big fan of him tonight. Put him in your lineup.
Yeah, for 5,500, put him in your lineup. Gary, and where are you going for this?
I should preface this by saying I don't think there's a bad matchup on tonight's slate. Like, there's no good pitchers pitching. So you can pretty much put anyone in your lineup and it's perfectly fine. But at the same time, when you're staring at shortstop and Bo Bichette is only the 4th most expensive shortstop going up against Jake Junis, who, if you go from 2018 to 2020, among pitchers who threw at least 300 innings, there was 50 of them. Junis, 1.67 home runs per 9. That's the 3rd highest mark within that span. And Bo Bichette's on fire right now. His last 36 plate appearances, he has a 838 slugging percentage and a 237 WRC plus. He tied a Joe DiMaggio record yesterday, because that's a thing that happens, I guess. He's hot. And he's only, again, the 4th most expensive shortstop in this slate. I don't really get it. I think stacking both sides of that game, Royals and Blue Jays, is probably going to be a pretty good tactic tonight, especially if Tanner Roark ends up pitching in this one. So 4,900 seems pretty good for Bichette.
Seems pretty good. How about your favorite bet from the 7 p.m. slate? Where are you going to go for this one, Steve?
Yeah, so you know what? This is a slate that is really odd and everything. So why don't we just back really bad teams? How about the Tigers over 3.5 runs at minus 108? I mean, to be fair, this Tigers team averaging 6.6 runs per game over their last 3 games. Their offense has been doing pretty well. And this was a very, very good club against lefties last year. Like, we want to talk, we keep bringing up that Dope Kenny, who was saying today, they're not that good against lefties so far. They have the lowest plate appearances against lefties so far this season at 58. For reference, Houston leads the league at 223. So let's give them a little chance to actually get some reps in against lefties. But if you go back to the numbers last year, they were one of the best offenses in the league against lefties. So again, a low total. You're getting close to plus money on this one. It's only at minus 108. This could move a little bit as the day goes on, but over 3.5 runs is not asking for a lot against an offense that, quite frankly, is hitting the ball already. So over 3.5 runs, that's what I'm looking at for tonight.
All right, Gary, where are you going?
I'm going to stick in that same game, and it's because I fear the Tigers offense that I'm not looking to like back Oakland on the money line or like invest all that heavily in Sean Manaea. But I will say his strikeout prop is pretty low on this slate. It's just 4.5. And yes, Manaea is not a guy who, dating back to his sophomore season has been a strikeout pitcher, even though we thought he had the potential to be that when he was a prospect. However, you look at his first 2 starts, there's a couple things you have to know. One, both were against Houston, who right now has the lowest strikeout rate in the American League. So the fact that he didn't rack up a bunch of strikeouts makes a lot of sense. They're at 18.6%. The Tigers are one of 7 teams in baseball with a strikeout rate above 27%. So they're going to help him out in that regard. Also, his average fastball velocity is back up to 91.5 miles per hour. That doesn't seem like a lot, but for him, that's the highest it's been since 2017. So he might be, I don't want to say like a renaissance because he was never that good to begin with, but I think he's a solid pitcher. He had a really good 6-inning start against the Astros last time. If he can survive 6 innings against the Tigers, he's going to strike out at least 5 guys.
Nick, these guys are focused on this Tigers game. What about you?
I'm not going to be. I feel a little, I don't know if I say dirty for taking this one, but we got Rockies Dodgers under 7.5 runs. I had it at plus money before, but that's changed a little bit. I'm seeing that minus 110. Look, it's not in Coors Field. So if it was at Coors Field, I wouldn't even remotely entertain this. But the Dodgers have gone under Thursday's total 6 out of 8 times so far this season, outside of their opening series at Coors. The Rockies haven't gone over this total at all yet on the road. So I'm going to ride that right now, see if I can get a little bit lucky. And then Urias is pitching tonight too. And Urias he did great against the Rockies last time at Coors. So I feel like we're going to get that there too again tonight.
All right, Steve begrudgingly nodding his head. All right, Slate approved pick. Lock of the night. This could be Sportsbook. This could be DFS. Where are you going, Garion?
I'm going to go back and just say stack the Royals, stack the Jays. There's going to be a lot of runs scored in that game. And it's a weird slate. I don't know what else I super trust. That I trust.
All right, Nick, what do you trust?
Rich Hill over 5.5 Ks against the Rangers. He's been getting another guy who's getting a strikeout per inning. And I'm not saying he's going to go out and shove against the Rangers necessarily, but he did well against the Marlins in the strikeout department and the Yankees. Those are 2 teams that are not among the 15 worst in strikeouts so far this season. And the Rangers lead the league in strikeouts so far. So Rich Hill over 5.5 Ks tonight. Lock it.
Steve, Slate approved pick, please.
I mean, look, lock of the day, lock of the night, and the April 15th slate do not go hand in hand. There's not many great things on this slate, so it's going to be a boring answer, but just continue to stack the Dodgers while they face this putrid Rockies team, one of the worst bullpens in the league, one of the worst pitching staffs in the league. It's a boring answer. No, everybody knows that already because you're all smart, beautiful people, but just stick with what you know.
All right, appreciate it. You're being honest, Steve. We love that. You're always honest. All right. Good stuff, guys. I'm going to be right back with our NBA panel to talk about how to attack tonight's very small 4-game slate. Welcome back to the Sweat. I've got DraftKings contributors Matt LaMarca and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen here with me. Guys, before we get into it, some shocking news today. On Instagram this morning, LaMarcus Aldridge announced his retirement after 15 seasons in the NBA. The longtime San Antonio Spur and recent Brooklyn Net referencing dealing with an irregular heartbeat in his final game. He said in his post, "Though I'm feeling better now, what I felt with my heart that night was still one of the scariest things I've experienced." He was a 7-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA selection. I mean, how will you guys remember LaMarcus Aldridge's career, Matt? I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, very shocking news. First off, best of luck to him and whatever comes next. Wish nothing but the best for him. I will remember him as being a great player. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. I think Basketball Reference gives him roughly a 50% chance of making the Hall of Fame. That seems about right to me. His best years came in Portland, sort of before they took that next step. He really evolved into a good team player with the Spurs. Kind of whatever role they asked him to fill, he was willing to fill it. And his absence is going to be a blow for Brooklyn. I mean, we saw last night, they are going to struggle if they have to face Joel Embiid in the playoffs. Aldridge is a guy they could have used. So, yeah, sad day all around for basketball. But, again, nothing but the best for Aldridge moving forward.
Yeah, Kenny, what's your take?
Yeah, look, I'm the biggest Nick Claxton fan. Maybe not the biggest Nick Claxton fan, but I think he's great. But Matt said it. I mean, this is going to definitely lay an impact on Brooklyn. It looked like LaMarcus Aldridge was going to have this late career swan song here with the Nets. He looked really great. So it is sad, and obviously you hope that everything is okay with him with his health, and that health is obviously the most important thing here. But looking at his career, I mean, 7 All-Star games, one of the best post scorers that I can remember watching growing up. I certainly am going to miss him, but if there's any consolation, I feel like we've kind of been, it's been a few years since we've seen him dominate. Like, we know he can down low. So it's not like it's going to come to a sudden end, but nonetheless, I mean, I was excited to see LaMarcus Aldridge in the postseason, maybe put up 15 points for the Nets, have one of those Jeff Green type games that comes out of nowhere, wins them a game. So we are deprived of that. I think that he could have had one last great moment. But I mean, great career. And Matt said it. He's right on the border there of being a Hall of Fame. Definitely one of the best power forwards of this decade and the last couple decades.
Nick, what do you think? Is he a Hall of Famer? He's right on the borderline, according to these guys.
He is, yeah. I check that Basketball Reference Hall of Fame monitor all the time. It's really fascinating to see, what's factored in there. And I mean, honestly, the way that he was playing for Brooklyn, we only saw him in 5 or 6 games, but it was a completely different LaMarcus Aldridge than the player that we saw in San Antonio. He was rejuvenated. He was giving them real valuable minutes at the center spot. And with the way that Brooklyn's playing, with the way that some of the teams in the West are kind of falling by the wayside with injuries, you have to wonder, I mean, if he ended up being like a pretty valuable contributor to a Nets team that wins a title, maybe that's what ends up kind of pushing the balance in his favor when it comes to the Hall of Fame, because he is going to be right on the border. I think the biggest argument against him is, he has 6-7 All-Star appearances, but never really a guy who you're like, this is a winning player. This is somebody who just wins basketball games. He's going to drag you to the conference finals. That's not really, what you think about with LaMarcus Aldridge. So, to me, I think the LaMarcus Aldridge equivalent in like baseball or football, whoever that is, definitely doesn't get in the Hall of Fame, but the Basketball Hall of Fame is a whole lot more lenient. So we'll see. I mean, in some ways, a career coming to kind of a halt like this maybe can kind of help in some ways, where, you don't have those years at the end where it kind of fizzles out and maybe you remember the player a little bit differently. He's not going out on top. He was probably at his best 2-3 years ago, but at the same time, he's avoiding those last 3 or 4 years of your career that for a lot of guys can end up kind of tanking your career numbers.
All right, well, let's get back to today's slate. Very sad LaMarcus Aldridge news. We wish him the best. All right, we have a small 4-game slate tonight in the NBA. Tell me how you're structuring your lineup at each price point, you guys. Let's start with who you're paying up for at $9K. 2 top price guys in this range are questionable. Trae Young, bruised calf, and the top price guy on the slate, Giannis, his knee. He's 10,800, missed last night. Matt, are you waiting to see if either of these guys go, or are you looking somewhere else in that $9K plus range?
Yeah, I do think that if Giannis is in the lineup, he's always going to be somebody that you want to at least consider, especially, decent matchup against the Hawks. But it's hard to look past Steph Curry right now. He's just on fire. 8 straight games with at least 30 points, 8 straight games where he's returned fantasy value. No Kelly Oubre for the Warriors, and Curry has seen the largest usage bump on the team with Oubre off the court. He's averaging nearly 60 DraftKings points per 36 minutes without Oubre this season. So it's hard to fight too hard against him. 10-6 is expensive for Curry, at least the 2021 version of Curry. But given how he's played recently, I see no reason why he can't pay it off versus the Cavs.
10-6, second highest price guy on the slate. Kenny, where are you going?
I'm going with Stephen Curry. Give me the 22 field goal attempts per game over the last 5. On such a short slate, I mean, we know that Stephen Curry is going to be the whole offense for the Golden State Warriors, just as he has been all season long. 61.1 DKFP in those last 5 games. Cleveland's actually allowed that you might see that over the course of the season they haven't been great, or they have been great against point guards, but they have allowed 22 points per game over the last 2 weeks to opposing point guards, which isn't the worst spot in the world, and Sexton's questionable to boot. So I like Stephen Curry. I know he's going to put up shots here. I think he's going to have success against a team that's middling at this point. And I love the volume. I can't get away from it when you consider there really aren't that many options here. Jason Tatum probably going against a defense that's a little rejuvenated in LA, which we'll get to later. I like Stephen Curry here. I like the value.
All right, liking the value. How about you, Nick? Where are you going?
The argument against Steph, I think, is he is playing against the Cavaliers, an overmatched opponent. And obviously this is not a great Warriors team, but I guess the counter argument to that is, they won by 36 last night in OKC, and Steph only needed 29 minutes to get to 42 points and hit 11 3-pointers. So I'm certainly not going to fault anyone for going with Stephen Curry tonight. I'll make a case for De'Aaron Fox. I know it's a tough matchup against Phoenix, but he's been virtually matchup proof for going on about 2 months now at this point. Since the All-Star break, he's at 29 points, 6.5 assists, 4 rebounds, almost 2 steals a game, 50% from the field. I mean, the big thing in season long with Fox is he's like a 75% free throw shooter, which for a high volume shooting point guard is really bad. But, in DraftKings, you're really not too worried about that. He's coming off of a 33, 5, 6, and 6 steals, against Washington last night. Finally kind of becoming, I think, the upside that a lot of people saw coming out of the draft, where he's using that speed, he's using that athleticism. He's been a complete monster on the defensive end. I think Sacramento, there's a pretty good chance they probably get blown out tonight, but as he's proven over the last few weeks, even as the Kings lose game after game, he's still been good for 35, 6, and 5 on a lot of nights.
All right, guys, let's move down to that 8K range. Kenny, you got guys like Capella, Booker, Holiday, Jaylen Brown. You've also got Chris Middleton. Now, if Giannis doesn't go, the Bucks could turn to Middleton like they did last night, right?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly is in play here. I did take a long look at him, but ultimately on such a short slate when there's literally, I think, 5 guys in this range, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to take the highest implied team total. I'm going to take the guy who I know is going to put up a lot of shots once again, and that's Devin Booker at $8,700. The Kings, surprisingly, actually have defended a little bit better than normal. I think it's half a point per 100 possessions, something like that. They don't rank last in the NBA over their 8-game losing streak, but I still think that they're in the Suns are obviously in a very good spot here. The only concern is blowouts. I think that you're concerned about blowouts pretty much all over this slate. Nick mentioned it a little bit with Stephen Curry, but I can't get over the fact that this is such a terrible defense, such a great shooter, and they really have struggled to defend the 3 all season long. And I don't care if it's chalky. I have to take Devin Booker if I'm paying this price.
Yeah, Nick, Kenny's right. 5 guys in that 8K range. Where are you going?
I'm going to make a case for Clint Capella at 8,900. If Giannis ends up playing for Milwaukee, I think I like Clint Capella a little bit less. I think he's easily their best rebounder. Milwaukee's been a fine rebounding team, but Brook Lopez, not a great rebounding center, one of the worst rebounding centers in the league. In fact, Bobby Portis, a guy who certainly works hard on the boards, but doesn't have the same size as Clint Capella. He's given up 3-4 inches there At this point, Capella's been virtually a guaranteed double-double every single night. His last 8 games, he's averaging 19.5 points, 15 rebounds, 2.5 blocks. Obviously, he's not a guy who can get his own offense. He is very much reliant on being fed, easy shots around the rim. So that's maybe a little bit of a concern, but he's a guy that you're rostering to rack up DraftKings points via rebounds and via blocks. So again, if Giannis doesn't play, I like the Capella play quite a bit more.
Matt, you got 5 guys to choose from in that 8K range. Who are you going with?
I will say that this is probably my least favorite price range on the slate, but I do think Devin Booker would be my choice. The fantasy numbers haven't really been there for him, but 35.7% usage rate over his last 10 games, which is pretty crazy high. Now going up against a Kings team that is just a disaster defensively, and they're even worse without Rashawn Holmes. The blowout is definitely a concern, but if Booker starts making some shots, he's got the upside for the monster game here. So I'll side with Devin Booker.
All right, guys, let's move on down to the 7K range. Nick, you've got slightly more people to choose from in this range. 6 instead of 5. Chris Paul, Jared Allen, Bogdanovich. Where are you going?
This is the toughest tier, I think, for me. I'm probably going to stay away from Jared Allen. He missed, I think it was 8 games with a concussion. The Cavs suddenly have a ton of bodies in that front court, so I wouldn't be shocked if his minutes are a little bit limited in his return tonight. So he's probably stay away for me. If Trae Young sits, I like Bogdanovich. He's playing some of the best basketball that we've seen from him in a long time. Certainly his best basketball since joining the Atlanta Hawks. And obviously, he had his best game of the year with Trae Young out. That's no coincidence. So if Trae Young sits, Bogdanovich is my pick. If not, if you're looking for just a high floor, Chris Paul is about as solid as it gets. Going up against that bad Kings defense, like these guys mentioned, maybe not the highest upside in a game that has a double-digit point spread that could be over midway through the third quarter. The Suns are in no position to be giving Chris Paul 38 minutes if they don't have to. But no matter what, if you're looking for a floor in that 35 to 40 DraftKings point range, I think Chris Paul is the guy.
All right, Matt, where are you going to go here?
I agree that if Trae Young is out, Bogdanovich is the pick here. Otherwise, I'll take Draymond. Coming off a triple-double last night, these are the kinds of games that he can put up. There are times where he will absolutely kill you as well. Very high risk, high reward type play at 7,100. But like Nick said, this isn't the greatest price range either. I kind of feel like this is a night where you want to get up to the top and then maybe sprinkle in some players at the bottom, at least as of, 11:28 a.m. East Coast time. You never know what's going to happen in the NBA.
Kenny, what do you think? You don't like this price range either?
I don't really love it, but I actually disagree with Nick. I think Jared Allen is a really good play tonight at 7,700. He did play 30 minutes last night against the Hornets. And look, or last game against the Hornets. But look, it's not like the guy's coming back from a knee injury. They're not going to slowly get him back into the rotation. He played 30 minutes in his first game back, and I don't think there's many concerns that he'll play again here at a pretty decent clip here, maybe 30, 35 minutes again. That's what he was seeing before he went out with the concussion anyway. And the thing for me is I really want to attack this Golden State front court. It's been so bad all season long. Draymond Green, he's a fine play tonight, but one thing that he has not done well, and one thing that the Warriors in general haven't done well, is rebound the basketball. Now, it's not totally their fault. They've dealt with so many injuries, but they're still dealing with injuries in the front court. This is a team that not only has the second worst rebounding rate this year, it's actually gone down a little bit over the last 10 games. Anyway, the minutes should be there for Jared Allen, and I think if he's on the floor, he'll get double-digit rebounds. He had a point per minute, or a DK fantasy point per minute, I should say, last time out. So I think that as long as he plays, I think that he'll suit up and play about 35 minutes, and I think he'll have a good game against a really, really weak front court.
All right, guys, we're short on time, so we're going to combine these next 2 questions, and I just want to know who you're taking below 7K. So click, make a decision. Matt, who's it going to be?
DeAndre Ayton, all in against the Kings. He's going to smash them.
All right, Kenny, where are you going below 7K?
Other side of that, Hassan Whiteside at 3,400, 36.25 DK fantasy points, just 23 minutes against Washington. The Suns are 14th in rebounding. Big advantage on the glass for Hassan Whiteside. He goes for double-digit rebounds and double-digit fantasy points. Provides 6x here at least.
Kenny, you got to learn the meaning of rapid fire.
Okay.
You're
Nick,
delaying time by saying that.
You two.
Those are the two guys I had in each of my tiers. So you took them
Wow.
both. I'll throw Robert Williams, 5,800. I mean, the blocks and the steals numbers haven't been as crazy as they were a couple weeks ago, but he gets a nice matchup against Andre Drummond, who looked horrific last time out for the Lakers. Their front court's kind of a mess. So give me Robert Williams, 5,800.
All right, don't worry. Our producer says we always plan for Kenny's answer. All right, good stuff, guys. Hockey is next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. To the Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich for NHL opening faceoff. So which of these DFS plays or bets do you like for tonight's 9-game NHL slate? Now, in the break, really quick, we had Matt LaMarca commenting on how another hockey segment starting with kissing Jeff Ulrich's butt. So let's start at center. You rightfully faded Austin Matthews. We bow down to you. On Tuesday against the Flames, only 1.5 DK fantasy points for the Leafs start. Tonight, he gets the Jets at home. He's expensive again at 9,200. Would you rather pay down to a guy like Florida's Alexander Barkov, who has 5 goals in his last 5 games and will just cost you 7,800?
Look, I can't help it that I'm right all the time, LaMarca. I mean, it just comes with the territory here. You make good picks, you'll get credit where credit's due, but in all seriousness, I kind of like fading Austin Matthews again tonight. I mean, it's a better matchup against Winnipeg. They allow us a ton of scoring chances. They're not that great on the penalty kill, but it really comes down to the slate. We have a 9-game slate here. You got Sidney Crosby. I mean, you mentioned Barkov. He's playing well. I don't really like the matchup against Tampa. I like going deeper than that. Sidney Crosby at 7,700 against Philly. Philly, they're just terrible. They're second in goals allowed per game now in the league. And then you've got a guy underneath them too, Mika Zibanejad, going up against the New Jersey Devils. Devils are a terrific matchup for your forwards. I mean, we had Zibanejad in matchups like this a week ago. We were talking about him at over 8K. Now he's available against the worst penalty kill in the league at 7,200. I like starting with these two players. I think the upside is it's maybe not as high as Matthews. I mean, Matthews obviously the most prolific goal scorer in the league right now, but I think when you factor in the matchups and the massive price differences you're getting, the offenses for both these teams are clicking right now. I like Crosby and Zibanejad. I would rather pay down for those two than pay up for Matthews tonight.
Okay, so are you maybe paying up on the wing? You got some big-time names over 8K tonight. Ovechkin, Pasternak, Kane, Marchand. I mean, which high-priced winger going to stand out to you tonight?
Yeah, and again, I mean, you pay down a little bit on center. You can afford a little bit more on wing. And there's some big names. You could go with Alex Ovechkin. It's a great matchup against Buffalo as well. But again, you look at this as a whole. I mean, Pasternak, Marchand, the Boston offense it's just not good right now. I don't know if Taylor Hall is going to be like a quick fix solution for them. I like going to Patrick Kane here. I think this is a spot for Patrick Kane. He's playing over 23 minutes a night. Just that kind of opportunity for a skilled player like Patrick Kane. It's going to lead to some massive nights. Detroit's a great matchup. I mean, 7th most shots on goal allowed. They're bottom 10 in terms of penalty kill as well. It's Detroit. They're just not a very good team. Patrick Kane has 16 shots on goal in his last 2 games. He's only got 2 goals in his last 10. But again, you can see the aggressiveness. This is going to pay off, in my opinion, with a big night soon. And it wouldn't shock me if it comes here against Detroit. Chicago's still scoring goals, getting in a few more shootouts of late as well because their goaltending hasn't been as solid. So I kind of like the over in this game, and I kind of like the Blackhawks to potentially score a bunch of goals leading with Kane. He's my favorite pay-up target on the wing tonight for sure.
Okay, so Jeff, breaking news coming in 3 minutes ago at 11:33 a.m. We tweeted out, Austin Matthews has been ruled out tonight versus the Jets. So you faded him. So right again.
Perfect. Wow, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, Austin Matthews, 0 points tonight.
0
Perfect.
points tonight. We are
In all
not.
seriousness,
Yeah, we are not worthy, Jeff. We are
in
not
all
worthy.
seriousness, it does make John Tavares a lot more interesting target. He's at 6,300. I assume he'll be popular, but that's a really good value play to go down to now at center as well.
Wow, Jeff just can see the future. All right, well, the Sabres have kind of started to find their offense a little recently. Could be because their 21-year-old former #1 overall pick on the blue line has started to find his game. Rasmus Dahlin has 6 points in his last 6 games. He's only going to cost you 3,600. Is he someone that you'd consider rostering on defense tonight?
Yeah, I definitely consider him. Dahlin is a skilled player. Obviously, we know that he's getting power play 1 exposure, and he's starting to come through with some points. The problem with him is he's not like the greatest fantasy producer. Even with a few points in his last 5 games, he's still only cracked double digits twice there. So he doesn't get you a ton of block shots, doesn't shoot the puck a lot either. I would rather pay up tonight for Philip Hronek of Detroit at 4K. He doesn't cost you much more, but Hronek is just a better fantasy producer. He's averaging 2.5 shots on goal. And you look at the matchups here, and it's not even close. Dahlin's going up against Washington. They're a solid team. I mean, this is a tough matchup. They have a good penalty kill, good special teams. Hronek's going up against the Chicago Blackhawks, who allow the most shots on goal per game. They don't have a good penalty kill. I think they're actually 3rd or maybe even 2nd worst in terms of penalty kills. So, Hronek is getting that power play 1 exposure for the Red Wings. I know they're a terrible offense, but you've got 2 really bad defenses here in this game. I would rather pay up 4K for the Detroit power play quarterback.
All right, Jeff, were you looking to find some value on this slate?
Yeah. Well, look, these trades have really mixed things up, and I think you got to keep, looking towards it. We saw Anthony Mantha go off in his first game for the Caps, and I don't mind Mantha tonight. His price is up though, and I think we can do a little bit better. Jeff Carter at 4,800, first game for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Penguins have been averaging like around 5 goals per game over their last 6 starts. This offense is clicking. Carter's only going to add to it. I think he's a good, skilled veteran, knows how to get it done on the power play. I don't hate him for like a goal prop tonight going up against Philly, who again, the second worst team in terms of just pure goals allowed per game. So I like Carter at under 5K. I also really like Jacob Vrana. Again, he's on Detroit. Detroit's bad, but Vrana is a guy who we've seen. He's a 20-plus goal scorer twice in his career. He likes to shoot the puck. He's going to get plenty of opportunities. So 3,400 for Jacob Vrana. We got to make sure he's in the lineup tonight. It hasn't been confirmed, but I really do expect he'll make his debut. Probably going to get some good power play exposure. And it's a great matchup with Chicago. He's only 3,400. So Jacob Vrana, to me, again, you got to confirm that he's in the lineup before lock. But if he does play, he's going to be a great value at 3,400.
All right, Jeff. Well, the Flyers and Penguins have the highest total on the slate tonight at 6.5. You were just saying the Penguins offense has been clicking. Is that one you'd want to bet? Is there another game total you have your eye on, or do you like that?
Yeah, I mean, I know I've kind of been, leaning towards the unders here when we're talking about the totals a little bit more, and it has been leaning that way. But, this is not a game where I really am interested in going on the under. I know it's a 6.5 goal total, but again, you look at the Penguins, each of their last 5 games, totals 7 or more goals. And then you've got the Flyers, they've hit the over in 50% of their last 6 games, but this is a team where, they're fully capable of giving up 7 any night right now. Second in goals allowed, like I said, bad goaltending, bad special teams. And now you've got Pittsburgh, adding a guy like Jeff Carter. I think it just speaks to the fact that, especially with these teams that have added, some of their players, we've seen it like with Washington, it kind of just leads to like a short-term burst in terms of offense. And I think you're going to see something similar here. So give me the over here. I do like the over in Philly and Pittsburgh. I actually think I like the over here in Chicago and Detroit almost a little bit better. You're getting a 5.5 goal total. But again, Detroit's been scoring a little bit more lately. Chicago hasn't been as good on defense. I kind of like taking the over in this game, again, playing the trade kind of narrative with Jacob Vrana there. So 2 overs I like on the slate tonight.
All right, Jeff, finally, slate approved pick. What's your favorite bet tonight?
All right. So I had to give the unicorn thing a night off. It didn't come through for us last night. The shots on goal fell 1 short to Tyler Toffoli. Really, broke our streak. But let's go a little bit more conservative here, because even with Austin Matthews out, I feel like you're getting a really good price on the Toronto Maple Leafs for the money line. The Maple Leafs always, coming off a couple losses, they always seem to get discounted here, but they're in a weak division in the North. They're minus 150 on the money line. These two teams really aren't that close. Toronto's second in expected goal rate in the league. Winnipeg is 25th in expected goal rate. Toronto's getting some pretty good goaltending right now. I think that at minus 150 on the money line, Toronto as the home team, they're actually getting discounted here a little bit. So it's not fancy. It's not like a big line or anything, but I do like the Maple Leafs on the money line tonight. That's kind of my favorite bet right now.
All right, love it, Jeff. Amazing work as always. We got one more go around with our NBA panel next. We'll be right back. DraftKings contributors Matt LaMarca and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Guys, do you agree or disagree with the following sportsbook bets on tonight's NBA slate? So largest spread tonight is the Kings and the Suns. Phoenix favored by 13. The Kings have dropped 8 straight games. Sacramento has failed to cover in 5 straight while going 1-7 against the spread during their 8-game skid. So like chase or fade here that Phoenix covers the spread, Matt.
I'm going to chase it. And I almost never take a double-digit favorite. It's hard to win by that much in the NBA. But this Sacramento team without Rashawn Holmes is bad. Like really bad. Their net rating has decreased by 9.4 points per 100 possessions without Rashawn Holmes on the floor this season. And it's not that good to begin with, their net rating. So they've been outscored by nearly 10 points per 100 possessions without Holmes this season. They lost by 12 points at home last night to a Washington Wizards team that also isn't very good. And now they have to go on the road on a back-to-back against the Phoenix Suns, who are one of the best teams in the league. I think Phoenix wins by more than 13 points.
All right. Where are we going to go here? Are you going to chase or fade this, Kenny?
Oh, I'm chasing. Yeah, I look, I don't think I'm not a big fan of like, well, it's double digits, so I'm not going to take it. Like, that's not a rule that makes any sense. I think I'm chasing this here. Look, the Matt hit the nail on the head here about the Kings. They're very bad. But the thing that's particularly concerning to me about the Sacramento Kings right now is at least when they were playing bad defense all season long, at least they were scoring. At least Buddy Hield was hitting threes, and Fox was making things happen inside. They are terrible on offense right now. They're second to last in offensive efficiency over their 8-game losing streak. So the things that have plagued them all season long are not the same things plaguing them right now. They've not only played bad defense, now they're playing bad offense. They just can't do anything. And this team is 9-13 against the spread after a loss this year, 12-32 against the spread in general. Never a good idea to take them after a loss. They have compounded these mistakes really badly. And again, just the Phoenix Suns, I don't think they don't care right now. They don't need to care, but I just think that like a 65% effort from the Suns still results in a 16-point win. So I think that this should be like a 17-point spread to me.
All right, Nick, the Kings have lost 4 of the past 5 by at least 10 points. So the double digits, they don't scare you?
Not at all. I mean, with all due respect to Count Blocula, Hassan Whiteside, the Kings are not afraid to lose to anyone, anywhere, anytime. They've proven that over and over. I just feel bad for De'Aaron Fox, who's really been their only consistent piece this season. I guess Tyrese Halliburton, to some degree, although he's slowed down a little bit over these last few weeks. I mean, Phoenix has the best against the spread record in the league. They cover at about a 65% rate. Sacramento, bottom 5, they cover at about 42%. I mean, unless we get a situation where Phoenix is just really not interested in playing this game, or somehow just take Sacramento way too lightly and has to turn it on late, and maybe they pull it out in the 4th. I think this is a game that's probably over midway through the 3rd.
All right, lowest spread on the slate is the Celtics favored by 6 over the Lakers. Kenny, chase your fade that the Lakers keep it close.
I'm chasing, man. Look, everyone's back. The whole squad's back, except for, like the biggest members of the squad. Morris is back in the lineup now, or he should be anyway. He's probable for this game. And look, against the Hornets, I know that this team, doesn't score as well without LaMelo Ball, but they still allowed 93 points to the Hornets. Their defense looked pretty good. Kyle Kuzma had 24 points in that game. Kyle Kuzma does not have a top shot moment right now, folks. Kyle Kuzma's out there every night giving it 120%. Just striving for a top shot moment. One day he will get it if maybe he continues to score 24 points a game. You're getting a super motivated Kyle Kuzma right now. All jokes aside, you're getting a great Lakers effort. They're trying to keep pace here in this playoff hunt. They do not want to fall into this play-in tournament. I think the defense has looked really good, and Gasol being back is huge. So I think that they can cover this spread.
All right, what do you think, Nick? Can the Lakers keep this one close? They're 6-4 against the spread in their last 10 games.
I think they could keep it close for most of the game. I mean, 6 is just such a difficult number. I do think Boston probably covers it. The Lakers have been a lot more competitive than I thought they would. Like, those first few games without LeBron were appalling. Where, like, they're struggling just to get to like 95 points against mediocre teams. But like Kenny said, I mean, the defense hasn't only been very good without LeBron and Davis. It has been tied for the best defensive rating in the league since LeBron went down. Over the last 10 games, they're number 1 in sole possession. So even though the offense is kind of a mess still without those top 2 guys, we see this year after year with LeBron teams. Whenever LeBron sits out, nobody knows what to do because you're so reliant on LeBron to create great shots for everyone that when you take that away suddenly, everyone just kind of panics. And the Lakers have been able to figure it out. They've been able to beat the teams that they should beat, which is essentially all you can ask during a stretch when you're playing without LeBron and without Anthony Davis. The problem is I don't know that the Celtics fall into that category. I think Boston is probably just a little too talented that at the end of the day, even if Kuzma and Morris and Schroeder are all playing through these injuries, I think Boston just has a little too much and probably covers this number.
Matt, you riding with the Celtics? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna back Kenny here. Me and Kenny, we're riding the top shot narrative. I like
That's
the
right.
Lakers here. You look at Boston, they are on a little streak here. They've won 6 of their last 7 games, but you dive into it, none of those wins are particularly impressive. They beat the Rockets, who are dreadful. They've lost 20 in a row at one stretch this year. They beat a really shorthanded Hornets team. They beat the Knicks by 2. They beat the Timberwolves. They beat the Blazers by 1. And then their only impressive win was against the Nuggets, and that game was without Jamal Murray. So I don't think the Celtics team is good. I really don't. It's disappointing. I want them to be good. You look at the players and you think they should be good, but they're not good. How's that for some analysis? I think this Lakers team, as these guys have alluded to, they've been playing okay without their two stars. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Andre Drummond has been like a nice addition for them. I kind of thought Andre Drummond was done at this point, but he's been a decent little find for them at center. I think that the Lakers can actually win this game.
All right, guys, Bucks and Hawks, they got a game total set at 230.5. Chase or fade that this one goes over, Nick?
I think it goes over, but just barely. Obviously, we have some pretty big variance here with Giannis and Trae Young being in the balance. But yeah, even without Giannis, Milwaukee has scored really well over these last few games. They put up 130 just the other day against Minnesota. Obviously, a lot of those games have come against very poor opponents where you're able to get away with playing Thanasis Antetokounmpo like 25 minutes and being just fine. But if Giannis comes back, that obviously adds a ton of punch for Milwaukee offensively. Like I said, the scoring numbers have been good, but without Giannis, the efficiency has not been great. I mean, Milwaukee with Giannis in the lineup the last few years has basically just been like guaranteed to be a top 5, if not top 2 offense. And they've kind of regressed more toward the middle of the pack in terms of efficiency. So if he comes back, I really like the over here. The Hawks have scored 108 and 105 in the last 2 games without Trae Young. Those came against Toronto and Charlotte. Not great teams that are dealing with a ton of injuries. So that's not super encouraging. To me, this is a stay away. If Giannis and or Trae Young play, then I like the over.
All right, Matt, 7 of the Hawks' last 11 games have gone over. What do you think? 230.5.
Yeah, to me, the Trae Young injury is the most important one here,
right?
Because Trae Young is an over-better's dream. The Hawks averaged 10.5 additional points per 100 possessions with Young on the floor, and they also allow more points on the defensive end. So he is a great combination for people who want to see high-scoring games. If he's in, then I have no problem taking the over. If he's out, I think that the Hawks are going to struggle once again, so I would lean towards the under in that regard. I will say for Giannis, his impact, while it's elite all over the court, it's probably at its best on the defensive end. Giannis is one of the most impactful defenders in the league, so even if you think maybe the Bucks score a few additional points with Giannis back in the lineup if he returns, I think that they would also allow a few additional, or a few fewer, allow fewer points on defense in that situation. So to me, that's kind of a wash. It's all about what's up with Trae Young.
Well, Kenny, Milwaukee has the second highest over percentage in the league. What do you think? Does this one go over 230.5?
Yeah, it's because they're third in pace, and they're third in pace over the last 10 games. This team, top 5 in transition possessions. They love to get out in transition. A lot of that is because you have a guy that can take 3 steps from half court in Giannis Antetokounmpo. So there is a lot of injury concern here. I will echo what the guys are saying. If Trae Young plays in this game, though, I have no problem here taking the over. I don't know. It's actually Matt understated Trae Young's impact. 12.1 points per 100 possession is what he adds on offense. It's just insane how much different they are when he's on the floor scoring the basketball. So the other thing here is that Danilo Gallinari is also questionable. That cannot go not said or unsaid, whatever the word is here, because he adds something on offense as well. Both those guys, I think their inclusion here pushes me to take the over. But if they don't play, I'm honestly not too keen on taking it just because Milwaukee can score, but what can the Hawks do on offense against this good defense without those two? I'm just not sure. So I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach. But if Trae Young's in, I think I'm firing it up.
All right, real quick, Slate approved pick. What is your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's 4-game NBA slate? Matt, where are you going?
Phoenix Suns.
Okay. Kenny.
Yeah, I'm taking the Suns. Not too many points for me. Again, the fact that the Kings cannot score is just terrifying. So, yeah, they're going to win by a lot.
Nick.
Give me the under in that Warriors-Cavs game. I think it's at 224 right now. These teams are combined 17-7 in favor of the under on the second half of back-to-backs. Literally the two worst teams in that category on the second half of those back-to-backs.
All right, good stuff, guys. Good stuff as always. Appreciate it. All right, today's Madden schedule. That's going to do it for the sweat. But the first Madden sim is at 2 p.m. No noon sim. First Madden sim at 2 p.m. Then we got 4 p.m. Got a break. No Madden sim at 6 p.m. Then we got sims at 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Make sure you go tune in for those. The sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. every weekday from now on at 11 a.m. Eastern. We will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Great. See you then.
What's up, ZT? Glash, producer Drew's with us. We also have Tom on the ones and twos today. All right, we've got some business to get to before we start simming. If you're here, thank you. There's 63 of you watching on YouTube. Twitch fam is filing in as well. So here's the first order of business. Over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you can find the Madden Bracket Tourney free-to-play pool, round of 16. In other words, round 2, which you can play for free. $5,000 prize pool. Right now, 11,328 entries. This is free, folks. You get one entry
money
per person, per DK username. So get involved. All you have to do is pick winners. Pick the 8 winners of the second round. Tampa, Vegas, Pittsburgh, LA, Green Bay, and the Chargers. San Fran, New Orleans, Tennessee, Baltimore, Buffalo football team, Seattle, Cleveland, and then KC, Miami. That's it. So you got a couple minutes left. It locks at 2 p.m. So get involved. Just go to the promotions tab on DraftKings.com or go to the sports book, if applicable, in your state. And it's available there as well. Sound good to you, ZT?
Sounds great to me. Congratulations to the 70+ people who won $70+ in the first round.
There you go. And you didn't have to pay a dime to get in. Not even a penny. Just had to be there and pick. We're also really happy to announce here at DraftKings that in honor of Jackie Robinson Day, we are donating $200,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation. The Jackie Robinson Foundation, founded by Jackie's wife, Rachel, works to narrow the achievement gap in higher education and in the workplace through scholarships and support services to annual groups of foundation scholars and fellows. We have also created a free-to-play popularity pool to celebrate the occasion, which features questions about number 42's career and those that followed in his footsteps. And as a nod to Jackie, it has a total prize pool of $42,000. Questions range from fan favorites of Jackie Robinson's moments to favorite athletes to wear number 42. The pool closes on April 30th. So still 2+ weeks to get involved with our Jackie Robinson free-to-play popularity pool, which is up. Again, you got to go to the promo tab over on DraftKings.com or use the sports books. That's really cool. DraftKings.
It's awesome.
Honoring Jackie Robinson here on Jackie Robinson Day. So it's open for 2 weeks. So we'll extend things, of course, till the 30th, and we'll be sure to keep you. Season. Jackie Rob, yeah, exactly, right. So we'll be sure to keep you reminded of that as we move along. So very good. All right, we've got a few minutes until we begin. Lineups have locked, and your boy Glasheen here did not get a lineup in time because he had to read the stuff.
All right.
It's my own fault. I should have been more prepared. Well, whatever. I like Henry Ruggs. Ruggs has been good in this matchup. He did it in real life, like a garbage score, if I remember correctly. I could be making that up, but he's been good in the Sims, I believe, against Tampa.
Yeah, he has been. He's been very good against Tampa, as has Darren Waller, and that's actually who I went with. My captain was Waller, just because I think there is a little bit more stability there, a little bit less up and down. Ruggs, you're kind of reliant on that big play. I mean, he's got the speed to do it for sure, but it'll be interesting to see if the Bucks do focus on shutting him down a little bit more, and then I think that opens up the middle of the field for Waller. We'll see if that's how it plays out. Bucks with the ball first. I can tell you that in that free-to-play pool, Glash, 94.95% of people pick the Bucks. 94%. That is a huge percentage. That's more, I think, than picked the Bucks in the first round.
Just going to ask that. Like, what were the percentages for the Jaguars to have any chance?
I think the Jaguars had a higher percentage. I actually have that saved. I'll look that up. But some other interesting percentages here. The Bucks are the heaviest favorite as far as just from the people who picked. 94% is the highest of those entries in the pool. The Packers are close, 93% of people on the Packers and 93% of people on the Chiefs.
Okay.
But, it's fairly evenly split on the Steelers-Rams. That'll be a big differentiator. That's a 48-51 split there. And then Seahawks-Browns is pretty even too, 60-40 or so on that one. So some interesting. I have my picks up on Playbook, broke down all the past matchups between the teams as well as previewed tonight's slate specifically. So check that out, playbook.draftkings.com. Look for George Kittle, and you will find my picks for what I did. And I actually can tell you that I have one pick that is less than 10% picked in this pool. So we'll see if that one hits or not.
All right. Very good.
It's not this game. I picked the Bucks in this game.
Yeah, I don't blame you. They've had success head-to-head. See you guys in the chat having some problems with uploading the Game Center on the app and also the website. We can relate, so we're not alone. At least the stream is here, alive and well.
It's true.
So you're not alone. If you think you're alone, you're not.
You gonna sing about it? It sounded like a song lyric. I thought you were quoting a song lyric.
Oh, I wasn't.
Okay.
No, but I can say that I did next time.
Cool.
I want to say hi to Muhammad, Damian, Bucky, D-Rod, BW Parks, Dante, Lee. Lee says round 2. Let's go Tampa. Hope everyone's doing well and enjoying their Thursday, Friday.
First down there by Fournette.
Team JPC paid money, but the contest isn't showing up in my live section. This is not an ops team problem. This is just the site trying to get going. So our team is behind it and understands. So we hear you. We see you. 3rd and 1. Brady's going to spread them out and complete to Gronkowski.
Got it.
For a first down. It's a site issue. Website issue. It will be adjusted. Brian C. says, my girlfriend left me. Am I alone? You're not alone. Sarah's not here right now. Come on over. Let's party.
And A-Rod.
And A-Rod.
So, I mean...
New owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves and Lynx.
Yes. And newly single.
There you go. I really appreciate Tater Hater. He did hear that I did not get a lineup in time, so I can ride with him.
Oh, nice.
We're rooting for Fournette, I guess, in the captain spot.
Oh, okay. Well, I have Mike Evans, who just made that catch. Not my captain spot, but Mike Evans expected to have a big game by Frangelico because he rostered the other guy, Chris Godwin. He said he always gets it wrong. So I said, okay, which one you got? I'll take the other one. Actually, I already had both in my lineup.
All right, so we've been told too that our sound has been fixed. Now we have the crowd noise.
Nice.
Very
nice.
good. We're getting
It's
there.
good to have the crowd here. Tom Brady's got his X Factor lit up. He's fired up, ready to move on, hopefully. We'll have our first Elite 8 team after this. We're already down to 16 in this tournament. 4 Elite 8 teams advanced today, 4 tomorrow. Did you make your picks?
I can now.
All right, let's do it.
Pittsburgh, out of spite of Jared Goff. Green Bay's beating the Chargers.
Okay.
San Fran over New Orleans. Give it to me.
Hey, I've got that one too.
Nice. Scotty Miller, first down. All right.
Just for the record, the Saints are also Koff's champ, so I kind of hope they lose. Okay, yeah, because of that.
Baltimore over Tennessee.
Yep.
Buffalo to beat the football team.
Nope.
Boo! Muhammad is already sensing an O.J. Howard vulture. First drive of the sim.
I like it.
Tampa's about 5 minutes into the clock.
Touchdown.
Evans, touchdown.
Mike Evans, touchdown. Bucks jump out to the early lead here in very sunny Tampa Bay. This looks very sunny here in Tampa. John Gruden, of course, back where he led this Buccaneers team. Well, maybe not this Buccaneers team, but to the Super Bowl.
Sure did.
Against the Raiders. Now he's coaching the Raiders against the Bucks in Tampa. It's like a full circle of full circles.
Extra point, suck up. No problemo.
I need to know your Seahawks, Browns, and Chiefs, Dolphins. You didn't finish.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Cleveland will beat Detroit.
Cleveland already beat Detroit.
I'm sorry,
Cleveland's
Cleveland
now
will
playing
beat
Seattle.
Cleveland will beat Seattle. That's right.
Okay.
And then KC over Miami.
I don't think the Chiefs are going to win this whole thing, but they've got a pretty easy draw. I mean, they've had to play the Jets and now the Dolphins. Eventually,
yeah,
I think though.
Yeah, but that's what you get though when you get a great seed.
Yeah, but do you think the Packers had to play the Falcons in the first round?
True.
And the Bills, who are the number 3 seed.
If Aaron Rodgers just ran it in, their seed would have been better. So.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
I'm talking about real life. This is based on the real postseason, Aaron.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he wouldn't have to play the Falcons in the first round. Would have been Tampa.
I'm sure that's exactly what his motivation should have been.
That's exactly that's exactly what these virtual players are thinking.
In real life, as he's rolling out of the pocket, I'm sure he was like, in the Madden bracket tournament in April, I want a better seed. I better run this into the end zone rather than let my coach kick a field goal. Who wanted to kick the field goal? That was pretty funny.
Yeah, the Jeopardy thing. That was good.
Yep.
See you guys in the chat. If you're just jumping in, the website is down, DraftKings.com, the app, it is down right now. Our great team behind the scenes that does all that tech stuff is aware of it and working on it. We're all in this together.
True. That's why we're not telling you what the percentages of ownership are, because we don't know right now.
We don't know.
The Bucks were 95% picked in the first round to beat the Jaguars. They're 94.9% picked to beat the Raiders. So almost the exact same.
Henry had a 53-yard catch to the 9.
All right. Maybe we get a game here. The Raiders did beat the Bucks once in their previous meetings, a matchup we hadn't seen for a very long time in Madden, and then we've seen like 4 times in the last month.
Darren Waller.
There's my captain, Waller, with his first catch of the day. See if the Raiders can finish this off with a touchdown.
2nd and goal from the 7. Good to have you with us. Round 2's underway. Tampa the 1 seed, Vegas the 16. Tell us, who'd you guys pick in the head-to-head with the free-to-play pool? Tell us.
Yep.
11,370 entries.
Give us your juiciest upset in this round.
Yeah.
We didn't get a lot of upsets in the first round. Only 2 lower seeds advanced as we see Waller fighting to the 1. I needed that touchdown. Come on, dude. Only 2 lower seeds advanced, the Chargers and the 49ers. Other than that, chalk held. You think we see the same thing in this round, or will we get some more upsets? Will we get some more Cinderellas to make a run to the Elite 8? I mean, you just made your picks. You didn't pick many upsets. You picked the 49ers, so I think that would be the biggest upset. Numerically, they would be the lowest seed to advance if that was the case. Josh Jacobs with the touchdown there to tie this one up. Who's your biggest upset? Is it the 49ers?
It's got to be, right? 21 seed against the 5 seed New Orleans.
So do you think the top 4 seeds all survive then?
Yeah,
the Bucks,
pretty much.
Bills, Chiefs, and Packers. All right. I think the Bills are going to go down. It's my bold prediction.
It's not a bad pick based on the ratings we know, right? Like
Washington's defense is pretty good. They always seem to perform a little bit better than expected because their defense is just so good. Their offense can be absolutely awful. I mean, Dwayne Haskins can be a just inaccurate train wreck. But that being said, the Bills are beatable on the ground. J.D. McKissick is usually pretty decent for them. So I think McKissick has a big game and Washington pulls the upset. That would be my biggest upset pick. Drop your biggest upset picks in the chat. Let us know who you got. Anybody see the Chargers pulling it off against the Packers? They're my champion. I picked them before the whole thing began. I said Packers over the Ravens was my championship game.
I mean, they've got a good spot.
I was worried about the Falcons. I got to say. In the first round, I was like, that could be a trap game. But it was okay. They escaped that one.
Neville Cleanup Hitter on YouTube says the Chargers are going to beat the Packers.
They could. I mean, Justin Herbert and Austin Eckler have big games. Eckler against that Packers run defense is a matchup that I like for Eckler. I just also don't trust Herbert.
Okay. We got a couple days to see how it shakes out. The tournament ends on Monday.
Yep. So we have eight teams playing today, 8 teams playing tomorrow. And then we'll have our Elite 8. That will be Saturday, Sunday, Final Four, Monday, championship. And look, Glash has got the bracket.
There you go. That's what we got going on.
That's it.
Oh, yeah, I got to back it up a little bit. There we go.
A little bit, yeah. There you go.
How's that?
Looks good. I can't read it from here, but I'm sure the people can.
Yeah, no, you really can't. It's fair. It's a fair criticism. So, boys and girls, up here we have the Buccaneers facing the Raiders. And the winner of this game plays the winner of Pittsburgh and the Rams.
Yep, it's true. 8 and 9 seeds.
So there you go. And I put the
and
score.
That game is in L.A. because L.A. is the 8 seed, Pittsburgh is the 9 seed.
Yep, go Pittsburgh. Go Pittsburgh.
I know. I thought we were going to get rid of. We called the game right before the Rams played last time. We were like, hey, look at it this way. If the Panthers pull off the upset, we don't have any Jared Goff for a week. And then it didn't happen. Unfortunately, for all those who don't enjoy watching Jared Goff play. If you do enjoy him playing or you want to see him lose, 4:00, Steelers. I think the Steelers win that game. I think the Steelers defense will be able to shut Goff and the Rams down. I don't love the Steelers offense, but I dislike the Rams offense more. Neither one of those teams has great offenses. Both have great defenses, though. Lots of X-Factor superstars, including, of course, 99 overall rating for Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I can understand. The weapons are really good, and you can't ignore that. No question. I do understand. We see you guys in the chat asking questions about the app and the website. Frangelico is talking to IT. The DK app in general is being affected. That is the message I am getting. So we are all in this together. Yep, I'm still refreshing. Sorry, something went wrong.
Sorry.
So it's being worked on,
Something
guys.
went wrong.
It's being worked on. So that's why we're paused here to send the message, the app, website down for everybody. They are working on it, so we would give you ownership if we could.
But we cannot.
But we can't. What I can tell you, though, is if you entered the round 2 5K free-to-play pool on the sportsbook or the promo tab on DraftKings.com, 11,370 entries. That is great.
Mm-hmm.
We've already we've seen some folks in here predict upsets. Neville mentioned Chargers over Packers.
Yep.
I mean, San Francisco is one of those sneaky teams, right? As Brady is getting swallowed. San Francisco had injuries.
13. Yeah, they've got the injuries, so they're underseeded because of that. And then also, Mostert, right? Mostert is just a beast. Had the double bonus in the first game as the 49ers rallied to knock off the Colts in overtime.
I'm stealing this from someone in the chat from last night, but you look at all the teams here, ZT.
Yes.
A lot of good running backs in of these 16 teams. Am I making that up? Maybe I am a little bit. On the left side of the bracket.
Yeah, I would say that there are, but then, okay, so the counter argument to that is there were some good running backs that lost in the first round too, including Dalvin Cook, who's probably the top one.
Yeah.
I mean, fair point that his offense around him is no good, but we lost Deshaun Watson as far as running quarterbacks, those running quarterbacks that are so much fun to play in your captain spot in a showdown lineup or to really build around. We lost Watson, but we did. Lamar Jackson made it. Russell Wilson, another dynamic dual threat. But yeah, some good running backs for sure. Timeshare here for both of these teams, the Raiders and the Bucks. The Rams and Steelers also use timeshares in their backfield. Aaron Jones and Austin Eckler tonight, no timeshare there. Same with Mostert and Alvin Kamara.
See you guys in the chat. If you made a lineup for this sim and you got it in on time before 2 p.m., have no fear. Website is being worked on as we speak.
It's true.
So if your site is down, if you can't figure it out, we're all in this together. If you're wondering who scored, Evans has scored for Tampa and Josh Jacobs for Vegas.
Yep, that we can tell you. We can give you the stats for the game, no problem. We just cannot see the contests as we normally do and tell you how many people rostered Jalen Richard, or at least the percentage, because I try not to do the math in my head on this stream. Bad things happen.
3rd and 6 for Carr. Raiders are keeping it interesting.
They are. Oh. They are. They answered back after the early score by Mike Evans. Kind of looked like the Bucs might just run away with it, but then they answered back with that long completion to Ruggs for over 50 yards, and then that led to the Josh Jacobs touchdown. Looks like the Bucs will get the ball back here, though, because it is 4th and 6. I don't think I've seen a fake punt yet. I've seen fake field goals, but I don't know that I've seen a fake punt. Have you seen a fake punt in your Madden 21 days?
Yep.
You have?
Sure have.
Did it work?
Punter throwing the ball, a direct snap to the Shermanator with Kansas City. Then he just took off. That was pretty cool.
I've seen it work?
Yeah, one worked for first down, yeah.
Chiefs? Yeah, because they need gadget plays. They don't have enough going on in their offense. Only they had some talent on that team.
Wayne says my upset is Tennessee over Baltimore.
I could see that. I didn't pick that. I picked the Ravens, but I could see that because Lamar has some rough games. Like he'll have a down game where he can't throw the ball accurately and the defense puts a spy on him that does limit him. Look at this catch and run.
Shady McCoy.
All
right.
Part of that running back timeshare for the Bucs. him and Leonard Fournette. If you're looking for information, and I know most people watching probably have already found this, but if you haven't, if you're looking for information like who's the third down back, who's the RB1, who's the wide receiver 3, like those kind of things, Madden Stream info page over on the playbook is the place to go. And then you can just click on any of the teams and you'll go to that team specific depth chart. And we keep those right in line with what you'll see here in these sims. So Mike Evans, top of the screen, he's the wide receiver 1 out there blocking right now for Leonard Fournette, who is the RB1. The reason McCoy was in is because he is the third down back. The third down back takes over in pass-focused formations. Not only on third down. Like, you'll get a third down back playing on second down if the team goes to one of those formations.
Right.
Like this one.
2nd and 7 midway through the second quarter. Mike Evans, Josh Jacobs, the scorers. We understand the site and the app are not working for folks, so we'll try to keep you up to date. I guess there was a fake punt yesterday. Brother Phil
really?
chimes in, also Winston chiming in. So you just missed it, ZT.
Man. Hey, people know it's all on the line here in the bracket tourney. Lose once and you're done. Till next Tuesday. Go home. Enjoy the long off season. Or come back next Tuesday. Incomplete.
Tom stands tall, incomplete.
Hooray.
2nd and 10. Meager 66. Stephen Boss. Stephen Boss says I have the Titans winning that game. If anyone else does, I'm sorry. My nickname is Black Cloud Boss.
It's actually a pretty popular upset pick. 35% of people in the free-to-play pool picked the Titans. I would have thought it would have been much more heavily in favor of the Ravens because Lamar Jackson is just so good and so much fun to play. Oh, Tommy had him, but he overthrew him. Incomplete.
Be better, Tom. Be better.
Looked like Gronk down there at the 5 with some separation, but missed by Brady. See Scotty Miller there in the huddle. He is at the very top of your screen. He's the Bucks wide receiver 3 because Antonio Brown not on the Bucks in these rosters, which are from week 1. There's McCoy, stopped short of the first. That would be a very long field goal, 56 yards. So my guess is we'll see another punt. I guess they could go for it too. I'd be okay with them going for it, but I don't think they would.
No. And suck up, I mean, what are you talking about? 56-yarder.
56 yards, yeah, it seems ambitious. Even not on Wednesday, it seems ambitious.
Let's see what they do.
What games did you call yesterday? Did you have the night games last night?
I did, yes.
Dolphins, Patriots?
Dolphins, Patriots. Dolphins won with Breida in overtime.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And then the Jets were keeping it interesting with the Chiefs.
Yeah, they did.
And, Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill happened.
Yeah, those guys are pretty good. That's my analysis. You can find more analysis like that at the playbook. No, but do check out playbook.draftkings.com. Got great Madden content going up every day, as well as all the content you need for fantasy baseball, fantasy basketball, MMA stuff coming through with the fights this weekend, hockey stuff, all kinds of good things over there on the playbook. Make sure you check it out.
Once again, we see you guys in the chat. Website right now is down. Some folks might be getting it back. We see you in the chat that some of you are having some success. Frangelico and Robert from our Game Ops team behind the scenes, they are keeping track of everything.
Yep.
It's just you can't see it. So the scores are being updated manually, but you cannot see it at the moment. At the very least, the stream is still going. That is in our control.
Yeah, but if you keep
getting it up and running
that
on YouTube
over
and
and
Twitch.
over, it's making me nervous.
Yeah, I just, I want to keep, because people keep popping in and they're like, what the heck's going on with the site? So I just want to keep people in the loop.
Just don't jinx us, that's all.
Yeah. There's
First
Tyrell
down.
Williams, first down. So folks like Jason here. Jason, have no fear. Your lineup that you submitted is submitted. It's just you can't see your lineup and how it's doing right now.
I'm sure it's doing excellent. Just assume that it's winning. I would just assume that. Darren Waller in the slot there with the superstar traits. Hunter Renfrow to the top in the other slot.
Okay. I think we get Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, but I think he got stopped short of the first down. Carr checked that down.
Mm-hmm. The next sim is at 4.
True.
Kaufman and Kenny Ducey. 9 seed Steelers, 8 seed Rams at 4. Mike, amen. Amen. I appreciate it. 2nd and 1. Carr. Okay. There you go.
There we go. First
down. Good.
And
it's Ruggs again.
It's Ruggs again, getting a lot of work. As you said, has had success in this matchup in the past. He's keeping the Raiders in it at this point, out to about midfield, trying to take the lead before halftime. 1st and 10 for them from their own 41. They do go no huddle, which does preserve a little bit more clock here as they line up. Carr's got plenty of time,
Come on,
but he's out of time. Sue with the sack. Virtual Bruce Arians very excited over there on the side. Second and 22. You stay aggressive here. But we've seen sometimes they don't stay aggressive. It looks like they will, though. They got everybody spread out wide. Yeah, no running back with Carr back there, and they don't do a lot of quarterback draws. So it'll be a quick throw over the middle to Tyrell Williams. Does a little juke, does a little dance, and doesn't really pick much up as a result. 3rd and 16, but it does keep the clock moving and probably prevents the Raiders from having a punt because the Bucs aren't using their time.
So they've got to get to Tampa territory. Like the 49.
They do have all their timeouts. They're just going to run this down. Are they going to even snap this? Oh, they do.
We'll run the ball.
And it's the draw play because, never know when Josh Jacobs might rip off a 60-yard score, but that didn't happen. Instead, we go into halftime tied. 7-7. So after the nice opening drive by the Bucs, their offense is kind of fell asleep there in the second quarter. Got to wake them up. Got to get them going. Don't know what happened.
So
Carr's got 106 and Brady 102, and Brady has the one passing touchdown to Mike Evans. Both of them fairly efficient, 8 of 10 for Carr, 10 of 12 for Brady.
Yeah, we'll make sure we read all these because the site being down, the app being down, you guys can't see your lineups. So we'll go through the stats very carefully here to make sure you guys know what you got going on. So Leonard Fournette, 5 attempts on the ground, 20 yards. Jalen Richard, 4 carries, 9 yards. Shady McCoy, 3 for 11 yards. Jacobs, 2 for 6, and a touchdown. So 1-yard run at the goal line for Jacobs.
After the long catch by Ruggs, set him up down for that short yardage touchdown. He is that power back as well as the RB1. Comes with the superstar trait of bulldozer, which comes in handy when you're at the 1-yard line. Just run people over.
I'm glad to see some of you in the chat are having some luck seeing your lineups. That's good. So hopefully the issue's being fixed with the website. Henry Ruggs, 3 for 73. Tyrell Williams, 2 for 15. Shady McCoy, 2 for 40. Darren Waller, 2 for 8. Mike Evans, 2 for 19 and a touchdown. Godwin, 2 for 17. Leonard Fournette, 1 for 8. And might have a little more, maybe not. That might be it.
No, I think we do.
A couple more. Renfrow, 1 for 10. Scotty Miller, 1 for 7.
And O.J. Howard, 1 for 6.
And O.J. Howard, 1 for 6. And Gronk.
Oh, and Gronk.
There's Gronk.
Gronk in the house.
That's a little surprising, don't you think? Like Gronk normally, I feel like Gronk's been really good lately in Simland.
He's been much better than 1 catch for 5 yards in the first half, yes. He started kind of slow in these sims. I don't know if you remember when Madden 21 first came out, there was a little bit of an uproar about Gronk's rating because it was really high. It was like 96, 97. And everybody was really mad. Not everybody. Some people were upset about that. I'm sure Gronk wasn't mad. He was probably pretty happy. And it didn't really seem to impact his performance in the Sims, though, at least not right off the top. He was decent, but not awesome. Didn't get a ton of usage, but lately, you're right. He's really turned it around and been a very valuable part of this Buccaneers passing attack. But yeah, not so much so far today. But it's been like the Bucs came out fast, right? They got that touchdown early to Evans, and then hasn't been great since then.
Yeah, Raiders are hanging in there, but they just can't capitalize, and I wonder if they'll ever take a lead. We'll find out. See you guys here in the chat. Just if you're just jumping in and you're like, what the heck's going on with the website? I can't see my lineup. The website is down, okay? Website is being worked on. Stats are being inputted. So everything we just read to you, Frangelico can see. He is inputting into the game center. So scores are updated once your lobby goes live, and when the website bug is fixed, you should be able to see. Yeah, once it's squashed, you should see how you're doing. So apologies, it's technology, it happens. We just want to be sure you guys know. We are aware of what you are speaking about in the chat.
It is being worked on.
You know, like
Thankfully,
Kyle Waters. Kyle here says, I hope they fixed it. Kyle goes, hope they fix it. Let's go. I'm on a roll this week. I've won $750 in the last 2 days.
Nice. Good work out of you. Hopefully you stay on your roll.
As Bucky says, I've won 50 cents in the last 7 days.
Hey! That's a roll. Take your 50 cents and go join another contest. It's like a roll of dimes.
DFS Queenie. Oh, we are keeping track ourselves. So no funny business. See?
I see.
Oh, Darren Waller on after the
that's
catch.
My boy. Dragging people along with him. My captain with his first big play of the day. Had a few catches earlier, but now that big reception gets the Raiders well into Tampa Bay territory, all the way down to the 32 as they start this third quarter. Looking to take their first lead of the game.
Zach Akins. I've won 30 cents in the last 7 days. It's great. Ooh,
all at once? Or that could be multiple entries that have placed.
Maybe. Hey, if you guys don't mind, hit that like button for the stream. Hit subscribe on YouTube. Smash that like if you love the Madden Sims. You're enjoying the tournament. How are you guys liking this bracket challenge, the free-to-play pools? If you're enjoying them, hit that like button. If you like it and you enjoy them and you think we should do more of them, hitting the like button is a good way to ensure that great things will come in the future.
Because then we know you like it. Right. See how that all works?
And those who are just joining us, Mike Evans, Josh Jacobs, the touchdown scorers. Waller just had a big grab. Raiders are at the 30, 3rd and 9. And a dump off that did not go well.
Yeah, that was a screenplay that got totally blown up. Levante David, I think, was in there on the pressure, messing that well-designed play by the Raiders up. I'm sure John Gruden would tell you it was well-designed play. They just didn't execute.
Here's Carlson.
It's a long one. Looks like he's got it, though. He does. Raiders, are they threatening the number 1 overall seed Buccaneers? That'd be something, huh? 11,000 entries in that free-to-play pool, and 5% of people pick the Raiders.
There you go. Morris is asking, what's the most you ever won? Question for both of you. I won like $15 in a private league with coworkers where I think it was an NFL contest. About 20 of us entered and got in the top 3 or whatever. So one of those situations, but never like outside of that, $5 playing like head to head with Koff or something.
Yeah, I usually play smaller contests. I had a PGA championship where I did pretty well a few years ago. It was a nice weekend for me. I was not. I mean, let's again be clear. I was not threatening for the $1 million or anything, but I went home with a couple hundred.
Oh, Brady to Gronkowski.
There we go.
34.
As predicted by you. Gronk, much more involved lately. He's involved now. Nice big completion there.
God first on YouTube. How many times do I have to say it? The Raiders will win it all.
All right. Well, they should probably not let Gronk do that then. Sorry.
Oh, Fournette.
Ouch. With a catch out of the backfield, but no space at all over there. Loss of 3.
Brian C., what's the plan for after the bracket sims? Back to regular Madden, 6 a day? You nailed it. That's correct. Tournament wraps up on Monday. And, that's a fair point by Ricky Robbie. Less sims per day. But I would like to think that the free-to-play bracket pool is a great time in terms of actually having a reason to invest in the result final score as opposed to just your lineups. Not to say that that's not fun enough, but just to have some investment in who wins the actual sim. I think that's fun. Right. Definitely keeps me a little more entertained.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As opposed to just not caring about what the score is at all. It's just all about your fantasy play.
Right.
Like who wins, who loses doesn't matter at all for a fantasy contest. Brady, you okay, buddy? That was a hit. Dropped him on the logo, brings up 4th and 17 as the Raiders defense stands strong.
Can you confirm what producer Drew just said? I think you said it earlier.
In the first bracket, or the first round, excuse me, not the first bracket, the first round, there were 70, let me pull up the exact number, but there were about 70 people who correctly predicted all 16 of the first round game. And those 70 people, because it was a free to play 5K pool, if you tie for first, you just split up the prize pool. So the 70, let me see, make sure I'm giving the correct number here, because I think it's 71. They won $70.42, which, I mean, hey, for a free-to-play pool, not bad at all.
DFS Queenie suggesting we should do more sims, and his suggestion is, her suggestion, is let the Sim fam call the after 10 p.m. through noon games. So we'll call all the games between noon and 10 Eastern, and then they'll set up another 6 sims from 11 p.m. or whatever Madden After Dark ends through noon the next day. Wow,
that'd be a lot of sims. Carr going deep.
Oh,
way deep.
Oh,
he's got him.
Oh, Henry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tom Brady, what's going on?
Oh, my goodness.
Going deep over the top.
88 yards. What a catch.
What a catch. What a run. What a throw. The Raiders here to bust your brackets.
Wow, and that's the bonus, too. Hey, we went up early with pregame. Henry Ruggs. He's the man.
How's your lineup?
Watch it.
You had him as your captain. I heard you say he was your captain.
I know. I just didn't submit on time.
Okay, I forgive you. It's all good. Yeah, 71 people, by the way, I did confirm. 71 people had it picked correctly, and they won $70.42.
Wow. So the top seed in the bracket challenge round 2, advancing by just 7 against Jacksonville. Down by 10 to the
They're
Raiders.
on the ropes.
Wow. And you said, what was the percentage again on folks that picked Tampa in this matchup?
Let me pull it back up. I think it is 94.95. So 5.05% of people picked the Raiders. 5.05%. This would be by far our biggest upset in the tournament. By far. Number 1 seed about to go down. Maybe. It's early. Well, it's maybe not so early, though, really. Gets late early around here, as Yogi Berra famously said.
Maybe for the first time ever, Matthew Uriah Kai Mitchell is happy about something in the Sims. That's good.
Nice. So, based on the total number of entries, which is 11,370, 5% is about 500 people.
Wow. Mister on Twitch. Wait, are the Bucks really going to lose this?
I don't know. So here's what happens if the Bucks do lose this, right? And you pick the Bucks. Or let's say if you didn't, right? Like if you pick the Raiders, then that puts you in a great spot because you now have a win that very few other people have. And if fewer people have it perfect, your prize share gets bigger. So if one person picks all 8 of these games correctly, one entry, then they get all 5K. If 2 people, then it's 2.5. But the flip side of that is if nobody does, then 7 of 8 becomes the winner, and then the 5,000 gets split up between those entries with 7 correct selections. So still could go a lot of different ways here. Big picture on that, since this is the first of all the games here, it could be maybe the beginning of an upset-filled second.
We can feel the madness here in Tampa. Wynn says the website never down for taking your money, but down on stats from us winning. Again, guys, website is down right now. Our technical team is behind the scenes trying to work on it. The stats are being inputted by Frangelico and the rest of the ops team. On 2nd and 10, they run it with Fournette. Minute to go in the third. Bucks down by 10. 3rd and 6 upcoming. So they are working on it. We are here. We are the broadcast team. So the broadcast team has no effect on what the tech team is doing. Simland rolls on. We're going to keep, we could just stop everything, but we don't want to do that. We are up and going with the stream. We are going to stay right here and let them do what they do. It is being updated as we speak. That ball is knocked away. Godwin had it in his hands.
Brings up 4th down. They're at midfield. I don't think they'll go for this. It still seems a little early to me.
Jordan
for those
Lindenbaum.
of you breaking NBA news, a little Woj bomb right in the middle of the Bucks. Maybe getting upset here. Zach LaVine expected to miss several games for the Bulls due to health and safety protocols. And then the Bulls actually canceling their practice today due to multiple people involved with the health and safety protocols. So make sure you keep an eye on that as that situation does continue to develop. Woj breaking that news about LaVine specifically, that he's expected to miss multiple games, which is a big deal, obviously, for the Bulls who are chasing that playoff play-in spot in the Eastern Conference.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, at all, if you have Ruggs and the captain, you are winning. If you do not, you are not. It isn't that difficult.
That is some good analysis right there. He's good.
Not wrong. But
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it was good analysis. Yes, correct.
In all seriousness, the site is down. Folks are working on it to get it back up and running. So if it's the app, if it's the game center, your lineups did load. Yes. And if you got them in, of course, before 2 Eastern, when this sim started, it's 17-7. We will go through the stats. Can we see the quarterbacks again? Because people really need to know how their lineups are doing, and that I'm not making that up. That is true. Derek Carr is 10 of 14, 237 passing. So potentially bonus is in play, and a touchdown. Brady, 15 of 18, 163 and a touchdown. Okay.
Fournette has run 7 times for 29 yards. Jacobs 5 for 21 and a touchdown. Jalen Richard 5 carries for 10 yards. LaShawn McCoy 4 carries for 11 yards.
All right,
So
we'll
those
look
are
at
your running
receivers.
backs. Both teams using that split backfield approach.
Shea Thompson, part of the 95%, and kind of excited the Raiders might win. Henry Ruggs, oh my, 4 catches, 161 yards. He has a touchdown. Evans has a touchdown, and Jacobs has a touchdown. I repeat, Ruggs, Evans, Jacobs with the touchdowns.
And Ruggs is the captain you want, the captain you need. 4 catches, 161 yards. Nobody else near the bonus. Gronk does have 3 catches for 49 now. Godwin 3 for 28. Waller 3 for 51. Evans 3 for 28 to go with his touchdown that you mentioned. Williams 2 for 15. McCoy 2 for 40. Fournette 2 for 5. Renfro 1 for 10. Miller 1 for 7. And Howard 1 for 6.
There you go.
So there you go.
Stats.
That's all of them.
That's all of them.
Well, except the defense, but
anything notable defensively that we can discuss? We haven't had a fumble. We haven't
had a turnover. We've had a few sacks. I think there's 3 sacks for Hurst. Yeah, Maurice Hurst has all 3 sacks for the Raiders, and then Ndamukong Suh with a sack for the Bucks.
Adam Kaufman says, "Hey Glash, are you wearing a bathing suit? Any pants at all? I'll hang up and listen." That's personal.
I don't think I want to know. I was gonna say I don't want to know.
That's personal.
Why would you even ask that?
Because he's weird. But you know, it's okay. Hey, Jalen Richard on the ground. Okay.
6 yards.
So we really need to sink our teeth in this. There's 7.5 minutes left.
I know.
Vegas has the ball. Up 10.
Yeah.
This could happen.
If they score here, like if they get a touchdown, I think this is pretty much over. I mean, I know that it's early still, but that would be 3-score lead, which, I mean, it's 3rd and 6 now. So Bucks can also get them off the field right now and get the ball back if they get this stop. So this is a big play here. Raiders have trips to the top as well as a wide receiver, even wider than that trip stack. Waller looked open, but they check it instead to, of course, the man of the match, the player of the game to this point, Ruggs. First down. Ruggs leading his.
All right.
This is real. This is a real thing, people.
Where were you? Jacobs, big hole. Here comes David to take him down. Joker says, "Good shirt, Glash. Keeps making me think it's Friday, though." Well, we are in Sim Tampa.
It's true.
That was the idea.
True. You should have let me know. I could have gone island shirt. I've got a few of those from my Guam time. They would be a little big, but we could make them work.
If you guys can see through the website problem being down, it's being worked on. I promise. We're being told that they're working hard. Hit that like button for us if you're excited for the next 3 Sims today. Round 2 action continues. A lot of you need Tampa, as ZT has revealed, with the, 95.5%?
94.9%. Yep.
Hit the like button if you guys are enjoying the bracket challenge, which ends on Monday. If you hit the like button, we can do more of these things. It usually helps when that's the case.
It's true. Incomplete.
There you go.
So do we, I mean, most people pick the Bucks, right? I mean, a vast majority. But, I mean, I picked the Bucks. I kind of want to see the Raiders win this anyway, though. Do people want to see the upset? Do people want to see mayhem, even though it's maybe not what you picked? Because I kind of think that makes it more fun if the Raiders get the win here. That would really open up this quadrant of the bracket, too. Because that would mean either the Steelers or the Rams only need to beat the Raiders to get to the Final Four. We could have Jared Goff in the Final Four.
Raiders equals Oral Roberts. Imagine. All right, Tommy, what do you got?
The Raiders were one of only a few teams that were the higher seed, but picked by the lower percentage of people in the first round. In other words, one of the few upsets that was picked by more people than not was the Cardinals over the Raiders. People wanted to see the Cardinals upset Vegas in the first round. I expected that, but that's not what happened. Instead, the Raiders beat the Cardinals, felt disrespected, and are now threatening, and emphasis threatening. I mean, we're still got 4 minutes here. The Bucs moving the ball pretty good here out to about midfield. They're threatening to knock off the top seed. Mike Evans still has something to say about that.
Tony says, Glash, any chance of an update after the tournament? Those are all things that we are thinking about, and they're on our radar. We don't make the call at the end of the day. We're just the messengers usually. Brady, complete. Evans, another catch to the Raiders 29. Kaufman is calling my chest hair a wig. Koff just wished he had the burger meat that I have. Again, website is down. We understand. They are working on it. The scores are being inputted. We will read you the stats when the sim is over. And you guys can see how your lineup is doing. Another completion to Evans at the
Kaufman,
10, a gain of 19.
Should I play Vooch tonight, Kaufman? I think I should play Vooch, right?
Producer Drew, nah, he probably doesn't like burgers. Hence, no burger meat. Mo wants to see the upset happen.
All right. Well, Mike Evans does not, because he is helping his team here. Brady's X factor is illuminated again. Been kind of off and on, but it's on now, which means he's got the pro reads, which means he hits the first open receiver, which happens to be Mike Evans again. He's at the 1. But look at all the time. Time that is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. I'm not going to do that the whole time. It's kind of annoying.
Jordan Lindenbaum.
Let's see what they do. Got to score here. Fournette in the backfield, and that will be the walk-in touchdown for Fournette. Now we got a 3-point game. Bucs still have all their timeouts, so they'll be able to kick it deep, use their timeouts, try and stop Josh Jacobs, and look to get the ball back. It's not over yet. Don't worry, 95% of people that pick the Bucs, or maybe you're just a Bucs fan and you want to see Tom Brady win. That's fine too. Or maybe you're just here for the mayhem and you're hoping the Raiders can hold on.
Both teams have 3 timeouts. We know our friend Congo Cab in the chat has the Raiders avatar.
Let's go. Congo Cab, did you pick your Raiders here?
I would think so.
I would hope so. I mean, I don't know if Reed filled out his pool entry, but I hope he picked them too.
Off is asking you about Vooch. Didn't they play last night, Magic and Bulls?
Yeah, I think so. So it's probably not tonight. Whenever they play next. If they play without Levine, he should be set to feast.
You guys can do that on your own time.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
I mean, it's more because data. If it was like Emerson, I wouldn't care.
Oh, I see.
Or anybody.
Gotcha. So it's nothing against me. It's just because I'm talking to Adam. All right, I'll stop.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adam. We'll take that offline.
Koff, we're dealing with a little crisis here. The site's down. People need to see their Madden lineups. They don't care about your last minute sort of whatever NBA right now. Because they can't get to it.
2nd and 9 when we come back after the 2-minute warning. The Bucs did not use a timeout there, which is actually, I think, the smart choice, because that way you get 1 still left. If you can stop them. Got to stop them first, though.
Andrew Scarcella. Leonard Fournette just scored the touchdown. Fournette and Evans have the Tampa scores for Vegas, Ruggs, and Jacobs.
One receiver, and one running back for each team.
And if
Both
you didn't
1 yard
play Henry
rushing
Ruggs, your lineup's in trouble. Henry Ruggs really needs to be the captain.
Or at least in a flex spot. If you don't have him in a flex spot, just move right along.
Koff says I'm trying to track MLB lineups. Sorry, Koff. Everyone say sorry, Koff. You can't check your MLB lineup. 3rd and 9. Got to get a stop here, Tampa.
This is huge. And they're going to throw it. They're going to throw it. I like it.
Sack.
I like it. Oh, he took a sack. Car crash. At least he didn't throw an incompletion.
I like that. I mean, I don't like car crashes, but I like that in that sense. That's good. I never heard that.
You can use that. You can use that.
I am definitely stealing that.
All right, go right ahead. Just think of me when you use that. Although, depending on how this plays out, the Raiders might be home for a little bit. Wow. Drama.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, try checking now. The app is working. Dun, dun, dun. Nope, nothing for me.
141 left. If only they had a proven quarterback who is good at leading late game-winning drives. Enter Tom Brady.
From the 43, they need 57 yards. Well, if they want to win the game, they could, of course, tie it. X Factor remains lit.
Well, it's a start.
McCoy.
Gotta move, though. Gotta move. Don't use that timeout yet. Don't do it. Don't do that one-on-one timeout thing.
For the bracket challenge, round 2, if you picked the Bucks, smash the like button.
Oh, I see.
It will help you.
You're playing the percentages on that one, aren't you?
Yeah. Shady
McCoy with another catch. Oh, check down catches, but it's moving him into field goal range.
The next sim is at 4 p.m. Kaufman and Ducey.
It's true.
The Kenny Whisperer. Steelers at the Rams. Babysitting 101 for 1 hour. Starts at 4. Here's Brady from the 41. Unloads.
Oh, almost picked off. Almost picked off. But instead it's knocked away. 44 seconds left. 2nd and 10. It would be a 58-yarder from here, which I don't think that's realistic.
We've got 600 plus watching on YouTube. Fantastic. 60 plus on Twitch. The website is down, but we are all here together as one.
You
Brady
can see that red line.
Godwin.
Oh, Godwin. Staying on his feet. That red line is the target line for the field goal kicker. Now, that doesn't guarantee that they can make it from there. That's just what Madden has projected as like his range.
I think Billy Delaney, the babysitter himself, has checked in. He says, Koff and Kenny, ... Hey, the producer that makes the schedules right here. Have it up with him. What a terrible idea.
Oh, yeah.
3rd and 4. Brady. Come on,
Brady.
Tom. You can run if you
Brady.
want. Ow!
Oh, Godwin. Inside the 10.
Gets out of bounds.
And he gets out of bounds.
Run another play.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think they're going to take the field goal.
No.
I think they're going to take the... I would love to see them run a play.
One more play. One more play.
You don't risk that.
Ow.
You don't risk that. Timeout. Ice the kicker. It's a gimme.
One more play. One more play. One more play. One more play. One more.
Now they're going to come out and run a play?
One more play.
Oh, you took a timeout, huh?
One more play.
I'm going to come out here and run a play now. I'll show you.
One more play. One more play. One more play. One more. Oh, boo!
It's a fake. No, it's
Boo!
not. It's a field goal.
Imagine.
Can you? That would be cool. Tie game. Yeah, right. Slips and falls. Sprains his ankle. Nope, none of that happens. Just a made field goal. But hey, more football.
I tried.
You did.
I tried.
You could not have tried harder.
Really. I tried.
It shows you how little control we have over what's happening on the field, by the way, because I would have loved it as well.
Give me a kick return for a touchdown. Give it to me. Big Raiders fan has joined our Zoom call. Reed Fowler is watching.
I don't know, Reed. They were
intense.
up 10. They were up 10, man. They had the number 1 team on the ropes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, Derek Carr took a really bad sack. And I used a really bad pun, and Glash is going to steal it. And it's all normal things.
Good. All right, no kick return for a touchdown.
Nope, we didn't get that either. But we will get overtime.
Yeah, we will. Again,
Brady's closing in on the bonus as well. We'll get his yardage total here momentarily, but yeah, he's closing in on the bonus. Ruggs obviously already in the bonus with his monster game. It's been a Ruggs highlight reel, basically.
The site is down for right now. We see you, we hear you. If you can't see your lineup, we get it. Our folks here at DraftKings, the tech team, is looking into it. They are working on it to try and get it back up and running. Scores are being inputted by our great ops team, for Angelico and Robert. So when things do eventually come to life, your stats will be there. Henry Ruggs has been a beast. Almost 200 yards receiving. He's also caught a touchdown.
Give it to him again. Give it to him again. Come on, Raiders. Pull this upset. Only 5% of people picked them in the pool. Out here causing mayhem in the streets, but we'll see if they can hold on.
Wynn says, no, I don't get it. 2nd and 11. Darren Waller's in the slot, right side.
Gonna run it up the middle.
Off.
Richard.
Jordan Lindenbaum, they are taking their time to fix it. To mess with you. No, they're not. But I get the joke.
3rd and 2 now. For Las Vegas, they do have the ball first. All the regular overtime rules apply, except we just keep playing. No ties here in Simland, especially not during the bracket tourney.
Take-ups.
Oh, he stopped short.
Susan says, was just able to tune in. Finally, one thing I knew DraftKings has never let me down before. I knew they wouldn't now, and I thank you all for that. No problem. Happy to be here.
To help.
Happy to have you, Susan.
Let's go. All right. Can the Bucks survive?
Once again, next sim at 4 p.m.
Yes.
The 9-seed Steelers at the 8-seed Rams. Kaufman and Ducey have the call. Smash that like button. We have about 700 of you here. 95%+ of you need Tampa to win this thing.
Bucks will start deep in their own territory here. Brady at 291, so he needed this overtime. Needs 9 yards to hit that bonus. Get all his owners some extra points. Except there, he throws it into the ground, so no extra points there.
Am I reading this right? Brady is 9 yards from the bonus. Did I see 291 for
well,
Brady?
Whether you're reading it or not, you could have heard me say it just a second ago when I said that he's 9 yards away from the bonus.
I try to look at it, and I just can't, it's just...
Yep, I think you were looking at it while I was saying it or something. I don't know.
291.
We call that pulling a glass. And you did, so there you go. X Factor engaged.
Listening while trying to listen, but not listening. It happens from time to time. Well, whatever. That's not enough for the bonus right there. Damn it.
He's in the bonus.
That was enough? That was 9?
It was more than 9. It was more than 10. That's why they gave him a first down.
Okay, there you go. It's the bonus.
Bonus time.
Happy. No one's happy yet. All right, thank you for Angelico. Hey, Brady's in the bonus.
As long as he doesn't throw any backwards or passes that result in lost yardage. Backwards passes actually don't count, but Whatever.
I really don't mean to do that. I promise.
It's all good. We know you really don't mean to do it.
Play action, Tom. Oh, Evans.
Got it. First down. Evans having a big day. Late. Most of his work late. He's in the bonus as well with his early touchdown. So, Frangelico, you were right. You said you had Godwin, so Evans would have a big game. And there you go. Over 100 yards and a touchdown. I mean, it's not Henry Ruggs, but it's not bad either.
Did he hit the bonus?
I just said he did. You're kidding, right?
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Okay. He's probably close to the bonus, right? Okay. But see, now you've got it so that you can literally do that anytime and just be like, yeah, that was a joke. This is funny, right? Punch that. Kidding, guys.
Oh, my God. All right, so they're not quite in field goal range here. Godwin's in the slot. Evans is up top. 2nd and 4. Love how Billy D's hanging out in the chat with us. Oh, another chance for
almost
pick 6 magic.
Can you imagine a pick 6 walk-off winner against the number 1 seed? It almost happened, people. It almost happened, and you were here when it almost happened.
Brian C. Hi, your name is Glash and you work for DK. Are you aware of that? That is caught! First down and more! Is this Tyler Johnson? Tyler Johnson!
To the Elite 8!
Oh my God! Tyler Johnson for the win in Tampa!
Tyler Johnson carries the Bucks and keeps 95% of the entries in the free pool. Perfect through one game. You were close to being out, but you're not. You're good. Those 5% of you that picked the Raiders, honorable mention. Good work. It was much closer than I expected, but ultimately the Bucks pull it out. I said in my write-up for this game that they wouldn't have enough to slow down the multiple options in the Bucks offense. I 100% did not mean Tyler Johnson, but Tyler Johnson.
Of all people, 48-yard touchdown.
Hey, that means that everybody's coming back to virtual Tampa for tomorrow. You can break the shirt out again if you're on that game. I don't even know if you're on that game.
Wow.
But yeah, they'll play again. Not tomorrow. It'll be the day after because tomorrow's the other half of the Elite Eight. So Saturday, we're back in virtual Tampa where they will host either the Steelers or the Rams, depending on who wins the next game. I still think I'm giving Krusty Koff player of the game to Ruggs. 173 yards and a touchdown. He still gets Krusty Koff player of the game. It's like a consolation prize. It's like, hey, good job, good effort. Thanks, Henry Ruggs. Have a nice week off. We'll see you next week. The Bucks survive and advance. That's the payout. That's the reward they get. They don't get Krusty Koff player of the game, although obviously Brady with a big game. Tyler Johnson with that monster 48-yard catch, his only catch of the day. Mike Evans, 8 catches, 114 yards, and a touchdown. The stats will be, as soon as the site is up, the stats will be there for you. That was a fun, thrilling way to start the second round. I'll
Brady
take
hit
that.
the bonus. Yep.
I heard that he might have hit the bonus. I don't know. He's close. 291 yards at the start of that last drive.
I'm mad that I did that. I really am. Oh, wait. Look. The game setter's up. Of course it's working.
There we go.
Wow.
All right. Cool. So go check your lineups, people.
Check your lineups. Scores are live.
Check them.
At least for me. 2-way tie for first place at the moment. We're still waiting on another score. We're waiting on. Oh, there it is. There's the Tyler Johnson touchdown.
Walk-off winner. Tyler Johnson.
So it was
walk
50,
this way.
It was 52 yards because they were at their own 48. So 2 plus the 50 is 52. There he is. $1,800 to roster. 0.3% owned. And he's in the winning lineup. Foray has got 18 and Audrey 525. Hit the like button. The site is back up. The contest is live.
Oh.
Let's see who won our contest. And then we'll get out of here.
But my lineup had more points than yours.
Yes. Okay. I'm the only
Even
one
though you said Ruggs captained, which would have been quite the call by you. If you can tell me who your captain's going to be, if you're not going to enter a lineup, that'd be great.
Squanto 34, first play.
There we go.
By 0.2. Ruggs on the captain, Brady, Carr, Fournette, Evans, Renfro. That's our man.
For the next
Juan
matchup.
Flores.
There we go. Cool. Congratulations, man. Very nice. The next matchup at 4:00, the Steelers at the Rams, 9 versus 8 seed. Should be a good game. The most even split as far as the picks in the pool, the most even split is this one coming up. 51.1% of people on the Rams, 48.8% on the Steelers. I picked the Steelers because I don't trust Jared Goff.
I don't either.
That guy doesn't like Jared Goff. So, all right, I'm assuming your pick is the Steelers, right?
Yes, go Steelers. Jared Goff, stay home. Play Wolford. I dare you all to play Wolford. If you play Wolford in the next sim, I will Venmo you $1.
I'm going to go do it right now.
Okay? So.
I'm not.
Not all of you, but some of you.
I was going to say, that could add up. All right, cool.
Yeah. I think
that was fun. Even with the site down, that was fun. That got exciting.
It's crazy how, of course, it starts working when we do our post game. So we need to go because
we do.
Unreasonable Odds is coming up next. Who is on Unreasonable Odds? It's Steve Buchanan doesn't show up anymore to his own podcast, so it must be Ed Lowe and somebody else filling in for Steve because Steve is just so busy. So next sim is at 4.
Yep.
Site is back up and running. Hit the like for the site being back up. Kaufman and Kenny are here next, as ET said. Rams and Pittsburgh coming up. Tampa wins. Tyler Johnson, game-winning touchdown in overtime, 23-17. They get the winner of this next one. Olivia Moody joining Julian Edlow here on Unreasonable Odds.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. It is Thursday, April 15th. I'm your host, Julian Edlow, and we have a guest on the show once again today, Liv Moods, the director of media and in-app host for Book It HQ, the host of Prop Talk, and you might know that she is the player prop TikTok chick, as it says right in her bio. A nice little combination of TikTok and player props. Why is she on the show today? Obviously, because I am a huge NBA player prop guy. So this is perfect. Liv, welcome to the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
Thanks so much for having me. I feel honored. I appreciate it.
Of course. So before we get into NBA talk, whether it be for tonight's 4-game slate, just kind of NBA talk in general, we are going to debut a new segment here. You're going to be like our test subject, I told you. So good luck. I'll do it along with you since we haven't done it before. Cool. So Know Me Better is going to be the name of this segment with our first guest, Liv Moods. We're just going to fire off some quick questions about kind of your experiences betting, and whatever comes to the top of your head first, you fire it away and I'll do it along with you. So here we go. Know Me Better. Without saying the amount, just your biggest win or most memorable win in the betting space.
Most memorable win would probably be, that's hard. I think it's most memorable because it was an under and it was a James Harden under, but under 11.5 assists for James Harden was pretty epic because I was nervous. The capping was there and it smashed. So that was really awesome.
There you go. Harden unders are always a little bit sweaty.
Yeah.
I guess my biggest win dollar amount was the Patriots Super Bowl win over the Rams. That was a nice one. My favorite win, because I always use this one as like a claim to fame, was Steve Pierce at plus 3,000 to win MVP of the 2018 World Series.
Wow.
I just kind of stumbled upon that one. So that was awesome. And I brag about it all the time to everybody on this podcast, so they all know that I bet that.
You should brag about it.
Yeah. Well, and another reason I brag about it is because I have plenty of these in our next question. Your worst beat.
Well, this one is recent and this one hurt pretty bad. I had a same game parlay and the last leg was Jordan Poole to score 20 plus points and he missed it by 1. He missed some free throws at the end and he scored 19 to end the game. And it just was one of those that you just don't forget because when you're this close, it's like the most painful thing ever. Not
only missing it that close, but missed free throws at the end of a game for player prop points are not good. And I know that because I see you tweet about this a lot and they get me, but we'll talk about it later. The blowouts for player props, those stink. Those can lead to some bad beats. My worst beat is it's not even like an in-game beat. It is like a bad beat of life. Right before COVID hit, I had been riding Kansas to be a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament at plus 250. When the week of the tournament, when the bracket was about to come out, Kansas was minus 2,000 to be a 1 seed. But COVID hit, we never got that bracket. So that bet that was an automatic lock just voided, got my money back, got nothing out of it.
Voiding sometimes feels worse than losing, honestly.
It was one. Kansas was going to be the top overall seed in the 2019 tournament, and I had nothing to show for it thanks to COVID.
COVID ruins everything, honestly.
Here's one that I'll have a hard time pinning an answer down because it has happened so many times. The worst advice you've ever given.
That's a very easy one for me. I used to be very loud and proud about life's too short to bet the under, and I'm realizing that there's actually profit betting the under sometimes. You just have to look for it, and it may be sweaty and it may be nerve-wracking, but as much as I hate betting the under, there is value there sometimes. So that would be probably my worst advice I've given.
Here's the thing. If you're new to betting, people love to bet overs because it's always alive. You can always hold out hope that, okay, maybe he'll get 3 more assists in the last 2 minutes of this game. Maybe. With an under, it's never done.
Once it's dead, it's dead. It's done.
It goes until right. You can lose it with 8 minutes left in the game. So that's why people are afraid of unders. The worst advice I've ever given, I've been doing this for like 6 years. I've given out way too much bad advice. But I would say I stuck to my guns that those 2019 Warriors, when Durant got hurt, I kept saying he'll be back, he'll be fine. Bet the Warriors to win it, bet the Warriors to win it, bet the Warriors to win it every day. All the way up until he came back and tore his Achilles, and the Raptors obviously dominated that series. And that didn't go well for me. The team that you've lost the most on, or the team that doesn't have to be the amount of money, the team that you lose the most on and just keep going back to.
Oh, that's interesting. The Nuggets.
Okay. And you're a Denver girl, so
I am. And you know what? Yeah. They've screwed me over way too many times, so I would definitely have to say the Nuggets.
So I'm in Boston. I'm a Celtics fan.
I can see that. I love it.
Stuff's everywhere. The Celtics are actually somewhat hot right now. They got a huge win in Denver, that 31-3 run the other day. But they have been a mess of a team this year. I've lost some money on them in weird spots, but I'll just go to a recent one. I faded UCLA pretty much every game of that tournament, and game after game after game, they just kept looking better and better, and that was costly. A team that you win the most on.
I would say the Nets this year.
The
Nets this year. For sure James Harden over props, besides my one awesome under cash, his props for overs are pretty much solid for the most part. So I would say the Nets collectively have definitely made me the most money this year, or the Hornets, actually. The Hornets have been a very exciting team to bet on this year because, they've got a lot of great guys, and so I would say the Hornets or the Nets.
There you go. I'll go back, and again, I don't try and back hometown teams too much, but just the best streak ever was, and it doesn't exist anymore, the Patriots win total overs when they had Tom Brady every year it's 10.5, 11, whatever, and they would go over. I would just blindly bet the Patriots win total every single year, and it would cash until last year, which was a little bit different for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an interesting one. A team that you never bet. And I'm going to ask this one, but I don't know if there's such thing as a team that you never bet. There's always got to be a number that can entice you on something.
I was actually just looking at this the other day. We had a pretty big, hefty slate of NBA games yesterday, and I was actually thinking about it. I rarely bet on the Raptors, and I rarely bet on the Cavs. Those are two teams that I realized I don't bet on hardly at all. For the most part, like you said, there's always a number that entices you, but we can kind of get into this when you talk about how I do my prop betting, but I look at very specific things, and those two teams kind of fall in the middle and don't really offer a ton of edge for me. So I rarely bet those two teams, or the Bulls, I would say, is another one. Those are three teams that I just kind of stay away from for whatever reason. So
I will say I bet against the Raptors last night because the Raptors stink. I took the Spurs. Everybody was out for the Raptors. So, of course, the Raptors won the game and I lost. So I'm bitter towards the Raptors right now myself. But
we had a lot of users on the Book It app that were riding the Spurs with you, and they were upset to say the least.
Not good. A team that I never bet, this is an easy one. There's probably one team that I legitimately never bet right now. The New York Jets. I don't bet on the Jets.
Smart man.
They are not good at football, so I don't bet. Easy.
Very smart.
Okay, last one here. A trend that you love to follow.
I would say my go-to is kind of performance in the last 5. For whatever reason, the last 5 for me is kind of what I base it off of. For a lot of my betting, whether it's spreads, totals, whatever, because the last 5 can kind of give you an idea of who's been out, what's their rotation look like. So last 5 games is kind of what I typically look at, but the trends are always changing. So you kind of just got to be on your toes in this industry, but that's kind of my go-to one for just about every sport.
So for me, and people that, listen to this podcast, follow the work on DraftKings know this, but for me, it's either like first quarter or first half trends in the NBA, just because I think it fails to account for 2 things. Like if you have a number, a spread is 10. The first half spread is going to be 5. They cut it in half. Makes sense, but it doesn't account for, do you have a fast starting team against a slow starting team? Teams play different. Rotations matter. So I love when you have, I'm just pulling numbers out of a hat, but like you have a team that's 20-7 against the first half spread at home against a team that's 8-15 against the first half spread on the road, and you have them meeting up. I follow that trend every time, and when it misses, it misses, but I just feel like there's value in that number because odds makers feel like they have to take that number and cut it in half. If it's for a quarter, you cut it into a quarter, but it doesn't always account for how teams come out of the gates.
So true. Well, and especially teams, NBA has been so bizarre because you see teams just like, if the team is down at halftime, it's too early to sweat. It really is, because it has been so weird to see these teams come back and the blowout games. I mean, it's just been crazy. The NBA has been crazy this year.
I mean, you look at, for example, last night, the Nets are getting mopped by the Sixers, and then they decided to just sit Kyrie Irving late, and the Nets bench makes a comeback in Philly. Like, go figure. The NBA is hard to predict this year. But speaking of the NBA being hard to predict, betting spreads and whatnot is the most popular way pretty much to bet any sport, I would say. But something that I notice you do a lot, that I do a lot, is betting NBA player props.
Yes.
I think, and I know that you agree with this, it's a better way to get an edge on an NBA game. People pay less attention to it, which can also help get you an edge on it. You can work matchups into it. You can work, if there's an injury that moves a spread 2 points or whatever, that injury is going to create a lot more value in the player prop market than a spread moving a couple of points. So I just want to pick your brain. What is your process when you get going to, start a day in terms of betting an NBA player prop?
Yeah. So, well, first things first, I think it's important for me to say that I have a lot of people that reach out to me and say like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. They're like, what are the locks for today? I typically wait, which is hard for me because I'm not patient and I want to find out what the props are and get in there and get after it. But I think it's important to wait because if you follow Fantasy Labs NBA or if you follow any website that like tells you what the injuries are like, if they're questionable,
If you
probable.
follow the DK Live app.
Oh, do you guys have player props?
We do it. Oh
okay.
Yeah, we sit at the desk all day, watch NBA lineup news. I do it a few days a week.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
It is awesome, but it's absolutely horrible this year because everybody's out all the time.
Right. Yeah. No, well, I'll be sure to check that out. I will actually look into that because I'm always looking for something to just like notify me because as you know, it's changing. If I were to bet something right now, that line would probably move against me 4 different times in the next 4 hours. So with these injuries that we've seen, just like one after the other, and then not only that, but the COVID situation as well, because it's not like an injury where it's like, oh, he's questionable day to day. And then, like, oh, they're probably going to play. If it's COVID-19, they're out. And that's that. It's not like, oh, they could potentially, it's like protocol has to be followed. They're not playing. So I typically wait as close as I can to game time when you kind of know exactly who's not going to be playing, what the injuries are for that game, all that good stuff. Like I had a bet bright and early. I already knew exactly what it was. It was one of my juice plays for the Timberwolves Nets game. And that was before it got postponed. So that is another example of just, you never know what you're going to get. So kind of waiting, but I definitely look, like I said earlier, I look at the last 5 matchups of this team and of this player specifically, like how has this player performed? A good example of that would be, like a Dennis Schroeder, for example, when AD was out, he didn't just get into that, that shooter mode right away and really put up points. It took him time to progress there. So that last 5 matchup is a really good way for me to see like, okay, he's progressively getting hotter and hotter each game. So, as that line starts to move, I may want to look at that over. I also take a look at the top 5 defensive teams and the worst 5 defensive teams, because I think that definitely makes a huge difference. If let's say James Harden is going up against the Knicks, who allow the least amount of points in the league, I may look at his under on points and his over on assists because I know he's going to be more of a facilitator and less of a shooter. So things like that. I think defense is everything. I've said this since I was a little girl. Defense wins championships. I still believe that. So defense is huge for me when I'm looking at player props because even the best players can be stopped. But like you said, I mean, the player props are fun because another great example, Steph Curry the other night, the best bet you could have made was knowing that he was trying to break a record against Wilt Chamberlain. His over on points was an easy cash because we knew he's going to show off tonight. So, things like that, just kind of when it's a player versus a team, you can consider those things. I always like to look at revenge games. If a player left one team and is now playing against that team, they're probably going to try to show off a little. So there's a little bit of opinion in there of like, this is what I think is going to happen. But a lot of it too is just defense and looking at their stats against that given team, how they play on the road, things like that.
Those last points that you made at DraftKings, we call that narrative street. Whether you're trying to break a record or go up against a former team, we say you're taking a stroll down narrative street. And this
I love that.
Is going to go off for that certain reason.
Yeah, I love that.
That reminded me, I should have used this in one of my best wins. I think I took Kobe Bryant, his last game ever in the NBA. I think his points, he was banged up. He was old in his career. I think his points were like juiced up to 24.5. He was averaging significantly less. I just bit the bullet, took the over. He scored 60. That was a good win.
There you go.
There's an example of a trip down narrative street.
Yeah, I love that.
I completely agree with you and get asked the same questions and want to stress to people that you need to, especially this season out of any season, wait to bet player props. Just like you need to wait to bet a spread because you have just the Bucks on whatever day it was, Sunday, just, Giannis was going to be out. He's been questionable a bunch of games anyway, but then just Middleton, Holiday, Lopez, DiVincenzo. That's the starting five. They just go whatever, rest, load management, injury management, whatever you want to call it, all out. And then it's the Bucks bench that loses by 20. Great if you can bet the spread in time and get a good number on whoever they're playing against winning the game. But terrible if you locked something in on the Bucks earlier in the day, or bet. I mean, if you bet anything on the player props there, you're probably just getting voided unless you, for some reason, had an epiphany and bet like a bench player's over early in the day, and then you're looking great. But the news has to come in before you fire on anything, and I couldn't agree more on that. One of the ways that I bet player props, and people don't always love this, but it's the most profitable way to do it, is to fire on them when you get the injury news. Like you were saying, you want to pay attention for the injury news, and that's something we do at DraftKings and information that we tweet out at DraftKings. When that information hits, you're gonna have like 2 minutes, 3 minutes before that stuff is getting yanked down and kind of reassessed.
There's nothing worse than refreshing your DraftKings app or the browser and seeing that your game is locked, and you're like, oh,
yes.
dang it. And it always happens to me where I was looking at a prop and I was like, oh, I don't know. And then the injury report comes out, and then the game gets locked, and the value that I wanted it at was better than it ends up being with the injury. So it's tough. I mean, you just have to be patient, honestly. But when the games get locked, you know something is changing, and DraftKings/Vegas is trying to quickly figure out how they can stay on the right side and, make money on both sides. But yeah, it's the injury. I would say what you said is perfect. Waiting for the injuries is crucial, because you may bet a player that doesn't even play, so you just gotta, I would say, yeah, waiting for the injury report's huge.
Yeah. And that's, so one of the things that I like about what you do is, and I'm scrolling through right now, congrats, 4-0 yesterday on Wednesday. Good work.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun time. I was sweating it out, but it was a good one for sure.
4-0 is always a good day. You can't complain
exactly.
about that. So yeah, like I respect that you break down those matchups and just kind of trust your process and go with it.
Yeah.
I don't even play that many, like, let's call them like straight up player props, like at the number that they close. I have to be really confident in a matchup, or it has to be something like you just talked about, a Steph Curry going for a record. Like, okay, he's going to get shots up tonight.
Yeah.
It has to be something I'm super confident in. And I only play, maybe a couple of those a week. The majority of what I do, I just rack up cheap wins, because wins are wins. So like I was just saying.
Yes, they are. And that's one thing, I've learned. I've been in this industry under a year. So it's still very new to me, which is why I so appreciate podcasts like this, because I learn something new in this industry every single day. I'm here to tell you, I learn something new every day, which I love. But that's one thing, God, people on Twitter are like, oh, like you only laid $5, you only laid $10. Like, I still walked away with money. I don't know what the problem is. Like, unless you send me a Cash App and give me more money to place on this bet, the $5 is going to have to be good enough, because, that's why we have units. You've got to.
I was just going to say, that's nobody's problem. That's nobody's business if you make $5 on it. If somebody wants to bet it and you give them a winner and their unit is $1,000, then you just made them $1,000.
And that's and that's what's crazy. Like a night like last night, I didn't I did not parlay those bets together, because I know how player props work, and it'll be the Russell Westbrook play of the night where he ends. I was seriously sweating it out. I was like on my hands and knees. He had 14 rebounds, 10 assists, and I needed him over 24 and a half rebounds plus assists. So he was one shy, and I'm like, this would be, because I thought about parlaying them together for a split second, and then I said, leave it to Russell Westbrook to be one shy, and that would have blown my parlay. But people will send me screenshots when they tail me, and they like put them in a parlay and lay 100 on them, and I'm like, I love that you have that much confidence in me, but some days I don't even have that much confidence in me. So I don't know where the confidence comes from. But yeah, I mean, units are important, and I try to stay away from the parlay world, because it always just makes me really, really sad. Really sad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. People love parlays. They like to get the big payout. And I got the same exact thing that you were just talking about. I wrote an article a couple of days ago this week. It went 2-0. Somebody sent me a screenshot that they took both of those plays, added their favorite play, and parlayed them and won. I was like, great, good for you.
I know.
But
it's
yeah,
exciting for them, but it's like then the pressure's on when they're like DMing you going, I really need Russ tonight. Like I threw him in a parlay with all of your props. I'm like, why would you do that? I did not tell you to do that.
Nope, it's very clear. Unless you write this is a parlay, unless you tweet this is a parlay, those are individual plays. So very important.
Yep.
And I will say, like you're saying, you're new in the space. You like to do podcasts like this. You like to learn things. One piece of advice that I will give, and people, I'll tweet a prop and say, bet this now, and then get 5 people responding 20 minutes later. Dude, it's gone. What are you talking about? It's not 18.5. It's 22.5. And I'll say, I said this. This is a, for example, yesterday, Giannis ruled out. I bet Chris Middleton over 18.5 points. 5 minutes later, it was 22.5 points.
Got to grab it quick. Fast.
That's that's when you claim. I don't claim to be sharp. I claim to be opportunistic. You pay attention to that news.
I love that.
You get it quick. So being quick is just as good as being sharp sometimes, I guess, would be some advice for people.
Yeah, I actually am really happy that you said that, because the amount of time, and that's such a good piece of advice, because the amount of times that I've been like, oh, I'll brush my teeth and then I'll fix my hair and I'll grab some breakfast and then I'll bet my props. And I go back and look at the lines that I was scrolling through early in the morning, and they're so much worse. And I'm like, why did I not just be on the ball and do it right away? So that is a really, really, I need to carry that with me, because, oh my gosh, that screws me over so much.
Here you go. Guess what? You can go brush your teeth and you can go eat breakfast or whatever, but you just have alerts on for DK Live on Twitter, and then you see whoever's out, boom, you bet it. That's my day-to-day life pretty much.
So most of your like notifications would be Twitter primarily?
Yeah. So for people that want to do that, it's basically all sports. Like it'll just tweet out information lineup related. It won't all be, relevant. Like we just tweeted out LaMarcus Aldridge retiring. But when that NBA news, here's another thing people don't know. The NBA injury reports are generally like 1:30 Eastern and 5:30 Eastern. So there are times when you can expect this news. Some of it will come randomly, but if you're paying attention at those times, you have a better chance of getting the news. And then 90 minutes before tip-off of a game is when you're kind of going to get an injury report as well. So like those, a 7:30 game, if you're looking for news, 6 o'clock, there's a decent chance you're gonna see it.
Right. Which is all about being patient. Like I have people that are like all throughout the day, starting at like sunrise. Like, what are the locks? What are the locks? What are the locks? I'm like, once I know the locks, you will know the locks. But for now, I'm waiting it out so that we can either get the best value or we can see who's injured tonight, because that makes a huge difference. Because like you said, star player goes out. Okay, now it's time to look at those, secondary stars, because they're going to have a big game. They almost have to, because now they're stepping into that leadership role on this team. So yeah, injuries are huge. And
sometimes you can have a good bet that you lose, and people don't understand that. So like I mentioned the Middleton bet yesterday worked perfectly. A bad defense like the Timberwolves, blowout factor scared me. He had like 16 points at halftime and they were up 25. We'll talk about this in a second, but he racked up some quick points in the third quarter, got it there for me. We won. A week or two ago, one of the first games Giannis was ruled out, I also bet Middleton over 18.5 points, closed again at like 21.5, 22.5. Great closing line value. He shot like 4 of 17 against the Kings, who have an awful defense, and it just didn't get there. And then people start tweeting you. I will take that bet 10 out of 10 times. You got value, you got a bad defense, you got a good shooter that didn't make shots. You just keep doing that, and they're going to win, just like it won yesterday.
Yep.
So trust the process, I guess, is
absolutely.
The okay, so I guess we've teased blowouts a couple of times, so I do want to touch on this. There is nothing worse than losing a player prop in a blowout. I had one earlier this year. Again, I told you there's a million things I could put in that bad beat section. Here's one. I had a Tyler Hero point prop. It was under by a half a point at halftime. I did not hit it. He played the entire third quarter, missed all his shots against the 76ers, didn't play the entire fourth quarter because it was a blowout, partially because he missed all his shots in the third quarter, but still. So I got a little nervous about like the Middleton one. So the question here is, do you look at how do you factor in the point spread when you are betting a player prop? Do you ever find a prop that you like a lot based on the numbers, but shy away or bet it smaller because it's whatever, a 14-point spread, and this guy might only play 3 quarters?
All the time. The amount of props I love, and I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. This is going to be a blowout game. Don't do it. But I will say, as of lately, like beginning of the season, I would say my go-to was like 9 points or higher for a spread. Just be wary of a blowout. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. At that 9-10 range, we've seen it before. 8.5. We've seen, teams like that cover. The Nets are a good example of that. They covered an 8.5 point spread yesterday. So it can happen. However, at the beginning of the season, if it was over 9, over 10, I was a little bit like, okay, I might just stay away from this one for now, especially with player props. But I will say lately, any game is a blowout game at this point. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing teams getting blown out. Like, I don't think anyone expected the Celtics Nuggets game to happen the way that it did. I'm happy on your behalf that it did happen the way that it did, but
that was one of the biggest swings of the season.
It was crazy. And the Nuggets were on an 8-game winning streak. They had just gotten Aaron Gordon, and he was really like finding his rhythm on this team and really like, stepping into his role. And MPJ was on fire at this time. So it was weird. And I don't think anyone expected. I think that was a game on that slate where you would argue this is probably the best matchup of the night. And this is going to be a really, really fun game to watch. And then before you know it, it's a blowout. So at the beginning, I kind of had a rule I followed in terms of like, if the spread is this number or higher, stay away from it. But now I feel like every game has the capability of being a blowout game at this point, because we're seeing it a lot. I don't think it was last night, but I think it was the night before. There was a blowout. I think every other game was a blowout game. Like it was brutal.
More than every other. It was like all of them.
I think there was brutal.
We recently, like within the last 10 days, had the day, how am I going to say this? The day with the largest margin of victory in NBA history. Like the games were decided by the most amount of points in NBA history. Like I think it was a Saturday ago or something like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the April 12th slate. You had like 113-95 for the 76ers and the Mavs, 120-97 for Spurs and Magic. What was another one? I mean, like just it was like every game, the spreads were not even close in terms of the underdogs covering for whatever reason. But yeah, so I think every game now is capable of it. And like we've talked about a million times on this podcast so far, is the injuries are huge. So, you've got to be very careful about those star players being out. And that blowout factor, I think it's everywhere now. Before I had my little go-to things, but now I feel like it could happen no matter what. So I'm just cautious all around.
Yeah, it's tough. Like there's a couple ways I look at it. Number one, I try and do it like if the spread is a blowout, sometimes this year it's because one of the teams is extremely shorthanded. So on that shorthanded team, that means guys still have to play a lot regardless of which way it goes. So like there was a point in time where the Thunder had like 8 guys and they didn't have any point guards. Gilgeous-Alexander this was when he kind of first went out. He's obviously out long-term now. Ty Jerome was out, and they have Theo. I don't even know if it's Maldon. I don't even know how to say his last name.
Yeah, I don't know how to say his name either.
But what I did know is that they didn't have any other ball handling guards on the roster. So the Thunder got absolutely mopped, but he still played 35 minutes for me and cashed his points, rebounds, assists. It might have been against the Suns, I want to say. So Suns, Thunder, with the Thunder like have 6 guys out, that's probably going to be a blowout. But I just trusted that he would be on the floor in the fourth quarter down 20 something, and he was. So you can try and play into the props towards blowouts if you want, and try and maybe use it toward into your favor. Yeah. But at the same time, like I get scared to bet a star or whatever in a blowout. And I just told you I bet Middleton yesterday, who was the Bucks' maybe best player, and it still worked out. So go figure. That's why it's betting.
I've noticed that both of us on this podcast so far, everything in player, when you're betting player props, it's just got to be like, well, I couldn't help it. I mean, because that's the thing.
You got to just let it fly at some point.
The handicapping can be all there. You've done the research, the numbers line up, and it literally could not look more perfect from a handicapping perspective, and it still won't hit. And that's just the nature of the beast. And that's something I had to learn very fast, which was be okay with losing, because you're going to lose a lot. And that's just how it goes. And so, yeah, I mean, the handicapping can be all there. You can stay up all night doing the research and finding the numbers and the stats and the trends. And at the end of the day, you're betting on another human being. They're not a robot. You can't control them. So it is what it is. And you just got to be okay with it. And like you said, I've had plenty of bets where they put up the shots that I thought they were going to put up. They just didn't make them. And so it's like, well, who would have thought, they normally shoot 46 to 50% from the line, or from the three, which is why I took their made threes prop, like MPJ the other night, 1 for 12 from the 3-point line. How was I supposed to know this man would not hit? It would only hit 1 of 12. I had him 2+. He couldn't even make another one. So the thought process on him shooting that many threes was totally there. But
that's a great bet. If you've got him putting up 12 of those, that's a fantastic bet.
You would assume that he would make at least 2 or 3 of 12. But again, that's just where the handicapping's there and the player is not. So you just have to go with it.
Yeah, it happens. And hopefully sometimes we get lucky the other way. All right, we're going to get out of here. I put something out on Twitter for questions from you guys, if you had any coming on to the show. So we'll flip through a few of those before we get out of here. So cool. We have a couple of them. This one's from Don Brown. Love player props and parlays. Dangerous game. Regardless of the, they admit it. Regardless of the stupidity of parlays. For NBA player props, what bet type has the most success or hit rate? Does points, rebounds, assists, or rebounds, assists wager give better returns due to the player being able to make up in one category versus just straight points, rebounds, or assists? That's an interesting and good question. Do you have any take on that?
Yeah, I will say I love the player combos. I love those only because, especially like I've noticed it in these like starting point guard positions. We have a lot of point guards that on any given night, you don't know if they're going to be in shooter mode or in facilitator mode. Like you really can't. Ben Simmons is a great example. The amount of times that I bet that player combo on him, and it helped me so much because I knew he's going to be hot in one or the other. He's going to get assists or he's going to shoot the ball. That there's no in between. So I love the combos. I think there's value there. I kind of feel it's like a safety net a little bit where it gives you a little bit more wiggle room. If you have seen, if your trends are for this player, you're looking at their numbers in the last 5, they're either hot in one or they're hot in the other. That's where those player combos can really save you and kind of act as a safety net in terms of like giving you a little bit of wiggle room. The value may not be as great just because you are getting that wiggle room, but I would say I love those combos. I don't know if you love them, but I think they're awesome and they're definitely a safe bet if you're noticing that that's a habit of theirs in the last 5 games.
So I do love them, but my answer would be it depends on the player. I want to play to that player's strength. And you essentially said that. Like Ben Simmons is a well-rounded guy. Ben Simmons is a guy that's going to get you a triple-double with 12 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds. Like that set, and that could be an under on his point prop still, and yet he gets over the 3-way combo easily. So Russell Westbrook, you mentioned off the top, that's a guy that you want combos on. You don't know, there's a lot of games where he has 6 or 7 assists and 18 rebounds, or 18 assists and 6 or 7 rebounds. Like he is a great example of a guy you want a combo on. I'll go back to my one yesterday. Chris Middleton is a scorer. Now I just looked, he actually had 8 rebounds and 7 assists. So he had a very well-rounded game with 27 points. But I want to focus on him shooting. Like they have a guy like Drew Holiday that is going to kind of handle the ball and distribute, a good physical point guard, which gets back to kind of the point guards again on the combos. But I kind of want to go off of what type of player I'm betting on for something like that.
Oh, I agree. Just to your point, when you brought up Russell Westbrook, that was my exact bet last night, was rebounds plus assists.
Right.
Because every once in a while, you'll see some games he ends with 10 points. Some games he ends with 25. The points are where it gets a little streaky, but he is very consistent with rebounds and assists, which is why that was the combo I went with last night.
There you go. All right. Another question here. Which is more important for player props? Waiting to place bets to hear about injuries, ruling other players out, or getting the bets in before the props are pulled or changed? I've been in bad situations on both sides lately. We kind of talked about this, but you can go ahead and reiterate it.
I would say wait, because that's what I do. But again, I have been on both sides of, oh, dang it, I wish I wouldn't have waited. And then also, oh, I'm really glad I waited because, the injury report just totally messed everything up for me. So, I mean, if I had to go off of what I think is best, I would say wait.
So I agree. And we've talked about this, saying be patient. Be patient until you get the news you're waiting for. Then the patience is over. Now. You want to know what you want to bet. You want to know, we're talking about money. You want to know, this is something I want to put 2-3 units on. And as soon as you get the news you're waiting for, you can be patient for 6 hours waiting for the news. As soon as you get it, you want to make that bet within 60 seconds. Like,
and move quickly. Yes.
Yes. Know how much you want to bet, move quickly, bet it. There you are. You're good.
Yes.
All right. Last one. Do you find NBA player performance is more consistent during the playoffs? Historically, feels like top tier players are going 110% every game when a series is tight. Regular season has minutes fluctuate or more inconsistencies. It seems like studs take more control in those playoff games.
I would agree with that. To an extent, I think it also depends on the player. Some players crumble when the pressure's on. Let's get real. I mean, I think it's definitely depends on the player. But in terms of like, okay, let's look at the Lakers, for example. Players like Kyle Kuzma and Dennis Schroeder, once AD and LeBron are healthy and playing, I probably wouldn't bet anything on them because we know who the main characters of that team are going to be once playoff is in full swing. So I would say it's very circumstantial. That question really just depends on the circumstance. But I will say, I think, those star players definitely are consistent in terms of playing time and playing in general in the playoffs. Their performance, we'll just have to wait and see because this has been a weird year with lots of weird injuries. So I think it's all just a waiting game.
Yeah. So here's my thoughts here. Players are going to play most likely their heavier minutes in the postseason. The defense is also going to tighten up. Teams try. They're not always trying in the regular season. So it can go both ways. I prefer betting the regular season because I want the mess of uncertainty. So a guy gets ruled out, like whatever, Paul George rested last night. Guys aren't going to be resting playoff games. Like there are no unexpected scratches. So that's how I like betting because like I said, I'll be opportunistic. I'll take advantage of this news when it comes out. So for betting the playoffs in a player prop, it's one of those spots where you have to be really confident in the matchup and in that player's role because it strictly comes down to those things. There are no injuries that are really going to give you an edge in the postseason.
Agreed.
All right. That's pretty much all we have. Hopefully this helps people make some money in the player prop NBA market. I guess before we get out of here, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. You don't have to give anything here, but does anything jump out to you on this Thursday, April 15th slate?
Yeah, again, like we've talked about a million times, I tend to wait. Just especially when okay.
Let me rephrase that. Don't give a play. Is there anything you have your eye on that maybe later will open up for us?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I really like to look at, like I said, defense. So already I'm kind of being drawn towards the Celtics versus the Lakers, because I know that the Celtics have been pretty hot with their defense lately and offense as well. And the Lakers, they're a good defensive team when they're healthy, is my thought there. And they're not healthy right now. So I might look to some Celtics props today, because I think the Lakers aren't as strong defensively right now as they would be if they were healthy. So I think there's some opportunities there for the Celtics to really have a good game. We may see quite a few 3 balls in that game. So I might cook up a made threes prop. I've been really loving those. And Jaylen Brown has been awesome to bet on, as well as, of course, Jason Tatum. But really, really loving Jaylen Brown lately. But I did make a lot of money on Marcus Smart the other day. So I am also big Marcus Smart girl right now, because he made me money. I had a juice play on him for made threes at plus 130. He cashed it for me. So yeah, I'm hot on the Celtics with you tonight. I just like their players right now. Their starting lineup is solid, and they're playing really good basketball right now. So I'll probably focus on that matchup.
They've maybe turned a little bit of a corner here this season after some pretty poor play, 6-1 in their last 7. So yeah, and to our point, all podcast, what time is it right now? It is almost noon on the East Coast right now. DK Sportsbook is demanding that you wait to bet these props, because there are 2 players in Warriors Cavs available, and then 6 players in Lakers Celtics available. None of the other games are even available yet, because we need injury news. So, I mean, the sportsbook is making the decision for you, I guess, in this case, that you got to wait before you bet these things.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I think the Celtics, they've been really fun to bet on, especially from a player prop perspective. So that's going to be my matchup that I really focus on tonight.
There we go. All right.
I'm rooting for your team.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. All right. So she is Liv Moods. You can follow her on Twitter at Liv Moods, the director of media in-app post for Book It HQ. Follow her on Twitter. You will see player props. She presents them much better than me with a TikTok. I just tweet them in boring fashion, and you can read it. But nonetheless, we will both have you covered for NBA player props. Liv, thank you so much for joining Unreasonable Odds.
Thank you so much for having me.
Back here to the Dream Stream. There's been a lot of good stuff, including a thrilling comeback victory in overtime for the Buccaneers to advance out of the round of 16 and on, obviously, to whatever field of 8 we'd like to call that. But they are getting set for a matchup with the winner of this next sim that we have in front of us. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers and the LA Rams. He's Kenny Ducey. I am Adam Kaufman. We got a matchup here, Kenneth, of a 9 and an 8 seed. So they couldn't be much more evenly matched with regard to seeding. What are your expectations for this one?
Well, I don't like either of these teams in the Sims personally. 2 of my favorite real-life teams to watch. I think that ultimately what it's going to come down to here is the Rams receiving core and their defense. I think that they're going to get it done in this sim. I stacked up the Rams. I like the Rams a lot in this spot. And I just can't trust anybody on the Steelers. I think I came back with Eric Ebron and Sim Schuster, but I captained Josh Reynolds. I went pretty Rams heavy. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But that's just my feeling right off the bat.
I've got a 3-3 split with regard to the lineup. Lineup's lock in about a minute, so I'll let you know who I've got, obviously, in a matter of time. I will say Cooper Kupp is my captain, however, which is, I am not generally a believer in Cooper Kupp in these sims. I just sort of felt his price at $6,200 in the flex too good to ignore. Obviously $9,300 at the captain. He's not been good lately. I mean, let's be perfectly clear about that. Cooper Kupp, while he has 25 touchdowns in Madden 21 in, 63 games, so won essentially every other sim, he has not put up double figures in his last 5 sims and is topped out at 5.8 points. So he's not been good. He's not been heavily target. I'm not a Jared Goff guy. I'm just going to tell you, Goff is he's in my lineup, but not because I wanted him there. I just had the salary and it made sense over a lot of other guys. But to round out what I have as lineups locking here momentarily, again, Kupp in the captain spot, both QBs, Jared Goff and Ben Roethlisberger, who
again, I mean, there are ceilings there for sure, but neither one is reliably great in Simland.
Yeah,
And
you
then,
can't take. It's hard to take these quarterbacks. It really is.
It really is. And if it weren't a showdown, I probably wouldn't go anywhere near him. But I've also got Bobby Trees, Robert Woods, Juju Smith-Schuster, and James Conner. Conner, I felt like, and I'll be curious to see the ownership in a moment.
You give me a break with this. You do this with Melvin Gordon. You do this all the time. He's the running back.
Dude, Connor is $2,600. He's got 27 touchdowns. To not roster him makes you a fool.
Really? Let's make a little gentleman's wager on that. Let's see
what are we doing? Out on top. All right. Well, let's. I don't know. I'm sure we can somehow link this up to
$5 DK dollars
tonight or something like that. What
$5
do you
DK dollars.
Well, I'm not. How am I supposed to wire you $5 DK dollars?
Well, what you do is we'll just do a contest, and then you won't
just blank
enter a lineup, and then I'll get the $5 DK dollars.
All right, and so how are we determining this as to whether he scores a touchdown or whether he?
Well, let's do the over under on his points. What do you think it's going to be, realistically?
He's averaging.
You know what?
He's averaging 6. Okay, he's averaging.
Okay, well let's ask Tom and Drew to set an over under on James Conner points, and then I will obviously take the under.
All right, what's reasonable, Tom and Drew? And thank you all for being with us. I'd be curious, we'll go by Tom and Drew, but I would be curious to know what the chat thinks as well. You can weigh in. So Drew thinks 1 point below his sim average is fair, so that would be 5.
5. We'll do 5.5. Let's do 5.5. I'll take the under. You take the over. That sound good? So he scores a touchdown. You win.
Fine.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
All
cool.
Right. Good.
Done.
Good. In. Scoreless game. We've just started. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're coming in hot. We got producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, our TD, Frangelico, Robert. I don't know if Robert goes by Bob. It could be Bobby. It could be Rob. It could be Robbie. There are so many options available. Honestly, it's got to be frustrating for him because I'm sure there are some that he likes and others that he doesn't like. You can tell us. You let us know. We want to call you what you want to be called. Got Drew, Andrew in the Zoom. This is why Adam is simple. There are a couple people in my life that have called me Ad, but it's not really a nickname.
Ad?
Yeah.
What is that?
Again, not like my aunt always called me Ad, and she's like the only one. It's not, it's not a true nickname. It's not like I'd never introduce myself as Ad. Adam is just, it's basic, man. It's just very simple. So
Robert Hood is his name, and he says, for the sake of the chat, call me Robin Hood.
He says he goes by Rob or Bert, though. I didn't even consider Bert. Holy cow.
Bert.
There are so many options here.
Bert. I love Bert. That's a great name.
I didn't even consider that as being... All right, so Robert, Rob, Bob, Bobby, Rob, Robbie, Bert. That's 7 different variations. Well, including Robert anyway. That's 7 different things that you could theoretically go by.
I like to imagine that when you say Bert, it's like apostrophe B-E-R-T, like Bert.
Like Traquan without the tray?
No, like it's just like
just like apostrophe B-E-R-T.
It's like I called you. I wouldn't make.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah.
It'd be like apostrophe D-A-M. That wouldn't make sense. No,
it's like if I called Tom, undercover boss Tom, if I called him Miss, like Miss.
Yeah, I don't think that would stick.
I don't know.
Brad says I'm going to win the bet. Roethlisberger completes another one, up over 60 passing, 1st and 10 from the 31. Couple minutes gone by here, scoreless opening quarter. Again, we are in the round of 16, folks. How's your bracket doing, everybody? Did you fill one out? You did, Kenny. How's your bracket doing?
No.
No?
No.
If it was that bad, did you do a round of 16 bracket? Just reset?
No. Couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Too much pain.
My 8-year-old, 14-2. I was wrong.
Yeah, that's just stuff that you just don't need to hear about. I
wrote 15-1. I was forgetting he took a Patriots, the loss, the The Pats
Yeah,
going down to the Dolphins yesterday. So 14.
Just don't want to hear about that.
Well,
I mean, come on. He's showing us all up.
He really is. Anybody? I want to hear from you guys in the chat. Who is doing the best? Is anybody 17-0? You know what, Drew? When was the last time that you looked at the free-to-play prize pool of the 28,000 entries that we have? Anybody sitting 17-0? That would be incredible to me. 1st and 10, Roethlisberger incomplete, looking for the end zone. Apparently 70 or so people won $72. And now we're into the round of 2. Oh, okay, so it's not... So I was wrong then. So the original bracket, if you filled one out for the round of 32, it's just a round 1 bracket. It doesn't follow through to an ultimate winner. That's a bummer. I'm going to talk to somebody. Short completion out to the 8. Sure, I'll get an immediate reply on that. Drew, where have you been? Lost in Simland, I guess. Tara says 12-5. Muhammad, I want to hear all about it, Koff. Well, thank you. Thank you for your support. Meager 95% people are doing great after the first game. Yeah, I'll say. I mean, Tampa Bay could have really surprised some people there. That would have been painful. 3rd and 6 incomplete. So, good news if you decided to roster Chris Boswell, because he's going to come on out and prove his worth.
I'm going to see if I can remedy my sound issues here.
Well, good. While you do that, I'm going to celebrate my Red Sox. Who, for anyone not watching, field goal good, 3-0. Down and out offensively all game long against Minnesota, a team they've taken 3 from to begin this series. This is the series finale before heading back home for a lengthy homestand.
Yeah.
8th inning, Verdugo with a hell of an at-bat. I don't know how many pitches it was. And ultimately doubles down the line, scores 3. Tie game. And these two teams, they are still going. Bottom of the 8th inning right now.
How about this? Can you hear me now? Does this sound okay?
Good God. Yeah, I can hear you right now. This is what it's like you're at a drive-through. It's
all right, man. Jeez, okay. Well, you can hear me better? This is better?
Oh.
Right, I didn't know if it was going to work. Is this better?
Like I'm talking to Maine or something like that.
All right, you know what? I'm just trying to help out here.
This is of no help. Good God. The production crew is upset. Drew is going to mute you.
Hold on.
Am I way drop you from the stream? Adam says, Koff had fun competing with you in NBA last night, but them alerts are real, nonstop. Adam, there is a way to, I couldn't specifically tell you how to do it, but there is a way, Adam, to go in and turn off all those notifications. You can do that.
Yo, all right, so I'm trying to talk really quiet. I don't know what's happening right now.
All right, all right. Now I don't hear all the noise and feedback. So go ahead, get a little.
No, but I can see my level, and it's way too loud.
Oh well, then don't.
Can you hear me? Well, here's the thing. I checked the adjust microphone volume automatically box, and it's not adjusting the microphone volume automatically. So now Let me see what happens if I uncheck it.
I want Whisper Kenny for the entire sim.
Is this any better? No, this is probably worse, right?
I'm not even kidding. I want Whisper Kenny the entire time.
Is this worse or better?
I mean, I'm into it.
All I wanted was a little bit. I wanted a little clearer audio. See, this is too loud. I can't talk above this volume. It's gonna be way too loud.
It is. It's way too loud.
It's way too loud.
93 BB Rack Koff. Verdugo should have struck out. The umps bailed you out. No question. That was absolutely called third strike, and he got away with ball 3. I'm not gonna fight it.
I'm gonna play around with some stuff now. We're gonna automatically adjust microphone volume. And now what we're gonna do, boys and girls, is we're going to select a different microphone stuff.
It's so dancing. Even when Kenny whispers, he sounds loud.
This is not any better. Is it any better? No. Alright, so this was a failed experiment. That's what it sounds like to me. Right? This is not working? Okay. We'll
It's not
switch it.
great.
We'll switch it. All right. Okay.
Neville
All right,
cleanup
back
hitter.
to the-
Damn,
back to
damn,
the-
Juice. You
back
just
to the
woke my
microphone.
grandma and she's cremated.
All right, we're back. We're back. This is the same audio level as we had before, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
I kind of miss Whisper Kenny already though.
Yeah. Well, he's not here anymore. No. So I got a new computer set. I think I said it on. I announced it on the Dream Stream, but it's a Chromebook because I don't. I mean,
Breaking news! I have an announcement.
I really didn't need anything else, but the problem is that my microphone doesn't work with it, and so I just plugged in this XL or not an XLR, this lav mic, and I figured that would be better, and then it was just too hot, and I can't adjust the volume. Can't adjust the settings on here.
Drew, by the way, with a great point. Didn't multiple people in the chat tell you not to get a Chromebook?
I mean, first of all, okay, I don't listen to anybody. Second of all,
maybe you should have.
I have an old computer I can use if this goes backwards, but I'm I don't for my primary job. Yeah, no big deal. Just the guy I captained scoring a touchdown.
Josh Reynolds, folks. Had him in my lineup, and I took him out, and I love him, and now I feel bad about it. Cooper Kupp with a big gain to get them downfield. Josh Reynolds finishes the job. Touchdown Rams to take what is going to be a 7-3 lead after this extra point.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't work, the microphone, when I plugged it in. So actually, hold on. Let me try.
Neville cleanup hitter. Whispering Kenny isn't allowed near playgrounds or birthday parties. Undercover boss Tom, rule of thumb in Ram Sims, always captain Josh Reynolds. I used to do it every single time. I really did.
Even if I go all the way up on this volume, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
I'm not talking right now, though. You want me to start talking? Is he trying to hear me? 7-3 Rams.
You can't hear me at all.
I hear you right now.
Do I sound okay?
You sound good.
Really?
Can you hear me now?
Wait,
Good.
do I actually sound okay?
Yeah, you actually do. I mean, I think you do.
Yeah, this is the normal microphone I normally use. It's in. All right, so I'm okay. All right, let me turn this down a little bit. It's a little too hot. I think the problem was it was just my microphone, the volume, the knob on the microphone was turned down because the computer I usually use had it just, for whatever reason, the microphone, the Yeti came in so hot that it was like all the way down in the first setting.
Yeti really wanted to announce your presence.
I didn't even think about the fact that I could just turn the volume up. I mean, what a concept, right?
I'm not gonna lie. I wish we could have had Whispering Kenny for a full quarter, though.
I mean, it's like, you know what I love is everyone immediately goes to, oh, you just bought the wrong computer. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Oh, all this stuff, and and what did you get? You got me yelling in your ear because of it. So
it's our fault.
That's right. No, of course it's not. Of course it's not the computer's fault. I wouldn't buy a machine that I can't use.
As Drew says, and this is always Drew's default answer, but he might have been right here. He says, so you just
that isn't what I did. I decided to turn the volume up. The thing is, and Tom reminds me and reminds the chat that I did work IT in college. The thing about it, like 80% of the time there's something wrong, it's operator error, it's user error. So you can bank on that. So this was user error. I was looking stuff up online today. I was like, how do I get this microphone? It's always user error. The keyboard the other day, there was a battery stuck in there. User error. Like it's always your fault. It's never like the machine. It's never, I'll use a brand that doesn't make computers anymore. It's never Gateway's fault.
Nice.
There you go. You spend hours on it's always just user error, like 80% of the time. So, and I've literally walked into bars before, and this was when I was like 13 years old with my family. Like, we go to a restaurant, And they're like, well, the TV's broken. We can't put on the Knicks for you. And I was like, why don't you hand me the remote? And then I just get it to work. Like, it's just like, it's always user error. So this time I'm the user and I made the error.
76 passing for each of the QBs. James Conner, my guy, just 1 for 6 so far. He hasn't done anything in the air. Kupp, 3 for 62. Reynolds has the touchdown, 1 for 10. 4 for 31 for Eric Ebron. Those are the notable numbers through 1. Again, it is 7-3. The Rams are in front. Emerson's forehead says, Kenny, you need a mesh network. That's what you need. Emerson's forehead also adds, Kenny, you sound as good as you can sound. Cassie says you sound like a girlfriend who is constantly, all caps, constantly asking if she looks okay. You're not going to get the answer you want.
I'll say this. The one great thing about the Chromebooks is that there's a DraftKings app that you can get. So I have the DK app. It's like a little on my screen here. It's like, it looks like mobile view. I'm looking at my lineup. It looks real good right now. Josh Reynolds with 12 points in the captain spot. I got Eric Ebron with 7 down there in the flex. Cooper Kupp, 9.2 fantasy points. Juju Smith-Schuster with 2.2. Tyler Higbee with 2.4. Bobby Tree is still without a catch. But the main point, Koff, is my lineup is awesome and yours stinks, and look out.
I don't think mine's. I'm 60th. 60
Absolutely stinks.
I mean,
look, there's a little button that says stream live. I can stream this if I want.
You should do it.
Look at that right there on the app. This is amazing. I'm looking at what I just said 30 seconds ago. This is great.
Incomplete pass.
I sound great too. I gotta say, I sound amazing.
Red Sox got out of a jam. Top 9 they go. 3-3. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We've got Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, our TD. Bert and Frangelico. Bert, are you I want to get the lay of the land, and these are questions that I typically will ask before a sim, but what the heck? Let's take people behind the curtain. I would remember 7 variations of Robert, so I'm going to assume we've not worked together yet. Are you here shadowing Frangelico? Are you learning the game ops business? Either way, I welcome you to the team. I'm glad that you're here. And I think everybody should smash the like for Bert. Do it. Let's get to 200. We got more than 400 people watching. He's just trying to learn. He'll be fine. You good at math? Inputting numbers?
I'm very good at
I mean, really, like Frangelico, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm guessing the harder part of your job is not actually the manual scoring and all of the math that goes into it that I couldn't begin to do. So I'm taking nothing away from what you do. I'm guessing the harder part of what you do is actually having to deal with all the, why aren't the stats updated? And there's a scoring error. And why doesn't Cooper should have that catch? Why'd the touchdown go to the wrong guy? I bet the chat at times can be the bigger challenge.
When was the last time someone was awarded Chat VP?
I mean, it's Rossi's thing, and as far as I know, he hasn't.
I know, but I feel like we haven't had a chat MVP in so long.
Let's bring it back. Hey, speaking of bringing it back, Glass.
No, we don't have to bring it back if no one from the chat impresses us.
Listen,
I'm just saying, where are like the impressive performances from the chat? We have not seen a chatter really blow us away in a long time. You know, that's why the chat VP hasn't been given out.
Well, I am happy to bring back Chat VP. There are a lot of people talking about NBA. I'll get to that in a second. Glash is in the chat. Speaking of bringing it back, says,
you know what?
Wow, story time. I know your buddy's in the
Glash
chat.
And the Jets should have won the sim last night.
Wow, Bert got you got welcomed by Daddy. So never mind any of that, Bert. Glash, I don't know if you noticed when we were just on camera in between quarters here, I wore 2 shirts to account for the fact that you chose not to wear one on the last sim.
He didn't wear a shirt?
He may as well not have. It was offensive.
Well, this is why the Jets lost.
Just chest lettuce everywhere.
Oh, come
3rd
on.
and inches. Absolutely. Like
there's
like
your boy James Conner. What is that? 2 rushes for what is that? 8 yards? 0 yards?
You're mocking a lot for like 5:30 to go in the second quarter. But
how many yards is that, Koff? How many is it?
If that's what gets you through, you go right ahead.
Hey, just tell me how many it is, okay?
Not many yet.
Okay, well, there you go.
Robbie Noble, Father Adam has the power to baptize. That's right. And I welcome you.
What a terrible throw.
Hail Marys. Frangelico says, you guys do a great job as my mediator with the chat, so I'm not worried about the chat. That's very fair. Bert here says he loves numbers, which is awesome. Richard, or Rich, or Dick, could be anything. I tried to challenge you, Koff, in NBA head-to-head, but just went to the DK SimFam contest. Koff is going down. Well, I'll tell you what. I couldn't tell you why it did that, other than you probably made it public instead of private. So go ahead. Anyone that wants to play tonight, DK-A Kaufman, AKAUFMAN, happy to play. Seeing a lot of people out here saying that they cashed in last night's contest. Great to see it.
For Angelico in 40th in our little contest here.
Oh, awesome.
But yeah, congratulations to all those people for sure.
Yeah,
Undercover Boss Tom in 67th. I think you're last place out of all of us here.
Among our group?
Yeah, I think that you have the worst lineup.
I mean, so far, I'm sitting 80th. I see T-Pike. I see Tate. The Cobra K's not even here, but he's playing.
James Conner, man.
42. Yeah, Connor. I can't. As soon as Connor scores a touchdown,
0.6
I am going to go.
Points. There's going to be a touchdown right here before they can even get to the goal line.
No, that's even better. Get them like to the 1.
Right now, I know what's even better. I'm rooting against you.
Chicago Sports. Hey, Ducey, can you apologize for your slander against the White Sox pitcher Carlos Rodon after the no-no last night?
Absolutely. Yep. I said that the Indians were going to get some runs off him. 100%. I literally was like, that is so funny. I apologize. I mean, it's not slander if it's true. I just gave the numbers on him, but very good start. I was wrong.
Robbie Noble.
Guess who's not on the field right now?
That's okay. Roethlisberger.
No, it's not okay, because it's a touchdown. Oh, review it.
Got it out of bounds.
I'm doing that. I'm doing the thing that the NBA players do with the finger. Review it. Come on.
No.
Review it.
No.
Challenge. Yeah. We got a challenge, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's review it.
Come on.
First. LT,
it was Deontay Johnson. I don't want that to be in now. He was out. Come on, he was out. That was Deontay Johnson, guys. You don't want that to be a touchdown.
Flash, love the burger meat, buddy.
Oh, they gave it to him!
Holy cow. Holy cow. I don't know about that. I don't know. Do you have Deontay? I don't, so that's only gonna hurt me more. But I do have Roethlisberger, but I don't have Deontay.
Well, all I know is,
yeah, even Tom, the foot was definitely out. What are we doing here?
His foot was out 100%.
There is a conspiracy against James Conner.
I thought that was Juju, and it was not, and now I'm upset.
Now that would have been nice for me. That I would have been happy with.
Is he your captain? No, Cooper Kupp's your captain.
Yeah, Kupp's
I have our head-to-head up right now. I'm watching. You know what?
Drew says it was in. What are you guys looking at? Tom
you know
says,
what?
Apparently 2 different games.
You know what? Another $5 DK on the table for who wins our matchup. How about that?
No, I'm not agreeing to that. Would you already comfortably?
What do you mean? I'm up 1.7 points on you.
All right, you're right. You're not comfortably ahead. You are. Okay, yeah. Fine.
Here we go. Game on. I love doing this. This is fun. It's just DK bucks. It's not real money.
He says, Kenny, why are you being rude? Kaufman is talking right now and you're interrupting. Let him finish what he has to say and then you can speak. We don't need to take turns, Kenny.
I'm sorry.
I
apologize.
Like at an adult club establishment, just 2 guys sitting at a bar having a conversation. You can interrupt me all you want. There's a run. It's a pretty good one. Shot first though, out to the 37 from Malcolm Brown.
I'm gonna hide our shared
very
players.
Rarely trust in Simland. Shut up! I'm talking. I'm kidding.
Right. So I have Ebron. You have Roethlisberger. I have Higbee. You have Goff. I have Cooper Kupp. You have James Conner, who obviously is going to do nothing. And then I have Josh Reynolds in the captain. You have Cooper Kupp in the captain. So I don't know how it's gonna work out. Honestly, I don't know how that works. Like, I don't even know what to root for at this point. Like, if Cooper Kupp does well, that helps me, but it also helps you like a little incrementally more. But then like I don't know, whatever.
We'll
Ernest
see.
says Kenny is a sim legend. He speaks, we listen.
Then you have offensive guard saying Ducey is auto mute. Sorry, Cuff. Hey, don't mute us.
Oh boy. So I guess the only person that can save me really is like Higbee and Ebron.
Goff dumps it off. There's a completion. Bobby Trees. I've got that stat.
Actually,
Goff and Woods. That'll help.
I shouldn't have made that friendly wager with you.
Well, live in the moment.
I don't think I can beat you. I didn't realize that we had this kind of.
Cassie says, I'm going somewhere with this. Cassie says, Koff, you have such a professional sports voice. You need to be in a video game. Drew, here's my question. If Madden hired me as its next actual game commentator, instead of scheduling me, would we just turn up the commentating in the game and I won't even have to work? I wouldn't be able to interact with the chat. He says, no. All right, still going to be here. I thought it was a nice idea. I can give Cassie the chat. There's another completion. And again, off to Bobby. That's true. It's just there wouldn't be any buy stream trash.
Wow, I'm in 74th. You're in 75th. You could just cut the tension with the knife right now.
Can you feel it? Do this many people have my same lineup that I'm tied with here? I guess so.
There's Higbee. Nice. That helps. That helps. Higbee. More Higbee, please.
Tyler says, Koff, I carried you through last summer to this fame, and you don't shout out someone who started back with Hawk and you? Tyler, I'm happy you're here. Happy you're all here. Especially the hashtag team always hearers.
No
Congo Cab Trees. Listen, if we're all having so much fun.
Oh, it's gonna be a hold.
Can we hit that like? Let's hit that like. Smash that like button. Smash it, damage it, break it. I mean, treat it like Kenny's Chromebook or the H key on his old computer.
The H key on my old computer is we don't talk about it anymore. Yeah.
Send that like button to death.
Oh, Higbee again. I don't care if it's for 1 yard. It's still got that point. That's big. Any Higbee is good. Now I am winning by a little bit more.
Yeah, you're up by a couple points.
Well, I'll be up by a couple more now because of that.
Well, listen, give Frangelico a second. He's training Bert. It's manual scoring. Noah says, Koff, make another NBA. So that was another thing I wanted to bring up. Why? Why do I need to make another one? I created one last night. It's a small slate, just 4 games. So I made a smaller contest, 50 people as opposed to 100. It filled up quickly because you guys are loyal to the last minute NBA. But we filled it. That's the whole point. We don't need to make another one.
Let's go.
Sox and Twins, still 3-3. 4th and 3 on the way from the 17, and it is going to be a kick. Mr. Sloman evens up the game 10-10. Ed Zone Dance. Kaufman, Madden should replace the tablet guy that's on every single team's coaching staff with you. I disagree. I think that should be Glash. I think Glash should be the tablet guy in every stadium.
Sorry, you froze for me for a second. I was just being
quiet.
Did I?
See?
So, well, I mean, it's my fault, but I think it's my internet. But I was just like wondering if I didn't say anything, maybe it would just go back, and it did. So, good.
Noah says, well, there's no reason, Koff. There's no reason to make it small for today. There's no notice. Either for us, it's unfair. Is this what the people want? Do the people want another NBA? Do you want me to create it? Let's hear it from the chat. Would you like me to create another NBA contest in the DK Sim Fam Friends League for tonight's 4-game classic that locks at 7:30 Eastern? Let's hear it from you. Glash says Goff only made it 50 because his lineups have sucked the last 2 nights. I have been on a cold streak. There's no doubt about it. But one thing actually, Glash, had nothing to do with the other. And Glash, I beat you twice yesterday. Did I not? Or was that 2 days ago? And we can do Celtics Showdown again tonight if you'd like. All right, a lot of people saying yes, saying they want more. I'm not going to make it 100, guys, because that's not going to fill in the next 3 hours.
Right. There's no
You want me to
way.
do another 50? You want me to do another 75? But it's on you guys to push it to make sure it fills. 2nd and 10. That ball is completed left side. 30 seconds to go in the half. Drew says 50. Jordan says, yes, Koff. I only asked you 3 times last sim when you were in the chat. I wasn't actively reading the chat, Jordan. And yeah, Glash, I said actively. I was just in there to mess with him for a second. One more contest, says Herb Koff. By the time I got there, it was full. I woke up on the West Coast. Yeah, Twitch wants 50. All right, I'll make it. I'll make it. Give me a minute. Flash saying, what, Koff? Or what, Adam? What? Who's going to say no? It's written. It's true. We love ourselves some NBA. All right, fine. Going to leagues. I'm going to give you the play-by-play of this. He goes to leagues. He goes to DK SimFam. He sees 1,708 members. Create a new contest. Choose a sport. Scrolls over the NBA tab. Finds classic. Second one in from the left. Looks like Thursday. 4-gamer. Starting at 7:30. Drew, stop that.
Yeah, let's. I mean, I'm not gonna participate, but you know.
Months away. You're not even getting in. All right, here's 50 entrance. Entry fee is $1. Prize structure is. We'll do top 10 win. Can I do more than that? I guess I can.
Do you have your? I have a question for you.
Wait, what should we call it? More last minute NBA? I'm gonna call it more last.
How about last 2-minute NBA? Drew says last second.
Last second NBA with 3 hours to go. Yeah, we're gonna call it.
Have you ever plugged your
buzzer beater at last minute? Keep your private life to yourself. Buzzer beater at last minute NBA. Next, create contest. Import my dummy lineup so I don't forget later. Update entry.
Do you make a standard dummy lineup every night? Do you just have like your this is what I got to go with?
I don't make a standard one. I create something just because there was one night or 2 nights that I don't know if the site was down or user error, whatever it was, but it was like right before lock, and I took a whole bunch of blank entries because I ran out of time to set my lineup because I couldn't get the page to load, and I was livid. So now I need to at least have a dummy lineup in there so that there's something, and then obviously I'll make my tweaks. Real quick with the stats, then your question. 131 for Goff, touchdown. Sure. Roethlisberger 128, 10-10 game right now as we reach the half, obviously. In this very important field of 16 game, James Conner 3 for 13. It's not enough so far. Malcolm Brown 2 for 14.
No, it is not.
I cannot stomach the idea of having to just effectively Venmo.
Fork me over 5 DK.
Not even. I don't even care about that. It's like if I lose both and I have to give you 10, that will really bug me. Connor 3 for 13, as mentioned. We'll look at the receiving numbers as well, and then obviously let you know we're thinking. Where's our little friendly situation?
You're in 81st. I'm in 67th. I'm at 46.3 DKFP, and you are at 38.6. Yikes.
It's not good.
It's because of Eric Ebron and Tyler Higbee. I told you. I was trying to call attention to the fact that Tyler Higbee was single-handedly taking you down, and you just didn't want to acknowledge it, Koff. You just wanted to talk about your last minute NBA. And now look at this. You're down 8 points. Who's going to save you? Is it going to be James
There's
Conner?
a lot of time left. There's a lot of time left. And,
I don't
and that
know.
would be fitting if James Conner was the
There's
one.
a lot of time left for my lineup too. Josh Reynolds has been inactive for the last since the opening drive. I mean, anything now is gravy for Josh Reynolds.
Dean says, Conf, why don't you ever do any hockey? I have a life to live over here, Dean. I can't just be making, lineups for everything all the time, as much as I'd love to. My kids like to see me every once in a while. Ralphie Koff, I want to know when that annoying little puke is going to call games. He's bad luck for me. Plus, he sucks. Who's Glash is in the chat. He's right there.
He's right there. Remember when we talked about Glash and then he was in the chat?
Jordan, do a showdown, Koff. Well, I've already created another classic, so we'll see. I
was going to ask you if you've ever plugged your headphones into your Yeti microphone, because that's obviously
never one time. Nope.
I am doing it right now, and it is changing the way I broadcast.
The way you look.
I mean, you are a radio guy, so you know what it's like to throw on the studio headphones and you hear yourself when you're talking. And I think that it improves when you can hear the way that you come across. It improves your speaking, your tone, your everything. So
it's not just the sound of your own voice resonating in your own mind that you're talking about.
I can hear myself now. I couldn't before. I mean, people be like, "Oh, can you hear yourself talk?" Like, not really.
And we can.
Wait, no, now you're 4 points behind me.
Can we not?
Oh boy, I don't like that too much. Oh, it's because I think they were fiddling around with something. So you're 4 points behind me. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win.
No, it says, look how fast it's filling, Koff. Could have easily done 100. Oh, ye of little faith. Listen, it's all about demand. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe just maybe we'll get wild later, Jordan, and make a Celtics-Lakers showdown. We'll see.
Oh, a showdown for the Lakers game?
Yeah,
remember
with
that
the
one
Celtics
time
involved.
I wanted to do a showdown with you for the Lakers game.
You sent
and
me
you
a
said,
$20.
No, there's no LeBron and AD. I don't want to do it. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did say that. I stand by it.
All right.
Kicking clubs. Look at the bright side. If Kenny wins the $10 from you, his arm will be sore from patting himself on the back.
That's absolutely right.
Mega Monkey Coffee owe me $50 from that Cavs bet, dude. That I have no idea what you're talking about.
Are people just trying to get money out of you now?
Demanding $20.
First of all, we didn't risk money here. We risked DK bucks.
That's right.
Different.
It'd actually be easier in some ways to send you real money, but yes,
exactly.
DK dollars.
DK dollars. That's what they call me. It's my nickname.
Kenny
DK dollars.
DK dollars Deucey.
They actually, as a joke, I said my nickname in college with me and my buddies was K dollars. Oh no, I made that as my group me name because it was like Tyler the Creator had a fictional rap character which he named T Dollars, so I thought it was funny. So ironically, I put my name in the group chat as K Dollars.
K Dollars.
One of my friends still calls me that, so it's almost like now I'm DK Dollars.
Wow, in all seriousness, I just looked. The buzzer beater last minute NBA is just about full. We created it like a minute.
So you probably should have done 100 entries.
Maybe we'll make another one.
Do another one. Last minute NBA.
Last minute NBA. But here's my question, and I don't know this without physically opening up and looking at it. How much crossover is there? Like, how many of you out there just entered both? There's probably a lot of that.
I mean, I have not entered. I would like to enter.
Glass, did you get in one of them, buddy? I'm pretty sure he missed the cut on the first.
It's hard for me to play. It's hard for me to play NBA right now, especially on a short slate with just all the injuries piling up. You know.
Let's see. Is Glass in here? Yeah, Glass jumped into this one. Good to see you, sir.
I'm not in. Now I feel like I should be in there.
Well, you're going to need to wait for the next roll call, I guess. Because then
Guru says, I feel like Kenny isn't loud enough now that he hears himself.
Meeker says, I stayed out of the second one just to leave room for others because I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Oh, boy.
Already full. Well, I see you guys.
Taken down in the backfield right there.
Cena says I entered both.
But how could you see it if you can't see him?
Oh, I see Cena.
No, it's a joke. It's John Cena. You
Oh.
can't see me. Come on,
Yeah.
cough. Get with the times.
I'm sorry. I appreciate John Cena for his acting more so than his wrestling acting. Fidelis, make a showdown cough in a daily hockey contest. I'll tell you what, my baseball, afternoon baseball is actually doing well. I think I finished at 125 points in spite of Jacob deGrom getting postponed.
Wow. Your boy throwing to my man Josh Reynolds.
Throwing to your
so
boy.
in that exchange, I got 1.2 points. You probably got just 0.2 points. Another point that I gained on you. You a little nervous? You sweating a little bit over there?
Not yet. I mean, there's still 14 minutes of regulation left in this game and maybe overtime. You know what I want, Kenny? I want this game to go to overtime and James Conner to score a winning touchdown. Red Sox
James
just
Conner's
lost.
not scoring a touchdown. Cough.
Come on, Sox. Winning streak
Josh,
over.
I forgot that Josh Reynolds was in my captain spot too, so that's gonna help me even more.
Yeah, that's what I mean. How many points do you have now? I'm at 46 and a half.
I am at 52.15, cough.
All right, we're
And I think it's about to go up
Still in striking distance.
because it doesn't. I don't think it's registered, or maybe it'll take a second to register my Josh Reynolds catch there, but it does have Cooper Kupp at 11. That's good.
The Red Sox losing falls pretty much perfectly in line with how everything else in my day has gone so far, other than having Chinese food for lunch, which didn't come courtesy of Flash. I just want to point that out. He didn't bring it.
Chinese food for lunch is a great decision.
It was.
Oh, your boy Benny getting taken down.
Come on, Benji. Come on. So you don't have
Benny and the grass.
You don't have either quarterback, right?
Neither quarterback, correct.
Okay. No, I still feel good about my chances.
I mean, look, all I know is Ebron and Higbee have combined for 17 points. Your guys have 17 and a half. Your guys have combined for 19.3. So I don't necessarily know it's that big of an accomplishment for you. And God forbid Eric Ebron catches a touchdown. You know, I'm getting the better of that exchange as well. I feel pretty good about my chances here. I really do. I think that I think that having Ebron on my side helps me here.
Tell you, I'm feeling increasingly better about beating
a punt
in the overall lineup than the James Conner wager.
Yeah, who would have predicted that James? Again, you did this. I
did this to myself.
No, you did this with Melvin Gordon. He was like $2,500 one game, and you're like, if you don't roster Melvin Gordon, you have to roster him. He's a must roster. Melvin Gordon at this price, he's the running back one. He's gonna get the goal line touches, and then he had like 2 points. Like this, it's always like what the heck was that? Anytime you get too excited about like one of these punt plays, it never works out. And like I just feel like if it seems too good to be true, it is. And I mean, I understand why, but like the other thing is like Wild Weather Wednesday, maybe I could hear Wild Weather Wednesday. He's probably a little bit more expensive, but like I understand it. But I don't know. I mean, even Malcolm Brown would have been a better pick than James Conner, I feel like.
Can we start throwing?
I was actually looking at Malcolm Brown.
Just a little bit. 3rd and 4 from the 26. Still tied at 10. That's like the saving grace right now.
M. Roach says buy, sell, trash. It's buy, stream, trash.
Yeah, get it right. Get the
Juicy
branding right.
Cough,
M. Roach.
Flash. Oh boy.
That depends. Who is Flash dressed as?
See what Golf comes up with here. Oh boy. Another one to Bob Trees. Oh no, it's Darrell Henderson. Wow. So that's a rare play that helps you, Mr. Kaufman.
So Tom says he's dressed as Gruden. Drew makes
I am
it really
Gruden.
complicated and says Flash is dressed as Ducey and the Hurricane's name is Ditka.
Okay, hold on.
Bears.
That was
all right. Trees.
That was trees.
Yeah, that was trees. Emerson's baby gap shirt. You buy trash?
I want my baby gap, baby gap. Just making up songs like Emerson would. Come on. I need some help here. That's not going to help anybody.
That's not doing anybody any favors.
Come on. What about Eleanor Higby?
Mike says he's buying glass. I'm up, crashing Emerson. Emerson wasn't in there, so that's just offensive to him.
I'm up 3.6 on you right now. That's where I'm at.
Okay, long way to go.
Wait, no, yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. Oh, someone mentioned Skip Perkins, eh? Skip Perkins.
I liked you, Jared.
Yeah, Jared Goff, what a stinker from him so far. We're about to be at the end of the third quarter, and
chill out. We still have a minute and a half.
I mean, how about Roethlisberger? Let's talk about Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger under 10 points right now with the quarter to go.
Anytime
oh boy!
Now,
oh boy! Oh, and the ball comes out to be a fumble. You know it. I know it. The referees know it. James Conner knows it. That's a fumble. Come on now. What's going on here, Madden? Look at this. That ball popped out. It did.
Refs felt bad, says Tom.
Johnny Hecker. The only good thing about this game has been Johnny Hecker. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, okay.
Can we give the Red Sox a loser point like in hockey?
Okay, I have to say something. Okay, this is going to be off topic. This is about baseball. I like the runner on second. I do. I think it's cool. I think that it ends the games quickly, which was the goal. I have a problem, though, Koff. And I have a problem that they call that a win. I don't think that you should win a game. Because it feels to me like the 3-on-3 in hockey, or it feels to me like a shootout. Right, or even this like college football overtime. I guess that's a little different from football, but like, oh boy, this is going to help me. Oh, that would have been huge if he scored that touchdown.
Would have helped you a lot more.
And it still helps. But like, I think that if baseball is going to completely change the rules of extra inning games, which is, I mean, they've already changed the game enough, right? Like to the point where I feel like this extra inning thing is just like wildly different. So they've already made these drastic changes. Why not adopt a point system like in hockey? I honestly think that like if you win in extra innings now with the runner starting on second, like I don't feel like it feels like a fluky win to me. I feel like that should be, you each get a point if you go to extra innings, and then you get an extra point for winning whatever it is, or 2 points. I don't know what it would be for winning, the thingamabob, the extra innings, like getting the guy in from second base. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's what I feel like that is fair. And again, I feel like the baseball purists would say, well, that's not baseball. You win a game. But I think those people are just as mad that we have a runner on second base now. And that's not really baseball either, to start with a runner on second. So if we're going to be that wild and out of left field with the way we play extra innings, we might as well just change up the standings, because I think it makes more sense, right? Like it just does. It feels like it's almost like a soccer shootout in a way with these runners on second base. Can you get this guy in?
Well,
okay, now can you get this guy in? Bert does not like it. I don't like it either. But again, like I think it's fun. But then like if it doesn't feel like you're winning a game to me. Like it feels very fluky. Now you're just looking at like, okay, well, like do we have a pitcher left to pitch around this guy on second base that they didn't earn? And then I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, honestly, I understand it for all the reasons that you mentioned. I get why baseball did it. It's to attempt to save wear and tear on pitching staffs. Obviously, it's to get games over with faster. I understand the reasons behind it. Now, that being said, I will forever feel that probably, and I've been to a lot of baseball over the years, probably more than any other sport at least the major league or professional level, at the highest level. I've probably seen more baseball than I have any other sport. And I just the game that will always stick out in my mind as just one of the maybe the best, most entertaining game I've ever been to, didn't want it to end, was the Red Sox Dodgers 18-inning game World Series contest. That
was a great game.
I loved every second of it. I didn't want it to end. And you are, by changing the rule to what it is, where obviously a runner starts in second base, games like that are not going to exist anymore. They're just not going to happen. They're not possible. You can't do it. It's, you're going to, you may have a couple games go 12 or 13 or something like that, maybe, just and probably not because guys couldn't score, but because like someone scored in the top, someone scored in the bottom, someone scored, and just
right
back and forth, like the Red Sox.
No, I thought it was great. I thought it was
exhilarating.
That is baseball. As your boy just lost 3 yards, not looking good there for Mr. James Conner.
Calm down.
Yikes. Sean McVay loving it.
Drew says, does second base rule happen in the playoffs? I thought so, but does it not? I honestly don't know.
I hope
from
but I feel like it might. I feel like they might do that because that's been the way all season. I'm going to get Ebron. There we go. There's Eric Ebron. Wow, he's got to get into the end zone there, though. Right? Come on. What's going on here?
I'm not enjoying the falling in love with Eric Ebron situation today. Not into that. How many points do you have now?
Why cough?
How many points do you have now?
I'm going to wait for the the wonderful, hardworking ops team to get it, so we're going to wait. But it's not going to matter because Ebron's going to go into the end zone here.
You're 8 in front of me.
Oh, he's going to go up.
Down to,
Juju.
Don't you have Juju?
I do, of course I have Juju.
Yeah, me too. So, I've got Roethlisberger, so I'll pick up a little bit on you there.
By the way.
Touchdown, Juju Smith-Schuster. Steelers go in front.
Eric Ebron has just hit the receiving bonus. Say it again. Eric Ebron has hit the receiving bonus. 100 receiving yards for Eric Ebron with 7 catches. So he's actually in player of the game territory.
Is that Whispering Kenny, says Tom?
No, he's in player of the game territory.
Where are you at now? How many points you got after that last update?
Now I've got 79.35. I am up 8 points on you. I'm 48th. You're 83rd.
I didn't really pick up any ground on you because of the Ebron bonus.
Or because you got a guy sitting in your lineup that has 1 DKFP.
Get out of here with the James Conner slander. I'm fine.
I'm just saying, I saw this coming from a mile away.
I am fine with the Conner play right now. We have 7 minutes to go.
What do you mean you're fine with it right now? He's got 10 yards.
I just mean I'm fine with it with respect to my entire lineup. It was a punt play. Punt play is a punt play. I need the other guys here to come through and give me a little.
Well, also, didn't we talk? We just talked about before the game started how tough it is to roster quarterbacks, especially these quarterbacks, and you just stack the quarterbacks. I have no sympathy.
I wasn't expecting you to have any sympathy.
Maybe you'll get something here.
You streaming me and trashing Glash.
I'm ready to see Jared Goff go down the field and run for a touchdown and shut me up.
If I lose both of these to you, it's setting up to be a miserable night in the NBA for me. I believe in things like that. I really do. I believe in correlation of just like, you know what? It's an off day overall.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to lose one of your NBA contests because you're going to put a dummy lineup in there.
Although I am going to win both my baseball from this afternoon. So maybe
all right. So you just take those winnings and you donate them to me.
Maybe I am over dramatizing the impact of this situation. And it's not over. 6:18 to go in regulation.
You could get. I don't think that James Conner with 6 minutes left in their hands with the ball. I mean, it could happen, but I
just go to bed after minimal obligations. Amen, man. Like there's some days you just gotta like curl up in the fetal position and be left alone.
You have a chance for Jared Goff to maybe run one in here.
Completion to Henderson. You don't have Henderson, do you?
I don't. Gone Fishing said, Oh dear God, Goff, please score. Ducey said he'd shut up. I never said that. What I said was it would shut me up. But I wouldn't actually be quiet. I would just stop talking trash to Goff.
See, it's semantics.
Yeah, you're taking it too literally. Yeah, also I think that the problem is that we took a lot of similar players, so it ended up being Ebron captain versus...
I need Cup to get some.
Yeah, that's another way you
targets.
can do it, is Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp, you're 6.7 behind me. So yeah, big play for Cooper Kupp. I mean, I have him though, so you're not going to be gaining 6 points, but you could certainly gain something. I mean, unless he scored a touchdown, like that's not going to happen.
3rd and 7.
Throw it to Eleanor Higbee.
Mega Monkey. Oh my God, throw to Woods. Yeah, it doesn't need to be Cup. Give me Woods. That's fine. He doesn't have Bobby Trees. Give me Woods.
I have Bobby Trees.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Damn it. We only have I don't know who rang my doorbell.
Who's got it? That's Trees. Whatever. Moves the ball downfield. That helps.
Okay,
He's
so
almost at this. 8 for 93.
People just ringing my door.
Burt Trees.
Burt Trees. There it is. Oh, wow, now I'm up 7. How'd that happen?
Off. Incomplete.
Ralphie says Kenny was born complaining about something. Boy. Mo says, who doesn't Kenny have? That's a great question, Mo. I've got everybody right now.
He doesn't have the QBs. Like, can I start
I don't
to
have
get
the
some work out of the
QBs.
QBs?
I had Josh Reynolds, captain, Robert Woods, Juju Smith-Schuster, Eric Ebron, who's hit the bonus, Tyler Higbee, and Cooper Kupp. Higbee, baby. Flex emoji. Yes.
Cassie asking, who benefits now that LaMarcus Aldridge has retired? So glad you brought that up because it's a good time for me to promote the after show, the after party here on the Dream Stream. Kenny will leave, which may be reason enough for many of you to celebrate. I'm going to stick around. Reed T. Fowler is going to come along, and we're going to have the Slate, sort of a catch-all sports program, taking a look at pretty much whatever you want in the wide world of sports. The Julian Edelman Hall of Fame show, as Drew told me not to call it. That is coming up after this. Reed T. and I. Don't go anywhere. I want to continue to see 500 plus watching for that one. Drew calls it sports! ! With Adam Kaufman. And we will air it on E!
Tuning in.
Network.
Just don't be in too somber of a mood after I win.
It really might be.
I'm honestly just milking this. Like,
Where
I know
are you
that
at
I'm
right
not
now?
going to beat you again.
How far am I?
8 up on you right now.
Okay.
Higbee helped again.
I need Goff to
Did anyone need that?
or Goff. I'd be fine with Goff to Henderson. You don't have Henderson, so
Right.
give me something.
Goff to Henderson, you could get a touchdown that way. That works.
Goff to Cup. I mean, you've got Cup, but not captained, so I'd get a little bit more that way.
So you'd get 9.5, or really you'd get.
Oh, it could just be life changing.
You get 11 points, and I would get 7. So, I mean, at least. So I think you'd probably gain like 5 points on me. So you wouldn't erase the deficit, but it would be good for you. There he is. Not going to get there.
Good Cup. Emerson's forehead. What can Brown not do for you? I'd also be pushing for this touchdown just to give us more football. Maybe overtime is in play and opens up the odds a little bit.
Overtime, definitely.
Head-to-head cough.
Definitely, yeah.
Great. Feeling really positive about how that's going to go.
Unless Josh Reynolds catches the touchdown here, then it might be all over. Oh, no one wanted to see that.
Don't you dare run it in. 2nd and goal.
Goff could run it in, though. That would be good for you.
Yeah, well, sure.
I honestly, I mean, I know that from the sound of it, I feel great, but I do feel like I feel good because I'm far enough ahead that you could get a touchdown here with Goff, and I would still be winning.
Still be leading, yeah.
Although then you'll have Roethlisberger coming up. So, okay, yeah, that's...
Ugh.
Why are they just running draw plays? This doesn't make any sense.
To aggravate me. 3rd and goal coming from the 2. mean, both QBs today hitting the skids was not something I was banking on. 3rd and goal from the 2-minute warning. We will delay the inevitable.
Oh, the best play in football, the 2-minute warning. Love it. What's more riveting than this? Stopping the game right when it's getting good. 2 plays. You got 2 plays here for a touchdown, Rams. What are we going to do? Higbee in the slot. He's right next to Goff.
Goff, pressure coming his way, uncorks it. Bobby Trees, touchdown. Who's got him?
Trees. All right, so you pulled closer there. So now you're going to be about 3 back, I think. That's pretty good. Maybe even like 2 and change. You had a chance here.
Got a chance.
A good chance, I would actually say. But I don't think you have a chance of James Conner.
What's your Pittsburgh situation? I've got Ben. I've got Juju. You also have Juju.
I have my Ebron is going to be the guy for me if he can get it going. So yeah, so you could definitely overtake me now. You are
I'm about 2 points back.
Yeah, you're 2.84 back. So basically 3 points. So yeah, so you got 2 minutes here with Big Ben
and potential overtime.
Potentially, yeah. Overtime would actually benefit me.
Grab the controller and throw it to Cup. If only.
I think overtime would benefit
simulation.
Me. But yeah, so you could get a bunch of yards here with Roethlisberger. But again, if one of those balls goes to Ebron, I should be okay.
Guys, if you want me to beat Ducey in this contest, smash the like button. We're at 190 right now, and I'm going to assume that every one of you that hits the like right now wants me to come back and beat Ducey in this contest. Smash.
You could do it. You could do it.
Like.
I'm thinking. I'm doing the math, and it's 25. It's 25 yards for a point. So you're going to have the opportunity to get 3 points here with Roethlisberger if he goes the length, and if one of those balls goes to Ebron, it should be over, unless of course we get overtime.
The absolute best case scenario for me is Roethlisberger gets it close as he drives the ball downfield, and then Connor runs it in for a winning touchdown, and I take both. That is the best possible situation.
There he is, Mr. Ebron. Oh, no, that's Juju.
No, it's Juju.
Never mind. That
one's
I saw
a
the
wash.
sleeves. I got excited.
I get a little bit from Ben, but the receivers are a wash.
I see Reed there in the waiting room just to keep him abreast of the situation. I'm going head-to-head with Koff right now. I am leading by 2.5 points. He has Roethlisberger and James Conner on the field right now.
There are DK dollars on the line, Reed. This is not.
I got Eric Ebron.
This is not a gentleman's situation.
Yeah,
there are DK dollars on the line.
And that's for everyone listening as well. So you guys can, at home, if you're just joining us, know what's on the line here. Of course, so many people with their own stake in the game.
Executive sessions, Koff versus Ducey. Fire emoji.
He spelled it Cuff.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Oh, no!
Oh, come on, Ben.
Hey, that actually could help you because now he's going to have more yards to throw for, Koff.
Make it tougher to get a first down, though.
But he could go for more yards. You know that 4th and long is automatic in this game, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
And besides, they wouldn't go for it on 4th and long. If it were the last play of the quarter, maybe. Short completion.
That's James. Oh, it's Samuels.
No, Connor doesn't get any receptions.
That would have been funny.
Keep smashing that like. North of 500 people watching with us. Appreciate you. After this, the reason Reed is hanging out in the Zoom window, we'll have sports with Koff and Reed after this, where we just talk a little bit about everything. The Slate, otherwise branded. 3rd and 15, a handoff. A handoff. Go! Go! Almost a first. 4th and
Oh, boy! Oh, that would have been amazing, 4th and 1. Oh, man.
That would have been the best.
Oh, my goodness. Just out of nowhere. Why did they do that? Why did they give it to Connor in the first place?
And now
they're punting? Oh, because overtime. Right, that's right.
Bert and
Dude, he almost broke that. He's now up to 2.5 points. You, my friend, are 5 behind me.
Bert and I just met, and Bert goes, I wanted him to break that off so bad.
I think that you're going to end up beating me here unless I get some Josh Reynolds action. No, it's not going to be.
It's going to be very
Reynolds,
important who starts off with the ball in overtime.
Yes. So I think that I think that I want the Rams to start off just because I have Higbee and Reynolds here. So I think that's probably what I'm rooting
Ricky
for.
Robbie, wow, only needed to beat one guy and he was gone. Yeah. All right, so the way this works, folks, remember, there's a lot on the line here, not just Kenny and I. It's the field of 16.
You're no, sorry.
To face the Buccaneers, team that scores first if it's a touchdown, obviously is a walk-off win here. Let's see who's got the ball. Is Steelers taking the ball first? Yeah, Rams are going to kick. Steelers get the ball first. A touchdown wins this game for Pitt. Field goal gives the Rams an opportunity to tie or win it. If we remain tied, be it at 17-all or 20-all after each team's had a possession, sudden death.
All right, so just not for any monetary prize, but let's make picks on who scores the winning touchdown.
Okay. What you got? You go first. Connor
James
with a run.
Conner.
Good.
I think you might be beating me now.
Second in inches.
I think you're beating me now, Koff. You're winning.
Still so far to go. Who's your game-winning touchdown? Everybody give us one. Bert, Drew.
Everyone shout it out. Are we doing one pick for both teams?
Read your lips. Who's going to score the game-winning touchdown?
I think Tyler Higbee scores a game-winning touchdown.
I saw what you said, Reed.
Bert says Deontay Johnson.
I read those
Another
lips.
one here for James Conner.
Bring that energy to the slate, Reed.
James Conner's getting the ball here, man.
Frangelico says Juju. Connor for how do you not will Connor into existence? I'm gonna have to go.
They're giving him the ball. 3.7 points. We're coming up on it was 5.5, right?
5.5. Ben passes it.
I forgot that we had fractional points though, which
gave him the first and 10.
We should have done. We really should have done. Or what is his average? It's like 6.
It was 6 even 6.0.
All right, so 5.5 works.
Yeah.
So I am now trailing by 1.1, but I can get help here. One of my guys wants to catch the ball. Wow, another run. Oh, you lost points with James Conner. Oh,
that was not great.
You just lost some points.
It's not great.
So, wow.
Juju, Samuels, Connor, Higbee, Ebron, Claypool.
Mega Monkey thinks Rams pick 6. I'm telling you, I think Tyler Higbee scores a touchdown.
Where's the
Frangelico mentioning Ben could get the bonus. He's at 258 right now.
Yeah, okay, 258. I was just about to ask. All right, Ben. That's a good gain. Who's got it?
Who's it to? Deontay?
No,
Yep.
Deontay.
All right, that's good for you.
8 for
I just
7.
need one catch for Eric Ebron, and I have this thing locked up, man.
I wouldn't say locked up.
Well, it would help.
Yeah, but keep in mind, get our man the bonus.
I love, who is that? Vance McDonald just running free down the field, wide open, didn't get the ball. He was wide open for a touchdown.
1st and 10 from the 41 on the way. 17 all. Roethlisberger doesn't need much.
Ebron.
3-yard pickup, 2nd and 7 coming.
That's a huge point for me. Huge point.
Big point. I've seen
now I'm at 101.9. You're at 102.31. I think I am 0.4 behind you right now. This is intense, man. I am. I'm 0.36 behind you.
2nd and 7. Handoff. Connor.
Oh, did he lose the yard? He did. Oh, he just lost a yard, Cup. That's huge.
Oh, he got one.
I don't know about that.
3rd and 6. It was 2nd and 7. It's 3rd and 6. This is just math.
He went from the 36 to the 37. Oh, Frangelico said he got one. I swear he got 36 to the 37.
No, he got one.
Okay, all right. I heard you.
You call Madden a liar?
Throw it to Ebron. No, not this.
Completion.
Got down. There you go. Gonna get a field goal out of it.
4th and 2.
Nice. All right, so that's good. Oof, crisis averted there.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Go for it. Be bold.
So let's see what you're going to be
Bold.
at now.
Go for it, Ben.
We're not going for it. Oh, boy. 50 yards. They're going to try to
yards?
kick it? You out of your mind?
We'll find out.
Did it go? Oh, they got it.
2017. 20-17.
All right.
Bert can't believe it. Wow.
0.66 points
How did I
separate
not
us, Koff.
register a kick?
0.66.
This is insane.
That's how much we're separated by. James Conner is not going to get to 6 points. It doesn't seem. I think that at the very least,
if the Rams come back with a field goal, that's still in play.
That's true. It seems to me at the very least we're going to get. There's going to be no exchange of DK dollars. It seems like a push situation.
Yeah, we could.
Or I could win. We'll see.
Could be staring down a wash.
You very well could.
If it's a wash, do we still just set up contests to give DK the rake?
we might want to. Be good company, men.
1st and 10 from the 25. Goff completes a pass. Who is it? Cup?
Oh, that's good for you.
Captain Cup.
So you got. I'm still trying to figure out how that helps you. Let's see. So I'm down point.
It helps me by 1.5 times as much as it helps you.
I'm down 0.66. Now I'm down. Okay, now I'm down like 1.4. So that you got like 0.8 points out of that. Maybe actually 0.7, 1.75. Okay.
1st and 10 from the 38.
Get to Higbee. Higbee's open. What are you doing?
Who goes?
Oh, is that my cap?
Reynolds.
Oh, it's a cap. Let's go. Come on, baby. It's my cap right there. Let's go.
Third catch for Reynolds.
Huge grab from Mr. Rapp over there.
I said it before. I'll say it again. If you want me to beat Kenny in this contest, smash the like button. Let's get to 250.
I have now eclipsed you, Koff.
You're ahead now?
I am ahead now.
All right, for now.
Oh, and now I'm even more ahead.
Ah!
Yeah.
Right. Goff and Cup bonus watch.
So here's the problem for me. A field goal is devastating right now. I need a touchdown, and the problem is it needs to go
No, I need a field
to
goal
one of my
here.
captains or one of my picks. Or just Darrell Henderson could just run it up the middle right now for a touchdown.
Pass
There's
to the
Henderson.
side, and that is completed. 2nd and 7 from the 29 in the hands of Henderson. Goff bonus.
Wow, I'm losing now. Now I'm down. Now I'm down point. This is insane. We're so close.
I would not
I'm
have
down
anticipated this.
0.25. All right, come on.
2nd and 7.
Higbee's open. What are you doing?
Who's got it?
Higbee was open. What are you
Bobby
doing throwing
Trees.
to Bobby Trees?
Bobby Trees. 10th catch for Bobby Trees.
Oh my goodness. All I know is our lineups are great. They're both just skyrocketing right now. If I just need a touchdown here for Reynolds or Higbee, and that would be huge.
1st and 10 from the 13.
Higbee's open again. Go.
Higbee, get him out of play.
All right, well, he got a point. That helps.
2nd and 8 from the 11. Woods bonus.
I might be
Robert
winning
Woods
again.
bonus, Jared Goff bonus.
I might be winning again.
Attention with a knife.
I might be winning again. Let's see. I can't see. Now, this would be. Oh, I'm winning by 0.23.
2nd and 8. Who's got
Oh, you win.
Cooper Cup.
You got it.
Cup. Captain Cup with a touchdown. Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
My goodness. What a showdown. Insanity.
Oh, what a comeback. Bring it
The
on.
last throw.
Multiple game long.
I never would have expected it to be that close.
That was bonkers.
And in the end, you really pulled away because, as
Cup gets the
Frangelico
bonus.
notes, Cooper Cup hit the bonus with that.
Yeah.
But we both finished. I finished 37th. You're 14th. Wow. I mean, talk about two. I've had some stinker lineups. Those are two pretty good lines. I think it's criminal that you are in 14th with James Conner
I had a great head-to-toe lineup, but, whatever.
Oh,
Player of the game here is
Yeah,
going
who you
to go to, honestly,
Cup?
I think it has to go to, I'm going to look at ownership numbers here.
I think it's Cup.
I actually think it could go to Eric Ebron just because I don't know if what's the ownership number on him? I got to look it up. But I don't think that many people had Eric Ebron in their lineups.
Ebron was 8 for 108, 61% owned. Quick
60,
players of the
okay,
game.
never mind. No 60.
the
No,
game,
not
babysitter
at 61. What was okay? Well, my babysitter. Hold on. I gotta go. This is a new computer. This is all new for me. So first of all, I'm looking at the other number now. I'm gonna give it to. I will give it to Cooper Kupp just because he wasn't super popular and he managed to hit the bonus and score the last touchdown. So I'll give it to him. The Not My Kid award will go to. Let's see. I'm going to give it to James Conner. 36 yards.
Okay, very good. Thanks for insulting James Conner on your way out the door.
I win and you win. We both win, and we also both lose, but we both win.
Just a couple of winners. Pittsburgh advances to face Tampa Bay in the round of 8, folks. So very good news. Here's what you got coming up sim-wise the rest of the day. There's no sim at 6, but at 8 o'clock prime time, Jeff and Lamarca, Chargers, Packers, Madden After Dark, Niners, Saints, Rossi, and Brandon Cristal will be along with you. Kenny's with Glash, his best buddy, tomorrow at 4, and I'll be with Moose tomorrow at 8. Look forward to it. But I am going nowhere. Reed is going to join in just a matter of seconds. Kenny, thanks, buddy. Always a pleasure. We love you. We'll catch you next time.
Great being with you, pal.
Right there, Chief. All right, he's out, and let's bring in Reed. We're not going to go anywhere. There's no need to go anywhere. We're just hanging out because it is time. It is time for the slate. It is time for the catch-all. It is time for, as producer Drew calls it, sports with Koff and Sweet Tea. Reed, I know you can hear me, buddy. I know that game went longer than anticipated, but I hope you enjoyed the show.
There's nothing worse. Truly nothing worse than when you if you're a significant other, this is what I like.
This is what you equate this to?
Happened. Yes. When you invite your significant person over, like your significant other over to watch video games of you playing video games, there potentially is nothing worse. You're like, oh, come over, we'll hang out. And then you watch that person play for 3 hours. That's what that felt like because you guys are excited. I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. But it looked like a good time. So I'm glad you guys had fun.
It was fun. We had fun. I misspoke, by the way. I said Pitt in my angst and rushing to get through that, but not the Steelers. Obviously, we saw the Rams win in overtime. So the Rams will face the Bucks coming up in their next matchup in the round of 8. So that's exciting. But let's talk a little bit, folks. Let's hang out because again, this is sports. Or whatever we're going to call it. Really, it's the slate is what it is. Reed T. Fowler, Adam Kaufman. We got the rest of our crew hanging out here with us. And we are here to touch on all things. It can be sports or otherwise, quite frankly. Get us into the chat. Be involved. Let us know what you want to talk about. We're here with you until ballpark 6 o'clock. So you got us for about 40 minutes. And we love, obviously, being here right along with you. And producer Drew Reed sent us a whole slew of things earlier today that we could get ourselves into if we want. In addition to, I want to mention for the people, if you don't even need to know baseball, folks, if you want to join in DK Sportsbook, and you don't even need to be in a state where you can access the DK Sportsbook, you can get it right off the DraftKings website because it is a free-to-play pool. It is a free $42,000 Jackie Robinson popularity pool. There are a whole bunch of questions to answer. Again, nothing to enter. It is free. There are a lot of cool questions here. Favorite Jackie Robinson teammate, favorite Jackie Robinson moment, favorite Jackie Robinson day moment, most impressive stat of Jackie's career. Is a lot of cool stuff. This is, of course, Jackie Robinson Day. Everyone in Major League Baseball, if you've been watching the early games today, wearing the number 42 in tribute to the man who, of course, broke baseball's color barrier. So awesome. You know, I know last time around, Reed, we had the surfing pool to talk about. In this case, we get a little bit closer to my knowledge base in talking about the Jackie Robinson pool than we were with you, obviously, last week.
Yeah, and look, there's ideas. The WSL, their second contest is up. Their second competition starts today in Australia. So yes, even though there is contests still coming up for the WSL, this is, this takes precedent, obviously. And there's a lot that's happening with DraftKings and this day specifically, which I'll leave to you to read because it's something that shouldn't be read by an amateur like myself. But yeah, this is a big day.
Very, very cool. And see all you guys in the chat. I'm glad you enjoyed that last sim. That was a good time. But like I said, any questions that you have related to sports in general, and if you want to touch on things with the Madden tournament and, where things stand in the field of 16 now, we can get into that as well. Jack says, let's talk about the biggest rivalry with Boston and well, you wrote Boston and the Celtics. I assume maybe you mean Boston and LA because the Celtics and Lakers are playing each other tonight. We could maybe do that, but let's start football here, Reed, in a broader scope, okay? Because we have had some teams, including my beloved Patriots, but others, the Seahawks, the Broncos, the Lions, Buccaneers. There have been a handful of teams that have decided they're going to skip out on voluntary workouts. There are multiple sides to this coin. I have my thoughts on it, but I want yours. Do you think it's a big deal, first and foremost, these players specifically deciding not to take part in voluntary workouts here starting next week, largely because of obviously COVID concerns here in the pandemic?
Yeah, that last part probably the most, right? This is sort of the analogy that I hear a lot is spiking the ball on the 5-yard line, right? I mean, it's like you want everyone to be safe. And I know when the PGA, and it's sort of taking this holistically, the PGA is now saying that those who got vaccinated will not have to do the necessary quarantine, and those of that ilk, right? That they're not going to have to do what they were doing previously. Now, on a larger scale for football, the NFL, for NHL, NBA, MLB, that's a big thing to tackle. That's a huge thing to tackle. So when these guys take it, and we saw it, right? We saw it from the sort of the furthest degree of, well, we're just not going to play. Like there's some players, a lot of Patriots included, who said we're not going to play. We're going to opt out. So I'm not too worried about that. This is stuff that happens before the season, before the draft, before the schedule comes out, before everything. It's kind of one of those things that we're trying to grab at news right now because everything's exciting, right? I also kind of liken it to like the 49ers saying that Mac Jones is their guy. I know like these prognosticators. I don't know about McShay, but Kuiper's got Mac Jones going number 3 overall. I'd be hard pressed that the 49ers give up all those draft picks because they feel like Mac Jones is going to be off the board at that number. So that's just part of the stuff that I don't really necessarily take a huge stake in because it's all being pumped up because we're getting so close to NFL being started with the NFL draft.
So with respect, first, we'll go to the draft in a second, and obviously Mac Jones, Justin Fields, whole lot going on. But with respect to the players deciding not to take part in voluntary workouts, I mean, I think Reed would agree with me here. I think a lot of people would agree, at least for those that I know there are those that are anti-science and don't believe in the coronavirus and the pandemic and all of that stuff. I'm not even going down that road. But for those that do and, subscribe to all that has happened in the last, year plus, year and a half practically at this point, who am I to sit here and say, let's bring it back to a Patriot. Who am I to sit here and say, like, Devin McCourty, how dare you not take part in voluntary workouts with your team when everyone is at different stages of their lives. Okay, Reed. And what I mean by that is, you've got guys who are older, who are veterans, who have young families. You have other guys who are young, who are single, who are unattached. Obviously, some people approach the pandemic and social distancing and, what sort of regulations differently. And it's, to some degree, obviously there's some things you can and can't do, but to some degree, there's also an element of what is your comfort zone. And heaven forbid, I'm assuming this is the mindset of, let's say, a veteran player or a guy who's been in the league a handful of years that has a young family at home. Heaven forbid, like some first-year guy, second-year guy on the team is going out, living his life and having a good time and kind of carefree and no masks and high-fiving and hugging and all that stuff. And then, unfortunately contracts the coronavirus. How do I feel if I'm in that locker room where now I am, even if I don't get it, I am at risk. I am exposed. My family is exposed. I'm not going to sit here and say,
how dare you players skip out on voluntary workouts and not be part of this thing? Now, that's one side of the coin. The reason I said before there are two sides to this is these players who decide to not go, and I get it, totally get it, not faulting you, but those who decide to not go need to recognize and remember the financial potential ramifications of the situation, because it is not the same. Despite what Emerson may tell you, it's not the same working out on your Peloton at home and with your free weights as opposed to being there in the facility with your teammates and, going through certain things that you just can't do on your own at home. And heaven forbid, again, to use that expression, any of these players suffer injuries in their workouts that are deemed non-football related, and they get docked and they lose out on money. So everyone, whichever side you're on, everyone kind of needs to just be careful, Reed, in this situation. It's complicated, but this is not a normal time that we are living in right now. If it were, this wouldn't be a thing. Everybody would be there.
Right. And the other side of that too, right, is what we saw last year in the NFL is when these OTAs, when the preseason, when rookie mini camps, all the stuff that was discontinued because of the pandemic, we saw an increase in injuries, right, in the regular season. So there's also that risk as a player. And what is life? I know we're getting a little meta here. It's just called sports, but why not infuse? Because what is sports if not a reflection of life?
Nice.
There we go. You like that?
I do.
Like that is risk management, right? Is how do you manage risk? And right now they're saying, I'd rather do this, get my own, be comfortable, stand in solidarity, because now it just came out too. The NFL just tweeted out that the Bears as well, I think the Browns, the majority of their players, the Bears, announced they will skip voluntary in-person off-season workouts because of that, right? So you're seeing it across the league. It's not just one. And that's, again, another part of what the NFL is doing, and especially a lot of associations that they're banding together to make sure that their voice is heard on certain situations, whether it be health or social, that they want to get through. So I don't mind it at all.
Well, with the hundreds watching, I'm sure you're more interested in real football talk, obviously, beyond some of the off-field stuff like we were just hitting on. To circle back to what you brought up and the draft, which, as we know, rapidly approaching, 2 weeks away, almost to the day, as a matter of fact, maybe even to the day. Actually, today's April 15th, right? Yeah, so 2 weeks to the day, April 29th, the NFL draft starts, and happy tax day, everybody, by the way. You will have potentially, look, we know Trevor Lawrence at number 1 to the Jags. We expect Zach Wilson number 2 to the Jets. And then from there, it does become cloudy because the Niners, as you mentioned, gave up all those assets to jump up to number 3. A lot of people are skeptical, despite what, odds makers will tell you. A lot of people are skeptical about them moving all the way up just to get Mac Jones, who at one point in time, not too long ago, people viewed as the 5th guy on the board among those quarterbacks, along with obviously Justin Fields and Trey Lance. Now, maybe because we just saw the second pro day for Justin Fields, maybe he is doing this for the sole purpose of trying to increase the draft stock and showing wait a minute, what's this Mac Jones talk all about? Come see me again, everybody. Let's not forget what I bring to the table here. If you are ranking, it's kind of a 2-part question. If you are ranking these 5 guys, how do you do it 1 through 5 in your mind, Reed T. Fowler, but also how do you do it in what you believe the actual order is going to be?
Yeah, I think Trevor Lawrence is number 1. So I would argue that most boards and most people who do the mock drafts and most fantasy analysts, most football analysts have Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson going 1, 2. And really the draft starts at number 3, right? Where is San Francisco going? Are they going Justin Fields, Trey Lance, who's probably got the most upside of any quarterback right now? Trevor Lawrence came out I think it was today or recently, and said, you're not going to force me to have this chip on my shoulder. And I'm paraphrasing here, is that he wasn't as committed. He's sort of the antithesis of what Brady is right now, or that's how his quote maybe it came off to certain people. Justin Fields is there, but then Mac Jones is this sort of looming, well, what is he? I would argue that Trevor Lawrence number 1. I personally love Justin Fields. I think he's number 2 in terms of what he can give the football team right now. Look, when you take a look at Zach Wilson, of course, the guy's got moxie. The guy, if he goes to the Jets, it's he's not going to worry, he's going to be able to handle the media. How many times have we done this already in these drafts? where we have these quarterbacks who have amazing talent. The arm strength is there. The intangibles are there. You see the college tape, and it looks like he's not a can't miss, but he's a very good prospect. Guy is 6'3", 210 right now, according to PFF. If he doesn't do well, I want to see him struggle. Like, I want to see him struggle. This entire life of this kid has been nothing but he's been amazing, right? The arm strength, the athleticism. He's been playing against guys that aren't up to his up to his talent. Not saying that he's not going to do well and he didn't face some talent, but this is the NFL. Like, Zach Wilson, to me, even though we haven't seen Ohio State, because I know that was Mr. Hawk's comment last time, is when was the last time we saw a successful quarterback come out of OSU? You know, I would argue it was the last time we saw a successful quarterback come out of BYU, right? That's not what I care about, is where they come from. I want to know what they're going to do and what system they're going to be in. Justin Fields, to me, is a guy that can give you the best of both worlds. I think Zach Wilson is going to go number 2, but I'd rather see Justin Fields go number 2. And then it's a toss-up for me between Trey Lance and Zach Wilson. I do think Zach Wilson does get a leg up on Trey Lance, and I got Mac Jones at number 5 and Trey Lance at number 4. But I do think it goes Trevor, Zach Wilson, number 2. I honestly think that Justin Fields, if he doesn't go at that number 3 spot, you know, the Patriots and Justin Fields, I've been hearing it more and more and seeing it more and more. Like, if he slips out on number 3 spot, keep your eye on the Patriots. I know the Broncos have been tied to try to go up to get to that number 4 spot. Like, I wouldn't put the past Patriots to try and find their quarterback.
There's a whole other conversation. Like, we could obviously go in concerning the Pats specifically, and we know how the chat loves that, by the way. But for that number 4, and I want to touch on some of the DK Sportsbook odds as well with Fields and Jones. But for number 4 with the Falcons, because we keep talking, we talked about it last week when we did this show, you know, the potential of Denver moving up, of New England moving up, of Washington moving up, like the pursuit of getting a guy at number 4. Well, Matt Ryan is no spring chicken, Reed. What are the odds that Atlanta just, you know, decides these are compelling offers, but you know what? We need our QB of the future too. We're going to hang tight at number 4 and we're going to go with a signal caller.
But you can do that later on in the draft, right, Koff? Like, you can, like, Mac Jones, if he doesn't go at that spot, number 3 spot, whatever it is, number 4, like, he's probably available at number 12, right? So, like, that's the thing that I don't think people are chasing or are trying to clamor to get this can't miss talent of Mac Jones. I think there's been a lot of pub right now on him because of what San Francisco is doing at number 3. But come on, like, these guys are playing 4D chess. Like, John Lynch is no, like, he's not, this is not the first rodeo. Like, he knows what he potentially knows what he's doing. Jimmy Garoppolo is no spring chicken. Like, it's just, I find it hard pressed to believe that if you're Atlanta, like Mac Jones, like if Justin Fields does fall number 4, maybe, but a guy like Matt Ryan has 2 more years on his contract. Trey Lance, if he slips back down, because I don't see Cincinnati's not going to need a quarterback. Neither is Miami, and neither is Detroit right now, or as they've said that they're not going to go after a quarterback. So now you get to the 8th spot, and that's Washington. Maybe they go with Trey Lance. If he doesn't go there, then you got the Dolphins, or excuse me, the Broncos, the Cowboys. And so you start to kind of play where you could potentially get a quarterback, and you can probably get down to the 12th spot and have Mac Jones potentially still be there, or even maybe Justin Fields if guys aren't sold on that. So I got either, Miami moving up there to number 4 and trying to get Kyle Pitts. I have Denver trying to go up there and get that number 4 spot to get one of the quarterbacks. So that's number 3 and number 4 spot are very interesting to me.
When you talk about number 8, you're talking about Washington trading up to number 8?
Trading up to number 8. Was it Carolina, I believe?
Carolina, yeah.
Carolina, yeah. So Washington could move up to number 8, or Carolina. Right. Look, Carolina too. When you take a look at what they want, right? They don't need a quarterback, right? They looked at what their situation was and said, we believe that Sam Darnold, last year's draft and Sam Darnold, or not last year, but like when Sam Darnold was, his year's draft, they looked at their quarterbacks and compared it to what they could potentially get now. They said, we'll just get Sam Darnold for what we can get him for. And now let's try and build around him, so to speak. So Carolina's not going to need a quarterback as well. That my whole point was, there's only a few teams that truly have a glaring need at quarterback. And I would argue, and Ian Harditz, friend of the pod here, friend of the show, he tweeted out that I think the most missed targets, or the most targets that were missed due to the quarterback from a receiver standpoint, was Jerry Jeudy last year. Like most off targets that were because of a quarterback was Jerry Jeudy. So there was a glaring need that Denver needs a quarterback. Cortland Sutton's going to be healthy. Jerry Judy's going to be there, right? You have a lot of talent on Denver's side. Noah Fant, like you need a quarterback, and Drew Lock's not that guy.
Fields on the DK Sportsbook is moving on up, to quote a old great TV show, -150 for the third pick, whereas Mac Jones is +120. Ignoring what obviously your personal opinions are, what do you think of those odds in terms of whether where it's smart for people to spend their money?
Yeah, like this is like when you're talking about betting on the NFL draft, it's really like selling the rumor or buying the rumor, selling like the news. Right. I mean, right now I wouldn't be betting Fields, right? Because he's moving up. Like, why would you be betting him at a number that was better a couple of weeks ago, right? If you believe the Mac Jones hype, then when he falls and when he slips, right, when you get plus money on him now, I think was plus 120 for that third pick. Yeah, when you're talking about odds, yes, that's the better move. Having said that, though, how many times, and trust me, I'm a Raiders fan, how many times do these mock drafts not come to fruition?
Always?
Always. So, look at the first receivers or the first cornerbacks or the first running backs, right? We saw Clyde Edwards-Helaire be the first running back, and he wasn't the first running back on anybody's board, right? But it made sense for the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's the stuff I'd be looking at, not these top picks, because everybody's talking about them. Go a little bit deeper on the board.
James Conner, who was, I wouldn't call him the star of the last sim that we had, but he was a popular talking point. Real life James Conner has a new home, no longer in Pittsburgh. He's an Arizona Cardinal now, joining up with a team that I like quite a bit, not only in Simland, but in real life. And we've been talking about them since the Dream Stream started. I've really been a believer in what they're doing there and what they're building under Kingsbury and what Kyler can be. And obviously with the addition of Hopkins last year and what he did, JJ Watt now this offseason, looks like Larry Fitzgerald probably won't be back unless he comes back on real short money in a very reduced role just because he decides he wants to keep playing. But with Kenyon Drake gone, how does Conner now fit in? How do you like this?
Well, I mean, it's
Chase Edmonds probably doesn't love it.
I was gonna say, like, for you, Chase Edmonds dynasty managers, which is this guy included, it sucks because Chase Edmonds was shaping up to be an RB1, right? We were clamoring for that last year. And you never hope for injury. But what I don't like, James, it's not going to be great for either of them fantasy wise, right? Like we already know that. That's not rocket science. What I don't like about that move is if you're looking for James Conner or to get him late in drafts, like I just don't like it. Cliff Kingsbury doesn't strike me as an offensive mind that is going to utilize James Conner. Now I like it for him and his career and the team in general. You start to take a look at what they're doing is they're building depth. They have a strong team. Their defense is going to be young and healthy this year. And clearly Kyler Murray is going to be healthier than he was in the latter part of last season. DeAndre Hopkins, what was it? MIT that came out with a study that says DeAndre Hopkins was the best free agent signing last year. A little bit shade to Tom Brady leaving Massachusetts, but I would argue Tom Brady was probably the best signing there, but like that, Arizona is making waves to be the number one team in that division. And it potentially could not be close if everyone stays healthy on that team, especially the defense. So I don't mind it from a career standpoint for James Conner. I think he's a great player. I love his story, but I hate it for fantasy.
Looking at those divisions, to your point, and movement in the offseason and everything. And I mean, how, like last year, that was a division we were talking about. Could 3 teams come out of this division and make the playoffs, especially with the expanded playoff format? How many playoff teams do you think we're going to see in that division this year?
Well, I think the Rams. I mean, the Rams are still like, what are they going to do at Stafford? Right? What are the Rams going to do at Stafford?
They hope to be better. I mean, that was better. The whole point.
Right. But like the Rams last year weren't terrible, right? Like it's just that they had some terrible games where they weren't even close. Jared Goff, clearly not the guy. You paid a ton of money for him. Didn't really work out. I still think they're competitive. I think they're competitive. I think the Seahawks will always be there if Russell Wilson stays, which he clearly, it seems like he is going to stay put. Like they're always a contender as well. And it's just a matter of, like I mentioned, like the Arizona Cardinals, can they get all their stuff together? The 49ers, right? They were a Super Bowl team 2 years ago. So you take a look at everything, all things considered, San Francisco 49ers had so many injuries last year early on, and career, not career ending, but season ending injuries for their defense, all in a span of 2 or 3 weeks. We saw the COVID hit, the San Francisco 49ers pretty heavy. They couldn't go back into San Francisco and play at their own stadium. They had to use the Cardinals stadium for the last quarter of the season. So many things happened to the 49ers that it was commendable. I would argue that Shanahan should have got coach of the year for just keeping that team above water. I mean, they could have easily lost every single game after all their guys got injured. Every single running back got injured. All of their quarterbacks got injured. All of their receivers got injured. So yeah, I think this division is a pretty strong one. Again, if everyone can stay healthy on their team, that's just the biggest wild card.
We want to hear from you guys in the chat. We're here with you another 20 minutes or so. Any thoughts that you guys have, we're happy to address them. NFL movement, looking at how teams are going to do, obviously. Whatever it is you want to get into. Again, sports, Coffin Reed, hanging out here with you. Whatever you want to talk about. But in terms of running back movement as well, as we know this week, it wasn't only James Conner. It was the stash. Gio Bernard finding himself in a new and better situation, I would say, going to Tampa Bay and being now I don't know about the lead back, especially under Bruce Arians and the way things ran there last year, but potentially a primary option there in a third down back passing role there for Tom Brady in that offense. James White, who ultimately returned to the Patriots, was one of the guys who was rumored to go there and had conversations. There's still, I think, some of the Adrian Peterson smoke that is out there. Not that he's a pass catching back, but could he wind up there? He desperately wants to go there and has relationships with Arians, among others, for sure. But Gio, how do you think he does there from a fantasy standpoint? Do you trust him at all, or does that offense make it too difficult?
No, zero. I would not be going after Gio in any fantasy format at all. Because you still have Ronald Jones.
No.
Right. I think who was on his last year of his rookie deal. Leonard Fournette is still going to be there. Uncle Leo, playoff Leo. I heard Lombardi Leo as well. I like that nickname.
Uncle Lenny.
Yeah. But I just, I love it for Joe Mixon. Boy, dynasty guys, if you guys can do all the transactions in the offseason, which most dynasty leagues can, see what you can get for Joe Mixon. I'm if the person that has Joe Mixon right now doesn't like what they saw last year, and because Joe Mixon got hurt and it was, he was great for a stretch, he's someone that I'm really, really high on right now for the Cincinnati Bengals, because once Gio leaves, I can't remember the guy's name, but he's a rookie last year. Like, there's not a lot of depth on that Cincinnati backfield. And Joe Burrow's, I don't think, going to be ready until probably like a little less than halfway through the season, if that, because of when he suffered his injury last year. So I really like Joe Mixon next year. I think he gets a bounce back, but for Gio Bernard, I mean, you're going into an already crowded situation. Dare Ogunbowale, I believe, is still there as well. So, I mean, it's depth for these guys. I don't even know if Gio potentially stays on that team. I'm sure he will, but it's nothing for fantasy.
Would it be Brandon Allen still, who's their quarterback until Burrow comes back?
Probably, unless they go off and get some rando. But yeah, probably.
Could have signed Andy Dalton. He was there, baby.
No, he's QB1 in Chicago.
I said he was there. He was there. He was available. Yeah, no, obviously he's well, do you buy into that, by the way, QB1 in Chicago? I mean, I know he has said it, like he signed there to be the starter. And of course, like that's your desire. But is this with Nick Foles? Is this going to be a camp battle, or is he the starter?
Yeah, I mean, he's the starter in theory, right? Because they acquired him. How dumb would it be? And trust me, there are a lot of dumb, transactions and dumb moves in football. Mm-hmm. But how dumb would it be to actually do that? It be a dumb move and then say that, oh, actually, Nick Foles is our starting quarterback, right? Like the business and the transaction, whatever's going behind the curtain, whatever's going on behind the curtain has to match what's going on in front of. They got to save face. Of course, they're going to come out and say this. Right, QB1, Andy Dalton. But come on, like I don't think either of those quarterbacks are QB1 material. And it's just a roster spot, right? That's just saying, yeah, he's our quarterback. Would we be surprised if they said like halfway through the preseason, actually, Nick Foles.
No, not in the least. That's my point. Like it's not like either guy last year was, set himself up to be a starter this season.
Yeah, no, like, all it takes is one tweet from Ulrich and Nick Foles is again QB1 in everybody's hearts. Like neither of these quarterbacks, and I will be resolved in my opinion about Nick Foles, is that if he was such a great quarterback, he had a great stretch. If he was such a great quarterback, how many teams he's been on in the last 5 years, right? Like if teams believed in him, he wouldn't be moving all of it, 4 or 5 times. And again, that's not, I'm not treating it like it's in a vacuum. There's other things at play, but objectively, Nick Foles is not a starting quarterback. So for Chicago, again, it's like, I'm sorry, Chicago fans, but this might be a year that you gotta hope and pray again.
Maybe he should retire for real this time.
I would think Foles would like that. I think his family would like that. Maybe Chicago might like that.
And then he can unretire and win a championship somewhere. It's a perfect pattern. It's just that easy. First time playing Fortnite. Who wins the AFC East next year? And put some parentheses, by the way. Miami Dolphins, the only correct answer.
Why is it the Miami Dolphins?
Big Tua fan, baby. B-Flow. He's growing something there.
I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find someone who doesn't think the Bills are gonna, stay on top of that division. Josh Allen looks great. Stephon Diggs, number 1 wide receiver in the NFL. In terms of what he was able to do, most catches or most yards, I can't remember which one it was. I believe it was most catches, but that team just looks solid. And if they can keep some of their guys like Matt Milano on the defensive side, I haven't checked any of the transactions yet for them, for the Bills, but I think it's a team that can stay put at that number 1 spot. I will argue Miami though, like if they do their draft right, which it sounds like a lot of the front office stuff that they're doing, trading picks, acquiring talent on these 1-year prove it deals, right, with some players like Will Fuller. If they go out and they trade and they get Kyle Pitts, now you have Kyle Pitts, Mike Gesicki, Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, and depending on what they do later on in the first round, early second, and then they get a running back, maybe Travis Etienne, like there are guys that, can really make a difference on this team, young players. And so, yeah, I like the Dolphins prospects, but Bills number 1.
I have friends that, like group thread, group text chains and whatever, and friends that, obviously they're Patriots honks to the other end of the spectrum as well. And there seems to be not a consensus by any stretch. I am not a believer in this, but some people do believe in a Buffalo / Josh Allen regression next year after what we saw last season. I honestly think that what we saw, at least in conjunction with Steph Diggs, like if Diggs weren't there, yeah, it changes the narrative. But with Diggs and, let's just presume health for both of them, I don't think next year is going to be wildly different for those two guys. Do you believe in regression at all for those two in that team?
Well, the regression in what sense, right?
In the sense that, like Buffalo's not a runaway favorite in the AFC East. Like things, Cam Newton is actually, above average. I won't even call him good, above average compared to the crap that we saw last year, and all those weapons the Pats put around him this year pan out. That the Dolphins continue building in the right direction. The Jets clearly aren't there yet unless, a trade for Deshaun Watson happens. And even then, I don't really think they're there. You're just giving him that much credit individually. But do you believe that someone is going to challenge Buffalo, or is it going to be like all those years where New England was just running away with the division, that before camp is even kicked off, it's a foregone conclusion, Bills are winning?
Well, I don't think, we have to see what the schedule is first. Right. I mean, we know that they're going to play their division foes twice. And so we can kind of gauge, if they split those those wins, I don't think is going to be the case. We got to see what their schedule is like. Having said that, does it come down to contract talk and dispute right there? Are they going to franchise Josh Allen, and are they going to give him a contract? Who knows, right? Who knows what all that stuff, Matt, like all that stuff pans out. Or how it pans out, excuse me. But like, if you take a look at his numbers, and I'm looking back last season, right? 69.2 completion percentage, 4,500 passing yards. He had 37 passing touchdowns. and his rushing touchdowns was 8, and he's gotten 8, 9, 8 for the last 3 years, and he's increased, I believe, on his passing yards, and he went up 1,500 yards from 2019 to 2020. So 4,500 yards, it's a pretty good mark, right? But when you look at this team, they passed quite a bit. Like they passed quite a bit. If they're against teams that can't defend against the pass, I don't see a ton of regression, because he's still going to run the ball. He's still going to have Stephon Diggs. They're still going to target Diggs 14 times. Smokey Brown is no longer there. He's with the Raiders. We can talk about, you could spend an hour talking about their offseason moves, which again, baffle my mind, but don't surprise me because it's the Raiders. But no, I don't see a ton of regression. Just because of what he was able to do from a fantasy side. From regular football side, I don't really see who can give them fits in their division right now, right? Because we just don't know how things are going to shake out.
PhD says, why is Reed depriving us of a view of his hair? What's up with the cap?
Because I didn't do my hair today and I was too lazy. So the cap
have
is
you showered
there.
though?
I've showered. What am I? Heathen? What am I? Heathen? What am I? Kenny Ducey?
I mean, listen, it's a pandemic. Some people aren't going out.
Good.
Some people are not showering every day.
Jeez, God, grow up, everybody. Of course I showered.
Be adults.
Be adults.
Haven't you ever heard of personal hygiene?
Cough.
Here's a Q-tip.
Yeah. DraftKings News tweeted out a nice little tidbit here. You want to read it for the fine people?
Sure. For the people that are unaware, and as Reed mentioned, you can find this on Twitter at the DraftKings News account. You should follow it. A lot of good, interesting stuff about partnerships, including this one. Today, DK named an official sports betting partner of the NFL, expanding on its current relationship as the league's official exclusive daily fantasies partner. The deal includes content integration and league official league data, and there's a whole release with more details as well. Any big takeaways from this? What it means for obviously people at home and people sitting here talking to you right now?
Well, more importantly, to me at least, and trust me, like this is like, who do I love more? What kid do I love more? Every parent has a favorite. I'm excited to hear your favorite kid is. When we get off the stream.
Yeah, they're probably not listening.
But the PGA, right? We're going to have a retail sports book on the premise at TPC Scottsdale for next year's Waste Management Phoenix Open, because legislation passed in Arizona for sports betting. So that is even like crazier. That is a atmosphere. And again, everything has to be safe and everyone has to, all of that stuff has to, come to fruition. But like, that is unbelievable that you're going to have that there during Super Bowl weekend, during the Waste Management, where at its peak, when pre-COVID, you saw 200,000 people coming through the gates of that tournament. So that's exciting. This means that DraftKings, be a part of it, everybody. This is to the moon, man.
We ain't going anywhere, is what we're telling you. And unless it's to out to TPC Scottsdale to be on location to film stuff there. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
I'm trying to lobby the powers that be to do a college game day style where we go out there and we get Bukes just be amongst the people. And I think he'll really enjoy that.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Buke screams when he's not actually screaming, it's I love people.
Exactly.
Just Mr. Personable, Mr. Personality. There's no doubt about it. No, it is incredibly exciting news, and certainly check out more details on the DraftKings News Twitter account. You guys can see a whole lot more about it. Want to tell you though about this. If you weren't with us at the very beginning of this sports program, this free $42,000 Jackie Robinson popularity pool that exists on the DK Sportsbook. Again, free. There are almost 70,000 people that have entered so far. It's unlimited, as many as can enter, will enter, basically, and $42,000 prize pool with. You don't even need to have any baseball knowledge, truly. I mean, it's free to enter and answer a whole bunch of questions related to Jackie Robinson. It's great. DraftKings proud to announce that in honor of Jackie Robinson Day, which is today in Major League Baseball, you'll have noticed players wearing the number 42, everybody out there on the field. DK is donating $200,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation. The Jackie Robinson Foundation, founded by Jackie's wife, Rachel, works to narrow the achievement gap in higher education and in the workplace through scholarships and support services to annual groups of foundation scholars and fellows as well. We've also, here at DraftKings, created a, as noted, free-to-play popularity pool to celebrate the occasion. Again, questions about number 42's career and those that followed in his footsteps. As a nod to Jackie, the total prize pool, $42,000. The questions range from fans' favorite Jackie Robinson moment to favorite athletes to wear number 42. Move on for me. The pool closes April 30th, which is 2 weeks away. So very exciting. The only thing probably missing there is stuff about the movie 42 with, of course, late, great Black Panther there, Chadwick Boseman. So miss him.
But before we, absolutely. Dearly will be severely missed. He was, not just on the screen. When you watch him
as a human,
a great person.
Yeah.
And everyone who worked with him said this guy was amazing. Before we go, Koff, because you and Kenny talked too long.
What's a
little bit. But one thing that I wanted to ask you, Koff, is what is the most impressive stat of Jackie's career? Is it the 197 stolen bases, the 1,518 hits, the 311 career batting average, or the 409 on base percentage?
Most impressive stat of his career. Let me see. Just so I don't have to. Okay, I wanted to pull it up so you didn't have to read me those again. I'm gonna say the 409 OBP stands out the most to me. What about you?
I was gonna say that, but if not, 197 stolen bases. That's pretty
back
impressive.
In that time.
Yeah. That's very impressive. So if not the OBP, I'm going stolen bases.
Yeah, OBP. As much as I hate it just as I don't know, as a baseball purist, would that be the right traditionalist? I hate that, new age metrics and analytics, the stat nerds. I hate that people just don't care about average anymore, that average just means nothing to anybody. That it just irks me because a 311 average is still a good looking average. It doesn't, 278 doesn't look as good, but 409 OBP is significant, folks, in his decade in the majors. And he did lead it looks like he led the majors in stolen bases once with 37, led the league with 29 his rookie year. Those were the only. Would you like to guess? There's no. You don't get any points for being right. You don't get penalized for being wrong. Would you like to guess how many times he was caught stealing? 197 successful. How many times in 10 years do you think he was caught stealing?
Cool. 35.
Drew says 42. Fitting. Nope. The answer is 76. He actually led the league a couple of times.
Like 7 per year, like 8 per year. Yeah. I was gonna say like maybe 4.
Yeah, he averaged 23 a season successful and 9 caught. There are a lot of good numbers on his baseball reference page.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's impressive. And look, he's like, it's what a lot of people don't know too. He's a multi-sport athlete.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, when you talk about, just what he did for baseball and social issues to begin with, like that aside, which is the biggest part of it, he paved the way for a lot of these guys like the Bo Jacksons of the world to have someone to look up to that was doing what he eventually was able to do. So you talk about a trendsetter, a trailblazer, a guy who was, someone who broke all the barriers and everything. Think about his life and what he had to go through. You're just in awe of what he was able to do when you do research on him.
Someone had asked earlier, we could, like Reed said, we could spend an hour on the Raiders offseason. Well, we could spend hours on the Celtics-Lakers rivalry. It was Jack in the chat asking about that. I won't bother spending time on the rivalry because, quite frankly, here in the here and now, 2021, there isn't much of a rivalry. There are two teams that get excited and fans get excited to see them going head-to-head because of what Celtics-Lakers historically means. But right now, one's the defending champ and a contender to win again, and the other one is on a hot streak. Basically, that's the difference at the moment. Although, that being said, they play tonight in LA and the Celtics are going to win that game. And I say that confidently because LeBron James and Anthony Davis are both out. So don't roster them in your DFS lineups tonight, folks. They are sidelined with injuries. Celtics have everybody with the exception of Evan Fournier. Really should not be in a terribly competitive game, but maybe Andre Drummond will actually show up as opposed to being hot garbage that he was last time. Later on tonight, Reed, we do have two sims that Jeff Ulrich, our pal, the resident Canadian, and Matt LaMarca will be together, probably just talking Top Shot and trading cards the entire time. But it's Chargers Packers, a 20 versus a 4 in terms of the seeding. That is 2 hours from now, almost on the dot, 8 o'clock Eastern time to advance to the field of 8 or whatever we want to call it. Who do you like in that one, and any players that jump out to you in terms of lineup building?
I like the Las Vegas Raiders. That's who I like.
Sure.
Kaufman, I cannot believe they lost that game. No, actually, I can't believe they lost that game. Look, I mean, how do you go against Green Bay? Like, how do you go against? Yeah, so let's just make it easy. Green Bay, Devontae Adams. Don't keep it simple, stupids.
Yeah, I don't go against Green Bay until the next round when I have them losing to New Orleans. And speaking of the Saints-Niners, I already told you how I feel about it. That's a 5:21 matchup with Jason Rossi and Brandon Cristal in 4 hours for Madden After Dark, 10 Eastern. Who do you like in that one?
I mean, Mostert's been a guy on a mission right now.
Animal. Yeah.
Animal. I'm going to go 49ers. I'm going to go with the upset.
Okay.
Drew Brees who? Brees who?
Well, that will make both Glash and Bukes very happy to hear somebody shouting out Raheem Mostert, obviously. And let's see. Yeah, so some people had asked about that in the chat, so we got that covered for you. I think that'll about do it for this edition of Sports with Coffin Reed. Anything else that you want to touch on?
No, yay or nay. I know brevity is not your strong suit, but
I just choose not to.
Julian Edelman, Hall of Fame, yay or nay?
Yay.
I would give a yay because he was second to only Jerry Rice in playoff stats.
No, it's not enough, Reed. Look at the regular season. He was mediocre at best. He never an all-pro, no Pro Bowls.
Trust me, nothing would please me more than to rain on a Patriot in getting inducted into the Hall of Fame more. Like, I would love it. But the stats are the stats.
Yeah,
belongs in there.
I could go at length. I won't because I've done it on The Sims. People know how I feel by now. But all I will say is this. I do think he belongs. I do think he will get there. And I also think it might take 20 or 30 years before it happens.
Fine.
And if you want to argue like Hines Ward, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, like they should be there first, fine. Put them in. I don't care about pick him up. I don't care the order that it happens. I'm not saying he's more deserving than them. I'm just saying he's deserving. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. So there's that. We're going to get out of here. Coming up next on the Dream Stream, you will have Ross Tucker and Greg Cosell discuss their top linebacker prospects for the upcoming NFL draft that is kicking off again 2 weeks from today, April 29th. But before we go, our thanks to producer Drew, guiding the ship and also just kind of letting us steer from time to time. Tom, Undercover Boss Tom, our technical director, the great guys from Game Ops that were here with us, Frangelico and Bert, Kenny Ducey before, and Reed, I look forward to doing it again, same time next week. Thanks to all you in the chat that hung with us. Remember, 2 more Sims tonight. It's tourney time, baby. It's a big deal. Ross Tucker and company on the way. Reed, thanks, buddy.
All right, bud.
Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Another ridiculous basketball offer this week for those guys. Just make sure you use the code Ross. Switching things up on you a little bit, keeping you on your toes. As you can see, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I am in a hotel room. This is my last morning in a hotel room. But because of that, we've got the GC, Greg Cosell, bright and early on a Wednesday morning, talking Julian Edelman, talking linebackers momentarily. We'll have Andrew Brandt later in the week, likely tomorrow afternoon will be the last Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure, by the way, you check out Scott Barrett on today's Fantasy Feast podcast because he had some fascinating nuggets when it comes to this year's wide receiver class. I mean, really top-notch stuff. And already tomorrow, I'll have a Spread the Word winner. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Please just do anything. Retweet, like, reply, quote tweet. I see it all, and it all means a great deal to me personally when you guys do that. And a little tip, by the way, if you quote tweet, you get a real good chance of getting retweeted. If you quote tweet one of the shows, one of the posts about the shows, you get a real good chance of getting retweeted. I'm just saying, sponsor confirmation email winner as well. You guys know I'm looking for any of them. If you want to be in the next football feedback, that YouTube only show that people are really enjoying. Speaking of YouTube, I'll give that shout out winner tomorrow. All you have to do is subscribe to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL and then comment on any of the videos. Great way, by the way. Yeah, either social or YouTube. Great way to see the highlight clips of the other shows if you don't have a chance to watch or listen to the entire thing. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Joins us every week. I call him the civilian GOAT. I think he's the best that's ever done it in terms of breaking down the videotape. He'll be all over NFL matchup. You got some draft shows coming up, right, Greg?
We do. We do two of them. Matt Bowen and I and Sal Powell are working on that now. They will air on the 21st and the 27th of this month, April, on ESPN2 in the evening. I don't know the exact times, but the evening of the 21st and the 27th. And we do it a little differently. We don't just look at lists and say, here are the top 5 at this, here are the top 5 at that. We look at the NFL as the starting point and how the NFL game has tactically and thematically evolved, and we put players in the context of the NFL.
I love it. I watch it every year. Love it. It's awesome. Check out Greg on social media at Greg Cosell. That way you never miss anything he does. Before we get to the linebackers today, Greg, there are a couple veteran players I wanted to ask you about. One is a guy that announced his retirement Monday evening, Julian Edelman. Not going to get in the Hall of Fame debate because that's not what you do. What you do is tell us what the player was when you watched him over the course of his career.
Well, maybe it's because of what I've done for years and the fact that I see the game tactically. I see the game in a sense the way it's coached because I've had the opportunity over the years to speak and get to know coaches. To me, what stands out about Julian Edelman is the way in which he played. His game was built on detail, nuance, understanding. You know, it's easy to say, wow, he was clutch. Well, those things happen for a reason, Ross, as you know. You don't just go out there and say, I'm going to be clutch today. Those things happen because you work hard on all the little details of the game so that your execution is the same all the time. It's repetitive so that moments don't matter because your consistency of execution and the repetitive execution just happens because of the way you practice, the way you go about your craft. Football, any sport is a craft. And that to me is what stands out about Julian Edelman.
That is interesting. I'll talk about it later. I think when you said the way in which he played, I feel like at times he almost played wide receiver like a linebacker, like we're talking about today, that position group, just in terms of the intensity, the ferocity. I thought Belichick made a good point when he talked about all the things Edelman can do. I mean,
right.
Return kicks, he could play a little defense, he could throw the ball, he could run the ball. I mean, he was like a modern day Jim Thorpe, right, on some level.
But why could he do that? Why could he do that? Because that stuff comes from practice. It comes from commitment. You make a great point about the ferocity and the competitiveness. That's built into his DNA. That you would notice immediately when you put on tape, probably when he played in 9th grade. But I'm talking about the details of being a receiver. Because obviously he was not a receiver in college. He was a quarterback. So he had to learn how to play receiver. Think about learning a brand new position, Ross. You played in the league, okay? Think about learning a brand new position at the highest level of football and what that entails.
That's a great point, because I felt like I learned a brand new position on the offensive line, and I played it for 3 years in college. But
right.
So much more detailed and sophisticated at the professional level. When you put it that way, Greg, that's a really good point. So the other guy I wanted to ask you about, I'm not sure what to think of him. And you've watched him a lot. He just signed with the Arizona Cardinals. James Conner, Greg, what do you see when you watch James Conner, the former Steeler running back?
Yeah, he's been an enigma in terms of production, and it's hard to know why. He had a very nice 3-4 game stretch early in the 2020 season where the Steelers actually ran the ball. Yeah, I think he averaged 17, 18 carries a game for 3, 4, 5 weeks in a row. And it really looked like, hey, not only was he a solid back, but that the Steelers would have a run game. And then injury, again, we're not there, but it didn't happen. And he sort of fell off the face of the earth, and it just didn't work out. So obviously the Cardinals needed a back to replace Kenyon Drake. They're a passing team. They're a spread formation team for the most part, although they line up in a lot more of 12 personnel with 2 tight ends than people might think. And they needed a back. And I think Conner has a pretty good skill set, not a special skill set, but I think in an offense like that, if they can develop the rhythm and continuity that they would like, I think he could carry 170, 180 times and be an effective player.
I personally, and again, I'm going to talk about this later, I personally like the him and Chase Edmonds together. Yeah. They complement each other, I think, a little bit. We're talking linebackers today, Greg. We'll get into DBs next week. So I am not going to ask you whether or not linebackers matter or what. We can open that. Certain organizations put a lot of value and resources into it. Others don't. Different philosophies. The question I have for you, though, is why is a 3-down linebacker so valuable?
Well, the key in today's NFL is you must be able to play in sub in order to be considered a high-level linebacker and a high-level linebacker prospect. Because that's the way the game is played, Ross. The game is played predominantly in sub from a defensive perspective. So what does that mean? When you evaluate linebackers coming into the NFL now, they have to be able to move. They have to be able to close down space. They have to be able to play with range. They've got to be able to bend. They've got to be able to flow. They've got to be able to match up in man-to-man coverage. You've got to think about linebackers that way now. This is no longer a game. Now, I'm not saying these players have no value. They just don't have high value. This is no longer a game for 250-pound run-stuffing stacked backers. Yes, you're going to line up in your base. We know that. But now we're talking about the big term now that people talk about, value of position. But it's not – the value of the position comes from the way the NFL game is played. It's not just a random platitudinous statement, oh, this position has no value. It's a function of the way the NFL game is played. And you're going to be in some form of sub in defense, meaning 5 DBs, 6 DBs, probably 70% or more of your snaps. There were teams that played in sub over 80% of their snaps last year. So that's how you have to start with linebackers now.
Well, and let's start with the linebackers with Micah Parsons from Penn State. He's a guy, Greg, I saw his third high school football game ever, and I was blown away. When he was in ninth grade, he was a defensive end, extremely impressive. What did you see on tape from Parsons?
Well, now he's an interesting guy as well, because you talk about defending the pass. He was a defensive end, as you said, and there were schools, colleges that recruited him as a defensive end, not as a linebacker. And obviously he went to Penn State and played linebacker. You're dealing with a high-level traits player. You know, he's not a tough evaluation. You know, he's not one of those guys in the scouting business. People are going to say, gee, I'm not sure what he is. I mean, this guy has great play speed. He's got sideline-to-sideline range. He can play both on and off the ball. He'll take on blocks in the run game. He can rush the quarterback in your sub, as we just said. What I really liked about his 2019 tape, because obviously he opted out of 2020, is despite the great athleticism, he was always under control and compact in his movement, but he was explosive and sudden. And I think he struck me, and he's bigger and overall better, but I think of the way the Tennessee Titans use Rashaan Evans, where he's a linebacker in kind of their base. Base can also be nickel these days. But then when they go into their true sub, which is dime, Evans is kind of a wild card pass rusher. And I think Parsons has the ability to be that kind of player where he can truly be an off-the-ball linebacker, but depending on your personnel, game situation, he can also be an on-the-ball rusher or a blitzer. He can play multiple roles in your sub defense, and he's an explosive, sudden athlete.
You know, it's interesting, Greg, because we were talking about Edelman and switching positions. You know, I don't think people realize hand in the dirt defensive end to off the ball backer, those are totally different worlds.
Totally.
And I'm impressed. I guess my point would be when he gets more reps and just sees things more, I really think the sky is the limit for him, because he's only been an off the ball backer twice, you know, for 2 years in his whole life.
Right.
And it's just a different vantage point, different blocking schemes coming at you.
You see it differently. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so different. So I think that's a real feather in his cap. The other linebacker that's getting a lot of attention, Greg, is Jeremiah Owusu. Is it Koromoa? I don't know.
Koromoa, yeah. Yep.
Koromoa from Notre Dame, who's a little different. He's listed at 215. He's not 245 like Parsons.
Well, he came in at 221 at his pro day, which tells him he wants to be a linebacker, because he essentially plays – he looks like a safety when you get right down to it. I mean, so the fact that he came in at 221 at his pro day tells me he wants to be a linebacker. Now, you're talking about a kid with incredible explosive movement traits. I mean, he is long, rangy, sudden, explosive. He is a dynamic mover. I think – look – everybody gets caught up, and it happened with Isaiah Simmons last year. Totally different body type, obviously, but the point I'm making is this. People get caught up in thinking, well, he's going to come in the NFL and play 5 positions. No, he's not. That's not going to happen, and it's certainly not going to happen right away. But I think he's the kind of guy that he's not a stacked backer, in my view. I don't care what he came in at and weighed. He's not a true stacked backer. He's much more of a space player. So if you see him as a backer, he's kind of an overhang player, meaning he lines up just outside the box. He really has safety traits. But he matched up to wide receivers, slot wide receivers. He matched up to tight ends. He's a terrific athlete, and he is truly shot out of a cannon. The player I thought of watching him, and I'm wondering how teams see him. I thought of a Derwin James kind of comparison. I think this kid's a little more purely explosive than James. James might have been a better overall prospect coming out, but I think in the way he can be deployed, I thought of a Derwin James.
Interesting. Really interesting. What about Zaven Collins from Tulsa?
Yeah, well, he's a little different cat, because he's 6'4", 259. He might even be closer to 6'5". I mean, this kid is a big dude, and he looks big. I mean, when you put the tape on, you go, wow, that's a big dude. Yeah, he's 6'5", actually. 6'5", 259. Now, he's not twitchy, you know, and obviously he doesn't have, you know, loose hips, but he's very athletic in a straight line, and he played in multiple spots. I think his game as an edge pass rusher can be developed. I think you could eventually see him being used that way in sub defenses. He's still kind of working on that. I think, you know, I saw him. It's in some ways, just so people get a visual picture, I saw him as a guy you could use in multiple ways. He's multi-positional. Think of when Kyle Van Noy was with the Patriots and how they used him, and now he's back with the Patriots. He even kind of reminded me of Fred Warner coming out of BYU, because people may not know, when Fred Warner, who's become a great stack backer, obviously, when Fred Warner came out of BYU, he played almost like an overhang. He played over the slot. He played stacked. He played in multiple spots in college, and obviously with the Niners, and he's one of the 3 or 4 best linebackers in the league, but he's predominantly a stack backer. But the thing about Collins is, despite his size, the one thing you could say he lacks is he's not an overly physical player. Despite his size, he plays far more like an athlete and a mover than he does a purely physical player.
That's interesting. There are some other guys.
I'll give you one who's one of my absolute favorites.
Well, I was going to give you like 3 or 4 and let you pick. I'm guessing he's one of them, so go for it.
Well, who are you going to give me? Let's see if because, you know, I want people need to understand, you don't give me lists here. You know, we just do this off the cuff. So who are you going to throw out?
Well, so you know, we usually try to keep it to about 20 minutes. So the other guys I have on my list would be Nick Bolton from Missouri, Jamin Davis, Kentucky, Jabril Cox, LSU, Baron Browning, Ohio State, Chaz Surratt, North Carolina. Any of those guys jump out?
Oh, yeah. The guy I'd love to talk about is Jamin Davis. Jamin Davis I knew nothing about when I put on the tape. I watched him probably 6-7 weeks ago, you know, and it's so funny how this works. 6-7 weeks ago, no one talked about him at all. And then all of a sudden in the last 2 weeks, I see, well, he's moving up the list. He's not moving up lists. It's just that more people in the NFL level are seeing him, coaches. So he's not moving up. I watched him about 6-7 weeks ago, and I love this guy's tape. I think he's one of the most intriguing linebacker prospects. He was one of my favorites to evaluate. This kid has size, length, play speed, range, coverage ability. The more I watched him, the more I felt that his combination of length and play traits, he transitions beautifully as a 3-down backer. Now, that may not happen week 1 of this season. We don't know. You know, we're still unfortunately in a pandemic world. We have no idea about that, but it will happen. I mean, you're talking about a long, fluid, rangy, explosive athlete. He, just the way we started this, he can close down space. He can play with range. He's willing to take on blocks in the run game. I think this kid really has high-level traits for the NFL linebacker position.
Yeah, it's weird. I think I read somewhere, Greg, where the NFL advisory or maybe his coaches told him he was like, might not even get drafted, or was like a 4th or 5th round pick or something crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, then coaches get involved because, you know, what people have to understand is the NFL process. Coaches don't get involved in this process until usually after the combine. This year there was no combine. So because they're doing free agency. So what happens is guys that are not well known, like Jamin Davis, you know, a lot of the draft people who do this, they're familiar with them, but they don't know where to put these guys. And then all of a sudden coaches get involved and they realize, wow, these guys are thought of pretty highly. And then they say, well, they're moving up. They're not moving up. It's just the people who make the decisions are getting around to really studying them in detail.
Anybody else worth mentioning, Greg?
You mentioned Nick Bolton.
Browning.
I love Chase Surratt, but I want to mention Nick Bolton because I think he's going to be a fascinating case study for this reason, okay? Nick Bolton is a really good player in certain ways. There's not a lot of mystery to what he is. He's a classic run and hit stacked linebacker. He plays with high-level competitiveness. He's got tremendous energy. He's got great play recognition and reaction, and he's got a quick, explosive trigger. He reacts. He's a box player. Now, he's 5'11". So now you have to decide, can this guy play in your sub? Is he going to match up man-to-man to, you know, whether it's a really good back? He's not going to match up man-to-man to big-time tight ends. So what is Nick Bolton? He's like I said, there's no mystery. And what he is, he's really good at. But you have to decide, can he play in your sub? Now, he's a pretty good blitzer. They did use him that way at times. So maybe he can. But I think he'll be a fascinating case study because there's no question that the tape shows a really good player at what he is. It's just, does he fit the sub game? And if he doesn't fit the sub game in your mind as a team, then no matter how good he is playing in the box as a stack backer, is he a high value draft choice? And, that becomes team and scheme specific.
Greg, we'll talk DBs next week. Fantastic stuff as always. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ross. Really appreciate it.
At Greg Cosell, a man, by the way, that's been married a long time. And you know what you should do, Greg? You should get yourself a new wedding band. Manly Bands, here to rescue you from an otherwise hellish band buying experience. If you're a young guy or someone looking to get married for the first time, totally get it. You're all worried about cut, clarity, carat, color for your fiance, God, or even not fiance, before you even buy it for her. What about you, though, man? You deserve an awesome wedding band. I got one. These things are awesome, and they make it so much easier than the process back in the day. Plus, people like, Greg and me, we deserve to have a second wedding band. Maybe one you put on when you're working out, maybe one you put on when you go out, something nicer, because the one that I wear when I work out all the time is kind of beat up. They got all kinds of different materials that you can choose from: gold, wood, antler, steel. It's really pretty cool when you think about the different types of bands they have. To order your Manly band and get 21% off plus a free silicone ring, go to manlybands.com/Ross. That's manlybands.com/Ross for 21% off. Manly Bands, the best darn rings, period.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Russell. Let's start with the Edelman retirement news. You think he's definitely done? And do you think he's going to wind up in Canton?
I do think he's done because I think his body, I don't think he's one of those guys going to come back and sign with the Bucks. I don't see it. I don't think he will be in the Hall of Fame. The debate is really a pretty interesting one, right? It's how much do you value postseason? And obviously we all value postseason, but compared to compiling stats during the regular season. So if you heavily weight Super Bowls and postseason, then you think Edelman's a Hall of Famer. If you think, well, look, that's on some level a function of the team around you, we got to go more by what they did during the regular season, then you don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I'll say two things, Bri, about Edelman. Number one, I don't think he has a compelling argument to get in the Hall of Fame before guys like Torrey Holt or Reggie Wayne. I just don't. I don't think he's got a great argument there. Those guys won Super Bowls, etc. However, Julian Edelman, one of my top 5 favorite wide receivers ever. I loved the way that guy played football. And being one of my top 5 wide receivers ever is a much more exclusive club than the Hall of Fame. So congratulations, Julian. You made it to a more exclusive club than the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Tux Takes.
Some good topics for Andrew Brandt tomorrow, Ross, but want to get your thoughts on the NFL's memo regarding vaccine requirements to interact with players.
Yeah, so this makes sense. If you're going to be a tier 1 or tier 2 employee, which is like an athletic trainer or a coach or whatever, you're going to be around the players. To be around the players, you have to get the vaccine. It's interesting because evidently the players don't have to, but to be around the players, you do. I think the players, they obviously, everything they do is collectively bargained, not the case with the team employees. But you're right, this will be a good topic for Andrew.
Tuck's Takes.
Another good topic for Andrew. Broncos and Steelers being the first teams to publicly declare that they're not going to show up for the offseason program that starts on Monday.
Yeah, Broncos and Seahawks. And it's actually the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have said the same thing as well. I don't really understand this, and I don't really agree with it. So, first of all, the program is voluntary. So if you don't want to go, then don't go. The only thing that's mandatory is the one minicamp. So I don't know why they have to issue statements that we will not be attending, blah, blah, blah. I'm not really sure why that is, Bri, that they're doing that, but that's what they're doing. Also, I kind of liked going back in the offseason. I mean, I thought it was a better environment with which to work. I like the free breakfast and lunch. You get, I don't know, $200 a day to work out. It's extra money that's not part of your contract. I would have a problem. I mean, if I was one of these guys making millions a year, I think I get it. But if it was like how I was as a player, or if I was a young guy, I wouldn't be real happy about this. I don't know that I would go along with it.
Tuck's Takes.
Got some running back news today. Giovanni Bernard signs with the Tampa Bay Bucks, and as you and Greg discussed, James Conner, now an Arizona Cardinal.
Right. I think I like Conner. I will say this about Conner. You know, this notion I read from Ian Rappaport, okay, that one of the reasons why Conner took so long to sign, Bri, is because he had turf toe surgery this offseason. Well, the notion that, you know, Conner had surgery, but it was a moderate case of turf toe. Guys don't have surgery for a moderate case of turf toe. I just don't believe that. So I'm not buying that. I do like the fit, though, with the Cardinals, with him and Chase Edmonds. I think they do complement each other pretty well. As for Giovanni Bernard, boy, it sounds like the Bucs really like to make sure they have a bunch of running backs. But Bernard really good on third down. You know, not really Ronald Jones thing. Fournette, not his specialty. I guess the Bucs tried to get James White for this role, but instead they'll get Bernard. And, you know, they want a guy that's very reliable on third down.
Tuck's Takes.
And finally, Bengals claim tight end Thaddeus Moss off waivers, and former Chiefs coach Britt Reed been charged with the DUI in connection with that accident prior to the Super Bowl.
Thaddeus Moss, of course, the son of Randy Moss. So he always gets attention when there's a move surrounding him. As for Britt Reed, I guess I read, Bri, the blood test they did, his blood alcohol was 0.13 or whatever over the legal limit. Just an awful, awful situation all the way around. First and foremost, for that family that was involved and that young girl. You know, I can't even go there mentally, obviously. Having two girls of my own, just cannot even imagine. And then, frankly, you know, it's been a tough road for Andy Reid with his children. Obviously, his other son had the issue at Eagles training camp. I was actually there that day when that happened. Just very, very difficult, very difficult. And there's no good way to transition. So I will just tell you guys that Fantasy Feast today will be awesome. We already recorded it. Please check out today's Fantasy Feast. Scott Barrett is an absolute stud. And then I got to give shout outs because we've got I think we're done here, members of patreon.com/RTmedia, like Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook app and the lovely DraftKings DFS app. I've got them both on my phone. Hopefully you guys do as well. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Most of you guys know about that. If you check us out on YouTube, you can see the helmets and the game balls. I actually have a couple other game balls, but like the stickers or whatever that the Bills used, I don't know if they cheaped out or what, or got messed up in transport, but like they're all disfigured or something. I guess get somebody to fix those at some point. Anyway, I'm at Ross Tucker NFL on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. If you enjoy all of our shows like Even Money and Ross Tucker Football Podcast, College Draft with the draft right around the corner, please check them all out at rosstucker.com. Or just follow at Ross Tucker Pod on Twitter or Instagram, and you'll know exactly when they are posted, when they're available. Last week was awesome with Joe Dolan talking about the rookie quarterbacks and the importance of talking about them before the actual draft takes place. This week, we're bringing in yet another big gun from fantasypoints.com. So you guys know the drill. Fantasypoints.com is the only website you need to go to for your fantasy knowledge. Use the code 21Feast, and you will get the knowledge of guys like at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangsta Dolan, and Scott Barrett, DFB. So if FG_Dolan I have turned into fantasy gangsta Dolan, at Scott Barrett DFB is dat freaking boy. At dat fantasy boy. At Scott Barrett dat fantasy boy. What does it really stand for, Scott? Am I supposed to know that?
It's Dude Fantasy Bro. That was my longtime handle as I reveled in obscurity for years on Twitter. And then as soon as I changed it to Scott Barrett DFB, I got like 8,000 followers overnight. Just a student. No one wanted to follow a Dude Fantasy Bro. I don't blame them.
So Scott Barrett, DFB, Dude Fantasy Bro. So this is back when you were just doing it for fun, right?
No. I've been in the industry for a long time. I was writing, but I was writing for free. And like I said, just reveling in obscurity. No one wanted to interact with Dude Fantasy Bro on Twitter.
Okay, so all right, so that I get it. Because I was going to ask, like, I'm always curious when it switches from being like a hobby or a side gig to your main gig, how like the pros and cons of that, I guess I would say.
Yeah, for me, it was just like, oh yeah, this is amazing. I can merge my passion and hobby with my profession and get paid for it. I'm gonna have so much more free time. And then it turns out all my free time is non-existent. It's just all fantasy all the time. But I mean, what an amazing life that is, huh?
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. Scott, of course, one of the, double-digit rock stars they have over at fantasypoints.com. It's the greatest value in fantasy. I don't know what your guys' slogan is, but fantasypoints.com, the greatest value in fantasy football. Boom, right there. Give me some money for that. Fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. So here's a question, Scott. Joe and I talked last week about quarterbacks and the importance of evaluating these draftable prospects before they're on a team. Because I feel like on some level, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, Scott, as soon as they go to a team, it's really hard to think of them in any way other than like the scheme, the quarterback they're with, like that team. So do you think it's important to evaluate the player themselves ahead of time? And if so, why?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to be talking about today, I guess, is my pre-combine rookie model. And so that's basically just raw production and efficiency. And then it gets parsed through a second model that incorporates athleticism. And then the third model just incorporates draft capital, which is the most predictive variable. All these NFL teams have, draft cap, a vested interest in these players succeeding. So they're going to do everything they can to have these players succeed and not look like idiots for taking them. And it's also just, hey, the NFL thinks this guy's a round one talent. He's probably a lot better than however we thought pre-draft. And then, so I take that, and things don't change too much beyond that. You can get into landing spots with how run heavy is the offensive coordinator, how good is this quarterback. Something I care about a lot is regime uncertainty that a lot of people don't think about, like Laviska Shenault. I was worried because of, all right, there's a lame duck head coach. He's probably out. And then the new regime comes in. How they're not invested at all in this player succeeding. He was kind of a raw route runner. Are they going to have the patience? Are they going to be able to design packages for him, things like that? But something I do, this is like maybe my most valuable article I'll write for me. Like no one reads it, but it takes so much effort and time, but it's so valuable. I watch every single post-draft press conference, all the interviews with the position coaches, the offensive coordinators, the GMs, et cetera, and you really get so much valuable intel. It's, okay, we like this tight end used as basically a wide receiver. We don't want him in line. We don't want him blocking. Or they're like, oh, DJ Chark, yeah, we actually had him as the top wide receiver in this class. We were in love with him. Things like that goes a long way. But at the end of the day, really not much changes beyond where I have these guys pre-draft and then incorporating the most important variable, which is draft capital.
I think that's a good point about the draft capital. Question for you would be, and maybe Joe, you can chime in on this too. I was mentioning last week, Scott, that we, in general, like Steve Fezzik, right, on the Even Money podcast, and he talked about this yesterday when we were doing season win totals. He used to really fade teams that had rookie quarterbacks, right? Like, he's not going to be good. They're not going to be good, blah, blah, blah. Fade them, take the under on the season win total, bet against them week one, etc. I remember, I don't know what year it was, but there was a year where like people were pointing out that Terry Glenn was like the only rookie wide receiver that had a really good year for like, and then there was Randy Moss, but it felt like productive rookie wide receivers used to be a really unique and rare thing in the NFL. And then we've had the last couple years where it feels like rookie wide receivers can be as productive or as good as anybody, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, again, landing spot is very dependent here, but it's just the NFL evolving too, where you talked about last week rookie quarterbacks and how, they didn't used to play, they didn't used to produce. And again, the NFL in today's world is coaches adapting to the scheme, teams investing in these young players, and teams learning that it's advantageous to win when you have young players who you aren't paying as much as the older players on your team. So, and I think a lot of that with the marriage of college and NFL concepts, that line has become blurred quite a bit. That's also becoming a big factor in some of these guys coming in and producing as rookies. And that's gonna be a question I have for you, Scott. When you are looking at drafting a rookie wide receiver for fantasy, what are some of the hallmarks you look for? Because again, this is not a full fade scenario. It's not really a scenario where you're like, well, he's a rookie, I'm not taking him. Justin Jefferson just had the best rookie season we've ever seen from a wide receiver. So what are the factors you look for that maybe your model captures when you're looking to draft a rookie wide receiver?
Yeah, so one of the most important things in my model is age-adjusted production. That's so important. And people who are experienced in dynasty football have heard the term before, breakout age. And it's basically just a wide receiver who in college hit a certain threshold at a certain age, and the hit rate on that is exceptional. I look at it a little bit differently. I look at age-adjusted yards per game, age-adjusted receiving yards versus an expectation, things like that. But like intuitively, a priori, it makes sense as well. It's, you know, a 19-year-old wide receiver is at a physical disadvantage up against 21-year-old cornerbacks. So the ability to operate at a handicap is indicative of surplus talent, just as if a wide receiver were to total 800 yards playing the entire season with one arm tied behind his back. So it's just a really positive indicator for a wide receiver success at the NFL level.
Wow, that's interesting. So, all right, so let's dive into it then. Let's get to, and I'm sure you guys both noted, like, there have been a lot of good rookie receivers lately. I mean, a bunch of them. You know, I mean, Justin Jefferson must have won some people some leagues last year. Where were people getting Jefferson last year?
Oh, he was a double-digit round pick, right, Scott? I mean, double-digit rounds, because like people were wondering what kind of fit he was because he got slapped with he's a slot receiver deal, and people are like, well, Thielen's a slot receiver too. Well, how's this going to look? And nobody anticipated what Justin Jefferson did. Nobody did.
Yeah, he's probably out there winning leagues for people. All right, there's a bunch of good receivers again this year, Scott. Is there, using your model and the age-adjusted stuff, is there a clear number one guy in your mind?
So 2019 was a special class. The rookie wide receivers in their rookie season totaled the second most total receiving yards of any class in NFL history. Last year, I mean, Justin Jefferson, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, absolutely stacked. And this class looks to be a very special class. And all the way at the top, for me and my model, is Jamar Chase, who I have as the best wide receiver prospect to come out since the 2015 class. I have him right above Amari Cooper over that span, according to my model. I mean, so special. You want to talk about age-adjusted production? Guess what? He just put together something like the sixth most receiving yards and the sixth most receiving touchdowns by any Power 5 wide receiver since at least 2000. Guess what? He did it at 19 years old, a full year younger than Justin Jefferson. This guy outproduced Justin Jefferson significantly on fewer targets. And look how good Justin Jefferson's going to be. And the other guy, Terrace Marshall, he's being mocked in the first round, second round at the latest. So, you know, what he did, and especially within this, you know, really special wide receiver core that LSU was sporting, was, you know, phenomenal. By age-adjusted seasons, by total receiving yards, it was the second best season since 2000. The only season better was Michael Crabtree as a freshman, which is like the most ridiculous season ever. But yeah, if you look at all of the top, if you look at like the top 20 wide receivers by that stat, something like 70% went on to have at least one wide receiver one season. So just really, really strong. So wide receiver is the toughest position to evaluate. The NFL gets this wrong. Bill Belichick gets this so wrong. And it's just such a tough position to evaluate. So since 2015, there's been 23 wide receivers drafted in round one, only 2 Pro Bowlers, Amari Cooper, Justin Jefferson. The hit rate's bad. And the reason for that is it's a laundry list of things, you know, not as much up against man coverage, not as much up against press coverage. You know, a lot more production in the slot, and it's a lot easier to get production in the slot. You don't have sticky nickel cornerbacks, things like that. So there's all these concerns with all these wide receivers, least of all Chase. You know, a beast on the outside, majority of his production on the outside, beast against press coverage, the best wide receiver against man coverage, and it goes on and on and on. And then factor in an elite pro day. There's just, I see no red flags, and I just see massive upside, and it leaves me salivating.
All right, so here's the question, Scott. You said he's the best receiver you've had since 2015. Was there somebody better in 2015, or that's just when you started doing it?
I know that's just the cutoff for my model.
Got it. Okay, so he's the best receiver you've ever evaluated.
Right.
Wow. Okay. Now, very curious about this next one. Who's the next guy? Because, well, let me take a step back, actually. While we're on Chase, how high is too high for people to draft Jamar Chase? He's still a rookie receiver. Let's assume he goes to the Dolphins or maybe the Bengals. How high is too high to take him, even though you love him so much with your model?
I mean, so there are some concerns, like but I mean, like, okay, that didn't stop him from having one of the most ridiculous seasons in college football history as a 19-year-old. How high is too? I mean, I think he should go where, you know what? I think I could say, you know, right now, if you have him higher than you've had a rookie wide receiver, you know, in the past like 4 or 5 drafts, like, hey, I get it. This guy is so special. But at the same time, he is a rookie wide receiver, and, you know, you can't expect a Justin Jefferson every season.
What do you think, Joe, in terms of that question? How high is too high?
Let's see where he ends up first. I know that's kind of damaging right now because you're asking the question. 5th round, maybe. If he goes to Cincinnati, where there's T. Higgins and he gets to play with his old college coach and a quarterback rather, and Joe Burrow, 6th round feels about right to me for Jamar Chase. And then by the end of the fall, that might look like a complete steal. If he goes to Miami, where it's Tua, who I still have some questions about, I think he's probably going to go in the 6th or 7th round, and he could certainly pay that off. But I think anything beyond the 5th round is probably going to look right for Jamar Chase. And you just have to keep in mind just how talented this player is, and you know, the fact that he can help a young quarterback get better as well.
I'm assuming, Scott, one of the Alabama, maybe mistakenly, that one of the Alabama guys is next in your model. The question is, which one?
Yeah, so that's going to be Devonta Smith. At this point right now, I'm looking specifically at college production and efficiency. Once I factor in athleticism, which incorporates BMI and weight, I do expect him to fall. I don't know that he's going to fall beyond 2. Honestly, I will have to wait and see. But this is another special prospect. So he ranks 3rd. It goes Chase, Amari, and then it goes Devonta. You know, Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy are all right there in that range, but another special prospect. So, I mean, I just talked about what Jamar Chase did, you know, won the Biletnikoff, you know, 200 plus yards in the championship, which they won, you know, some of the best production numbers ever. Guess what? You know, Devonta Smith beat all that. He first wide receiver to win the Heisman in nearly 30 years. He had 200 plus yards in just a half in the championship. You know, more the second most receiving yards since 2000, the second most receiving touchdowns since 2000. Just a ridiculous season. And people are sleeping on his 2019 season because his 2019 season was actually the 4th best season by any wide receiver in this class. And he excelled in, you know, the production was there in the fact that, I mean, he outproduced 3 other potential top 15 picks, let alone first round wide receivers. But the efficiency stats were just absurd. Looking at really important metrics to my model, things like yards per route run, yards after the catch per reception. My favorite stat, depth adjusted yards per target over expectation. That was kind of a mouthful, but just an absurd season. The knocks on him are, one, he stayed in college all 4 years, and the hit rate on that is bad. The reason the hit rate is bad is, like, typically if a wide receiver gets a draft worthy grade, they come out. So it's always like not great wide receivers staying. Guess what? He had a round 2 consensus grade by the GM committee. So that doesn't apply to him. The other knock is, you know, late breakout age. My numbers don't say that. My numbers say great age adjusted production. And then the other knock is weight and BMI. And the hit rate on that is really not good. And he is way skinny, like incomparably skinny over the past, since 2000, incomparably skinny. And I do think that's a concern. And Greg Cosell said it showed up on tape. The corners, you know, squeezing him to the boundary, things like that. So I do think that's a legitimate concern. But just looking at the raw production, I mean, this looks like a special guy.
So what did you say about the hit rate on the BMI is not good?
Yeah, it's not good at all. I could actually pull it
So
up.
you're just saying guys with low BMI have not done well at receiver.
Yeah, not just that, but guys who are high BMI have done phenomenal. So
then I should enter the draft. I should enter the draft. I know we're all knocking on BMI, but yeah, I mean Devontae Smith's weight, Scott, is a big concern for people.
Yeah, so his BMI is at 22.4. There's only ever been one other wide receiver with a BMI below 24 since 2000 who was drafted in the first 2 rounds. Among those wide receivers with a BMI of 29 or more, 50% had 1,000-yard season, and then below 25, that hit rate dips to like 19%. So it's just statistically discouraging.
Interesting. Okay, who's your third receiver?
So this is basically a tie. But I have Elijah Moore, who I think is, I'm acquiring him in every single dynasty draft. And I'm in a lot of drafts that are before the NFL draft. So on draft day, I'm rooting for Elijah Moore to go in round 1 more than I've rooted for my Giants in years. And I think he's going to be an immediate contributor in the NFL. I think this is a guy to target in redraft leagues. I am so excited for him. I think he's being massively slept on. The concern with him is he's a slot wide receiver. I talked about before, it's a little bit easier to produce in the slot. It's a devalued position, just like running back is devalued in the NFL today. But again, age-adjusted production off the charts. So he basically had posted the same numbers as DK Metcalf as a freshman when he was 2.4 years younger. And then as a sophomore, when those guys left, he had 850 yards, which might not seem like a lot, but the next closest receiver had only 192 yards. So like yardage market share, that's another great predictive variable. Crushed that. And then his 2020 season was insane. He had the most yards from scrimmage per game of any wide receiver, I think ever, at least 2,000. That's as far back as my sample goes. But I think maybe ever, 157.1 per game, just absurd. And people are sleeping on this guy. And frankly, I don't get it. Look at other stats, yards per route run, PFF grade. He crushes it all. And I think he's going to be a PPR cheat code at the next level. 10.8 receptions per game last year. And that goes a long way in PPR leagues.
It feels like he's a guy that the more people I've spoken to over the last couple of weeks that have really watched him, everybody's starting to like him. Like the mainstream media doesn't, but like the Cosells, the Dane Bruglers, like the people that actually really study, everybody seems to think like, wow, this guy's really good.
Lance Zierlein too, that's his guy. So I own him everywhere in all the leagues I've already drafted. I love Dynasty. It's crazy out here, but yeah, big fan, and I expect to have him in a ton of best ball leagues, ton of redraft leagues. He's going undrafted in best ball right now, so yeah, wait until he gets drafted in round 1. Yeah.
Wow. All right, and then is he basically tied with Waddle or in somebody else?
So I'll just say real quick on Waddle. Any production model is going to miss on Waddle, although my model least of all, because I think it's really good with efficiency. So he ranks 6th, but he's going to get a boost probably for athleticism. But yeah, it's Rashad Bateman, who's another guy who just insane age adjusted numbers that he put up in Minnesota. My model didn't incorporate for atrocious quarterback play, which it needs to. It didn't incorporate for the fact that he lost 10 pounds due to complications from COVID in his final season. You factor those in, he might be wide receiver 3. There were a few, nitpicky concerns with him. Drops was an issue. My model loved Tyler Johnson, and he went day 3. So makes me worry there might be something scheme-wise with Minnesota. But yeah, otherwise, I think this is another really solid prospect. He has all the age-adjusted things you want to see there. The best wide receiver in this class in career yards per route run when lined up out wide, which this class is an interesting class. It has a ton of undersized guys who are amazing and a ton of slot guys who are amazing. But this, alongside Jamar Chase, proven outside weapons on the outside.
It's funny, Joe, you probably remember this, but a couple years ago, Penn State had a really good team. They ended up going 11-2. They lost to Minnesota, and Tyler Johnson and Rashad Bateman absolutely massacred that game. And I didn't realize, I didn't know Minnesota had two high draft pick receivers. You know what I mean? It's Minnesota. Since when
there was
did
a
they have
bad
good
offensive
receivers?
pass interference call at the end of that game, Ross. You might remember that too.
Oh yeah, but, dude,
but no, those guys crushed it.
They destroyed Penn State in that game. Turns out they had two stud receivers. These are legit guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Bateman obviously the higher regarded. Johnson, I think a lot of people had concerns about his athleticism. That was the big concern.
He fell in my post combine model, but he's my single most egregious miss in my pre-combine model. I think he's sandwiched in between CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson in the top 7. He's the one guy who sticks out and makes me shake my head.
I mean, but Scott, you're gonna miss though if you're using a production model, right? And Let me bring this full circle. When it comes to a wide receiver, what is important and what's noise when evaluating a prospect?
I mean, so much is noise. It's all the things I already talked about. It's knowing what the best, most predictive variables are. Yeah.
What would be the most surprising thing that you would call noise that might surprise people? Where this doesn't really matter for wide receivers.
I will say drops. Fairly irrelevant unless the number is insanely high. That's one. I mean, there's anything per target is really typically trash because targets are a positive indicator of talent. If you're getting targets, it means you're getting open. You've earned the quarterback's trust. He thinks you can do damage after the catch, things of that nature. So people looking at yards per target, it's such a trash stat. Yards per route run is the single most predictive stat at the NFL level, not for evaluating prospects, but it's great for that too.
All right, so Scott, you can talk about one more guy. Is it Tutu Atwell, Amari Rodgers, Rondell Moore? Is it Terrace Marshall, who you mentioned? We haven't said anything about Kadarius Toney. One more guy that you can talk about.
Oh boy, that's tough. I do love me some Rondell Moore, but
his age adjusted. Wait a minute, Scott. So I did the U.S. Army Bowl when Rondell was in it. He was phenomenal, and then his true freshman year at Purdue was amazing. So his age adjusted must be off the charts.
Yeah, so it is insane. All right, we could talk about some Rondell Moore. I was going to go with Jalen Waddle, but
look how happy he is, Joe. Look how happy.
So we did a mock draft. We did a mock draft for the draft.
Oh, how annoying was I, Joe?
I basically, Ross, we did a staff mock draft, and basically all it was I gave the 6 staff members who were doing the mock draft, and I went 1 to 6. We each get a team and we get them in 1 to 6 order, and then you repeat the order. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was no trades, just that's how it was. Scott saw that I had the Packers, and he's like, "No, you need to give me the Packers." And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I want to pick Rondell Moore for the Packers." so let him wax poetic here.
Yeah, so that's just my dream landing spot for Rondell, who by the way is tied with Jalen Waddle, perfectly tied. Insane pro day. But just looking at statistical production, his age 19 season was easily one of the most ridiculous age 19 seasons ever. He a month after turning 18 years old in his first game, he had nearly 200 yards from scrimmage and 13 touches. End of the year, 114 catches. So PPR cheat code. This guy could be a real PPR cheat code. 12,000 yards through the air, or 1,200 yards through there, 200 yards on the ground. Just insanely dynamic. One of the best seasons ever by missed tackles forced, yards after contact, yards after the catch, PFF grade, yards per route run, just absurd. And then unfortunately, he dealt with injuries over the next 2 seasons. He missed 11 of 18 games, but he was still dynamic, highly productive on the field. 10.3 catches, 106.5 receiving yards per game when he was healthy. And this guy, to me, tape evaluation doesn't factor into my model at this point, but he is so fun to watch on tape. My comp for him is like a Kryptonian Cole Beasley, a smaller, less complete, but more athletic Steve Smith. If Secretariat was a Shetland pony, this guy is just like, you take Calvin Johnson and you just like squeeze him really into a tiny package. But that's the concern, is the height. The height is a massive concern. He's going to be very scheme dependent. He's going to be very landing spot dependent. That's why I loved Green Bay. He has a very small catch radius. That doesn't matter when you have the most accurate quarterback in football in Aaron Rodgers. And they're missing that dynamic element. They're missing someone to keep defenses honest when they're playing against Devontae Adams. He's going to be a first down machine. He's going to be a PPR cheat code. There's red flags. There's concerns. He's risky, but I mean, I see also massive potential. And this is another guy who, he's round 2 in mocks, maybe round 3. And I just love this guy, and love him.
So if you have 114 catches and 2,200 yards as a freshman, all-purpose yards, you should be allowed to go pro. Like, you should be allowed to leave school after your freshman year. That's when he was 18.
Right.
18.
Yeah.
Like,
so you keep hearing with him is like the concern is durability because of the injuries the past 2 seasons. And I want to just like cut him some slack. It's like, hey, they told you you're going to be a first round pick like halfway through your true freshman season. Like, if he's going to like take it easy a little bit, like why not? He put up all the tape we needed to see as a freshman, I think.
Scott, this was fantastic. It always is. Encourage you to check him out. Gosh, I was making up Dat Fantasy Beast. It's actually Dude Fantasy, bro. Like, there really is a name to it. Just like Joe is Fantasy Gangsta _ Dolan. Check them both out over at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure you use the code 21Feast. Check them out on social as well. That was awesome. I guess we got to talk about running backs and tight ends next week, Joe. It'll be fun. I think we're done.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get Graham Barfield on for those running backs. So that'll be that. There's a little tease for you.
Ooh, I like it.
Big Najee Harris fan.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
Oh, we're live. Wow, we're live. Yeah, this is what happens. I'm trying to read stuff. I didn't realize we had 10 seconds. I thought it was like a minute. Anyways, we're live. I'm here. We got the Packers. We got the Chargers. We got a couple teams here going up for Sim Glory. I got Matt LaMarca here to keep me awake, which is great. I'm all set.
My best.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm always a little sad when the Mets get rained out. They were supposed to have played 14 games by this point, Jeff. They've played 8.
That is kind of sad, to be honest. I mean, to get rained out that much. Has it all been rainouts?
The first series of the year against the Nats was COVID related.
Right. Okay.
But 3 rainouts in the past 4 days, 5 days.
Anyways, that's I actually didn't know that the Mets had played so little because I've been so deep in the hockey world with its own problems like that.
Nailing your hot predictions every day.
Yeah, actually, they're not so hot tonight, but I'm going through a little period of regression here. It's okay. We'll bounce back next week. Anyways, we do have a big stream coming up here. We got some stuff going on. There's promotions we got to get to that I'll probably forget about, but I'm going to try my best. The main thing is you guys are here. I need you to smash the like. I need you to tell me who you got in this game, who you got, LaMarca, and let's just have some fun. Who got winning this game? Is it the Chargers going to pull the upset? Your boy Herbert?
Yeah, let's go there. Let's say the Chargers are going to pull the upset.
I'm kind of feeling an upset too.
I picked the Packers to go down, I think, in the first round against the Falcons. Excuse me. Excuse my pronunciation. But it didn't come through. So I'm gonna pick against them until they go down. That's my new strategy.
Okay. I like that. I'm with you though on the Chargers though. The Chargers are sneaky, kind of good. Eckler's good. Keenan Allen, I think, makes Herbert a little bit better in this game. So the Packers can be had. I mean, if their offenses come out slanging like they were in the last game, I think they can be beat. So that's where we're at. Hope everyone's having a good night. Hope everybody was enjoyed my perfect intro to this game. And the good news is can't do worse from here on out. So let's see. We got one more game. So who's coming up tonight? Because the winner of this game plays the winner of the next sim. So
tonight is going to be
Who is tonight? Is the 49ers and the Saints. That's going to be a good game. 49ers and the Saints. That's two top-tier teams right there. So that's some pretty good action here coming up. We got the underrated Chargers, the Packers, and then we got the 49ers and the Saints. All right.
Rossi and BK on the call for that one.
Rossi and BK, yeah. Just coming in hot for one sim a night.
Yeah, I'm only doing one today.
Me too, which is, as people can probably tell, I'm super prepared for this, right? So
I did fill out a lineup. So...
I did too. I did manage to get a lineup. But that's actually what I was doing. I thought I had like 30 more seconds. I'm like, oh, I'll just try and sneak this lineup.
I ended up throwing Mike Williams in the captain spot. Not a guy that's very consistent, but he's got the upside for that, 20-plus point game. He's gone for 23 in 2 of his past 5. So I went with him at the captain spot. I stacked up Rodgers, Devontae Adams, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling in my flexes, and then Austin Eckler and Joe Reed.
Yeah, I kind of a similar build. I faded Herbert, put Rodgers in with some of those receivers, but I put Eckler in at the top. I also played Mason Crosby for some values. We'll see how that goes. But, yeah. It's like Rodgers in the free showdown, 66% owned.
I also joined These Hosts Are Too Lazy to Make a Contest free roll by P. Fooligan.
A good moniker for Matt and I think, so.
No, it's not laziness, Jeff. We're busy. We're busy men.
That's right. Preoccupied. Oh, man. Hope everyone's having a good Thursday, though. One day away from Friday. Thursday's a pretty good day on the week. Always used to be the best night for television. Always
Top Chef tonight. Any
Top Chef
fans out there?
Oh, are you a Top Chef fan, LaMarca?
Love Top Chef.
Okay.
I love cooking shows. I can't cook at all, but I'll watch it and I'll be like, oh, clearly using the wrong technique here. Not enough salt. I think that I know enough.
Right.
But then when you actually get in the kitchen, you're like, oh, yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing.
You just let the creativity flow.
My general philosophy is I take the food, I put it on the heat, and I take it off when it looks like cooked food.
You cook from your gut.
Hasn't really steered me wrong yet, to be honest.
You're a gut cooker,
what a hamburger looks like, what a steak looks like, what a piece of chicken looks like. Just cook it until it looks like that.
Sounds like how I make my DFS lineups. This looks okay. This looks cooked. This looks ripe, this lineup. Oh man, my golf lineups were all over the place today. I got Cam Smith, who shot like 62 in some lineups, but then I paired him with Adam Hadwin and Doc Redman. Doc Redman shot 10 over today. So
Doc,
just unbelievable. I don't even know how
didn't I hear you earlier today saying that Cam Smith was your pick to win the tournament?
Yeah, no, he is. I mean, I really liked him, which is just, it really peeves me off that I managed to pair him with the worst performing value guys out there. Adam Hadwin, I don't know what he was doing. Adam Hadwin hasn't had a bad round in like 2 months, so he was really out of the blue. I knew Doc Redman was boomer bust, but Hadwin's the one that really just irks me. So the Packers are driving here, 3rd and 8 though. But yeah, interesting day. Cam Smith definitely coming out hot for me, so it's nice. Got a little, nice dart over the middle. Looks like Devin Funchess.
Bunches of Funches.
Bunches of Funches. Devin Funchess just riding out his sim fame for as long as possible.
He was a 1-year deal with the Packers, right? So he's in the market for a new team.
I want to say it was 1-year deal. It actually is a possibility. It was like some multi-year deal, but I would be surprised if it was more than a 1-year deal. Another dart over to Aaron Jones. Aaron Rodgers looking on point here so far. So both the Mark and I could be, SOL here in terms of our upset prediction, but that's okay.
Oh, interesting. Because he opted out, his contract rolled over to the following year.
That's what it was.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. I thought it would just be like, okay, no contract.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's what happened with the COVID opt-outs. They roll over. It doesn't count. So I knew there was something going on with him because I'm like, I haven't heard anything about Devin Funchess. He's got to still be attached to the Packers. And there you go. And I don't think they've cut him or anything like that. Well, they may end up doing that, but that team is so allergic to spending any draft capital or money on free agents that, he might slot in as like the wide receiver too.
I actually have them taking another quarterback in the first round.
They're going to move up for Trey Lance. Mortgage the future. They're going to trade Jordan Love and next year's first for Trey Lance. That's what the Packers are going to do. There's a touchdown, folks. I believe that was Aaron Jones, although I admit I was drinking my water. No, it was Aaron Jones. I was right. Wasn't a Jamal Williams vulture. I don't even think he plays in this game. It's like 1 touch a game. And here we go. Packers juggernaut just on point here. I think everyone's just going to keep picking against the Packers and they're going to win here. But I think that's like the conclusion because Kenny picked against the Packers in the first game. Now you did, and I kind of did here too. So
it'll be interesting to see what the future holds for Aaron Rodgers. I think he's kind of expressed that he's willing to go elsewhere if needed. And also clearly a guy who has interests outside of football. I've been watching him on Jeopardy, and he's been fantastic.
No, I know. It's a great role for Aaron Rodgers, to be honest. He's quick. He's quick-witted. He likes, he obviously is into the trivia and stuff like that. He's a smart dude, right? So, he's personable. As long as you're not asking him about,
his personal life.
Well, his personal life and, why you didn't throw the ball at the goal line or something like that, or why you didn't run it in. Stupid stuff like that.
Somebody did do that as a Final Jeopardy answer. Question that they didn't know.
I saw that. Or what did he put? Why didn't you go for it on 4th
right.
down?
Why kick the field goal?
Right.
And he was good. He was quick. He was like, well, that's incorrect. It should be correct, but it's not the correct answer to this question.
Yeah. I still remember when Matt LaFleur ran up the field goal unit there. Oh, and I know some of the analytics were on the side of it. I know.
I can't abide by the analytics in that case.
No, that one. It really feels like it's funny because I did see some people who were very analytic-y, if that's even a word, on the other side, being like, no, that giving out solid reasons why it was obviously wrong. But there were people who were defending it a little bit. I guess I kind of get it because it gave you an actual chance to win in regulation, but
right
at the same time, with Tom Brady and the way their defense had been going, I don't think that if you're factoring it in the in-game stuff that there's any way it could have been correct. But just really a bizarre game in a lot of ways, that one, NFC Championship. All right. That was a long drive by the Packers, too. Only 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Herbert, shotgun. There's a nice pass. Mike Williams, your boy, out to the 40.
Big fella.
He re-signed with the Chargers? I can't remember.
Good question. I can't remember either.
I know.
Mike Williams is in his final year with the Chargers.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They exercised the option on him.
Yeah, okay. I think that's fine by them.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot for Mike Williams. They're paying him $15.5 million this year, but there's nothing wrong with retaining, one of your guys for another year.
Exactly. He's worked with Herbert. Now you don't have to necessarily spend a draft pick. They got to replace Hunter Henry too, right? Or something, or they got to do something there. So gives them a little bit of flexibility. They can go do that.
Right. Cause there was also some talk heading into last year, like, Mike Williams might be the best receiver on the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that got quieted this year, but.
Whoa, no, there's a move. Eckler. Little dance inside. You don't see that often. The computer taking the perfect line there, dancing right back inside. My captain coming right through. That was a quick response by the Chargers. I'll admit, I wasn't really expecting it, but maybe the Chargers aren't going to let us down in this spot. Like I said, they're sneaky good. They're skill players.
They would never let me down.
They do have the best uniforms in the NFL, too. I feel like it gives them like a 2-point burst.
It's canceled out by their lack of a home field advantage, but yes, I agree.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, man. Be in that nice SoFi Stadium next year.
Jordan Lindenbaum says they have an in-house replacement for Hunter Henry. I'm assuming he's talking about Parham.
Right. Parmesan.
XFL dudes all love Parham, but
they like 6'11".
They did sign Jared Cook.
Oh, that's right. Jared Cook.
So I think Cook is probably the tight end one. But.
Yep. I think Parham is, fancy little red zone target. Guy you could use on a couple plays a game.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having multiple tight ends. I think multiple tight ends, a lot of people will tell you, is a great way to build your offense because it makes you less predictable run versus pass. But, and obviously a smart team like New England is going all in on the multiple tight ends. So, Parham's definitely an intriguing guy. But if I had to bet on one tight end in Los Angeles this year, it would be Jared Cook.
Yeah, I think Jared Cook could even be more productive than Hunter Henry. I'm also not that big on Hunter Henry. I should have to stop here for a sec. Cassie in the chat saying the Chargers uniforms, or he said their uniforms are hideous, and so are the Rams. I assume we're referring to the Chargers here. I'm not going to lie. I take that as like offensive slander, calling the Chargers uniforms ugly. I've legitimately
one of the worst takes uttered on these.
It's a pretty bad take. I've also never met anyone who seriously didn't like the Chargers uniforms. I feel like that's like 100% across the board thing. Everybody just agrees with. So, I mean, in a way, just having that crazy a take deserves a shout out, I guess. But wow, man, I've legitimately never met someone who said Chargers uniforms suck. So
particularly the powder blues are just
they're just amazing, right? So there's Mercedes Lewis catch and bring us down to the end of the first quarter. And guys, as we're coming down to the first quarter here, I'm just going to bring your attention to something. We got a promo going on the DraftKings pools on the DK Sportsbook. DraftKings proud to announce that in honor of Jackie Robinson Day, we are donating $200,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation. The Jackie Robinson Foundation, founded by Jackie's wife, Rachel, works to narrow the achievement gap in higher education and in the workplace through things like scholarships, support services to annual groups of foundation scholars and fellows. So DraftKings has created a free-to-play popularity pool to celebrate the occasion, which features questions about number 42's career, those that followed in his footsteps, and it's a nod to Jackie Robinson overall. It's got a total prize pool of $42,000, same as his number. Questions range from fans' favorites, Jackie Robinson moments, to favorite athletes who wear the number 42. Pool closes April 30th, guys, but get in there. You can go over there. It's just another nice free pool for you guys to play and to celebrate one of the most historic guys, in history of all sports, quite frankly. So check that out. It's on the DraftKings pools, free to play, like I said. All right, 7-7. Pretty good first quarter. There's really only 2 drives, but
2 scoring drives.
2 big ones. We got Chalk, Austin Eckler going off 21.2%, captain in the showdown. We got is Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones scoring. So both the lead running backs.
Chalkston Eckler. I was trying to make that work, and it kind of works, but not really.
Austin Chalkler.
That's not bad.
That's okay. It's just a tough one. It's a tough one to work with.
We'll let it marinate a little bit.
Ooh. Oh, man, Aaron Rodgers looks great in this game. It's going to be a tough one. Chargers are going to have to score like 30 points. Eckler's got to be a guy. Where do you think Eckler's going to fall in people's drafts? You think people are going to be taking him like around RB5 kind of thing?
I would say later than that. I think pretty clearly McCaffrey, Dalvin, Henry, Saquon,
Zeke. I wouldn't take him.
Kamara.
Kamara, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's more around like RB 8 to 10, if I really thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the same ballpark as Zeke. The guy, I mean, we've talked about this. What does the James Conner signing do for Chase Edmonds for you, if anything?
Not much. It always worries me a little bit, just because you never know what coaches are going to do. Cliff Kingsbury, does he have like some wild plan here where it's like, oh man, like is he going to fall in love with James Conner? Did he get sucked in from that one decent season? Because realistically, everyone just likes James Conner because he saved their fantasy football year, that year that Le'Veon Bell got hurt.
And he's got a good story, coming back from cancer.
He does. He's got a great story. And look, I mean, I'm not putting him down as what he's accomplished, but realistically, since that season that he replaced Lev Bell, he's done nothing. He's got no explosivity, doesn't have big explosive plays, averaging on well under 4 yards per carry. He's not a good pass catcher. I don't really see the appeal. I think he's more of a guy that the Cardinals bring in to just kind of spell Chase Edmonds, maybe gets a couple red zone touches here and there, but not really a guy I'm too worried about. In a lot of ways, I like the signing for Chase Edmonds because Connor can't really replicate what he does in the pass game, and there's another touchdown, folks.
Hey, my boy.
Yes.
Chris Boyd says, MVS, please. You're welcome.
There you go, Chris.
Matt LaFleur jacked up. Yeah, I think we probably got a little out of control, fantasizing about a role where Chase Edmonds was going to get, 15 plus touches per game. That was never really in the cards. So if the alternative was the Cardinals spending a top 3 round draft pick on a running back, this is undoubtedly a good outcome for Edmonds.
Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at, right? I'd rather, if I was big on Chase Edmonds, I'd rather they sign a guy who's always injured, who isn't going to have that much burst or use in the pass game, than spending they bring in they get some really good value on a 3rd round running back, and everyone's like, oh, this guy was he dropped, and then it's like, oh, great.
I mean, and maybe they still do that, but it definitely lessens the likelihood of that scenario.
It definitely lessens the likelihood. I think it even says to you that they're probably not going to do that they probably wanted to just take care of running backs so they don't have to worry about it. There's also a guy named Eno Benjamin they took in, I think, the 7th round there last year.
Yep.
You know, he could. I mean, look, I wouldn't be shocked if he ended up being the backup. Like, I'm not big on James Conner at all, just from what he brings to the table. So, it honestly.
I've also got DJ Wilson. I've had him stored on the back end of a dynasty team for the past 4 years.
DJ Foster or DJ
Foster? Yeah, sorry. DJ
yeah, it's okay. No, it's hard to remember with those.
I mean, listen. He's irrelevant. But it's like a 35-man team. So what am I gonna do?
Oh, completely. I mean, I just wanted to make sure I remembered it because
I think DJ Wilson's a basketball player.
Well, and there you go. The cross that's even tougher. Like when it's like they have the same name. Yeah, I know DJ Foster though. He's got some skill as well. I actually didn't even know he's still on the Cardinals, but that's another name. I mean, between Benjamin and DJ Foster, I think those guys could, one of those guys could end up being the backup over Connor. So,
and of course, I think we have to talk about the big news of the day being that my names are not on today. Justin Fields now seems to be back in as the favorite to be the number 3 pick in the draft.
What happened? Did the odds jump around?
The odds have shifted.
Have they?
I haven't seen any official beat or anything report it, but obviously they were at his pro day.
Yep.
And something somewhere has caused this shift. So, I don't think that it was necessarily bad process if you were like, okay, they're going to take Mac Jones number 3, because that's kind of what everybody who is in the know was saying.
Oh, I mean, Adam Schefter basically came in and said, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago even, Mac Jones is their guy.
But now it feels like it's more of a wide open race. So,
okay.
I respect the 49ers for taking their time and doing their due diligence,
Yep.
Maybe it seems weird that if it was like a really impressive pro day would change, something like that. You would think that these guys have enough tape and stuff, but
yep.
I'm very pro Fields. I've made that pretty well known. I would certainly take Fields over Mac Jones. I would probably even take Fields number 2 if we're being honest, but so if the 49ers land there, I think that will be the correct decision, but again, it's all a crapshoot. So
it is.
Drafts in 2 weeks, first round, 2 weeks from today. We'll find out. All the questions will be answered, and then we can start digging in, finding our favorite rookie sleepers. We can do all the stuff that we loved, and dynasty drafts and all that good stuff.
That's interesting. I was basically just going through my top 10 last night because we're going to be doing some previews on it next week for the sweat and stuff. And, I really just felt like I had to pencil in Mac Jones at number 3, but I'm going to have to rethink that. I still feel like Mac Jones just fits that archetype that Kyle Shanahan likes. But we'll have to see if the Justin Fields picks up steam. I mean, I am completely with you. I mean, we are dead on, just matched up in our takes here. Justin Fields is like a guy I would even consider. I won't be shocked if Justin Fields ends up as the best quarterback in this draft. I think he's got a very good chance to be, and that includes Trevor Lawrence. So I think it's ridiculous that you take Mac Jones and get taken there. But I recognize the fact Kyle Shanahan has a type,
Yep.
When it comes to dating, people have a type. It's like Kyle Shanahan has a type. Kirk Cousins.
What's your type, Jeff?
It's not Mac Jones. But he's a distributor. He likes to, and Kyle Shanahan likes an offense just with the quarterback can get it out quick, get it to yards after the catch guys like Kittle. Oh, there's a yards after the catch guy.
Get in. Get in, Michael.
That's too bad. Nice broken tackle. Couldn't quite get there. Got tackled by 3 guys, but down to the 2. But, it was a guy like Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins, guys who can just distribute the ball to some big name receivers. He's got Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, 2 yards after the catch monsters as well. So it like I'm not shocked to hear that Kyle Shanahan perhaps is all over Mac Jones, but this is interesting because I think there's a pretty clear talent gap, and maybe that's just too easy. Austin Eckler picking up the garbage there, but it's going to count for another 6, 2 touchdowns for Austin Eckler. As the Chargers answer right back, our underdog Chargers not backing down.
Chalkston Checkler. Guys, I see you talking about the stats. Everything will be updated. It's not done automatically. It's manually scored. So we will get all of the points to the proper place. Don't you worry.
Yep, absolutely. If you're new here or if you just need a reminder, it's done manually, which means they got to double check things. And if they're not sure on something, they're not going to do it. And they don't want to make mistakes. So it'll all get updated, though. We'll keep track of it. Don't worry. If you want to shout it out in the chat once, that won't make Lamarck and I mad or anything. If you do it like 5 times, it will. But I do appreciate you guys showing up here as we get to the second round of this bracket. Like I said, the winner of this game playing the winner of the Saints and 49ers.
Saints 49ers. That's a good one.
That is going to be a good one. 49ers, another like underrated team in these sims. They got a lot of big skill players. Mostert had 100 points in the captain spot his last time out.
In the list of greatest running backs in the history of the game, it's Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, followed by Madden 2020, Raheem Mostert.
Pretty much. And the funny thing is, the fourth one is Tevin Coleman from the last Madden game. So he was a beast. Ooh, big dump off. Completed it.
Captain Blood says they got all the stats right last sim. I won. Nice job, Captain Blood. Well done. Nice little miniature reception there for Mercedes Lewis. Isn't that like the most ridiculous stat? That is the only first-round pick that Aaron Rodgers has ever thrown a touchdown to?
That is a ridiculous stat. I didn't know that.
That came up a couple times this year, I think, or last season.
Wow. Mercedes Lewis.
The only first-round pick that he's thrown a touchdown to.
Ugh. What are you doing, Green Bay? It's like they want to win like the hardest way possible, Let's make this as hard on Aaron Rodgers as we. It's like they go into the meeting. It's like, okay, guys, last year was okay, but what can we do to make things harder on Aaron Rodgers this year? Like, let's really test him. Like, should we just cut Devontae Adams and just see what happens?
Trade him for David Johnson.
Yeah. Let's cut Devontae and then sign another running back. That should really shore things up here.
Speaking of Devontae Adams, pretty quiet sim for him so far. I can only remember the one catch.
It is a quiet sim. Hit a good one. Oh no. Disaster.
Big man.
Oh no, they got it back. Never mind. Packers got it back. 3rd and 13. That was a bad fumble there by A-Rod. Anyone going to knock Devontae Adams off this perch next year? Justin Jefferson?
It's hard. I mean, no. I'm going to say no. It's hard to say anybody. I mean, the volume that guy gets, particularly in the red zone, is just sick. That's what separates him from the other elite receivers, is that he's going to get like 6 red zone targets a game.
Yep. Midfield, he's, they don't want to run the ball. They just throw to Devontae, those 5 little 2 to 5 yard outs. So he's basically an extension of the run game. He's their best red zone target. He's probably their best deep ball target as well. So. Although MVS was coming on a bit at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, again, we would love to see them draft a wide receiver to take some of that pressure off him. The Packers are going to air it out here on fourth down to end the half. But
yeah, end of the half. Smart play by them to do it. But
yeah, you don't good points for the virtual coaching staff there. I won't be surprised when it's Alan Lazard and Devin Funchess. We can add him to the mix for whatever that's worth, and all the other cast of characters that have been dropping passes for him for the past handful of years.
All right, folks, 14-14. Close sim. Good sim. I feel like they had like 4 drives that whole quarter, but it was just like 4 long touchdown drives. So, and now the Packers obviously turning it over, but the half is over, so it didn't matter. Aaron Rodgers, 12 of 13, only 92 yards. So, oh no, excuse me, 125 yards. I was reading the QB rating or whatever. Aaron Jones, 40 yards rushing. Eckler, 59 yards rushing, but 2 touchdowns. Eckler could even end up with the bonus here, so he's on his way to a big night. Not too much going on receiving. Devin Funchess, the leader at 3 receptions, 44 yards. So, again, reminder, guys, just quickly, you can head over to that DraftKings pool. The free pool's there over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. A cool little Jackie Robinson promo going up on DraftKings. Basically, announcing that in the honor of Jackie Robinson Day, so you can go over there, check it out. All the details there. But again, just a quick reminder, that's up, and you should be checking that out.
Fidelis Ennis says, at DraftKings, Devontae Adams has a Rezezians Packers 17. Lots of Z's in there. So we should check that. But speaking of Jackie Robinson, he's on the cover of MLB The Show this year, which comes out on early release tomorrow. I'm stoked for that.
That's pretty cool. They put him on the cover.
Yeah.
I was watching a baseball break at some point, I want to say around Christmas. Maybe it was just after Christmas. And I saw the coolest Jackie Robinson card get pulled. I think it was out of something like National Treasures or something. It was a 1-for-1. Oh, I would have killed to get that card. It was
that's a really cool card.
Had a little piece of his jersey on it or something. Very, very cool card. Just unique. I don't even know how you'd value it, but I think it would be valued well, just because how many good.
The value of everything is through the roof,
right?
But the real answer is it's worth whatever someone's willing to pay for.
And that's the thing. Like, it's just one of those cards. Like, it's hard to compare it, but at the same time, like, there's not many comparables out there. But you also know that you don't even really need comparables to price something like that, because it's Jackie Robinson. It's unique. It's scarce. It's going to get a good price, right? So
100%.
People would pay, like you said, people would probably pay extra for it. So it was a cool card, though. That's one of those ones where it's like, oh man, I really wish I'd been in that one. But on that topic, did you get in the Top Shot today?
Didn't get my pack. I honestly was out of the office, which is what I call my house. So I was out of the office today, running some errands, had some things to attend to. So I missed my opportunity for the Cool Cats pack. Given the way I've been running, I wouldn't have gotten inside the number anyway. But I did get my, when they did the legendary pack, they let everybody who didn't get one of those buy a common. So I do have that. I've got a couple packs sitting in my inventory now, just waiting for a rainy day to pop those suckers open.
Oh, you're just keeping them, eh? I just open them right away.
I usually do, but I don't know. I'm letting them marinate a little bit. I'm letting them develop,
It's good. And then when you start running hot, you'll have like 10 packs.
Right.
You just rip open like half of them. I like that strategy.
Yeah, I haven't really been itching because I've been ripping so much of the physical products, and like that really satisfies my itch at the moment. So it's nice to know that they're there when I want them.
I still love the real cards. Absolutely. I got one today, but I'll tell you something. I think that the moments I pulled are probably worth less than the pack. So
not possible. Not possible.
Might actually be possible in this case.
That's why 500,000 people sign up to get all of these.
No, I know. It's probably not that bad, but it is. It was not the greatest pulls. I got a Jakob Poeltl.
Ooh, love me some Jakob.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I feel you. The last pack I pulled, I was like, well, this is worth nothing. And I think I still ended up selling all the cards for like, might have even been like $60-70 because, you know, you get lucky and one of them ends up in a challenge and
it's true, right?
You never know.
I'm of the, like, I just am basically holding all mine. Like I'm not even bothering for like the little ROI right now. I'm just holding everything. So I would like to get a few like shorter ones though eventually. So probably gonna have to pay up if I want to do that.
Yeah, I keep saying I'm waiting to get past tax season. My tax lady is ghosting me right now too, which is an absolute nightmare.
Oh, great.
I just can't get her to return my call, my email. So I literally have no idea how much I owe the government, and it's killing me.
I'm pretty much in the same scenario. Like I'm like, can we just get to June? So I can start buying stuff, everything again. Stupid taxes. There we go. There's a completion over the middle.
Keenan Allen picking up his production here. He had a big first down catch, contested catch, got over the line.
As long as I'm good for the start of the NFL season, I'll be fine. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I got Yogi. I got Drew Holiday as well for the Cool Cat. That was my Cool Cat.
Oh, right. It's a Cool Cats pack.
Yeah.
The Cool Cats are all guaranteed money.
I guess that's true. Even though I got a bad Cool Cat. You're right.
Because, you know, you need that to complete the challenge, especially if you want to do the Master Challenge, get that LaMelo Ball.
One of these days, I'm going to start doing those challenges. I just about did one a couple months ago, but
Yeah, speaking of, I've written about some of them. I think the challenges are now completed, but I wrote about the LeBron challenge and the Zion challenge.
Right. Are you still doing like the articles on the DK Nation up there? Are they?
We haven't posted anything in like the past week or so, but I am gonna probably write something either tonight or tomorrow morning about the Cool Cats challenge and the Master challenge. So we'll see what the numbers look like there. Basically, how everything has worked out is that completing the challenges, if your sole purpose is to try and get the card as cheaply as possible, the collection reward, like you would just be better off buying it on the market.
Right.
But they are saying that in the future, you know, there may be some pack requirements where completing a challenge is one of them. Like they did that legendary pack over the weekend as Austin Eckler will find the box again.
Wow. The trifecta for Austin Eckler,
if you will.
The troika. Austin Eckler is trying to put Aaron Rodgers out of business here. Another early exit here, possibly in the playoffs for Aaron Rodgers. On the table now that Austin Eckler gets in for the third time. He's got to be approaching the bonus too. Monster game for my captain. Let's see where I am here. My lineup's doing good. 82 points, 41.25 points for Eckler and the captain. 5 yards away from the rushing bonus. He doesn't even have a catch yet. He's putting up points. So, wow. Oof.
All right. Captain Blood says, LaMarca, call her on Monday. She'll have more time. I'm a tax guy, and the government changes have messed us up royally. So, all right. Thank you for the advice. Senior, I don't know. What do tax people have like a special name? You know, like I know they're not like in a like a lawyer is an esquire. You know, like a I don't know.
Yeah, they you know, depending on their
CPA. I'm gonna just start calling you Mr. Blood CPA.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, CPA or some kind of accounting designation. Chartered professional accountant.
But yeah, not to talk too much about my taxes, because who the heck wants to hear that? But I collected unemployment for like 2 months after I got laid off. Then I became a contractor, which I've never done in the past. So I, was just kind of putting the money away. But I'm not the greatest saver in the world, as you could probably tell by the fact that I'm talking about all the Top Shots and physical sports cards that I buy. So, I need to know the numbers so I can prepare for it.
Yeah, as someone who does his own, I know we're getting deep into this contracting stuff, but as someone who does their own taxes and, is a contractor as well, if you don't know what you're doing, you need to just give it over to someone who does. Lots of deductions and things and ways to claim. Here we got other things you got to claim as well. It's obviously going to be different countries, but yeah, man, the biggest thing is, down goes A-Rod. Wow, Chargers defense now coming to play. Going to be third and long here, 3rd and 26.
Just having a field day.
This one's turn too. Looks like the Packers might run away with it, getting a couple quick scores, but
he got his X Factor activated and is just living in the backfield now.
Yeah. Joey Bosa, there it is. Like Matt said, X Factor activated. Let's see if he comes back on this one, man. Oh, he was on the way. Quick hitter, though, by A-Rod, but it stopped. The pressure by Bosa meant he couldn't go downfield. Quick hitter to the first-round draft pick, Mercedes Lewis, but still going to be 4th and 14.
Chris Boyd says you need 3 things in life: a good accountant, a good lawyer, and a good auto mechanic. I don't know if the lawyer part, I really hope I never need one outside of maybe like a closing or something, but I guess you need one for that. So, you know what? I agree, Chris Boyd. We're on the same page.
Yeah. If you're doing really well in life, the lawyer will be the one that hopefully you use the less. Although, actually, I shouldn't say that. If you're doing like really, 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 really good
right,
life,
if you're doing
probably,
really well, then you need one for sure.
Yeah. If you use a lawyer a lot, you're doing either extremely well or extremely poorly. So that's basically like the fact of the matter.
I don't remember what comedian it was, but he had a sketch like
that.
Like it's something that you do it and you're either really rich or really poor. And it was like having an outdoor shower. And calling a lawyer regularly definitely falls into that category.
Yeah.
But a good mechanic, 100% on that.
Yeah. No, that is true.
If anything, my mechanic is too unmechanic-y. If I take the car to him and ask him to do something, that's all he does. There are times when I'm like, if there's something else, feel free to take a look.
You go ahead and get in there, Give a heads up. I like that there's actual tax talk going on in the chat now, so we have ignited some people.
Brian C says number 4 is a reliable alarm clock. I still use a regular alarm clock.
Oh, do you? Like an actual clock?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Same one I've had since high school.
I just use my iPhone now. I think most people do.
I think that's the standard, but sometimes I'll set both because I have been known to sleep through it from time to time.
I have a pretty good internal clock. If I missed my alarm, my brain would be like, buddy, you got something to do today. I have slept through things in the past, but it's been very rare. I think I slept through an exam once.
I'm a heavy sleeper. During Hurricane Sandy, a tree outside my house fell down and I didn't even wake up.
You slept through a hurricane. That is that is the definition of heavy right there. Yes, sir. I'm the opposite. There's a light breeze outside. I get no sleep. So Herbert 162 yards passing, Rodgers 137. Only 1 passing touchdown. All been on the ground. Really good sim to fade the quarterbacks on. Surprisingly, I think most people would have thought that. I love that you slept through a hurricane. That is hilarious.
Eckler just doing so much work.
Yeah, man.
Eckler and Bosa really have been the story of this.
Yeah, it's true. A-Rod had some heat going on early, but he's been stymied by Bosa, and Packers defense can't stop Eckler. So 1 quarter to go, though. Anything can happen.
Ryan says LaMarco would sleep through an alien invasion. Maybe I already have.
You're like that movie 28 Days Later. You just wake up, everyone's a zombie.
Right, that's like the how The Walking Dead starts.
Oh right, yeah. He's
Rick just wakes up in a hospital.
That'd be pretty insane to actually wake up to that, wouldn't it?
Oh, I've stated that I would not have the mental toughness to live in that world. I would take the easy way out.
Just become a zombie.
Pretty much.
Eckler hit the bonus there. He just about got in too. He's going for the Bundy here, folks. He can smell it.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Bundy in person.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because this is an argument that I have with Kaufman. Like, to me, a quarterback throwing 4 touchdowns is not.
Oh, gotcha.
You got to score 4 touchdowns, and here it is.
Yes, he did. Wow. First one through the air. We don't care, though. I think that might have been his first reception, too. Austin Eckler is dominating this game. I've moved him up my draft charts for next year just based on this performance.
He's a top 5 pick now, that's for sure.
Top 5 pick. Screw Saquon Barkley. I do like Austin Eckler next year, like, in all seriousness, but monster game here.
Ed Zone Dan says LaMarco would be perfect to be an astronaut for interstellar space travel because he would just sleep the whole way there. Have you ever seen the movie Passengers with Chris Pratt and Scarlett Johansson?
No, it's Jennifer Lawrence.
That's what I meant.
Same thing.
If you woke up like that, would you wake somebody else up?
Oh, man. I don't even. Yeah, that is. You know what? That movie isn't great, but it does pose like a serious question, doesn't it? Like,
it is definitely not a good movie, but like, especially like he's gonna die alone for however long he may live. Could be 80 years he's up there by himself.
Yep. Like, legitimately, I mean, I don't know if I'd wait. Yeah, that is a real tough one.
He made it a year. I commend him for that.
Yeah, no, I know, right? Like,
I'd have had 6 people out of there by then.
Totally. Just, hey guys, I don't know what happened. I guess we all woke up together, you know, like. Yeah, it's a tough one because, like, you know, you're basically sentencing someone to like live on the ship with you for the rest of their life, but at the same time, yeah, going 80 years solo there, that's a tough one to swallow too. So,
guys, I don't have narcolepsy. I don't just randomly fall asleep at random places. I just sleep heavy when I'm asleep.
MedMD DK Simchat here.
Brian says LaMarcus sleeps from midnight through 4 p.m. That's not true even a little bit. I was on the sweat this morning at 11 a.m. And I did plenty of work before that.
You know, that's an interesting dilemma, not just from the ethical thing, but also like you're kind of rolling the dice here. What if you wake up someone who is just like the worst?
Right. And they're like, I hate you for doing this to me. I'm going to murder you.
Yeah. Like, legitimately, you were rolling the dice. It could be, you don't know who you're waking up. The person could be like just a complete psychopath, or they could just be so annoying that you're like, oh my God, like, man, I'm just going to open the door one day and just like take my chances in space. Like, you know, so.
Right. They had that little suit.
Yeah. I'll take the little suit. So, yeah, It would be tough, but I think I would probably, like, after a year, I would really start thinking about it. I can tell you that. I'd be like, this is really painful. You know, I'd probably last, you know, the first 6 months would be fun, just chilling, you know, unlimited food, whatever. And then it's like, okay, I got no other choices here.
Yeah, that said, I don't know how I feel about window shopping. You're like, oh, what do we got in there?
It would just
it definitely opening some people up would be happening.
Yeah. Oh man. Just open everyone up. Pure chaos. Get a battle royale going here.
Yeah, that's right, Chris Boyd. It's called sleeping with purpose, guys.
Sleeping with purpose.
Packers did pick up a 4th down conversion to keep this drive alive. They need a score here to get back into this game.
Yeah, they could still do it. Got 3 timeouts, 5.5 minutes left. Aaron, like, they're moving the ball quick still. The Chargers had them pinned back a couple drives in a row, but we know they can score quick. So if they get one here, they get one stop, it's definitely still doable. Like Tyler, is it a little quick hitter out there? Oh, he had the funny at the corner there. I think that was Mercedes Lewis. Doesn't quite have the wheels. Yeah.
Hey, first round pick. Put some respect on his name.
He's technically Aaron Rodgers' best receiver ever. So.
Daniel says Green Bay is going to need to be flawless from here to win.
Flawless.
Spot on. Tater Hater has been giving us a running commentary of his trip through the drive-through line.
What is with you guys? I love that people listen to us as they drive. Like, someone else was doing this the other day. They're like, I'm at the drive-thru. I'm listening
Can't
to
be
Matt
safe.
Sims.
Can't be safe. You never Jeff and drive.
Yeah, especially with me. I mean, I'm all over the place anyways, so. I'm going to be causing accidents out there. Rodgers from the shotgun here. Let's go end zone. Oh, gets the first down. Oh, breaking a tackle. Inside the 10. It's Funchess. I think Rodgers starting to rack up some yards. I think he's still under 200, though. Funchess. I think he's only his 3rd catch. He doesn't have too many in this game. It's 1st and goal, though. Under 4 minutes. Really need to hurry here. Like this play. Then they have time for a stop still.
A lot of people saying, throw the ball to Devontae Adams, please.
Oh, not going to be
Instead-
Devontae Adams. Going to be, I believe, Aaron Jones. Another running back touchdown. We have now had 6 touchdowns in this game. And I want to say 5 of them have gone to running backs. And
all of them. Right?
Is that Aaron
One for
Jones?
Eckler and 2 for Jones.
No, but that's the Packers' 3rd touchdown, isn't it?
Oh, right.
Yeah, because who scored? I think Mercedes.
Right. No, MVS.
Yeah, okay, it was MVS. So there was one non-running back touchdown. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers up to 15 points now in the flex. Still only 198 passing yards. MVS got 10.6 points in the flex, but Aaron Jones, he's up there now too, right up with Eckler.
Oh, the dab. The team dab. It's time to upgrade the game, guys.
Yeah. Dab was like 4 years ago.
Feels like it.
It does, doesn't it? Aaron Jones, 48 receiving yards, 40 yards rushing, 27.8 points. But Eckler, 60.3 points now in the captain spot. Just beast moding. Packers need a pick 6, says Ashley. Yeah. Guys, hit that like. Let's try and get over 300 here. It's Lamarcus and I, only sim of the day. It's your only sim of the day, right?
Yes, sir.
Only sim of the day. Let's get up 300 if you could. Smash that like button, guys. You got a pretty exciting finish here. Again, I mean, this is a knockout stage. Packers is a favorite. Chargers starting to become the underdog. I thought they were going to get blown out after that first drive of the Packers, but they have hung in. Justin Herbert value just keeps rising. I like this.
We had 2 overtime games earlier today, I believe.
That's right, we did. 2nd and 2, so getting some production on first down. Probably need about 2 first downs here to really end this. Green Bay still has timeouts and the 2-minute warning, so that play got out of bounds, so it stopped the clock.
If Matt and Glash took turns counting, could they get to 3? What am I missing? Because I forgot that there was another touchdown. The score didn't update yet, and I forgot MVS, okay? I apologize.
Yeah.
I can count to 3. I can count much higher than 3. Facts.
I mean, we got 10 fingers, so I mean.
And 10 toes.
That's right. Oh, you're gonna run. You got Lane. There he goes. There he goes. No fumble. First down. Wow. Chargers just won't be stopped on offense today. Herbert playing well. Running the ball a little bit too. I don't know. Have they juiced up Justin Herbert here a little bit here in the sim? It does feel like it. Last few Chargers games I've seen, he's played well. So I think Justin Herbert's going to have some big metrics in this Madden sim next year. I didn't get enough Justin Herbert rookie cards. I really wish I had just invested in a couple more. Shotgun. Need a pick here. Mike Williams. Almost going to ice this one. We're at the 2-minute warning. 3 timeouts left, but they're almost in field goal range here, folks. So.
Tater Harrier says, by the way, Lamarca, thanks for being the only sim host with the stones to follow me back on Twitter. I was happy to be one of your 3 followers.
Tiger says, bro, last game Herbert had 5 points. Chill. Fair enough. I didn't see the Chargers' first sim game, or sim playoff game.
Chill, Jeff.
They did win it. I mean, couldn't have played that bad. But I'm just saying, he's playing good in this game. Anyways, got an X Factor lit on the outside. Looks like Keenan Allen in the inside, actually, the slot. But they're going to run it. Eckler. Stuffage, but they're going to make Green Bay burn their second timeout.
Stuffing. Easily the best part of Thanksgiving. Not even debatable.
I was a big stuffing kid when I was a kid. When I was younger, stuffing was like my favorite. I still like it.
Now you're too good for stuffing?
I've really developed a liking for cranberry sauce as I've aged. I don't know why.
All right. Like the homemade stuff or the stuff that comes all gelatinous in a can?
I mean, I will eat the gelatinous stuff. But like properly made cranberry stuff, like dressing, like, you know, homemade is the best. Not even close.
So that was absolutely ridiculous from Herbert.
That was, as we're talking here.
Throw to Joe Reed.
Yeah.
And they're going to say he was inbounds. So that's pretty much going to ice this sucker.
I think he went out of bounds because the clock stopped.
He did go out of bounds, but he got the feet in. I thought it was going to be a review situation, but
yeah, no, play definitely counted. This one's basically over unless we get some kind of fumble. We did get a fumble in the Seattle Atlanta. I think it was Seattle and Dallas. Seattle could have just like kneeled and then they ran it once and fumbled. Just about lost the game, but we need something else like that to happen here.
All right, the most important question of the game. Do you think Jeff could pull off Mr. Peanut for Halloween?
Sure.
Yeah, I think you could.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And it is a compliment.
I mean, I could get the little eye patch, I guess, little top hat.
I went as Dirk one year for Halloween. Wore my Nowitzki jersey.
Oh, okay.
And just And I just kept doing one-legged fadeaways on everybody.
Yeah, you get the right flow. I mean,
Yeah, my hair was a little shorter back then, but
okay.
I would just put my knee up into people and just one-legged fade on them. Duck.
As we're watching them kneel out here, who's your player of the game? I don't really
It's got to be Austin Eckler. I would love to go controversial and give it to Joey Bosa, but
he just about Austin Eckler, as we were talking, he just about got a 5th touchdown. So that actually would have been cool. I was kind of hoping he got in on that play, but it's definitely Austin Eckler. Who's your babysitter, Billy? Not my kid award.
Rodgers. No, not Rodgers. Why am I blanking on his name? Devontae Adams. 2 catches, 17 yards.
Yeah, definitely.
Brutal.
Definitely Devontae Adams. He basically showed up with like 1 catch the entire game. It's useless.
Not a good sim for him. Not a good sim for the Packers passing attack. And they will be going home. Chargers advance to the round of 8. Elite 8, if you will.
Absolutely. So we got, obviously, one more game coming up tonight. It's going to be the 49ers, and it's going to be the New Orleans Saints. You got Rossi and Brandon Cristal bringing you home. The winner of that game is going to play the Los Angeles Chargers, who pulled off the upset here. But now, guys, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Radcliffe discuss the 2021 NFL Draft Guide, QB rankings, player comps, potential movers in the first round of the draft, and they're going to talk fantasy implications of some of the NFL signings and trades as well. So stay tuned. Pat Mayo's next.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. Jumping back in to the NFL today, and you're going to be seeing a lot of NFL draft coverage coming up over the next 2 weeks as we get ready for that fantastic Thursday where we like to win some prop bets. Not going to lie to you. Joining me today to break down maybe some fantasy football free agent news and maybe a mock draft or two that he has up right now on FTNFantasy.com is Jeff Radcliffe from FTNFantasy.com, from FTN Daily, from FTN Bets. What's going on, man?
Not much. Well, the most recent mock draft I put up, of course I put up, and then immediately it was pretty much rendered useless because the Carolina Panthers decided to trade for Sam Darnold. I did have them trading up to that 4 spot where Atlanta is currently. But in my next mock draft, because there's still time for more mocks, I'm going to have another team trading up to that Atlanta spot. That's going to be a very coveted spot with all these quarterbacks. It's draft season. We're just over 2 weeks away. This is the best time of year. I love it.
Well, what people can do is go to FTNFantasy.com right now. There's the entire fantasy rookie scouting guide, player by player, all the comps, all the information that you need to know about this upcoming draft. And I assume that you've put in 24 hours a day on this. It looks immaculate. So everyone should go check that out right now. FTNFantasy.com if they want to get a piece of that.
Yeah, that thing is a labor of love. Takes years off my life every year I do it, but it's well worth the process. Went through 150 prospects, gave you player comps for the biggest names. So 9 tight ends, 12 quarterbacks, 18 running backs, 24 wide receiver player comps, but profiles much deeper than that. Stats you need to know. Also at a glance pro day stats with heat maps. So if you want to see who was the best in the 40-yard dash among the wide receivers, the greenest color is the best, the reddest is the worst, right? You can at a glance compare these guys. And then on top of it, you also get rankings for 2 quarterback superflex leagues, because I know a lot of people are doing those right now, and my personal draft board. And the best part, you get in now, you know these players for the draft. Then after the draft, we come back around, we update this with all the players on their teams, update the rankings, update the draft board, and give you additional post-draft fantasy football analysis. There's nothing better.
Remember to smash the like button for the episode in the comment section. You tell me which skill position player you hope, that's realistic at least, that your favorite team drafts in the 2021 NFL Draft. I'm curious to see who the people are going to be on. Now, listen, if you have pick number 21, Trevor Lawrence, probably not going to make it to you, so maybe you leave Trevor Lawrence off the list. But something that's realistic, at least, or maybe hopeful that this player might fall to your team or they go up and grab said player. The other thing right now, too, at either of the FTN sites, whether it be FTN Fantasy, FTN Daily, or FTNBets.com. The full season NFL pass early bird pricing is out right now. It's $349.99 for the year, and it includes all 3 of the sites. So you don't have to buy the individual packaging at each of the ones. So $349.99. Use code MAYO at checkout. Get 10% off because that price is only going up from here on out. So if you want to get in right now, ftndaily.com and go check out the all-site, all-exclusive NFL pass at ftndaily.com. What I want to talk, just before we kind of jump in here, do you see a ton of moves at the top of the draft board? Like you said, do you think that Atlanta trades their pick? What situation does Miami end up trading their pick if like some of these quarterbacks are still left on the board somehow?
Well, I think that's a very likely scenario. They're in a prime spot, and they've already shown they're going to move. They've already moved twice, and the draft hasn't even gotten here. The way I see it unfolding, we know it's going to be quarterback. We know it's going to be very likely Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. We don't know who the third. I'm not taking the cheese on Mac Jones just yet. Something just doesn't compute there for me. But at 4, if either Atlanta has one of 3 things, right? Atlanta can go get themselves the quarterback of the future, but then they have a Matt Ryan problem, obviously. They could go and get a generational prospect in Kyle Pitts, or they could trade out. Now at 5, I do not see Cincinnati trading out. Initially, I thought they might be going left tackle, but, I think they're pretty set at tackle, to be honest with you. Jonah Williams there on the left, so I don't think Penei Sewell goes. So that's it. That's a spot where we could certainly see Kyle Pitts, perhaps Jamar Chase get reunited with Joe Burrow. So, yes, at 6, Miami, there are 3 teams who I could see moving up. Denver, obviously, in the market for a quarterback. They have nothing. They don't even have a bridge with Drew Lock. You have New England, who does have a bridge with Cam Newton, but they have scouted quarterbacks hard and want to get up. They're at 15 currently. And then Washington at 19, they got a bridge with Fitzy. Fitzmagic is there, but he's up there in age. And sure, that's all he really is a bridge. They could get up there as well. So that 6th spot is going to be a very coveted spot. We could very well see 5 quarterbacks go in the first 6 picks.
Do you really think that's going to happen? Because I can't recall a year where, obviously that's never happened before, but it just strikes me as someone's going to start slipping, maybe 2 guys. Someone will make it. I guess Vegas isn't inside the top 10, so they can't just go completely off the board and take some like Jabroni, who's no good in that like number 4 or something like that. But it just strikes me as one of these guys is going to slip, maybe 2 of them. So if you're New England or Washington or even Denver, maybe Denver doesn't even have to trade to get their quarterback.
They may not have to. My initial mock had them taking, this was 1.0 way back like a month and a half ago, had them taking Mac Jones at 9, but that would still be 5 quarterbacks in the top 10, which is also uncharted territory. I don't know if you can play the waiting game. The waiting game already showed that it's not going to quite work, because if you wanted to wait out, San Francisco, who was at 12, well, San Francisco already beat you to the punch. Carolina figured they were out of the mix, so, they get Sam Darnold. And maybe that ends up being something for him. Philly trades back, but Philly also could have 3 first-round picks next year, and so they're going to roll with Jalen Hurts. But you're essentially, I think right now, 3 teams competing for 2 quarterbacks, and maybe even more than 3 teams if we consider the likes of Chicago. Do they really buy in on Andy Dalton? You can put out all the Instagram and Twitter posts you want about him being a QB1, but do you really buy in on that? I don't think so. And, you mentioned some of these other teams who may be in the market, maybe a Raiders as a dark horse. I just don't see waiting working this year. And I do see a lot of teams who will be willing to trade out of that spot. Any one of those teams up there, we could see, I don't think Cincinnati trades out, but you could see Detroit at 7 trading back. Carolina seems to think they're content where they are at 8. They could trade back. So, any of those picks up for grabs, I just don't see the quarterbacks falling. It's a quarterback-driven league, man.
Why is Detroit not being talked about of taking a quarterback here? Yeah, they got to eat a year of Goff, but if Goff's no good and the quarterbacks in this draft are good, you're sitting at number 7. Why not take one?
I think you already have an instant headache there right out of the gate, which they have so many headaches. You're talking about second half of the season, there was no defense who was worse than the Detroit Lions. You're talking about a team who has, and I'm honest on this one, 0 starting wide receivers. Everybody loves themselves some Tyrell Williams, but they forget that he only had 1 good year, and we're now 5 years removed from that. Quintez Cephas, whatever, Brashad Perryman, whatever. And I like Quintez Cephas in Dynasty. Don't get me wrong, but he's young and unproven. You have a lot of work to do. Sure, you have a nice little backfield. I think Jared Goff gets you by for right now, and you have a lot more. Like, Jared Goff can keep you in games. He's not going to win you games, but he can keep you in games right now, and you have a lot more to attack. Like, you're not trying to get to the mountaintop just yet, so I think that you have to address all these other areas first.
Why is Justin Fields apparently slipping down draft boards? I don't quite understand it.
'Tis the season of liars. I can't take anything at face value right now. I think this kid is such a special player who does have some growing to do. Let's be clear. There's one player who I think is immediately starter ready and has been born for this, and that's Trevor Lawrence, right? Trevor Lawrence is generational. Trevor Lawrence is put in the can't miss, and we don't have a lot of those in the history of the NFL. You know, when you're put into a category heading into the NFL with names like John Elway, Peyton Manning, and Andrew Luck, that's pretty special. Zach Wilson has some deficiencies that he needs to clean up at the pro level, and Justin Fields does as well. Justin Fields doesn't have the processing speed of Trevor Lawrence, but that's not a bad thing. Josh Allen didn't have that processing speed when he came into the league as well. And you know what he did have, though, is he had the athleticism. He could lean on that, make things happen, and we saw that over his first 2 years. That's why he was such a good fantasy asset, was all the scrambling, leaning on his special athletic traits. Now, this year, it all came together, and we saw, man, this dude's a stud now. Fields has that kind of ability, and you cannot teach a 6'3", 230-pound guy to run sub 4.5 in a 40-yard dash. Like, that just, those players don't grow on trees, but there are elements to the game that you can teach him, and as he grows and develops, I think he's going to be a really quality player, but more importantly for us, you know, selfishly, it's going to be a really good fantasy asset.
Well, you said Mac Jones, and I mean, that's going to be all the reports are saying number 3, San Francisco, Mac Jones right now, but you're still not buying it?
Not buying it. Why would you trade 3 first-round picks? Now, they got a first round in exchange, but they're giving up 3 first-round picks for who I've been calling Kirk Cousins plus. And that's not a bad thing. That's not even a joke. Like, Kirk Cousins plus is a top 15 starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. But is he the type of guy, like I just said with Jared Goff, to get you to the mountaintop? I mean, we see the Los Angeles Rams, right? They had this diesel offense. And Jared Goff even put up 4,600 yards twice in that offense. That's like Aaron Rodgers doesn't do those sort of passing yard numbers, not comparing the two, but just to put it into context. But he couldn't get you to the mountaintop. You know, he isn't the type of player who says, get on my back, boys, we're going to win this championship. He's not texting them like Tom Brady saying, we're going to win the darn game. It's not the type of player he is. Mac Jones, kind of the same type of guy for me. And granted, you know, hey, yes, he won at Alabama. Of course, he's playing on an all-star team. He's playing on a team with wide receivers, 2 wide receivers in the top 15 picks. The number 1 wide receiver on the board last year as well when he got to play on the field. So, I mean, I look at him. Is he a good quarterback? Is he a first-round quarterback? Yes, absolutely. Is he a quarterback you mortgage your future for? No, I just don't see that.
So do you think it'll be Fields or will it be Trey Lance there?
I think it could be one or the other, to be honest with you. When I see both of these guys, like I said, they have developing to do, but they both have the intangibles that you can't teach. Trey Lance, perhaps even more mobile than Justin Fields. And Justin Fields isn't like a mobile first guy. You know, he's a traditional, more pocket passer who has the mobility. The beauty to San Francisco, though, is you don't need a guy who you can plug in immediately and have to start. You have Jimmy Garoppolo, so you can lean on Garoppolo for 4 games, 8 games, maybe even a full season. I mean, that would be a little unprecedented to have the number 3 overall pick sit for the first season of his career, but I don't want to say it's completely outlandish when you have that resource on your team. But I do think it's much more likely one of those 2 guys. You draft, this is kind of like an NBA thing for me, the way I view it. You're drafting for ceiling. Mac Jones's floor is higher than both of those guys, but those 2 guys have a significantly higher ceiling. So if you're going to mortgage your future, you're doing so for a high ceiling.
Can you tell me a little bit about Zach Wilson? I don't want to hear about arm strength or anything good. I only want to hear about bad things about Zach Wilson. If he's going to the Jets, I want him to be terrible. So what are the big negatives with Zach Wilson?
Inexperience, at the highest level is probably the biggest knock. He's playing at BYU. He's not playing at Alabama. He is a one-year wonder as well. Now, one-year wonders can work. Joe Burrow was in a lot of years, or a lot of ways, a one-year wonder, although the writing was kind of on the wall for Joe Burrow, and then it was the perfect season. So I don't want to say that's a complete knock. I think that we're going to see some decision-making issues with Zach Wilson early in his career. And then probably the biggest knock actually has nothing to do with him. It's that he's going to a team that is still ill-equipped from a personnel standpoint. Whoever goes to San Francisco is in a much better spot, right? You step in, you have an all-world receiving tight end in George Kittle. You have movable chess pieces at wide receiver in Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, and you have a diesel run game. Now, the run game it's going to be very similar with Mike LaFleur in the Jets organization now, but who's back there? Who's your running back, right? Who's your wide receivers? Denzel Mims, okay. Corey Davis, all right. I mean, I like Corey Davis. I think he's better suited to be a number 2 than a number 1. So I just don't like the setup, at least for success initially for Wilson. That's why I'm actually higher on him in the NFL draft than I am for dynasty fantasy purposes.
Well, let's say we were to take 2 guys and throw them back into this draft. Much has been made about how Sam Darnold's only like 8 years old or something like that. So let's call him a young man. Let's throw him back in. Don't have to worry about his contract. He's just in this draft. Let's throw Tua back in this draft too. Where did they rate out among these guys? Because it sounds like it's Lawrence, and then it's this group of 4. Obviously, they would probably be in that group of 4, I think. Would they be near the top of this class of the next level, or would they be at the bottom of that?
At the bottom, but not the very bottom. I think Jones or Darnold. Maybe it was probably Darnold at the absolute bottom. Jones right there, and then Tua would be a tick ahead of him. We can't undervalue what we saw at Tua at Alabama, and we can't overvalue what we saw last year, coming off a devastating injury where it's kind of remarkable that he was able to get on the field and start. So I'm going to save my full evaluation for him until after this year we see a full season out of him. Now, and that's the other thing too. Do we see a full season, or do we see Brian Flores say, all right, we got Brissett here too, so we can get him in as that relief pitcher at any point like they were doing with Fitzy last year? But I do think you look at, again, that ceiling aspect of Lance and of Fields and of Wilson, and the ceiling is higher than what you have with the other guys. And really, Wilson's a pretty mobile quarterback. I think that kind of has flown under the radar. For me, there's he's on the player spectrum of Aaron Rodgers, a lot of similarities there. Please don't hit me up on Twitter and be like, oh, you're calling him a Hall of Famer already. No, I'm saying similar playing style, can make those off-platform throws, has the huge arm, can flick the wrist, the ball's down the field, and is smart enough to use his legs at times and add extra yards that way. He's a little bit of a better running quarterback than Rodgers was coming into the league, but along that same style of player. So, yeah, those guys would be ahead of Darnold and Tua.
So just talking strictly fantasy, and I guess maybe this depends on the final draft spot and where these guys end up going, but besides Lawrence, who is the fantasy asset in this draft? If you were to take, let me try to see if I can do this. If Fields, like you said, hey, maybe he has the athleticism of Josh Allen, he's so fast, can we expect a lot of rushing yards from him? Or do you think that it depends on where he goes to see if that's unleashed or not?
I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to fully contain it. Same thing with Lance. I do think there's going to be a lot of instances early in their careers where if that first read isn't there, I don't see them necessarily working through their progressions and then, maybe throwing the ball away. I think it's going to be a lot of first read go and they're off and running. Now, that's, of course, dangerous as well because, scrambling in the NFL can lead to getting hurt in the NFL pretty quickly. So I always love what they did with Lamar Jackson. They realized, okay, this guy is he's a better running quarterback than he is a throwing quarterback. And I think he's impressed people with his chops as a passer, but he's not a 4,500-yard thrower by any means. So let's build an offense that taps into that. Let's design runs. And then that way, if they're design runs and then Lamar on top of it does a great job of avoiding the massive hits. I'm not saying he completely avoids them, but does a better job than, like Michael Vick did, for example, or Robert Griffin III. that's that's beneficial. I think you have to design around these guys initially, but you're not going to be able to stop them from running. Are they going to be 1,000-yard rushers? Highly unlikely. But could they be 500+ yard rushers? Yeah, they definitely could be. That's in the cards. And then especially, for our purposes, we want to see these guys running in the red zone, hopefully getting some touchdowns, because they're pretty darn valuable when a quarterback gets in the zone as a runner.
Let's kind of move to the NFL guys right now and just talk fantasy. Tua looks like he's going to be the guy in Miami. You said it's kind of shocking that he even ended up on the field last year. He's kind of a mystery in year 2 and what he's going to present in this offense, but he's got some weapons, at least in the passing game, to go with now. Maybe the playbook is going to be a bit more unleashed for him last year, because it really did seem like, okay, here's the Tua package and it has no plays in it, and here's the Fitz package, which is just press the ball down the field. Obviously not the same types of quarterbacks, but it was very distinctive how different the play calling was when one was in the game versus the other when they were in the game. But from a fantasy perspective, do you think that Tua gets a bit more mobile this year? I know that he's not a huge runner, but can he do enough with his legs either to extend drives or even chip in 3-4 fantasy points per week, and then have enough through the passing game where he can be maybe a top 12 guy?
I don't know if we have that. I mean, I want to see what they do at wide receiver, because essentially, Devontae Parker is sort of like a DeAndre Hopkins type. Like, he's not a blazing fast guy, but he has good ball skills. He can play up above the rim. Tua, the difference that I saw with Tua, at least, kind of comparing him to Fitzpatrick with Parker, is Fitzpatrick was much more willing to just fit that ball in there when you had that inch of daylight, right? Whereas Tua, it felt like he almost needed him to be open, and Parker's just not going to get that type of separation. It's just not the type of player he is. So we'll see if he becomes more comfortable. But I'd love to see him get a speed guy. Like, I'd love to see them get him paired back up with Waddle or, Devontae Smith, who is actually a lot faster than a lot of people realize. The play speed is just outrageous. Or you could get one of these guys, the possible day 2 guys, the Kadarius Tonys of the world, who could potentially open up that offense a little bit. Well, top 12 would be really pushing it, though, for Tua. I could see him surfacing as a QB2, but top 12 is pushing it.
Well, I mean, when Will Fuller ends up returning from his suspension from PEDs, obviously he's going to be faster. He was on PEDs. This is going to be great for Tua.
Yeah, how long until he is off the field again? It's so frustrating there. But, I mentioned the DeAndre Hopkins comp for Parker. In a lot of ways, there's a similarity in their skill set. That's good for Fuller. He knows how to work off of that. The problem, though, is does Parker eat up the coverage like we saw with Hopkins? Because that was certainly helpful. And there were times where Fuller would absolutely just take over a game. And then, hey, is Tua as willing to make those throws as Deshaun Watson was in Houston? That's the other question there. I mean, there's no doubt Fuller has a lot of upside, but, he also comes with the downside of could get hurt at any time, as we've seen over the course of his career. I think having Gesicki there, though, is pretty interesting. Started to come on, obviously, yet again last year. We're only seeing the arrow pointing up with him. He has the freakish athleticism. So if they can tap into that as well, it's good for Tua. I do think we're going to see a lot of run in this offense. I don't know if it's going to be Myles Gaskin, but we know the team likes to utilize the running back, and whoever that running back is, in a 3-down role. That could, so may not be the fastest paced offense out there either.
Do you think that there is any shot that they take Pitts at number 6?
Oh yeah, there absolutely is a shot. Any team, once you get beyond the quarterback teams, the teams who are going to take quarterback hell or high water, any team out there has to consider him. This kid has special traits. He's obviously the size speed aspect that you can't teach. He plays like a wide receiver. Like I end up comping him in the FTN rookie fantasy scouting guide to Darren Waller, because I did think it would maybe break people's brains if I put Calvin Johnson in there, but that's the player I see a lot of in him. He's not quite as fast as Calvin, but he's pretty darn close. And he has such impressive ball skills. Like, he scored 12 receiving touchdowns last year with just over 40 catches. I mean, everything he did was great on the field. He's a type of player who could completely transform the position. So you have to consider that. Now, I need to be really clear when I talk about him in this way, because a lot of people hear me and they hear a fantasy analyst talking about a tight end and they say, oh my God, I got to take this guy. I'm talking about him for NFL purposes. NFL teams are evaluating him not for 2021, but for 10, 12, whatever years he's going to be in the league. When we evaluate him for 2021, I think people are going to draft him entirely too high. And this is really telling something here. There's only one tight end in NFL history who went over 1,000 receiving yards in his rookie year, and it was Mike freaking Ditka in 1961. That's how long it's been. There's nobody who's even really gotten close. The most recent good rookie tight end that we saw was Evan Ingram, and the only reason why he put up good fantasy numbers is because nobody else was there. Everybody got hurt at the end of the year. Remember the hype over TJ Hawkinson, a top 10 pick. He ends up having a great week 1 and then nothing from there. So just remember, in redraft leagues for fantasy football purposes, it takes a while at the position to produce. I do think he's a top 12 guy, not knowing his landing spot, but taking him, some people are taking him as the 4th tight end off the board right now, which is just outlandishly crazy to me.
Well, who would be the 4th tight end off the board? I'm guessing, I haven't done rankings yet, but just, off the top of my head, Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, then blank. So I can see why people want to take him at that spot. I'm with you. Rookie tight ends can be valuable week to week in DFS, but for your season-long team, they're probably going to sink you more often than they help you go to a fantasy championship. So who are we looking in that 4 spot? Is like Noah Fant ready to take the leap?
Not quite. There's a lot of mouths to feed there. That's the one problem. So I mentioned Detroit has nobody to catch the ball, but they do have TJ Hawkinson, and he was a top 5 option last year. And actually, Jared Goff, he doesn't push the ball downfield. Okay, great. Throw it to the short and intermediate. Throw it to Hawk all day long. I don't mind him. I think Mark Andrews is interesting. Of course, Mark Andrews goes as Lamar Jackson goes. So if Lamar is super efficient, like touchdown passing wise, then Mark Andrews is going to be a beast. If not, he'll still be top 5-ish. And then I think the other player you have to give serious consideration to there is Dallas Goedert. Zach Ertz is fully expected to be out of town. They're also a team with very little depth at receiver. And Goddard is an absolute mismatch. Now, he's not Rob Gronkowski, but he has a Gronk-like skill set, an inline guy who is impossible for linebackers to cover over the middle. So he could be another guy there. I think if you look outside of the top 3, that's really got to be the next 3 for me.
And do the New England guys factor into this at all? Is it going to be tough because we don't know who's going to be who?
That's the big thing, yeah. I would love to just say, oh, it's Henry or oh, it's Smith. I think that's going to be frustrating week to week. We used to experience the Belichickery at running back annually. Well, it looks like we're going to have some Belichickery at tight end, where one week Jonnu Smith's going to look awesome. Then the next week it'll be Hunter Henry and back and forth. And good luck predicting, not to mention the fact that you're going to have a quarterback who's going to run 100+ times. You have a run-heavy offense already as it is with all the running backs they have in that backfield. So I don't know how many targets are going to be either. It's frustrating. It's good for New England. They obviously have a plan that they're executing here, but for fantasy purposes, it's going to be a major headache.
Welcome into Madden After Dark. It is part of the Madden Bracket Challenge. It is your final game in your lower left squadron area of the bracket. You see it all right there behind the beautiful face of Brandon Cristal. BK, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, buddy. It's snowing in Denver. Why wouldn't it? It's April 15th.
Perfect.
Maybe between 2 and 4 inches of snow coming. It was supposed to happen on Tuesday, and it just kind of kept getting pushed off. I got a couple softball games in Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and now it is coming down. So I'm doing great, though.
Love that. Softball, then snow. Just the way God intended. But
absolutely.
In this one, we got the playoffs now. We got San Francisco. We got New Orleans. We got an AK contest going on for our late slate. We have individual contests. What does your lineup look like for a matchup between these two teams?
Well, when the Niners go, you got a Captain Mostert. At least that's the way I'm looking at it. I know that obviously New Orleans can give him fits, but I like my lineup. I went no quarterbacks just because Jimmy G and we know Breeze can be inconsistent. Right now I'm in first place, so I'm feeling really good about it.
Tied with you.
So I'm in first place. But Captain Mostert, and then got Kamara in.
Yep.
Cook and Traquan Smith, George Kittle, and I went Bourne. I could have afforded Debo, but I feel like I've seen Bourne make a few more plays. I wanted to go a little off the board in case I had a shot to win this, because I could use all of the fake money that would be coming my way at that point.
All the fake money I could take as well. Actually, very similar lineups. Mostert and the captain, Kamara, George Kittle, Bourne, Traquan Smith, but I went Sanders. Emmanuel Sanders, you went Cook.
Sure. So
it's going to be interesting how that will split.
Mostert is your captain?
Yep, he is.
All right, so it's Cook versus Sanders. That's what we'll be keeping an eye on. We're not keeping an eye on anyone else's lineups.
No AK contest. We don't care what money you can win. We're very, very selfish, and it's very much for our pride here. But if you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Smash that like button, hit subscribe. Final game of the day. Today's results have been wild. Started off with the Buccaneers taking on the Raiders. Raiders were up 10 points late in the third, but the Buccaneers rallied, came back, and won in overtime. So the number 1 overall seed still alive, heading to the final 8. You have the Rams beating the Steelers also in overtime. And in our last game, the Chargers beat the Packers. Maybe the biggest stun of the day. Chargers can stink real bad in Simland, so I'm surprised they beat the Packers.
Well, that's why they play the games, right? I know this, that my picks in the early round were better than they have been as the tournament has progressed.
Yeah, my final 4 are live. So before we go any further, actually, BK, who do you have in this? Who do you like? The Saints or the 49ers?
No, I like the Niners. I think they are a solid sim team, and based on the lineup, you've got a healthy Bosa, you've got a team coming off of a Super Bowl appearance, and Mostert being one of the 5, I think, best players in Simland. So I like them, unlike the way they were in real life, obviously, where they finished with a record bad enough to give them the 12th pick.
Yep, I'm with you. I have the 49ers making it to the final 4 of this tournament. My picks, I've been saying, Bucks at the top, Niners down below. On the right-hand side, I had the Ravens on the top right and the Browns in the bottom right. Tomorrow, you'll, again, 4 sims. We'll also have the Sweat coming at you at 11. Titans-Ravens at 2. Football team and Bills at 4. Football team, that was an upset, too. The Seahawks and Browns. That'll be a big-time matchup. Dolphins-Chiefs.
I had Cowboys over Seahawks, maybe picking with my heart there a little bit, but I thought the firepower would be enough. In Seattle, we've seen them lose some bad games. I've seen them lose to the Jets.
Well, I appreciate that. We also have a great crew over here with Twitch. See CJ, Yogi, Hooligan, First Time, Simon, Percy, a bunch of others over here. Drew Brees takes the first snap in the gun, looking, searching, has a man. It's caught. So grab 9 yards. Drew Brees starting off hot. The recently retired Drew Brees. It's gonna be one of those guys you're gonna forget that he retires, because I feel like it was kind of quiet, and then once the season starts, oh yeah.
Well, he'll show up on Sunday Night Football, and you're like, oh. Okay.
Is that a done deal, you believe?
Well, he has an NBC. He already has a contract with NBC, so I don't think they're gonna throw him in a 3-man booth, but maybe.
Could. I feel like the 3-man booth thing is slowly going to be happening, especially in the NFL.
Part of it is
an interception! Drew Brees looking like postseason, Drew Brees from 2020.
Yeah. Maybe he should retire right now.
Fuck off. That's it. So there you go. San Francisco will take over that quickly into this game. Jimmy G, Mostert. By the way, Mostert in the first round playoff game had 66 points, non-captain, over 170 yards and 4 touchdowns, had a Bundy. See how he follows up that performance here in the Dome. First time since Yo Rossi and BK. What's up, man? Jimmy G finds his receiver.
Oh, Kendrick Bourne.
There it
In
is.
first place. No, because anybody had Garoppolo, Bourne, and the Niners D is in first place right now.
Sean Preston on YouTube. What up, kneecaps? What's up, Spider Bite?
Did Richard Sherman sign somewhere yet?
I don't know. Still a free agent.
Yeah. At this point, if I'm him, I wait until August.
Yeah, you gotta wait till we'll see whatever this training camp looks like. But somebody's gonna get hurt. Somebody's gonna look for you. Still feel like the Browns. I feel like the Browns are building. I like the swagger of their defense right now.
Yeah, and Joe Woods was defensive coordinator in San Fran, or
Mhm.
secondary coach, so there's a relationship there.
I just like it. I think if you're going to go for it, get a guy that can be a veteran presence when you need him. Not necessarily a shutdown corner anymore.
Yeah,
First
certainly
and 10.
not.
No.
He has to play a lot of zone.
First and 10. Here's Garoppolo. Quick snap.
Picked
Throw an
off.
interception. We're off to a wacky start. He's going to return this one a few yards.
Good thing we didn't roster these QBs.
Smart move there.
I don't know if that's true. There's a Sean Preston says Breeze will get $20 million just for smiling. No, Breeze will, I think, do the job well. He knows the game. Obviously, when you're this close to it and recently removed, it's not hard to track the league and what every team does and what each coach and coordinator is trying to do. And he'll have a good handle on it, I think, without having to do as much work. I'm not saying he won't do the work, but it's work he's already been doing. And so the reason I think you'll see more 3-man booths, like you said, is because you have the Breezes of the world retiring, and if you've got a good enough play-by-play guy, they can certainly make it work. But they're not just going to move Chris Collinsworth out the door because Drew Brees is there. Mostly because I'm going to watch the game regardless of the analysts. The analyst stuff is for the network execs to feel like they can one-up each other.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just feel like with all these, players that are going to be coming out and any potential, additional reason for people to watch, whether it's a Breeze, like I agree. I'm not tuning into a game whether it's Breeze. I won't lie. I did make sure I watched the game with Aqib Talib.
Talib, that's a different conversation.
There's Breeze on a 2nd and 10, get cut by the knees there. Kamara with the catch. Going across the middle. We see you guys over here on YouTube. Poker, Obi-Wan, Timothy, Kareem, Mr. Hawk. Obi-Wan says, no, Fugazi on primetime. Yeah, man. Breathe it in, man. Smash that like. Appreciate each and every single one of you guys being here. It's a blast. This tournament's been a lot of fun. Hope you're enjoying it.
About Belichick today doing a little presser.
Oh, he just comes out of nowhere, does a press conference, smiling, happy, jovial Belichick. You get it. If you're going to get it, it's pre-draft, but I don't know. I just find it funny. It's hilarious to see coaches, I think, this time of the year. It's usually you don't hear much from them, but Belichick decided, what's going on, everybody? Cracking jokes to some of the local media.
You may not see as many coaches. It kind of is on the way the organization is set up, but you will see usually a GM with a pre-draft press conference of some sort.
Yeah.
Because Belichick's both. Today
Sure.
he was a GM.
Yeah, we weren't talking to Coach Belichick. That's why he was so jovial.
Yeah,
because
GM
usually
Belichick.
Casario in the past would be that guy. No longer
But
there.
would Casario do this? This was like the only one he did, right?
Yes.
I feel like he would do this. This is the only time
That
he
was
spoke
it.
all year, right?
So we would, with the WEI, former station I worked with, we would always try to get as much access to him. They would give like 12 hours of access, like from the presser to maybe doing a couple of radio
Oh,
hits.
really?
Yeah, but it was really hard to get him. You just,
Yeah.
built relationship. I think we
And then he didn't say
paid him a
anything
lot of
when
money.
you did have him. Oh, like the players.
Yeah.
The players. Good our culture. Good, smart, tough. Love football.
I also, yeah, exactly. And I also feel like this is the year for Mo's, like where the Patriots, where the quarterback position is such a question mark that it was perfect for Belichick because he wasn't going to do any radio hits because
Right.
everyone knows what the question. Cook Day, go figure, says Mr. Hawk. Captain Blood, anyone beating Kaufman tonight? It's Madden After Dark, but I'll still keep my comments to myself. Son of a draft sim, says Riley. Yeah, tough start here in this one. If you're just joining, 3 minutes left to play here in the first. Nothing. Interception on the second pass by Drew Brees in their opening drive. Jimmy Garoppolo, 4 passes in, threw an interception himself. That's where we're here at the 26-yard line. 2nd and 5, Brees to Kamara coming out of the backfield, gets a first down. It's BK at BK Denver Sports. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi over at Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. We have Michael, we have Daniel, great crew, the dynamic duo. We also have June here with us in ops. So if anything's, we're breaking them in here like a new ball glove. So any stats that might be a little bit slow, patience is a virtue. There's Drew Brees. Connects. Michael Thomas. Someone we both avoided.
I just feel like I've never seen Michael Thomas making big plays.
It's here and there, BK. It is here and there. You have to really strike. If you feel like he'll go on these little hot streaks. But like there was a little bit of a run I was noticing. He was like scoring around 10, 15 points when I had some New Orleans games. Then like recently in that like 6 to 7 range. So there's another first down completion for Drew Brees. Mike Thomas, the more 2020 version, not the previous Michael Thomas, who was just an absolute monster on the field. Eric Court, DK app tripping out. Yeah, there's been some issues. I know that the tech team's been working on it all day. Again, patience, my friends. There's Kamara busting his way to the end zone. Touchdown. Alvin Kamara in both our lineups. If you captain him, you're feeling good. So right there, he is coming in at 76.7% in the free showdown. Captain in 21%. 64th touchdown by Kamara. Thank you, Michael. Mr. Hawk, I was wondering why the Trey Young. Somebody call, let me see if I can get the exact name. Is Rossi blind, says Ice Hockey? Yeah, I still haven't gotten those glasses, dude. Michael, please don't yell at me. I know. It's been about like 6 weeks since I got my eye test.
This score can't be right. Says that Kamara's got 68 points in the flex.
Let it ride, baby. Let it ride. No,
but I only have 66 points somehow, even though Cook's got 3.6. Weird.
Eric Court, what's going on? Yeah, someone called me the Trey Young of this, and then someone followed up. I apologize for not giving credit, saying that Trey Young is boom or bust. It sounds about right. Sometimes I can be good, sometimes I can be terrible. Kamara got 11 TDs. Barbs, yeah, I told you, we got June. He's helping out your scores. No, everything will be fixed. This guy's new. He's gonna get it. Like everyone that's come in the first few times, you know how it goes. Take a screenshot, enjoy the points, because they're gonna fade. Here we go. Now, San Francisco taking back over. Won their last game, beating Indianapolis. Again, a Bundy for Mostert. 4 touchdowns last game. Incredible. Jordan says, don't fix Breeze, but give Kamara 12 TDs. Kind of had that performance. What was that, in week 15 this year?
Yeah. No, what do you have, 6? Yeah,
6 touchdowns. It was insane.
It was Christmas weekend, right? Red and
it was
green
Christmas.
shoes.
Yeah, it was
Christmas
that
Day.
I think it was Friday. It was a Friday. I think it was Christmas.
Yeah, it was. Right. It was Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Was that Christmas Day?
It was, because I remember it was on Fox, led into SmackDown. It gave them their best number.
Did WrestleMania satisfy?
Always. Satisfying wrestling fans is like satisfying a young child, but and I am one of them. But I would say overall, yes. It was a very entertaining 2 days.
Did
First day
surprise you? How did Bad Bunny do? Did he beat The Miz?
He did beat The Miz. And I will say, Bad Bunny, who had been training down in the Performance Center for the last 5 months consistently, looked good. Looked real good. And they've had some athletes that have come into the wrestling ring, from Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson,
Gronk.
Gronk was he's much different. I think he could have gotten there if he really wanted to. weird to think a year ago, at this time he was in WWE for returning back to the the Buccaneers to win a Super Bowl, which is even more wild. But yeah, he looked really good. Bad Bunny, what an athlete. He's now an official wrestler, and everybody loved him, which was kind of a rare sight. All right, if you just joined again, after one, Breeze threw a touchdown pass. I'm sorry, did not. He handed that ball off. Alvin Kamara scoring the only touchdown of the game. Interception for both Jimmy G and for Drew Brees. They both had interceptions on opening drives. Only touchdowns by Alvin Kamara. 67 yards for Drew Brees. Garoppolo has 53. We have a 12K, an 8K contest going on right now. We also have, Daniel says Bad Bunny pulled some moves. He sure did. We have a lot going on here at halftime. We'll tell you a little bit about what's cooking going on tomorrow, how everything's working. What DraftKings is doing is part of Jackie Robinson Day. If you weren't watching any of the baseball games throughout the day with everybody wearing the number 42, I must mention one of the most hilarious moments in Jeopardy history happened 1 year ago today, BK. A girl, I don't remember the exact question. I remember filming it and tweeting it out, but it was basically asked what baseball player broke the color barrier? And it was college. It was whatever that tournament, the college tournament is. And she said it was Babe Ruth. Not Babe Ruth. It was not. So kind of funny memory from a year ago. But yeah, DraftKings is proud to announce that they, in honor of Jackie Robinson Day, they are donating $200,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation. The Jackie Robinson Foundation, founded by Jackie's wife, Rachel, works to narrow achievement gap in higher education and the workplace through scholarships and support services to annual groups, foundation, scholars, and fellows. Very cool stuff going on. So we have created a free-to-play popularity pool to celebrate the occasion and features questions about number 42's career. Those that follow his footsteps, and a nod to Jackie has a total prize of $42,000. Questions range from fan favorites, Jackie Robinson moments, to fan favorites to wearing who wore the number 42. The pool closes on April 30th. You can go check it out right now on the DraftKings app. So get in on that. Is very cool of DraftKings. Again, $200,000 being donated to the Jackie Robinson Foundation. And you can even win some money in the meantime. $42,000 up in that free pool. As we'll get here to quarter number 2. The Niners with the ball at the 36-yard line. Well, thank you, Brooklyn. I see you.
On Preston, want to know where I was in the contest. I am in 32nd.
Yeah, I'll do it. I never looked. When it's that early. One score, but 53rd.
I could use a little more out of my captain Mostert at this point.
So you have a 12 per spot lead over me.
Because of Jared Cook's 3.6 points.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah. Sanders, nothing.
No, but it could all change in one play. Mostert first down. If we could get points for first downs, like when you get points for birdies in golf.
I like that. By the way, I have been a big proponent when we talk home fantasy leagues. I'm not a big PPR guy, but I'm a big first down per point guy. And I have never, that has been a battle.
The track.
Oh, the apps do it for you. And I like it because I think that's actually the purpose of the plays, not just catching the ball, but I have lost out on that for 9 straight years. Not even close to. 12 guys in the league, I think I convinced 4. So it's 7 to 5 every year.
I got a couple more people interested in my Dynasty League that I was telling you about a while back. So
listen, giddy up.
I know, I'll put it together.
I tell you, if you do it, I'm in.
Let's go.
It's coming, baby. Here's a 2nd and 8 here. Garoppolo, handoff again to Mostert. Not going anywhere. Swallowed up there at the 27-yard line. They're in field goal range. Robbie Gould could boot this one in. 7-0 off the Alvin Kamara tud. See, you guys are wild over there in Twitch tonight. I love it. Garoppolo makes the connection, not going far, so we'll have to settle for a field goal. Must be. I'll be honest, must be. I don't like my cat climbing on anything, and the weird thing about this time of night Desmond. I don't know where he is, but he's wild. So it's 10:19 Eastern. Cat just loses his mind. He usually sleeps down where I am.
Is your cat named after anyone in particular?
Desmond. No, Desmond was a character on the show Lost.
Yeah, sure.
Desmond Hume is my. Honestly, a part of me is a little upset because I probably would have saved that name for my son, but wasn't really thinking that way. Whatever, 5 years ago or something. Whenever I got this dang cat, where are you? That's the one thing, and Michael knows. Usually, when I'm on the night late slates, my cat usually has his bathroom breaks, but took care of that earlier. The 6 o'clock, it's like clockwork. He'll just stink up where I am. But nope. Not tonight. He was just crying. He was scratching on my son's door. Wanted to throw him out the window.
I'm glad he chose not to. Robbie Gold, 18.62% owned in the flex in the Big Free Showdown. Could he be the difference in the game?
Honestly, could be. And that's the other thing. Like, shout out who you guys have. Who are some of the reaches if you're in play right now in that 8K contest? Like, who are was Traquan Smith? It's kind of a popular play, but when you had the choice between these teams, the Chargers and the Packers, would you take that risk? Love to know who you guys have here as we'll get there. It's Madden After Dark, Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi with you. The dynamic production duo, Michael, Daniel. We got June, rocking the ops. He's new. Be patient, be friendly, smash that like, welcome him into the fam. So pumped to have them with us. Here's Breeze. 2nd and 3 here. Under 5 to play. Ball given to Kamara. Not going anywhere fast. First time says 5 wide every play. Wouldn't that be nice? Obviously, I was just asking because BK... Oh, listen, BK can do whatever he wants.
What was the question?
I don't know, I guess he says you let your child climb up things.
You saw the email about him getting hurt. We were at the little tavern in our neighborhood.
Sure.
He was playing video games without quarters. I mean, he's 2.5. Then at some point he got bored and started climbing up the stacked high chairs that would normally be at tables. But it was Monday night of a national championship game. It wasn't that busy. And we were, 20 feet away, but I wasn't looking at him the whole time. We were watching the game. And,
it happens. Of course.
But thankfully, his nose wasn't broken. The ER doc was a little overzealous and underinformed, and the specialists were like, no, somebody push on his nose. If it was broken, he would be screaming.
Yeah.
And he's not. It's just swollen, thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then have to be
Glad
reset.
to hear that.
So, yeah.
First of all, there's a big difference when a kid's 2.5. Like, we were all there at one point in our life. There's no fear. There's no thought process.
No, he climbs up everything.
Yeah. And my cat, forget about it.
Yeah, your cat's going to climb up everything. My kid's going to climb up everything.
Listen, I can already tell you, all my little guy, who's younger than that, just says up, and he tries to climb up everything already. He has no idea.
Well, you're going to be close to, right around 2 is when he started sliding chairs.
Oh, no, he slides them. He pushes them.
Pushes them and then climbs up them to get on.
He's trying.
Stuff.
Yeah, he's trying. He can't, he can't, like, do it because the leg dexterity ain't there. But
sure, it's coming.
He's already taller than me, as the Sim fam knows.
Sure.
But just a little guy. There's a first down there. Nice connection. Drew Brees finding Michael Thomas having a day so far.
Yeah, bad on us to not roster him.
We're fine so far.
Afforded him and gone a different direction for sure. I guess we all could have.
Sure. Kamara gets carried there.
So you and Koff still aren't playing NBA, right? Because he won't follow you on Twitter?
Yeah, I've only joined the big ones. So when he asked me, like, hey, I have 100, I like
He's only
that.
done a couple of those. He keeps asking me every night, and I've been busy or forgot or didn't care.
I like the last one. Just didn't care.
Well, he sent it to me. He sent it to me in Eastern time. He goes, lineup slot at 7. And I go, well, I have a softball game at 6:30, even though 7 is 5 my time.
Yeah, much
different. I have a softball game at 6:30. He's not following the time zone reference, so I just left it alone.
There's a connection again. Breeze, they're just marching their way down here. This Traquan Smith getting in on the action. So 1st and goal here from the 5. We hit the 2-minute warning. I stacked Breeze with Kamara. Thomas faded the Green Bay. I had Eckler and Allen, says Jordan. People asking about some of these West Coast starts. Yeah, Celtics, Lakers tonight. The rivalry reborn. They say that every time. Here's Drew Brees looking.
Oh, he's got
gonna get
Emmanuel,
sacked.
Traquan Smith was wide open and he missed him.
Adam. Yeah, just quickly, looks like Warriors are going to beat the Cavs. Obviously have 20 with change left. Get the Bucks over the Hawks. Suns, Kings playing now. Yeah, you got the Celtics, Lakers. Nice start early. Celtics 11-2. Tons of baseball going on. You're going to have a pre-lock tomorrow with baseball. Bukes and LaMarca. 5 o'clock. Breeze got him. Oh, nice hit there.
Good throw, good defense.
Jarred the ball loose. Jay Shark says, damn, bro, already halftime? This sim is caca. By the way, total thumbs up on the caca. You don't hear that enough. Big third and goal here. Breeze looking, already up 7-3. Oh, the defense gets to him again.
Richard Sherman on the cornerback sack. Big day for the vet. Richard Sherman getting there with the interception and now the sack.
Yeah, listen, we don't give individual players on defense the awards, but right now looking strong. Mr. Hawk says, Thomas, how do you drop that? It's a question we're all asking. Here comes the kick from Lutz. Boot. It's good. So 10-3 now here with the New Orleans Saints at home, higher ranked seed. So they actually made the playoffs versus the San Francisco 49ers. Second round action. 10-3, one-score game, 1:21 remaining here, BK, with 2 timeouts remaining. Well, Lutz 14%, so the kickers. Dallas God earlier says he doesn't really care for me, which I'm totally down with, but he said he did stack the kickers, so far, dude, you're all right. Ice Hockey says, didn't stack the kickers, should have listened to Rossi. Bro, it's just the first half, but I'm just saying, it's almost guaranteed points, I would just say. Justin Craven says, LOL, are we okay to talk poop because is Spanish? Is that what caca is? Is that Spanish?
Yes, it means poop in Spanish.
You know what? People already know. I had no idea. I thought that was
what
just
did
like.
You think it was?
That was just slang.
Like slang?
Yeah.
No, it is poop.
Oh, I knew it was poop.
No, I'm saying it means poop in Spanish, but it means poop. It's not like more profane than that. There are words in Spanish that are more profane that we will leave alone. I mean, it's YouTube, so it's not the end of the world, right? But still, we're not losing an FCC license. Nonetheless, don't want to.
But we want to come back tomorrow.
Our amigos at Madden, or obviously our bosses at DraftKings. Very exciting DraftKings news as it relates to the NFL.
Yeah, dude, I thought that was so cool. Yeah, now teaming up, DraftKings, the NFL.
Here's what's going to be interesting to see. Does DraftKings or the other 2 partners partner with Madden? Because if it's in the game, it's in the game, right? So will Madden 22 feature some sort of elements of that involve, we hope, DraftKings, but obviously we don't know. So that'll be fun to see. Obviously there's a working relationship here, but that doesn't mean anything because ultimately it's about money.
Of course, and with the laundry list of fans, of Madden fans, with the things they want to see in the game next year, I don't think the DraftKings element's there, but it would be a really cool element. It would be really cool.
It could be added for sure. I mean, they probably, what is this, April 15th, they've probably got the game so far down the road that adding those kind of elements, unless they already had it kind of in the back of their mind because they knew it was coming. So even just like a fantasy element, right? And not a gambling element. But it would be cool if they set lines, right?
Hey, it could happen. That's a good point.
Right, like you're playing and it says the 2 teams, it says who the favorite is and who the.
Yeah, if there was lines
according to
spreads,
DK Sports, but cool.
That would be cool. Everyone's just goofing on me. Can't believe that I didn't know caca. But yeah, that was slang, bros. My bad. Yeah, cool announcement. But I feel like every week we're getting these great announcements, whether it's stuff with the PGA, with WWE, now with the NFL officially. Big stuff happening with DraftKings. Make sure you're downloading all the apps, following them across all social media platforms. There's like 15 different accounts that are all verified through Twitter. So whether it's updates, info, news, the DraftKings main hub, make sure you're checking them all out. Guy Ernest says, Rossi, what do you think about WWE releasing Samoa Joe? I would just say the knee-jerk reaction that BK is kind of a guy who had like a lot of hope. People thought would be a bigger deal. I think it's a good thing. If you're not going to use somebody, let him go. April 15th is known, BK, in the wrestling world. It's kind of release day for WWE
really?
because it's the end of the earnings period. So if they release people, their numbers go up for their projections and when they do their Q1 earnings next week.
Well, WWE is publicly traded?
Correct, yep.
Do you have stock?
I think I do somewhere. I think I have stock in like 5 places that I never look at. And I believe like when I was a kid, when 2000 and I think it was 2 when they went public. Like my grandmother
probably got some value in it, right? I mean, I guess I haven't tracked it. Stock.
Sure. It goes up and down. When they get Fox and give him $1 billion, it shoots up as there's a $1 billion pass to Mike Thomas. Absolutely killing us. You should have played him, says everybody who didn't, including both of us. But that's okay. Drew Brees connecting. Michael Thomas with a deep touchdown pass. This is going to put a big lead here. He's 54% owned, 55% owned, just about 8% in the captain in the free showdown. It's now going to be 17-3. Saints at home over the 49ers.
Lakers 2,000 fans tonight there at Staples. That's cool.
Yeah, highest has been.
And then did you hear today that Michael Jordan himself is going to introduce Kobe Bryant at the Naismith Hall of Fame ceremony?
I thought that was extremely classy and cool. Like
it's going to be great. He's not going to talk about himself too much. I'm sure he'll tell similar stories. But that of all the things that happened at Kobe's funeral, and I thought Jimmy Kimmel did a great job emceeing it, and there was so many great things that were said about him. MJ was the one that I think surprised me because you never really heard about any relationship between them. It's not that far-fetched to think that they had something in private to whatever degree, but
to
the level that he really treated him like a little brother, and there was that relationship, and you find out about it 4 or 5 years after Kobe's done at his passing. Who knows if and when that ever would have really gotten out there? Would Kobe have said it at his Hall of Fame ceremony and talked about it? When would we have found out about it? Would they have done just like Shaq and Kobe sat down for NBA TV? Would we have seen Kobe and MJ sit down at some point? It's just really, I thought it was great. And so
I agree.
Hopefully MJ, he'll invite some people to help him with the speech too. I don't think MJ's just going to do it off the cuff. So it should be awesome. You know why MJ didn't go into the Hall of Fame like right away?
Why?
Because he just had stuff going on. So they had to wait a couple more years. So
he had stuff?
For real, he went in like 8 or 9 years after he retired, give or take, and maybe it was even more than that. I can't remember exactly when it was, because the dates didn't correspond with his schedule.
That's insane. That's literally one of the craziest things I've heard. Wrestling fan, like Batista was supposed to go in the Hall of Fame, but had filming, so he said hold out till next year. That makes sense. When it's the NBA, what do you do? This is your legacy. This is everything you are. You're Michael Jordan.
It's definitely not everything he is. The Basketball Hall of Fame is putting him in whether he's there or not. His legacy is the Jordan brand.
True, but there would be no Jordan brand without what he did.
Of course, but they can put him in or not put him in. I'm just saying that I remember when he turned 50, and he's obviously closing in on his 60th birthday in 2 years. Yeah. But they did all these specials. Darren Rovell's still working at ESPN about the business of Jordan and this and that. But when they talked about the shoes, and I don't think these numbers have changed. If anything, they might have gone up. But at that time, so now 8 years ago, 1 out of every 2 basketball shoes sold in the world have a Jordan logo on it. They aren't all the Air Jordan brand because they have all the different offshoots and the different signature shoes for the different players. But 1 out of every 2. And there's no way that number has changed that dramatically.
Still a fact. No, I saw an update in 2021.
Okay.
There's a deep ball. Jimmy G at the end of the half. Nothing. No, that is still true because it's funny. The only reason I know that is because I was looking for basketball sneakers and I found a pair. I'm not necessarily a brand guy.
You're trying to get Kevin McHale
I wish. And I found a pair and they were Jumpman. And I said, interesting. So I Googled because I remember this report you're talking about. And it said as of, it was the end of 2020 technically, but it says as of January 2021 to this day, every time out of every two pairs of basketball sequels purchased, one would be a Jordan or a Jumpman, which is
Crazy.
insane.
Right.
Insane.
That's how he can own an NBA team with just his own money. Because the crazier
Seriously.
thing is how much, because I don't think it's a 50-50 split on Jordan Brand. It might be now. It hadn't always been. But Nike's making, if it's not a 50-50 split, Nike's making more money. So call it 70-30 or 60-40. Maybe we can find that out if anybody knows in the chat, or maybe we can look it up. But that's what's crazy, is that Nike's making even more money on this, but Jordan as an individual can buy an NBA team, can start a NASCAR team. I remember a couple of years ago, this was a while back, they say it basically costs a NASCAR team $1 million a week to run. And so that's why some teams, like, you won't always have a full field every week of whatever that number is, 38 or 43 or whatever, because they just can't at times, and maybe now they do, but there were stretches where you couldn't fill the race. You want to go over the stats real quick? Did we miss anything? Jared Cook is...
Yeah, Jared Cook's doing work. We have the bonus for Michael Thomas touchdown 107. I got to talk to my guy. First of all, Jimmy B made a funny joke. He says, every time I say Jimmy G, he perks up. It reminds me, I don't know what happened to our guy, The Edge, used to be in the chat. So we used to always say, somebody,
guitarist from U2.
yes. We used to say, like, oh, coming off the edge. And he used to always say, oh, you guys remind me. Also, offensive guard 79 says, these commentators don't pay attention to the game, chat, or stats. Shame on you, offensive guard. Where have you been?
Pay attention to all three. You just don't know which one we're paying attention to most.
Yeah, I've been
we're talking about Michael Jordan.
Yeah, we do it all here. Don't be that guy. If you want to, hey, just be like, hey guys, what's the numbers? We'll
In fact, the Michael Thomas touchdown, we both called it.
Yeah, we do it all.
Because you were doing the play-by-play, and I started talking over you. So
that's all good. It's a conversation. This is fun.
If the Niners keep it close, because you were doing play-by-play off the top because we were excited about the game, but it quickly
turned
closed down, and it's 17-3. It's like, be cool if Mostert could just, I don't know, get past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Is that too much to ask?
It is. Eubank says, stats always screwed up with short arm, bunk bed, muscle hamster. Kidding Rossi? Whoa. You think, excuse me. First of all, I'll take the muscle hamster as a compliment.
Sure.
But the arm bunk bed, short arm bunk bed.
I don't know.
I don't know, maybe because I'm small, like short and stout.
I think
am
it'd be funny if you did have a bunk bed.
I wish I had a bunk bed. My wife could sleep. What I want? I want bottom bunk.
Okay.
I would not want top bunk. Too
You
much
make
moving
your
up
wife
and down.
climb up there every night?
Yeah, if we had to. Sorry. Them be the rules. And she would fall asleep earlier, so she wouldn't even care.
Without getting, I'm not asking to get graphic at all.
All good.
How long have y'all been together?
Well, when you say together, no, we have been dating since 2010.
Okay. And I got with my wife in 2012 when we first got together.
Awesome.
We still, we've got a California King or whatever. We still sleep on top of each other. We still sleep on top of each other way more than normal people that have been together 8 years in a couple of weeks. Should. you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Our wedding anniversary is in March, but this is just our...
Oh, so I know that, but it all counts. It all counts. Celebrate
I think about it all the time. Like, let us extra... Now we throw the little kids in there because they come crawling in, or, 6-month-old, she's crying next to us.
Sure.
There's a little bit of extra room, but we tend to fall asleep almost on top of each other on the nights we go to bed at the same time, or if I get in bed later or whatever. It seems silly, but I don't know.
No, dude, I will say this. I am the total opposite. We do not have...
That's why you want bunk beds.
I do. We have a queen.
Like Leave It to Beaver, you want the
yes,
split bed.
separate beds. Oh my, that'll be like, I love hotels for that, because sometimes if it gets like I run hot, she's we fall asleep. She's over where on her side. I call it the turn and burn, when you roll and you conk out. Next thing you know, I wake up at whatever time of night, she is attached to me. And I'm like, what is this? And I have to move her body like Weekend at Bernie's, turn on some music to make her move. But yeah.
Mostert just got a first down, by the way.
Oh, yes. Mostert, first down. 7:04 left to play. 1st and 10. Who else? Oh, Glash, what's up, dude? Glash jumping in on the chat. There's Most. Not going the right way,
yards. Picked up 2 yards, everybody.
Oh, Justin Cravens, it's your birthday, dude?
Happy birthday, Justin Cravens. Working on a bat for me. I haven't given him the specs.
Oh,
for
Is it going to be a
softball
softball bet? I was going to say
bet.
because
Yeah, that I'm going to use. I'm going to use it.
Oh hell yeah! I love that.
I think we'll see how it feels.
Just make it happen.
Yeah.
Just one at bat, film it, crank a home run, and call it a day.
I don't know if that's happening, but maybe I'll
just do it.
Screaming single.
Wow, that's really cool, Justin. So his birthday yesterday. So he's yesterday. Tune in to BK
Well,
and Rossi. Yeah, man. Happy birthday. Pleasure to have you here.
Are you playing fantasy baseball right now?
Currently today, no, but I normally will.
Well, I guess I meant like, do you have a season long team?
I don't actually. I don't know what happened this year. I've gone like 3 years out of the last like 5.
Oh,
that I
Mostert
didn't.
again. Another first down. That was a catch, I believe, right?
Says Justin Craven says all I need is the specs.
I know, because I told
what does that mean?
34, 28, like whatever the length and the weight. I
Justin,
haven't given it to him yet.
Yeah, for me,
I
dude.
told him 34 inches because that's standard on softball bats. I got to give him how heavy I want it.
I will just say this, Justin. You've been doing great work for everybody. You don't have to make me a bat it. Unless it's something like you really want to do.
I told him I wanted to pay for it. He won't let me. Same thing with Glash.
Yeah, I've seen. Well, you know what? If you whatever specs you did for Glash, I will take. If you want to, because that's really, really sweet of you, man. You don't have to do that. Oh, wow. Offensive guard comes in 79, says, Ross, you go back to talking about WWE, the only thing you understand.
We know Glash wants more Mostert, and hopefully he's getting that cat soon with the world opening up. Raheem Meowster.
I'm just going to give him my cat. I've told
there's
him that.
there's Tevin Coleman with the first down. 1 carry, 10 yards. But Glash, how do you feel about your favorite QB, Jared Goff, winning another game?
In
Jared Goff
overtime,
Jared Goff's taking these Rams maybe to the finals and going to be the MVP of this bracket. Glash would lose his mind. It'd be like Kaufman and Julian Edelman going to the Hall of Fame.
Not happening.
That level of craziness.
Yeah,
of course it's not happening. No one thinks that.
No, you know what the sad part is? He will get into the Hall of Fame.
No, he won't.
If you want my honest, he will.
When?
He'll sell. He sells, and he'll probably work for the NFL Network by that time, and that's how it works.
No.
You know, I don't know if you ever heard my rant about this, but I think too many people are getting in the Hall of Fame because they work for the NFL or they work for these networks.
Well, who falls into that category? Kurt Warner, Terrell Davis.
Kurt Warner, yeah, boom, both of them. Sorry, I know you.
Well, both
might
of them
not
were
like
league MVPs.
I know.
Guess how many
I know.
Pro Bowls?
Oh, I already know Edelman's numbers.
Right, of course.
I lived it. It was. He's
Right.
not
Kurt
a
Warner
Hall of
was
Famer.
Was Kurt Warner a 2-time MVP?
No, I think he just won it 99 or 2000.
Okay.
Because then Marshall Faulk won it the next year. Which, by the way,
But
when your running
beyond
back
that-
wins it, you're like a huge part of that.
Reggie Wayne's probably going to get in, not working for NFL Network anymore. Like MJD's not getting in.
No.
Most of those people aren't getting in. Nate Burleson's not getting in. I think
No. Who made a good point? It was TJ Hushmanzada, actually.
He's
Did you
not
see
getting
this?
in. He's on TV all
No.
the time on Fox. That's pass
different.
interference.
Yeah,
Here
into
comes the
the end
Mostert
zone.
touchdown right here, Glash.
Glash says, I love this. Glash comes and goes, can you guys talk about the game? I mean, I only care about this because my lineup. Glash, the every commenter. Smash that like while you're here, Glash. Probably already did for your game. You and Zach, great call earlier. There's Mostert up the middle into
Look
the
at
end
that.
zone. Well back on his way for the Bundy. So they're going to be within a score now, BK. It'll be 17-10. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remain here in the third.
I'll take the under on the Bundy. You know who's cruising for a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, though, is my man George Kittle in my flex.
Yeah, he is bumming me out.
He and Kendrick Bourne, but obviously Kittle's ownership number 62% owned in our contest.
Yeah, way up there. By the way, Mostert.
88.79% owned.
Yesterday we discovered Glash isn't. Oh, you think I'm
Tony
going to be able
Romo's not getting in, not before Phil Sims.
No,
Look,
Tony Romo's not making the Hall of Fame.
I'm a big Tony Romo fan.
No
I've always had good
chance.
interactions with him. He's the Cowboys' all-time leading passer in every category. Dak's going to end up playing long enough now on this new deal to pass him in all those categories, assuming he can stay on the field. But there's just not enough playoff wins and not enough dominance in the regular season like a Dan Marino or a Warren Moon. And so the 4 or 5 Pro Bowls he went to, it's just not going to be enough. So even though a proud franchise like the Cowboys, with all the illustrious QBs that preceded them and players, being the all-time leader is great, but here, I'm going to look up Tony Romo's.
Well, you do that.
How many Pro Bowls do you think you went to? I'm going to say 5.
Pro Bowl. I was going to say 5 as well.
Right,
So I'll say 4 just for argument's sake. Smash Lana over on Twitch says nobody's a Tony Romo fan. BK is trolling.
No, I am. Look, I wish he was still the Cowboys quarterback. I mean, I know he's going to be 41 next week, but Four-time Pro Bowler, 6, 7,
That's right.
9,
Boom.
and 14. Second team All-Pro. Now he is the 5th highest rated passer of all time.
Cool stat.
Behind Patrick Mahomes, who's 1. Deshaun
Yeah,
Watson,
that'll
2.
move.
Aaron Rodgers, 3. Russell Wilson, 4. Tony Romo, 5.
I like the new glass symbol. Did Smash Landa make that? Daniel, or did you make that?
But Romo's
It's
not
hilarious.
getting
No, Romo's not getting in. The only reason Edelman, I made
He is getting
Daniel.
into the College Football Hall of Fame. We just saw that.
That's cool.
He's like College Player of the Year.
Daniel, good job.
God, Michael Thomas.
He's having a great game. Already in the bonus. Justin Craven says, I want to see Patrick Justin McAfee versus Bad Bunny. No, not for me. Pat McAfee's great, but I don't want to see two celebrities face each other in wrestling. Me in the same match. Mr. Hawk says Tony Romo's career greater than Julian Edelman's career.
Sure. 4 Pro Bowls.
That's an argument, I would say, but the postseason stuff Edelman did was insane, but I just don't think the Hall of Fame wants to set a precedent, even if you did that great in the postseason, to never have a Pro Bowl, which is like 90 receivers can make the Pro Bowl in a given year, and never to be an All-Pro. Like
255 people have more touchdown catches than him. Or 256, 257, something like that.
Add that to the list, too. I understand how great he was in the postseason, but this is my issue with the Hall of Fame. It should be so limited, and it's not anymore. So that's my fear, that he may potentially... Like, guys like Torrey Holt aren't in there yet, right?
Torrey's getting in. I mean, I could run on the list.
Is
real quick.
Isaac Bruce in there?
Isaac Bruce got in last year. 2 years
Thank
ago.
you, okay.
So Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson.
Absolutely. Yep. Coming through.
Steve Smith Sr., Anquan Bolden. Hines Ward has 1,000 catches, was a Super Bowl MVP, and has like 86 career touchdowns or something like that.
And also
Or
good
60.
playoff
We looked it up
numbers.
the other day. Yeah. And so that's 5 off the top of my head. Rod Smith went to 7 Pro Bowls or 6, whatever it was,
Yep.
and is the Broncos all-time leader in a bunch of categories and 2 Super Bowl rings. And I mean, Brandon Marshall has 12,000 career yards. Demaryius Thomas went to 5 Pro Bowls and is just shy of 10,000 career yards and has a Super Bowl ring and set the Super Bowl record for most catches. So that's, I think, 7 guys off the top of my head. And a bunch more are going to start retiring that'll have better numbers. Fitz, obviously, it goes without saying.
Yep.
A.J. Green will retire, and it'll be an argument. Julio's getting in, right? Tyreek Hill is on a pace that he'll have enough Pro Bowls. Hopkins down the road. So all these guys will keep retiring, and Edelman will never even make it to the final 15.
Yeah, we'll see. I was
I
going to say
now
that.
have a 25-year bet with Koff. So if
he has 25 years to get in?
Well, so he has 5
It's
years
Mostert, nice run.
until he's eligible, in 20 years
Of
as a
eligibility.
modern era. If he
Yeah.
somehow gets through the modern, not somehow, when he gets through the modern era in 25 years, my bet with Koff is that he has to start eating pizza like a normal person. Not
No.
every day, not for every meal, but just like when people have pizza around him or family has pizza, he has to have pizza. And if he does get in, I will never eat pizza again.
That's a sacrifice. BK.
Not that I have to worry about.
Yeah. Here's the handoff again to Mostert. Got the first down the last carry. Probably be our second last play here in the third. 30 seconds remaining, down to the 38-yard line. Happy birthday, Justin. Can I join you and Jimmy B in a little adult soda water? Go for it. Everyone can cheers to our guy, Justin Cravens. You get Jimmy G again. The handoff to Mostert. Rips it through the middle. Makes a move. Could he break to the outside? He's going to go all the way to end the third quarter. The second touchdown, 62 yards on the ground. Raheem, wake me up before you go to the end zone. Mostert.
Feeling like that had to hit the bonus, right?
Oh, yes. That did it, because he had about 70 yards alone. Well, he had like 80 yards on that drive. Jimmy B says, cheers, broski. Said, I took a survey results, and you are just too sweet. Fail you. What a play there. Brother Phil coming in saying Romo was the most talented of all the Cowboys QBs. We can have that conversation. He said, but unlike Aikman and Staubach, who played on teams with 6 to 8 Hall of Fame players and Hall of Fame coaches, poor Tony had Wade Phillips and Jason Garrett.
That part is true.
Yep.
But Roger Staubach is the most talented of all the QBs.
Yes,
The way
Staubach
Roger
is the
can
guy.
run. The fact that he had to spend 4 years in the Navy, and I say fact, he chose to go to Navy, and he knew the deal. But he doesn't get to the NFL, I think, till he's 26, and then he's battling and having to split time with Craig Morton and all that. He was far and away the most talented.
Thank you for saying that, because you're also being a fan. Me and Freeze Pops, we do our Mount Rushmores and Staubach.
Yeah, I disagreed with a lot of them, especially your Broncos one. Floyd Little needed to be on there, but anyway.
That's cool. We're open to the conversation, and I love it. But the funny thing was, Brother Phil was saying that like Romo should be on there over Staubach.
Nope.
No, dude. Nobody
Staubach
plays in Navy
and
anymore.
who'd y'all put? Bob Lilly? And because y'all included coaches like Landry, obviously has to be on there. If you took coaches off it, then it's probably...
I said Michael Irvin.
I don't know. Now Drew Pearson's in the Hall of Fame too. Larry Allen, who most people consider the best lineman of all time, and is in the Hall of Fame.
He was
you'd have a hard time not
keeping
making
him
a case for him. I mean, 3 Super Bowl rings. I mean, the Cowboys, obviously Randy White is a Hall of Fame.